Others cross. The beginning is not a noble family, or a wealthy merchant, but I crossed into a servant guarding the courtyard. I thought I could pursue the extraordinary and become a fairy ancestor with the help of the golden finger. At worst, I could also rise up and wear a yellow robe, but before I could show my skills, I found that this world is just an ordinary feudal society. All there is are simple martial arts techniques for keeping fit. Fighting 10 opponents alone is the limit. There is no high-level martial arts like burning mountains and boiling seas. Even the establishment of a dynasty has only been 100 years, far from reaching a time of prominent class contradictions. As a caregiver, whether it's rallying or building high walls, storing grain, and delaying the claim to the throne, I don't have the capital for that. At this moment, I carry a big knife on my back, ready for daily patrols. But as a young person in the new era, I will definitely not work wholeheartedly for the slave owners. So naturally, I am very leisurely every day. Even for the sake of maintaining my health and avoiding the tragic sudden death of my previous life, I declined the night patrol duty. Of course, ordinary guards naturally cannot decline, but it's just that I have some skills, and have made achievements, which is why I can have this treatment. The mansion started operating early. The entire mansion is so big, passed down from generation to generation. Everyone naturally knows each other very well. As the guardian of the courtyard, I am the violent organization relied upon by the main family, naturally considered a higher class among the many servants. Even the steward gives some face. Along the way, I always greet with a smile, mainly adhering to two principles: not taking the initiative, not refusing. Although I don't want to deal with these social interactions, but being born as a human, unless one transcends the world or possesses great power within oneself, how can one avoid these? After all, I still have to eat on the Wang family's boat. As a guardian of the generations, I temporarily have no better place to go. After passing the main courtyard and reaching the patrol boundary, I met with my colleague who was guarding the courtyard. Most of them greeted me with a smile, but there were also some with bad expressions. Like Wang-san, some people rely on their good looks to win the favor of the young ladies and don't go on patrol. We brothers work hard to stay up all night, while some people sleep soundly at home. Wang-san's face was gloomy and he spoke sarcastically on the side. His face looked haggard. Obviously it was his turn to be on duty that night. After staying up all night, he was angry and couldn't help but speak rudely. "We are all guards. Do you really think you can climb high branches? Where there are people, there is a world of rivers and lakes. My experience is not deep, but I am valued by the master's family and have a handsome face that the maidservants like." Naturally, some people are jealous. However, despite the words, no one really dared to challenge Wang-san. After all, Wang-san's usual behavior is not that great, indulging in eating, drinking, gambling, and other vices. Not to mention, I am in my prime and valued by the master's family. Upon hearing this, I stopped in my tracks and said, "Wang-san, last time's lesson wasn't enough for you, was it? If you're itching to talk, I can easily knock out that tooth of yours." With that, I stood my ground, glaring menacingly at Wang-san not far away. Wang-san clicked his tongue, wanting to retort, but remembering the harsh lesson I gave him last time, he couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. However, the resentment in Wang-san's eyes did not diminish in the slightest, but instead grew more sinister. I kept my eyes straight ahead, completely ignoring Wang-san's presence, and headed towards my assigned location. Once I reached the corner, I heard Wang-san's faint cursing from the other side, a hint of murderous intent flashing in my eyes. This Wang-san really knows how to provoke death. It's a pity that I still have to rely on the Wang family for a living. If someone dies, it would attract too much attention. I concealed my murderous intent and my expression returned to calm. With my current skills, it would be very easy to silently kill a guard. The difficult part is the aftermath. The conflict between me and Wang-san is obvious. Once Wang-san dies, no evidence is needed. I will be the prime suspect. For the main family, no evidence is needed either. Just a steward and servant. A hint of rebellion is enough to sentence me to death. However, there was a hint of something strange in my eyes. This Wang-san seems a bit odd today. In the past, Wang-san was very hostile towards me, but after I personally taught him a lesson, he seemed to have restrained himself a lot. At most, he would talk behind my back, but I didn't hear those words so I let it go. I don't know why today, he has the courage again to speak ill of me in front of me. I was puzzled, but I didn't think much about it, quietly waiting for time to pass in my own position. That Feng Wei, really thinks he's the master here, strutting around, but he's just like us, a lackey. After the transaction, Wang-san and the steward across from him whispered curses, and even if he's the master, he's just born better. Isn't he just like me? One head and two legs. After tonight, I'll turn over a new leaf, buy a big mansion in a different place, buy hundreds of acres of land, and I'll be the master too. Speak softly, Wang Chang said in a low voice. We have important matters to attend to tonight. Why are you so impatient and talking everywhere? If someone notices a flaw, it could cost us our lives. After we meet up with the dwarf tiger tonight and raid the Wang mansion, you can plan how to deal with that Feng Wei however you like. Maybe even have a chance with that young lady. Wang San had nothing to say. He swallowed hard. You're right. I am indeed very greedy for Miss Wang. If I can't have the first bite, I can have the second and third bites. It's worth it. Wang San suppressed his anger. I didn't sleep all night last night. I came up with a plan. I'll be on duty tonight, and I'll buy some good wine, get the people around drunk, and add some medicine. You go tell the short tiger to attack directly. As long as they get inside the wall, the rest of the guards will be asleep. We can hide inside and ambush them. We won't be opponents of those bandits at all. Wang Chang had some doubts. Frowned. You are usually stingy, always borrowing money from others, suddenly buying alcohol for others to drink. Who would believe you? Wang San chuckled, looking confident. I'll just say I'm going to gamble and go and win and treat myself to a nice jug of wine, and I'm not going to give it voluntarily, and then all these gluttons are going to have to beg me to give it to them in the middle of the night when they get a whiff of it. The work of the guards is quite uninteresting. The night is long. The night is cold and heavy. Sometimes the guards also snacks and drinks for fun. The stewards are also turn a blind eye. Just don't let the main house see it. I don't have to put much medicine in it. One of them takes a sip, and when the person is confused, it's convenient to do it anyway. Wang Sanin smiled smugly and, our practicing martial arts guards, naturally know that this with weapons between life and death exchanges, are a blink of an eye kung fu, drink the reaction slightly slow on the instant, are the difference between life and death. After all, although the martial arts of this time were not transcendent, they were basically real skills inherited from the battlefield, and were not the same as the latter-days Philistines, which were all based on weapon fighting. When a knife goes down, it is not an empty-handed opponent. The bones can be split in half. There is no chance of a second move. Only when these guards were drunk, the robbers swarmed over them and would be no match. Nightfall. Having finished his daily workout, a somewhat sweaty fawn washed his body and prepared to go to bed. Ancient societies didn't have neon lights, and often you couldn't see basically anything once it got dark. So it was basically a good habit to go to bed early and get up early. This was very much to Feng Wei's liking. After all, the sudden death in his previous life was related to staying up all night. That's why Feng Wei was very concerned about the quality of his sleep, and would definitely go to bed after 8 o'clock, not leaving the previous day's exhaustion for the next day. Feng Wei's eyes closed and he fell asleep for a long time, but suddenly his ears moved slightly. Ha! Feng Wei sat up abruptly, a little wary that with the blessing of throwing, ear clearing, Feng Wei's ear power was above that of normal people, and subtle movements that normal people could not hear were not hidden from Feng Wei, and the commotion tonight was clearly not unusual. Feng Wei's face grew heavier and heavier. The sound of a sword slashing. A bandit has broken in? Dare to storm the city's great households. Don't you want to die? Without hesitation, Feng Wei picked up the large sword at the side and walked out. Feng was a bit surprised by this situation. And, feudal society, some robbers and so on is normal, but usually are robbing some small doors and small households, or do road blocking green forest, really go against the big households of the robbers? Almost nothing. After all, the big families in the local often deep-rooted, far-reaching influence, to put it mildly, are sitting tigers. Weekdays in the house of the guards are dozens, plus the surrounding fields in the tenant households. Pulling up hundreds of young and strong line is easy, even if you can deal with one big family, lips and teeth. The other big families will not let you go. And when the time comes to put pressure on the government, the officials and soldiers out, even more no way to live. And apparently it wasn't some petty thieves that came tonight, but actual robbers with swords and knives. Snapping. The sound of pacing suddenly came from outside the door of the courtyard of this matter. The opposite person had no worries, and with a torch, he pushed the door straight in, and when he looked up, he met Feng Wei, who was also walking out with a knife. Feng For? You didn't sleep? The visitor was naturally Wang San, and it was a bit awkward when the proctors bumped into each other. He had taken advantage of the chaos outside and wanted to come directly to settle Feng Wei, his enemy, first, but he hadn't expected to hit the ground running. Chapter 3, Taking Death. I was woken up. What's going on out there? Why is there movement? Feng Wei saw the visitor, raised the hilt of his sword, and, with no dissimilarity on his face, inquired. Straightway, some bandits broke in. There are dozens of them, and they killed quite a few of our brethren in a single glance. I'm here to call for help. Wang San also reacted quickly and directly made up a story to make Feng Wei drop his guard. Feng frowned. What's going on? What kind of robber dares to break into a big house? How did it enter the city? Wang San shook his head, looking unaware of the situation. I'm not sure. I only know that the opposite side are all tough bandits who have seen blood, with a handful of iron weapons, and some are even armored. Hurry up and go. Don't dawdle. By the time the inner courtyard is really breached, none of us will have a good time. Wang San sidetracked the topic and straightaway urged. So, Feng Wei did not move his feet half a bit. Instead, he lowered his head to see the color of his face. Are you the only one who came? And where are the others? Wang San became impatient and had an anxious look on his face. Didn't I say? Everyone else is being pestered by the robbers. I was running fast and only escaped. What's important now is to quickly go over to the compound and shield his lordship from the robbers. This bandit came prepared. We're definitely no match. Let's save a life first. Feng Wei nodded, but his feet did not move halfway. Well then, you can show me the way in front then. I'm a man with bad eyes and I can't see a bit well at night. Wang San was silent. The atmosphere was silent for a few breaths. Throwing the torch in his hand to the side, the bright firelight lit up Wang San's gloomy face full of killing intent. It would have been nice to have you as a confused person, but I didn't realize that you guys were so uninterested, or found out. Turn a blind eye. May also be able to spare you a way to live. And when I run away to become a lord, but also cannot find your trouble, have to give a person as a dog not? Wang San lowered his head and muttered, seemingly to spill out all his usual suffering. Good thing too, and let you know what it is that I, Wang San, have earned this Wang surname. Wang San's arm reached out and actually drew a large gun from behind him. A sword is not as good as a sword, and a sword is not as good as a gun. Think you can show off just because you beat me with your fists and feet? Your few styles of swordsmanship as well as your punches and kicks are not worth mentioning in front of this big gun of mine. With a sardonic smile, Wang San took up a stance. He also does not act, and he came alone to solve the Fong for his own bottom. Can be the house guard in addition to loyalty? Are all have real skills? And other dancing swords and swords of the guard compared to Wang San dance a hand of big gun is undoubtedly more prominent. This weapon is 1 inch long and 1 inch strong. The lance is all about the art of killing on the battlefield, and when it comes to killing, it is much more efficient than the knife. Soldiers who danced with swords on the battlefield were unable to fight back as they were pointed at their necks by 3-meter-long spears before they even got close. And Wang San's hand of big gun has been improved. Not as long as 3 meters, but also 2 meters, not applicable to the battlefield, more applicable to the alley fighting, but compared to the big sword is undoubtedly more advantageous. Ha. Feng Wei laughed out softly at this instead. Wang San's brow furrowed and his face became more and more hideous. Laugh? I'll see how long you can laugh. Saying that, Wang San let out a soft drink. Horse stance, waist and horse unity, the end of the gun placed at the waist, the head of the gun shook 3 times in the air, with the sound of breaking the air. Obviously the kung fu was extraordinary. It is the hard bridge and hard horse kung fu polished since childhood. If he were to fight with Feng Wei, even if Feng Wei's sword technique was more profound than his, he would not be able to break through the disadvantage of a short weapon against a long weapon. This was the characteristic of the devil-less world. An inch is longer and an inch is stronger. You know. Feng Wei's voice was calm, with a hint of mockery. Is anything faster than your lance at 7 paces? Shoo. A bright flash of light in the darkness made it too late to react, followed by the muffled echo of the sound of iron entering flesh. Well, Wang San's eyes widened as he tried to get closer to Feng Wei, but his body's chi was suddenly drained. He looked down and saw several rusty nails 3 times into his flesh, with blood gushing out along the rust. You. Feng Wei shook his head, and without waiting for Wang San to speak, he directly stepped forward to lord his head with a knife. Villains die from talking too much, and unless the enemy is dead, Feng Wei doesn't want to talk too much. With a snap, Wang San's lance and head almost landed on the ground, with no chance to use it at all. Faster than a lance. It's a musket, although I haven't gotten the musket out yet, but this De Chang's throwing skill. The iron nails can all miss the tree trunks, penetrate the bones, and within 7 paces, it's not too far off from the American-style juha of the previous life. Fast and accurate. On some level, Feng Wei's throw is faster than the American curve. Within 7 paces, Feng Wei looked at Wang San's dead head with a hint of happiness in his heart. I didn't expect this Wang San to have such a great killing intent for him. Just verbal physical friction. To take his life. Fortunately, this guy was looking for death himself. With a big gun, he dared to come to himself alone to find trouble with him. Otherwise he would be in danger if he secretly made any bad intentions or got 20 or more good men to surround him. Sure enough, this world still has to live and die before becoming or finding the path to transcendence. Or else a mere mortal nearly took my life. Or maybe if you get offended again, you can just shoot them in the face and avoid the consequences. Feng Wei was secretly warned that he would have to be more careful in the future and prioritize his own life and everything. But that would explain how this Wang San, in the daytime, suddenly snapped at me again. It seems probable that it was Wang San who colluded with the bandits, and there must be others in the guardhouse. Feng Wei narrowed his eyes, killing intent flashing in his heart. Although these guys are not aiming at him, but he and the royal family for a moment is also a community of interest. If the royal family is gone, he will not have this drought and flood establishment. Before completely transcending the world, Feng Wei undoubtedly still needed a foothold. How do you mean? There is already a way to death. On the other hand, in the inner courtyard of the royal residence, a crowd was surging. Ah, there are bandits attacking. Quickly, call the guards. Protect his lordship. What are you all panicking about? Keep the fire lit first and all retreat to the backyard. The servants of the inner courtyard still reacted very quickly, and had already lit bonfires everywhere, illuminating the dark night, and even more so, knowing that a small life is important. They retreated to the inner courtyard of the main house, and outside the inner courtyard, the guards and the robbers were fighting. The guards of the royal family can be valued. There is no shortage of food, and the monthly routine money is also the most taken, and even drilled from time to time. To be honest, and the family soldiers are not very different, even more than those who have long been Changping Day, stationed in the city of the official soldiers, but also to come to the elite, even if they were taken by surprise, but also in the robbers back and forth. Death will be the remaining robbers against the outside. Chapter 4, The Dwarf Tiger. Alfred, what is it now? Where's Saya? The master of the Wang family had a satin robe, hung with a long beard. His face was fair, and he had a well-bred appearance, surrounded by servants with a panicked look on his face. Master Wang is a man who has seen the world. For the robbers to hit the door of this kind of situation, but did not panic, but instead asked in a deep voice. Wang Fu was the family's chief steward, the closest trusted person of Master Wang, with the same look of having seen the world, without much panic. Opposite bandits touching the dark to beat us. About touching there are 20 or so, no line of duty, but are all have seen the blood of the tough bandits. Take weapons also sharp. Who is the leader is still not clear. The guards of the night should have died almost. Missy, it's already been received by me in the backyard secret passage. Wang Fu also mapped out the situation and reported to Master Wang. 20 or so bandits. All of them can feel their way into the city. So what are the city minister and city guards for? They only know how to fish for oil and water. I'll see to it that sooner or later I'll have to find someone to take them on. Master Wang's face is not good. How many years have not this file appeared? If really let the bandits succeed, the consequences are unimaginable, and the guards on watch better die a clean death, or else. Master Wang is an old man. Naturally know that these bandits can break into the inner courtyard. There must be an inside ghost, and the night watchman is the first to bear the brunt of the suspicion. Fu, do you think this inner courtyard can be defended? Master Wang looked at the distant sword fight, already considering a way out, and inquired to Wang Fu, who was on the side. Wang Fu was from the army when he was young. His hands are still above the ordinary guards, and he has seen a lot. According to the current situation, it should not be possible to rush in. Although these bandits are good at fighting, they are limited in number, and our Wang family usually raises these guards, and they are not eating dry rice. It's just killing it, can't attacking yet. Wang Fu was rather confident. Your lordship doesn't have to worry either. In case the attack comes in, the old man is also. With a wave of his hand, Master Wang interrupted Wang Fu's words. Somewhat taboo. No matter what, the ancestors have left secret passages. Those bandits can't catch up with them. When the time comes, just protect Qingyu well, and don't worry about the rest. Wang Fu did not speak again, but nodded and respectfully retreated behind him. As soon as the words of the master and servant duo on this side fell, a change of heart occurred on the other side. With a bang, the solid wooden door, which was held against a wooden peg, exploded open, and an armored, ironclad man paced over, 7 feet tall, with long legs, and chains wrapped around his hands, which were attached to a gilt sledgehammer with bloodstains. Come to die. How dare the bandits? The guards guarding the inner courtyard shouted harshly and rushed forward with their weapons raised. Clang! The opposite side of the iron armor man covered with armor. Even the face has chain armor. Unusual knife and axe cut on it. Can only stir up a burst of sparks? Not half effective. Ignoring the oncoming swords and knives, the iron-armored man let out a low gulp, and the gilt hammers in his hands swept out, whistling in the air and forming a net of iron. Listening to the movement, the weight of the hammer must be 20 to 30 pounds, and this person swept the heavy hammer out with a flinging momentum. Its potential energy is estimated to be hundreds of pounds. It was far from something a normal person could withstand. Wherever they passed, the guards dipped and died, grazed and were injured, and they spat out blood and fell to the ground. At once, 7 or 8 guards were knocked to the ground, and a large area came out empty in the middle of the inner courtyard. leaving only the remaining 2 or 3 guards clinging to Master Wang, but also sweating on their foreheads and chilling in their hearts. People who practice martial arts know that armored and unarmored are 2 types of soldiers. Opposite wearing full armor, not to mention, also makes a hand of guilt sledgehammer. So still on, that is to send to death. With the inner courtyard being overrun, the heart of the guards of the outer courtyard also lost most of its energy, and began to fall into the wind, being killed by the bandits to retreat, gradually being killed and retreated to the inner courtyard. The remaining bandits didn't chase after them closely, but rather fishtailed and surrounded the inner courtyard. Long body and short legs? Make a hand with a meteor hammer. But short-footed tiger Lu Kuei in person? Wang Fu has seen a lot of knowledge. His face is heavy, and he recognizes that the person coming from the opposite side is a famous bandit in the Fuzhou area, robbing roads and money, killing the whole family, and doing no evil. Favorable and strong martial arts, natural strength, making a hand dozens of pounds of meteor hammer, often rubbed with the death. Dozens of people surrounded by no fear, and gathered a group of brothers around. Roaming around, by the government several times besieged, have escaped from life. He. Wang family gate, big family, really insightful. It is exactly your Grandpa Kuei in person. Lu Kuei sneers in triumph. A good man to his face, since he seeks his fortune. No matter who hired you, my Wang family will pay double. Master Wang's face was as gloomy as water, but he still held back his anger and negotiated with Lu Kuei. Lu Kuei can roam as a bandit for so long, naturally not a rash. Tonight can impact the big households, certainly behind someone authorized, otherwise with the appearance of Lu Kuei and others in the government are listed, into the city are difficult, not to mention also with weapons, designated as a business rival of the Wang family. Master Wang's atmosphere. Lu Kuei's voice came out of the iron armor, somewhat jarred, and it's just that the Wang family's guards are very skilled, and our brothers have suffered heavy casualties, just twice as much. We can't explain it to the brothers. I don't want more either. That side offered us 10,000 taels, Master Wang offered 100,000 taels, and our brothers will pretend we never came. Another 10,000 taels more. Even if we tell you the identity of that employer of ours, it's not impossible. Master Wang laughed back in anger, the beard on his face constantly shaking. The 100,000 taels? I just don't know how big your belly can eat it. With the value of Zhang's currency, 1 tael of silver is enough to cover the monthly expenses of a family of 3. 100,000 taels can raise an army. This Lu Kuei is really greedy beyond bounds. He also wants to eat at both ends. It's not that the Wang family can't get it out. Even if they could, they would have to break their bones and regress financially for decades. I don't want to trouble Master Wang about that. We have our own stomachs to eat. It's up to Master Wang to choose. Lu Kuei's tone was gloomy, and the gilt hammer in his hand was flung around with a clear threatening tone. Master Wang's face was expressionless, waving his hand at Wang Fu, who was on the side, turning around and about to leave, obviously preferring to abandon the mansion courtyard to run for his life rather than pay to feed this jackal, and he would not be naive enough to think that this ferocious short-footed tiger was a trustworthy contraption. These bandits don't have any credibility, and those who get paid and then renege abound. The money in the big family's house is hidden deep. These people can't find it for a while, as long as they can escape with their lives. When the city guards come over, they will naturally be able to solve the siege. On the side, Butler Wang Fu got the signal. His face sank, and he was about to escort Master Wang to escape. Brothers, stop me. Seeing that the duck in his hand was going to fly, Lu Kuei quickly snapped and said that he raised the sledgehammer in his hand again. Chapter 5, Archery. Phew, only a clanging sound was heard, and before Lu Kuei could do anything, his arm went numb and the arm armor attached to it fell off. It's cold arrow, and it was a cold arrow that hit directly at the rivet joints of the armor. Who? Lu Kuei's face changed, and he hurriedly looked around, and it was a pity that in the middle of the night in the dark, where could I see where the cold arrows were coming from? Only a dark and chilling sight. Feng Wei in the shadows was holding a longbow, his eyes like knives, looking at Lu Kuei not far away, secretly sighing, and, good lord, full armor on, is this a rebellion? It seems that the forces behind this bandit are not weak, they actually managed to get even military armor, and I don't know when the Wang family was offended. Regardless of which dynasty, armor is contraband in contraband. See to kill the head of the crime, maybe more or less hiding a few pieces of large families, but also dare not come out to play. Our secret. And Lu Kuei wears even more fine iron to create the lock armor, or fine iron full armor. The cost are thousands of taels of silver. 10 or so senior craftsmen have to do for a year and a half. Not to mention that he is a robber, can take out the goods. This Lu Kuei is wearing a full armor made of fine iron, and is born with divine strength, unless prepared for it. A frontal fight. Dozens of people not in an army formation, are not opponents. It's a pity. I met me, or the Wang family would really be in danger today. The corner of Feng Wei's mouth hooked as he bent his bow and strung an arrow. The muscles in his back condensed into a rock, and the 7-stone bow was drawn straight. On the panel, De Sheng's bow and arrow skill was enough to be compared to the best military generals in the army, capable of piercing through 100 paces, and even in the darkness of the night, he could accurately hit the riveted and chained portion of the full armor, thus unraveling the armor. Buzz! The sound of breaking air resounded again. Lu Kuei's heart chilled, subconsciously sidestepped, but still his arm was numb, and he was directly pierced through his entire arm by an arrow. There are marksmen in the shadows. The wind is tight. Pull the hoo-hoo. Lu Kuei clenched his teeth and with little hesitation, he was about to leave this environment. A god shooter in the dark, the only Lu Kuei with armor, is simply a living target. This single is basically not. Can escape life is good. A 7-stone bow is still inferior. If it were a strong 9-stone bow, even if it were a lock armor of fine iron, I would be able to pierce its face armor directly, where there's room for this guy to run. Feng Wei shook his head. It was not that he didn't want to use it. Unless it was in the army, how could an ordinary big family have a strong bow of 9 stones? Even in the army there were not many people who could pull it open. Without sighing anymore, Feng Wei bent his bow again, only to hear a few sounds of swoosh. Fast arrows cut through the chaos, nailing Lu Kuei's limbs in place one after another. In the blink of an eye, the offense and defense were different, and the bandit leader was ambushed on the ground. As for the other bandits, naturally all, as early as when Lu Kuei shouted ran. That is, Lu Kuei was dragged down by a piece of armor, ran a little slower. Armor and reflective glare, in the eyes of Feng Wei and living targets is no different. It's kind of a drink and a peck. The situation switched so quickly that even Master Wang and the others didn't react and were somewhat stunned. Feng Wei's figure appeared, carrying a longbow and a slender figure, and walked to Master Wang without slowing down. Master, it is fortunate that the outlaws were put to death. It's just that I was ambushed by a house mole on the way, and that's why I'm a little late. Feng Wei arched his hand. At least on his face it was considered respectful. So it's Protector Feng. Master Wang recognized Feng Wei and was relieved, but immediately looked at Feng Wei in surprise. He knew that Feng Wei's one-handed archery was prominent among the guards. He did not expect it to be so prominent. He did not know anything about martial arts, but he knew how difficult it was to be able to shoot iron armor at night. You can't just work hard to get there. You have to be gifted. I'm afraid that the strength of Protector Feng's archery skills is matched by few in the military. Even when I was young, it was hard for an old man to hit the riveted chains of armor at night. The housekeeper Wang Fu also had a look of amazement, not realizing that the small Wang family also produced a character of divine archery, which was rare in the military. It's thanks to Protector Feng's intervention, or else our Wang family would be in danger. Master Wang said, his heart palpitating, but his tone was somewhat calm. Feng Wei, who was on the side, frowned when he saw this scene. This Master Wang seems to be a little too calm to face the banditry that meets his door. Is there another card? Or is there another conspiracy? Feng Wei secretly shook his head. Forget it. No matter how it was none of his business. He just did his part and showed his value. No matter how the Wang family was, they wouldn't have offended a divine archer guardian. Dad! A clear female voice came from a slender figure walking slowly. It was the Wang family's eldest young lady, Master Wang's only queen, Xingya. Daughter, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to hide well? Wang Xingya was surrounded by female maidservants walked out, but also not bad heart. Looking at the surrounding bloody scene seems to be nothing uncomfortable, but instead, boldly surveyed a circle, and finally rested on Feng Wei's body. I came out to see it when I heard the slave girl say that the bandit leader had been ambushed. Is it Protector Feng striking again? Wang Xingya's eyes carried a hint of color and smiled at Feng Wei. Feng Wei had displayed a handful of archery skills before, when Master Wang went out on a hunting excursion with a group of guards as well as his daughters, and he didn't expect to be ambushed by a spotted panther, which went straight for Wang Xingya herself. However, it was Feng Wei's timely intervention, shooting the spotted leopard to death and saving Wang Xingya's life, that made him into Master Wang's eyes and treated him differently from the other guards. Master Wang looked at this scene with a slight frown on his face. It was Protector Feng who took action. The bandit leader has already been put to death. Xingya, you've been frightened today. Go back to rest earlier. Then turning to look at Feng Wei, only to see that Feng Wei did not look away, not paying any attention to his own young miss. Master Wang secretly sighed. This party for the young and talented, brave and amazing. If it is to go to the military designated to have some action, and origin of the guard yard servant, but has its own temperament, but also on the Qingya have the grace of life-saving. It is no wonder that the Qingya to him some other eyes. If it were an ordinary time, with this hand of bravery, and my Wang family has no heir, It would be nothing to find someone to join the family. The big deal is to eliminate the slave registration, and then make him enter the army to gild the lily. With his bravery, it is not difficult for him to become a general in the future. It's just a pity. Master Wang secretly shook his head and straightaway waved his hand and said, Protector Fong has had a hard day today, and will have to keep watch for another half night. And when the city guards come, my Wang family will be considered relieved. Although the bandit leader had lost his power to resist, he had to rely on Fong for another night watch out of caution. Fong Wei's face was expressionless as he arched his hand and said yes. 2 lifetimes. He naturally does not care about the little girl's love for men and women, and he is a panel gold finger. Wherever he can break through, and there is no need to be tied so deeply with the Wang family. Not to mention, he aspires to transcendental immortality, and ordinary women can't keep up with him. Chapter 6, Entering the Dream. Day 2. The leader of the bandits, short-footed tiger Lu Kuei, had his limbs picked off and was sent to the government for trial with injuries all over his body. Was another spy Wang Chang, also was pulled out beheading, hanging in front of the king's house. The entire royal residence was cleansed, and a few more thieving slaves were uncovered as a warning to others. As for Fong Wei himself, due to the display of a handful of divine shooting skills, to save the day, was valued by Master Wang, promoted to the outer courtyard of the head of the guards, commanding a large number of guards, rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver, 50 acres of good land, a main courtyard, a beautiful maidservant. Inside the main courtyard, looking at the bright silver in front of him, as well as the fair and clear beauty of the maidservant, Fong was aware that it was a means to buy people's hearts. 1,000 taels of silver is indeed enough to sell one's life, and that's regardless of the fact that there are also good lands and beautiful women. Fong Wei picked up a silver ingot and weighed his hand, and couldn't help but sigh at the trials of feudalism, which the average person couldn't withstand. Translated into the past life, it can be as much as $2 million, and even in the past life it was a fortune that regular people could not touch in their lifetime. If I am truly a man of this world, there is nothing wrong with running and selling my life for it, or even listen to the advice of the king's master, borrowing the relationship of the royal family, to go to the army to build up merit, kill some foreigners at the border, save some heads, and then go through the relationship to be transferred to the government, to become a party of the generals, with a heavy army in hand, which is considered to be the completion of the class leap, and then marrying a great lady and going to the peak of life. The male lead of an unusual historical novel is just like that. Thinking about this, Fong Wei couldn't help but laugh out loud, the movement in his eyes hidden. It's just a shame that I don't aspire to it. Money and power and beauty are no better than a shovelful of yellow earth and passing clouds after 100 years. Only immortality and greatness itself is the true path to wellness. Fong Wei waved his hand to dismiss the beautiful servant girl and looked at his own panel. Into the dream, 3,000 worlds. Great dreams come first, finally loaded. Very coincidentally, just last night, the last skill in Fong Wei's panel finished reading, and after a night of anticipatory excitement, Fong Wei was finally able to formally face this skill head-on. Flashing with never-before-seen golden words, it showed the powerful potential of this skill. Apparently this skill, as explained, allows Fong Wei to sleepwalk through 3,000 worlds and see different worlds while he sleeps. It's just that I don't know if, after entering the dream, I really entered the 3,000 worlds, or if it was just a dream of yellow sorghum, but it doesn't really matter. As long as you can gain benefits from it, true or false is nothing. Then let me see where the road to transcendence really is. Fong for a look at the white sun outside, commanded not to disturb after. Straight lie down. A dream. The Great Jin Dynasty. Some remote mountain forest. The 2 burly men were dressed in short shirts, with gnarled muscles and fierce looks, obviously not good. In front of them, there lay a teenager, with a clear face, pale, with blood overflowing from the top of his head, seeing no sound, soon to become a corpse. Grandma, with such bad luck, the young gang leader can actually bump his head even when he runs away. When the time comes and the big gang masters are to blame, we will inevitably have to eat hang-ups. One of the Han's face is not good. This teenager's eyes see the breath short down. The probability is not survive, but the mission explained above is to live off. With the big gang leader's thunder and lightning, they're sure to have a bone to eat. Forget about it for now. Let's get our young gang leader back first, alive and dead. The other Hanyo's face was expressionless, and it's not our fault. The kid was just unlucky. Here, give me a hand. Often carry people know, the living and the dead is not a weight. The living have the gas can still ride on people, and the dead is completely dead. 100 pounds of real carry on you, no matter what kind of man you are. You can't carry a dead man over the mountains by yourself. Not to mention that they didn't prepare the equipment for lifting people. Even if 2 people are still a bit strenuous, the 2 were busy trying to lift the person. But they didn't see the lying teenager's eyes twitch for a split second, followed by a quiet clenching of his palms. Phew! Flying sand. A thin puff of smoke and sand swept away, obscuring the patch of air, and at once the two big men's eyes stung and they couldn't help but cover their eyes. Ah! How dare you! No matter how good a man you are, as long as you haven't practiced your eyeballs to adamantium. This flying sand move is a winning strategy for a small victory. The teenager suddenly opened his eyes, his face pale but his eyes bright and scary, and on one side he rolled back and on the other his right hand went into his chest, throwing, flying flowers and leaves. Even in a world without transcendental powers, after thousands of practice techniques, one can shoot a controlled poker into a stake, and it is not too much to say that it is a flying flower. This skill, called concealed weaponry, is a real thing that has existed throughout history. The teenager has just awakened not long ago, has not yet fully awakened consciousness, just instinctively to the chest, touched a few hard objects, do not even look at a flurry of streams of gold and silver flickered and disappeared into the faces of the opposite pair. Although the teenager had only just awakened, the curing of skills was still maintained at a considerable level, bordering on instinctive existence, and at such a close distance, it was almost routine. Ah! My eyes! Eyes! A pair of bright gold leaves were stuck in the Hanyo's eyeballs, blood slowly spilling out, and without vision the man could only fidget with his hands in a cruel and unusual manner. The other man was even more miserable, directly by a sharp knife pierced through the eyeballs, into the brain, instantly silent, paralyzed on the ground. Without hesitation, the teenager redrew the knife from one man and took the opportunity to finish off the other. People are dying as soon as they come up. Is the dream world that intense? After doing all this, Fong Wei took a few deep breaths of rough air. For a while his body was weak and his eyes were still a bit disoriented. He had reoccupied this portion of his body, and had not yet fully digested all the memories, only using the instincts of his body's many years of martial arts training, and the skills cured by the panel. He was able to complete the counterattack, and this body is a little weak, compared to the main body. Phew! The Great Golden Dynasty. Invasion of foreigners. 300 years. Panyang City. Panyang Gang. Young Master. Li Hongyu. Change of power. Pursued. Accidental fall. Fong Wei slowly digested this memory with some guesses in his heart. So it's not a dream entry. More likely it's a real life that has been restarted through a dream. It's just not in this realm. But on the other side, Fong Wei shook his head and threw the conjecture out of his mind. These things were still too high. Not something he could touch, but rather focusing more on the present moment. This world is also a feudal dynasty, named Dajin. Only the productivity is a bit more advanced, and there seems to have been some recent discoveries in foreigners of different races populating the world, somewhat similar to the great dreadlock dynasties of the previous world. Chapter 7, Power. He took away the body of the teenager named Li Hongyu. Is Panyang City, Panyang Gang's young master. His family is a violent organization to collect protection fees. In Panyang City is considered a bully. Some reputation. What happened later is the cliched story of the disciples' reversal of the Big Dipper. The original body's father was the master of the Panyang Gang, who had a foothold in a city by virtue of his family's martial arts, and accepted a white-eyed wolf disciple. To the original body father poisoned, and then united inside and outside usurped the position of the gang leader. The original body by the old servants of the family's help, only barely escaped with their lives, but the original body cannot be physically. Not long after walking was sent to catch up with the henchmen in a hurry and fell directly to death, only to be Fong for the turtle dove. The karma of this life is not small, but it is not without its benefits. Fong was digesting the memories and laughed instead of being shocked, simply because this world has transcendent powers that the main world doesn't have. Memory of the original father, practicing martial arts. A punch down, can be broken solid wood, but also has a hand to beat people hanging paintings, light body lifting skills. It was already unlike a mortal. Not to mention the existence of a stronger martial artist above the original father. The transcendence system of martial arts called Jinli. External power, internal power, astral power, Dan power. This system is somewhat familiar. I don't know if there is really a genre reflecting the heavens, or if it's just two similar flowers. Fong Wei continued to rummage through his original memories. The original body is actually good at reading poetry and books, instead of learning the boxing skills passed down by the family, and the original father doesn't stop it. But also, after all, this world's martial arts is superb, but it is also limited. That is, the martial arts world of the previous life is almost the same. The same can't be one person to charge the battlefield. The real power is still the so-called intellectuals, but with an ear to the ground. All of the family's boxing techniques are naturally reflected in the memory. Turn the panel on. The party is, Li Hongyu. Cultivation, none. Skills, throwing, greatest achievement. Clear ears, flying flower and leaf. 5 tiger gate breaking sword, great accomplishment. Lifting heavy weights, tiger like wind. Horse stance, dishang. Standing on the ground. Strong body, bow and arrow, greatest achievement. 100 paces, no false shot. Literacy, SSC. Literacy. Entering the dream, 3000 worlds. Big dream first. 5 peaks in Whistling Valley poem, uninitiated. Unlike before, none of these dishang skills are more or less gray, except for literacy. Most of the rest of the skills are related to bodily functions, like within the sword technique horse stance, and even more so, they are not learned overnight. And on the contrary, the original body's physique is not considered weak, but it's only at the level of an ordinary person, where it can utilize the physical skills of a great success. Only soul-like skills like literacy are unaffected by the body that takes over. The rest of the skills Feng Wei swept past, did not pay too much attention to, with a panel fixed. As long as the strengthening of the physical quality of the shuffle, these skills will be quickly restored to the original level with time. What he was most concerned about right now was the powerful martial art named 5 Peaks Whistling Valley poem. 5 Peaks Whistling Valley poem. The original father based on the family martial arts in Panyang City, the so-called 5 Peaks Whistling Valley, in fact, refers to the hanging clear white eyes in the mountains of the Great Tiger. Tiger whistling, between the 5 peaks can be heard, regenerating the soul, shocking the marrow of the human body, and can be alive will be shocked to death. Taking the meaning of the tiger's whistling and dragon's roar in it, using the vibration power of the tiger's whistling as the basis of cultivation, it is a superior power inheritance. In the hands of the original body's father, it was not buried, accomplishing the peak expert of internal energy, fighting the reputation of tsunami tiger, and having some reputation in the land of one house. The power is not bad, and the inheritance is complete, straight into the astral force. It also spares me the obstacle of laboriously searching for the inheritance. The inheritance of martial arts in this world is naturally grasped in the hands of a few people, and even if you are clean, highly qualified, and have a firm heart, you will have to take 3 exams and 4 tests before you can be admitted to the door, and even hide your hand at the end. Fong was afraid that if he searched on his own, it would have to be much more difficult, and he would have suffered many trials and tribulations for nothing. Feng Wei nodded. Since he had endured the benefits of this body, he had to understand the cause and effect as well. But right now, the first order of business was to evade the pursuit and find a place to settle down. Stooping down, Feng Wei searched the dead gang members and got a few taels of silver, and retrieved the gold leaf that the old servant had handed over to the original body before. Holding the dagger and following his memory to scout out some directions, he drilled straight into the jungle. Come and see, it's Li Si and the 2 of them. A man traveled through the mountains and met the bodies of the 2 along the trail. They were followed by several men, all in short shirts and with strong bodies, and they were clearly the Pan Yang gang's gang members. Nice guy. It was taken out by a concealed weapon. Looks like a thin blade. What a terrible death. Does that kid have help? Where can there be people in these suburban mountains and forests? Could it be that there is a mole within the gang? It can't be said that it's the backhand left behind by the old gangmaster. The old gangmaster has been known for so many years in the Panyang martial arts world. He still has some connections. The leader of the gang, with a grave face, took a closer look at the dead man's wounds, and slowly shook his head. Facial hit. These are close-range concealed weapon strikes, not sneak attacks from the shadows. By the looks of it, it should be Li Hongyu's close range to take advantage of Li Si's duo's unpreparedness, and it shouldn't be a helper. I didn't expect this Li Hongyu to study all day and still hide such a handful of concealed weapon skills. 2 good external strength fighters, just folded. The head of the gang members of the heavy heart, external strength of a good hand, although not the internal strength of experts, but also the bottom of the practice of martial arts, is the existence of the mainstay of the gang, so folded, undoubtedly on the gang is not a small loss, and more importantly, this former young gang leader, has not yet been caught, and it is not known if there will be any more accidents in the process. You too, go get someone to carry the body back, and call in some more gang members along the way. I and the others will continue the pursuit. The leader of the gang, still decisive, continued his pursuit. There's obviously blood on this floor that doesn't belong to 2 dead people, and obviously that Li Hongyu isn't intact either. In the middle of this mountain forest, they were numerous, and all of them were experienced in good, and with a handful of concealed weapon skills under guard. Could they still turn over the sky? The man at the head of the group gritted his teeth, and topped it off with a breath to take credit for it. If there was no Li Hongyu with this credit in front of him, he, the former old gang master's close friend, would most likely have to become the target of the new gang master to make an example of him. Feng Wei obviously didn't have time to cover his tracks, but went all the way until the surrounding mountains and forests grew deeper and deeper. and the people behind him tracked them all the way without any effort. If there were no accidents, with the chi of this body that Feng Wei had taken over, it was definitely inferior to these men who had practiced martial arts for years. No! After traveling another 10 or so miles, the man at the head of the group suddenly stopped and carefully surveyed his surroundings, then sighed and, "This kid is heading for the deep forest." The road was obviously not to an official road, or any other town, but was completely and utterly cut off from the beaten track, where the deep forests and old mountains went. "So boss, are we still chasing?" A side of the gang also heart weak. This deep forest, rare, in addition to a small number of hunters in and out, no one develops at all. There may be what blind bear, white bugs exist, even if it is the internal strength masters cannot be a rival, they are a few to meet, is not enough to plug the teeth of the seam, and the most taboo thing about deep forests is not yet the beasts, but the fact that the forest is deep and you don't know the way. The higher the altitude, the deeper the fog, and there is no human road. When the time comes to turn around in place for 10 or so circles, directly inside the ghost wall, live trapped dead are not strange. That's just it. This kid won't survive if he doesn't come out in there. If they come out, they are also designated to go to the towns to resupply, and they will not be able to escape our eyes then. The man in charge retracted his gaze from the deep forest and shook his head. "Let's go. First go back and report the situation to the gang leader. Then let the gang leader decide." In his opinion, Li Hongyu has been raised since childhood, without the slightest experience of survival in the wild. They have been fighting for many years outside the fighter. Dark masters are difficult to survive in the deep mountains, not to mention that there is no practice of martial arts. Readers, the probability that this kid is not survived. Chapter 8, Linjiang City. 3 months later, 100 miles away from Panyang City, Linjiang City, a ragged teenager appeared pacing with a bow and arrows behind him. Young but athletic, his eyes glowing and bubbling with calm confidence. It was clearly the party that had traveled more than 3 months to show up. After getting rid of the pursuit that day, Feng Wei knew that the Panyang gang is not small. Within the town have eyes, afraid of no way to live. There are still pursuers behind them, so resolutely drilled into the mountains and forests, relying on the theft of a hunter's bow, as well as a great achievement of the bow art, in the deep forests and hunting to survive. Of course, Feng Wei also has its own bottom line, the art of high courage. Otherwise unusual people, even if it is a hunter for many years, would not dare to live in the deep mountains for such a long time. The bottom line is that I have no fear of myself dying. Even if I die halfway through, I'll just think of it as a big dream. Not to mention that I've already acquired the transcendent path at this point, branded the 5 peaks and whistling valley palm on the panel, and I didn't go back empty-handed when I got to the main world. Feng Wei paced towards the city gates, feeling the rare popularity in the past 3 months, and his mood was much lighter. People are ultimately social animals, and long-term survival in deep forests is something only uncivilized savages can do, not to mention the many dangers involved. Good luck. Several crises are for me to avoid, even bitten by poisonous snakes, also in the vicinity of the herb. It was also the panel that gave me the backbone. 3 months of grinding in the mountains, although dangerous, there was no shortage of meat to feed on, pretty much relighting all the skills, and this body is much stronger, no different from the main world. It's only in this world that you can count on basic self-preservation. Not only that, but 3 months of honing his skills in the deep mountains has added one more skill to Feng's repertoire. Catch the mountain, minor achievement. Know the way and recognize the medicines. It was also the skill that gave Feng Wei support. Otherwise, even with a handful of shooting skills at 100 paces, it would be difficult to survive in the deep mountains. After all, in deep forests, fierce animals were only one of the dangers. More poisonous snakes, pests, miasma, which can take a person's life. Without a handful of skills in driving mountains and defending the road, how can one survive? Carrying a basket on his back, Feng Wei walked to the city gates and lined up to be questioned. It's been 3 months. The Panyang gang side should have loosened up as well. Not to mention the fact that this is Linjiang City, which is 100 miles away, and the Panyang gang can't reach out here even if their hands are long. Most importantly, practicing the power martial arts is not an option for one person behind closed doors. Even if you only use your heart and soul to progress, you have to go off the grid to do so. Not to mention, there are herbs that nourish the body and cost a lot to keep the progress going. Otherwise, what's the harm in me being alone in the mountains and living for years? A martial artist, even if it was a martial artist from the devil-less world, had to take off work to achieve something. Otherwise Feng Wei would be in the deep mountains, running around for food every day, and designating that he had little time to practice martial arts. This was also the reason why Feng Wei had been in the mountains for 3 months. While the 5 peaks whistling valley palm had basically not practiced much, Feng Wei was certain in his heart and entered the city very calmly. He was dressed in rags somewhat conspicuously, and apparently many had not seen the crowds. But in a big city like Linjiang City, there were not many people who had the leisure to care about other people's idle affairs. "What's your name and what are you doing here?" the soldier at the city gate, with an impatient face and a head that did not look up, inquired. "Fong Wei, a nearby hunter, here to sell some prey." The soldiers looked around a little, turned Fong for his backpack over, saw that there were only a few pheasants in it, and collected a few more copper coins for the entry fee, and then let him go. Dajin is a foreigner in charge. Once upon a time the people are still quite strict. No road guide is never allowed to enter the city, or even killed on the spot is not too much. Just the imperial court to carry the level for a long time. And in the middle of the many catastrophes, many people began to circulate, only gradually not so strict. That is, Linjiang City is located in the key, and is a large city through the streets. Naturally, the management of the more stringent. Into the Linjiang City, Fong for the casual pheasant sold some coins, and go to the clothes store. Will be their own take care of some? Out of a short shirt and a strong suit of teenagers. Just 3 months in the mountain wind and sun. Skin color has become dark and rough. Handsome. More than a trace of sharpness, so that people dare not underestimate. Casually circling around Linjiang City, the road was a green stone road. Everywhere there were cars, horses, and people, flowing endlessly, and from time to time, there were also foreign-colored species of people out and about. Fong, for the curiosity of inquiring about some, found that these people of different colors are also known as the West. From the Western Sea, from the former Dajin official monopoly of customs, their own boredom to make money. Only sell and not to buy, so that other people can not eat good. Westerners coveted this market, so they found a reason to fight with Dajin. Westerners seem to be better muskets. Dajin dynasty suffered a secret loss, before the convenience of these foreigners to do business in various key ports. It is similar to the ports of commerce in the previous world. Fong Wei opened his eyes and gathered the messages of this world, matching them one by one with the memories in Li Honyu's mind. This Linjiang big city, although there are a number of big city, green stone pavement, the road is several feet wide. All kinds of rich children, literati, converge here, but more ragged poor people, struggling to survive. Even when Fong Wei was on the road, there was no lack of seeing the existence of people begging along the streets, or even starving to death on the streets, just to be ignored under the blazing prosperity. Maybe, one day, a little fire by someone with a good intention is a prairie fire. The general trend is that under the laws of heaven, history will always be two similar flowers. I just don't know. Will the history of this world be the same as what I remember from my previous life? After all, this world has a transcendent power called power martial arts, and foreigners and foreign guns in transcendent martial arts. I wonder what kind of sparks can collide. According to Fong Wei's observation, the status of these Westerners was not that high, but instead they were loathed and pointed at, and some even tripped on the street, showing off the great power status of the great Jin dynasty to the best of their ability. Apparently the Westerners of this world didn't fare as well as they thought they would during the course of the war, and suffered some losses in their encounters with the power martial arts. It must be that Jin Li Wuda was slightly better at assassination, while the musket ammunition of the Westerners is invincible against small soldiers, and on the whole, it is estimated that no one can help anyone. Fong Wei looked at the surrounding Westerners, all different colors, and the previous life is a little different, not only white, black, and even skin hair color crimson red people, is also an eye-opener. Along the way, Fong Wei also saw a few martial arts halls open side by side, in which the rehearsal of boxing and kicking humming and haunting sound constantly. Fong Wei far to see a few eyes, and found that most of them are the same as him, but there are individual five senses keen, directly will stare at him to scare away the master. It was thought to be the masters of this world who practiced Jinli martial arts. Chapter 9 Settlement. After enjoying the flavor of the other world, Fong Wei turned to a dental shop and called the owner of the dental shop, the so-called toothman, that is, the intermediary of the previous world. In this world called the toothman, can introduce you to a variety of resources news, up to the sale of population, down to the introduction of the marriage. These ahead of the snake entrenched for many years, basically as long as there is money. There are very few things that cannot be done. The visitor was a man with a short beard, hunched over, with narrow, beaming eyes. The boss of the dental firm saw Fong Wei, although dressed in general, but the temperament is not bad, the face is clear, and then look at the palm of the hand, flat and smooth, and there is no trace of labor since childhood. The heart is in the right place. The young man was afraid that he was either a rich family man who had left home or a big family man who had left home and was a nobleman who was not short of money. I wonder what your guest's name is. What is your request? The owner of the dental firm smiled respectfully and added a serving of tea for Fong Wei. Fong Wei sat down with a big grin and took a sip of tea, realizing that it was not the clear tea of his previous life, but a tea with odd ingredients, and frowned. My name is Fong. Just call me Mr. Fong. I'm new here. I'm going to settle down in Linjiang City. Find me a courtyard with 3 entries and a store. The store doesn't have to be too big. 1 floor, not too remote is good. The courtyard should be quiet. No one around is best to disturb. And, Fong Wei paused, his eyes looking towards the dental firm's owner, his tone calm. I met a robber on the road and lost my old family's road guide. It's not a problem to get me another one over here, is it? Obviously Fong for the identity of the original body Li Hongyu cannot be used again, he directly with the original name. Ready to set up a merchant in Linjiang City. Think for the head of the snake teeth line is not difficult. Sure enough, the owner of the dental office barely hesitated to see it. Dentist, this industry. The 3 religions and 9 streams, he did not know how many to see. Just to a settled identity. Even if the jungle is to be cleansed, it is not uncommon. In this world, as long as one is willing to use silver, this black and white will not be so clear-cut. Look at what you said. Honored guest, you go and ask around. In Linjiang City there is nothing that I, Tang Na, can't do. A roadmap is just a roadmap, and other than the status of a scholarly meritocracy, the rest of the matter is not a problem. The owner of the dental firm's chest beat loudly, indicating that the business was definitely eaten. You take a message. I will first help you to fetch a few copies of the store to show you. As for the road guide, I have to go to the yamen in person to say hello and make some points. Fong for the self cannot. The next is to go to redo the road guide. On-duty officials simply do not care about the identity of Fong for the identity of the silver can do. Not long, Fong for the black became a local merchant in Linjiang. Then again, with the identity of merchant Fong Wei, in Linjiang City, he disked a store, and also rented a small courtyard as a place to settle down. As for the money spent, it was all from the old servants of the original family, who had stuffed a few gold leaves into their arms when they were sending Li Hongyu on her way out. Gold is obviously not a low spending power in the Great Jin dynasty. After some tossing and punching, it only cost 2 gold leaves, which is a bargain for Fong Wei, the latecomer. And Fong Wei also officially settled down in Linjiang City, while a dim sum store called Linjiang Western Dim Sum quietly opened in Linjiang City. This Linjiang pastry main selling pure white sugar cake. I heard that the owner used honey from the West, especially precious, expensive, but because of the sweetness of the rich, strange taste, coupled with imported honey is limited to sell only 100 copies per day, for a time so that a lot of large and rich households to chase favorite. A cake is hard to find. In a short period of time, it has become a famous dim sum store in Linjiang City, not inferior to the old dim sum storefronts, and has amassed a lot of money. The boss behind the scenes is none other than the merchant, Fong Wei, who landed there not long ago. With this matter out of the way, I can finally practice martial arts without checks and balances. Another half a month. Looking at the people coming and going in the dim sum store, Fong for the satisfaction of nodding, let the hired steward to report on the books once a month. The rest of the time non-essential things do not disturb. This dim sum store can make at least 1,000 taels every month, finally allowing me to take off my martial arts training. Of course the income may fall back after that, but it doesn't matter. It's just enough to buy the medicinal herbs for martial arts training. If I could travel freely between the 2 realms, I would be able to be a second-hand dealer and not have to toss and turn so much. But unfortunately, I entered the realm in a dream, and my physical body is not on this shore, so I can only start a new stove and solve the money problem myself. If you're poor in literature and rich in martial arts, you can't practice martial arts without money. Borrowing from Li Hongyu's inheritance, Fong Wei's hand is still quite generous. If you save a little, also enough to spend for a long time, but relative to the consumption of martial arts practice, it is still insignificant. Can't sit on the mountain and eat nothing. According to his memory, this world's power martial arts consumed a lot of various medicinal herbs, and it was far from being able to be supplied by the poor. Fong Wei is relying on the power of the panel. Hard liver may also be able to liver a Dan Jin master, but this world is only the power martial arts. There is no way of longevity. He is in this realm of time is precious. There is a shortcut not to take, but instead of the lower rungs of the ladder, and travelers in the ancient society to make money in a lot of methods, but also have to let the party for the offshoot rake in money fast enough. It is best to manipulate behind the scenes, not to cause the attention of the enemy. Fong for a while to think carefully, and then turn around in the city of Linjiang, only to come up with a good idea. White sugar. Of course, it's not for Fong Wei to really go into the white sugar business. That's not the slightest bit different from lifting your head and letting someone else come and grab it. Sugar and salt. In which dynasty belongs to the strategic materials? no official status, who reached out to be chopped up and eaten dry clean. Unusual travelers are not dare to touch. Feng Wei is intended to use the mature process of filtered sugar secondary processing, processed into the rich people eat exquisite snacks, so that the less will be noticeable, and the same can be quickly enrichment, clothing, food, housing and transportation. Since ancient times, there is no unprofitable. Those who are dignitaries, big families, for food and snacks and whatnot, than the common people imagine willing to spend money. Miss women even more so. And white sugar is undoubtedly a kind of rare. Feng Wei looked. In this world the craft of sugar production is not mature. Our coarse yellow sugar, white sugar is also only a small amount of naturally occurring fine icing, so that the top of the dignitaries to enjoy. Feng for the direct price of sugar down, with snacks secondary processing to cover the traces, and then use some of the common commercial means of the latter days, designated to be able to sell the fire. And he only needs to control the source of production, a certain time to produce a fixed amount of sugar, as the raw material of the snacks on the line. It's just that over time, it's not immune to people seeing the signs or being coveted. When the time comes, all the calculating pitfalls, both explicit and implicit, will come on board. Feng Wei sneered. It's just that he's a traveler, and he's going to develop at a rate that's beyond common understanding. But at that time, when I'm done developing and have achieved transcendence, one force will break all laws, and whatever bulls and snakes come to beat them all to death will be fine. Chapter 10, The Five Peaks and the Whistling Valley Poem. Vertical Day. In the middle of the rented retreat, Feng Wei practiced the Five Peaks and Whistling Valley poem inherited from Li Hongyu's family alone, constantly recalling the original body's father's teaching to the original body. At that time, Li Hongyu was not interested, bent on studying to take the examination for the Lifu run, for the secret of martial arts into the left ear and out of the right ear. Turn your head and forget. But for Feng Wei, it was undoubtedly an earful of teaching. And thanks to the dream entry skill, he was able to mobilize the memories of his original body without missing a beat. The martial artists together, based on strength. Strength is the body's own force. Hand and foot movement, heart beating, are all part of the strength, and we martial artists, is able to some kind of strength integration into their own use. In his memory, the tall figure of Li Changqian, the leader of the Pan Yang Gang and the father of the original body, stood distantly before the original body, expounding on his understanding of Jin Li's martial arts. As I just said, there are thousands of strengths in the human body, from which the development of the world's martial arts is no less than 100 kinds. There is a complete qi, condensed muscle meat strength. There are tough and condensed, long and unending skin strength, and there's the tendon power which is light and penetrating, and the tendon power which is light and lifting. There are even ghost strengths refined by the operation of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the sword. Our 5 Peaks Whistling Valley poem, on the other hand, takes the meaning of divine tiger whistling valley, and every time a tiger whistles, the sound is low and penetrating, shaking the bones and marrow. From this, the vibrating power is formed. Speaking of his family's martial arts, Li Chengqian's expression was quite proud. Our 5 Peaks and Whistling Valley of the vibration power has become a school of its own, also known as the strength of the muscles and bones, the most good at killing outbreaks, but also can shock the whole body, quenching the physique. Initially used up a lot of consumption, quite costly. Once the practice of a long time, will be the physique quenching the perfect in order to have both the power of the long, the efficacy of the increased muscle and bone. Externally, it can protect the enemy. Internally, it can strengthen the body. And it is wonderful. Feng Wei thought back carefully, a bit mesmerized, afraid of missing a single word. It seems that this power martial way is indeed something. The person who invented the power martial way is also a heavenly wizard. Dharma Sanfeng type of character, actually does not pretend to seek outside, and only accumulates the power within the body, so as to achieve a very strong physique, as well as extraordinary destructive power. Theoretically, even if the main world is a magic-free world, I'll be able to apply it without any hindrance, and won't be hindered from utilizing my transcendent powers because of auras, spirit machines, or anything like that. Feng Wei smiled. Transcendence must also have preconditions. Otherwise, if it is a transcendent system that operates by virtue of the aura of heaven and earth, once it encounters the previous life that, the material basis of the solid demon-free world, it can only stare at the sky with 2 eyes, hands spread out, at least in the main world. With this system of martial arts, I should be able to take what I want, or at least become a clan and become an ancestor is not a problem, and then seek the way of immortality. Feng for the distracting thoughts together and extinguished, immediately concentrated again, back to Li Hongyu's memory to learn. I only heard my father, Li Changqian, say again, in our martial arts, We generally categorize power cultivation into 4 more levels: external strength, internal strength, astral strength, and Dan strength. The so-called external strength hits people painfully. Internal strength does not see ringing. Astral strength mosquitoes do not stick. And Dan strength is like agar. The description is accurate, although the saying is a bit crude. External strength to hit someone in pain refers to the practice of crude inferior kung fu, or a child laying the foundation at a young age, only increasing and refining the chi dead force, not cultivating superior strength. Fighting people just stay on the surface, not the superior method. The vast majority of martial artists also stay at this level. Beating people only let people hurt a bit, touching the internal organs and sinews. Outsiders see the external strength of the martial artists fighting, but also have to say a sentence: "You guys don't fight." This is not to beat people to death. To the inner strength is to be able to condense their own strength, dead force into vitality, the roll of heaven and earth up. And because the strength and dead force, because strength is much more condensed than dead force, the efficiency of its utilization is even more incomparable. So the strength strikes on the body of a person. Most of them are introverted and dull, and do not see the sound. But if one were to cut a person open and look at them, a punch from a shock power martial artist like us would have turned all the internal organs, sinews and bones into a lump of flesh and mud. Feng Wei broke apart and digested Li Chengqian's martial arts experience and understood it with his own experience. It seems that this external strength martial artist is also a crude martial artist like the ones in my main world, who stand in horse stance and practice handstands, including myself, or the 2 gangs that I met back then who came after me, are also martial artists at this level. Feng Wei nodded, not surprised. If it was an inner strength martial artist in person, with Li Honyu's understanding of her father's fighting strength from her memories, he would not have been a match for an inner strength martial artist at that time, even if there were 10 of him. Where else can you kill someone back? This world transcendental also did not reach the point where everyone is like a dragon. At best, it is considered a low martial arts world, which can be initially disengaged. Practicing a 3 to 5 year crop trick, and nourishing the body, it is already more than the bottom 90% of the characters. Internal energy. It can be secretly passed down to use movable or static gon, to cleanse one's own chi, to turn death into life, to turn static into movement, from the outside to the inside. It's when the force strikes from the inside out. It's the internal energy master. Feng Wei unfolded his stance, dressed in a short plain power suit, with his muscles rippling inch by inch, veins densely covered, and his body vibrating vaguely, echoing some kind of peculiar rhythm. This 5 peaks and whistling valley palm is indeed marvelous between exercises. Self-generated, a strange vibration that originates from the bone marrow and enhances the physique. The stronger the physical quality, the more familiar the palm, the stronger this vibration will be. With my panel augmented physical qualities, which are stronger than the vast majority of external strength martial artists, and various word augmentations, it's not too much of a stretch to say that I was born with godly strength. It also dispenses with the process of basically toughening up the body, feeling the vibration within his body becoming more and more intense and obvious. The brighter the light in Feng Wei's eyes became. Buzz. A set of 5 peaks whistling valley palm down. Feng Wei's body's vibration echoed vaguely, like a milky tiger whistling valley, at the same time sweating all over his body. His bones were soft, as if he had been quenched and boiled hundreds of times. It really is the superior method of external striking and internal training. According to this progress, it won't be long before my physical fitness breaks through the limit and enters another level. It's the human limit that many people can't break through even if they study hard. Feng Wei let out a long breath, stepped aside and gulped down a bowl of medicinal soup that was green in color. Pour Wen Fu Wu. Li family this secret bone-strengthening soup. A bowl will be several taels of silver precious medicinal herbs. The original Li Hongyu also feel the taste bitter. Secretly will be the medicinal soup poured out several times. Let's just say that you don't know what you're getting into until you're in charge. This is also the reason why Feng wants to make money first, and then practicing martial arts. A day is the bottom of several taels of silver. Sitting on the mountain to eat empty not long. You have to drink the northwest wind. Expensive for a reason. The effect of the bone-strengthening soup was outstanding. The moment he drank it, Feng Wei began to heat up his body, and even the cracks of his bones were vaguely itchy. Taking advantage of the medicine, Feng Wei regained his spirit and assumed a palm stance. Again. Chapter 11, finally entering transcendence. 7 days later, the Valley of the Tits. Feng Wei's body was full of power. His body shape was like electricity. His fists and feet were vaguely vibrating, and he slapped his palm straight into the wooden stake in front of him. Such an appalling formation. Struck on the stake, but only a dull light sound. And then look at the surface of the stake, imprinted with a shallow palm print. Feng Wei went forward and reached out to wipe. The stake foot 3 inches were easily gouged down. Solid wood steak unconsciously a small half were turned into soft rotten wood chips. If it were to hit a person, the skin and flesh would be turned into mud. Finally initiated. Feng Wei's face was tinged with joy as he subconsciously opened the panel. And sure enough, the brand new skill bar was bright. Wufeng Xiaogu Pom, for beginners, to generate internal energy externally and strengthen the body internally. 7 days into inner strength. It's not too much to say a heavenly genius in this world. The reason why Feng Wei can be so quickly into the inner strength. His own qualifications do not play a big role. Mainly the road of martial arts. Ultimately comes down to the physical quality. The power of the panel has already laid his foundation firmly. Coupled with the daily drop out of the plowing is not stopping. The big medicine constantly. The golden finger to add. All the water to a smooth transition. After today, I'll be considered an inner strength expert. Able to gain a foothold in this world. Open a martial arts school. Take the martial arts exams. And even go on rampages. Bully men and women. And become a human being. It's just a pity that money and power are like floating clouds to me. Not to mention that I'm not from this world. Seizing the time to improve myself with this world's martial arts resources is the way to go. Fong laughed, then began to introspect again. And, not to mention, there are also high and low points among the internal strength. In exchange for my cheap father, the internal strength of a number of masters, a palm down, the whole of this steak can be broken into pieces. And I'm not a match. It's just the introduction of internal energy. Stepping into the threshold of transcendence. And the rest is the watery work of internal strengthening the physique and accumulating internal energy. Thinking about it, Feng Wei was in a good mood and waved his hand, letting the maidservant on the side come forward. The prepared dry towel and medicinal soup handed over. Congratulations, master, on your divine achievement. The servant girl named Yuer was bought by Feng for the dental shop a few days ago. Her family is clean, her hands and feet are smooth, and her appearance is also considered to be clean and beautiful. Originally, Feng Wei was planning to cultivate alone in the courtyard, trying not to rely on outsiders, lest he missed the bottom line. But after 2 days alone, found that the daily things are still quite trivial, not to mention other things. Alone boiling bone soup have to stare at a few hours. A waste of time. Feng for this time only then cursed his own small family. After all, in his past life this life did not experience the days of the rich. The rich time is much more precious than money. Everything personally, undoubtedly because of small losses. So immediately went to the surname Tang, opened the dental firm, bought 2 maidservants, 3 servants, 3 guards, serving his daily life. Before he got free, focused on practicing martial arts. The only trouble, Feng is bloodthirsty, tall, rich and handsome, and as the head of the family, he has to withstand the temptation of bed warming from his maidservants from time to time. This was not the case. Yuer had already hurriedly come to the front, vaguely all close to Feng Wei's body, wiping Feng Wei's sweat. Yuer's face was bitten red, and when she was rushed by Feng's male blood, she became a bit intent on being lost. To know that the highest pursuit of the maidservants is undoubtedly to be able to climb into the Lord's bed and become a concubine in order to complete the class leap. Not to mention that Feng Wei is still such a young lord with handsome looks and much wealth and billions of dollars. Feng Wei's heart moved. Originally he was immersed in practicing martial arts for the past few days. There was no interest at all, even to the extent that he intended to concentrate on the great Tao. However, there seemed to be little concern about the child body in the power martial way, and with today's breakthrough in cultivation, he was in a much looser mood, so he waved his hand. 1 and 1 is the way of cultivation. I can't even talk about divine skills. The great success is still far away. Alright, have Chinger boil water later. I want to bathe. Yuer answered with a light body, only with a somewhat disappointed look and fiery eyes, still lingering on Feng Wei's well-proportioned and robust body. You're coming along. As soon as the words fell, Yuer blushed shyly, knowing what the master meant. Her heart rose in anticipation. Nightfall. Feng Wei was lying on a rocking chair, hot tea in one hand and snacks in the other, quite leisurely, in the manner of a feudal landlord. Standing on the other side serving was another servant girl, Chinger. Compared to Yu's soft and clear looks, Chinger was a bit more agile and cute, and looked younger. At this moment, Chinger stood, her mind bellyaching that in the end, she still let that servant girl, Yuer, climb the bed first. When she thought of Yuer being made to come down to the bed and having to cover her shift, Chinger felt a little jealous in her heart, but then remembered that just now the door and wall could not even cover the movement. Chinger could not help but blush up. Floating thoughts, this thing is really comfortable? Why did she scream out in pain? Suddenly, some fine sounds came from within the courtyard, and across the door wall of the inner courtyard, 2 black figures quietly appeared, cautiously glancing around. Here it comes after all. It's true. Without roots, one is easily coveted in this world. Fong Wei put down the cool tea, with more than a cold smile on his face. It's not even January light, and it hasn't been long since my sugar business started, and I've got those groundhogs and drill dogs sniffing around. These days must have investigated me. This person comes from an unknown way, all alone, behind and no backstage background. For these local snakes is even better to pinpoint. Randomly dispatched some dogged gloves, night sack set, the real plot for a long time. Change the robbers into the room, is not at their mercy to take the pinch. Fong Wei itself is beyond the normal senses, has long been aware that since he opened the snack store, there is always a line of sight wandering in the vicinity of his compound, but also more than one person, seemingly in the surveillance of him. This movement naturally cannot hide from him, just he all turn a blind eye, put a long line to catch a big fish, and as the days go by, that outside the courtyard of the site more and more undisguised. Fong for pinching the time, estimated that it is also these days to do it, only every time to stay up until midnight, waiting for the thieves to throw themselves into the net. Hey, I heard that the owner of this house is the mastermind behind that Linjiang West Point. That daily running water must be hundreds of taels of silver. Wealthy, and there's not much to follow. It's cheaper to earn so much money and only live in a 3-entry courtyard. When I've kidnapped someone, even a thief dressed in night clothes tumbled over the wall, and behind him were 3 guards collapsed on the ground, unconscious. What the thieves carried in their arms, on the other hand, were various kinds of intoxicating and perspiring drugs. The thief estimated that there was still some kung fu on his body, and actually landed noiselessly, his body walking lightly, and he wanted to approach the main house of the inner courtyard. How even? Suddenly a light question. The thief was jolted into a cold sweat and, without much thought, he subconsciously drew out the dagger in his pocket and violently stabbed it in the back. Ha! Fong Wei appeared behind the thief, with a cold smile on his face. Even if it was him before, this kind of small vermin would not be his opponent, let alone now that he has entered the transcendent. Only when he reached out and gently pinched the blade. The blade was cupped in his hand with 5 fingers. With a burst of strength and a spurt of shocking energy originating from the bone marrow, the blade was crushed into several quick pieces with a click. Chapter 12, Making an Example of Someone. Inner strength martial artist? The thief's face under the mask was unsightly to the extreme. His heart chilled and he cursed his bad luck. How can you steal a fortune and still meet an inner strength martial artist? However, this Jianghu veteran thief was not without resourcefulness. Even in the face of an internal martial artist, he held back his horror and reached into his arms. Flying sand, to be precise. It was a burst of white misty smoke that obscured Fong Wei's vision, the flavor of which was so strong that even an inner strength martial artist would have to be stunned for a few seconds if they were not afraid of smelling it. Praying mantis. Fong Wei's face remained unchanged, his feet shifted, and in a flash his figure flashed behind the thief again, and with a light palm, the vermin screamed miserably, snapped and stuck to the wall, and softly slid down. There is no better way to beat a man than to hang a picture. You haven't answered me yet. How even? Fong Wei was very sure that there was a black hand behind the scenes. After all, there was more than one site that coveted him at that time, but at this time there was only a small vermin. In addition to the people behind this guy, I'm afraid that there are also guys sitting on the wall watching, maybe waiting for the fish to take advantage of the situation. If Fong Wei hadn't broken through the inner strength today, I'm afraid that he would still have to make a hasty plan, merge and even spit out some of the benefits or something. But now, tell me who sent you, and I'll let you live. The vermin's eyes widened. He wasn't exactly a hardened criminal, and under the threat of his life, he barely hesitated before a name came out of his mouth. Fong Wei nodded happily and had no intention of doing anything more. This guy had already had his internal organs shattered by the shocking force of his 5 peaks whistling valley palm, and even if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to live for much longer. The kind of thing for which there was no cure in this era of medicine in stone. It doesn't count as him going back on his word. Facing the guards outside the door who were mesmerized to the ground, Fong Wei did not pursue the matter. These guards hired, originally only used to support the scene, preventing the gentleman not to prevent the villain, can deter some small thieves on the line. Do not expect them to really play a role in the critical time. And today's guy, obviously, came prepared. Xinger, wake up the guards, then tomorrow twist this thief to the government. I'm going out. I'll be right back. Fong Wei's figure flickered, his body leaping directly into the roof of the house, disappearing into the darkness of the night. After the achievement of inner strength, under the outbreak of strength, he could do something similar to the effect of light power. Not as ethereal as light power, more like a frog bouncing, but also much faster than normal people running, but also high to high, a leap of several feet. This go, naturally, to kill a chicken and make an example of it. Linjiang City, Jiangfu. Jiang family ancestor is the ringing horse origin, robbing and plundering most of his life. After the success of cicadas, went to the government relationship became a local rich, and by virtue of unscrupulous means, grace and mercy, with a chopping up the bandits, Jiang family after a succession of annexation of several large households, became the local number of sitting tigers. Industries throughout the city of Linjiang. Various industries. At night, the Jiang mansion is still brightly lit. Master Jiang is still teasing his concubine. Master, that Linjiang Western dim sum is really delicious. It's just that the portion is too small. There is only one portion per person. There are only 100 portions per day, and you have to go and queue up. I'll move your face out of the way, master, and I won't even give it to you. The concubine was half naked. Yu embraced the pipa, revealing her white fragrant shoulders, and pouted at Master Jiang. Ha ha ha, no hurry, no hurry. This Linjiang West Point I have already mapped out. Behind the main family is a young boy of unknown origin. Into the city or a hunter. I guess it's a business where you grab the capital from somewhere. Daring to steal business from me in the boundaries of Linjiang City, and not knowing the reputation of my Jiang family. Really tired of living. Master Jiang smiled smugly, and looked up and down at his concubine. And I've already asked around. That what's his name Westerner's honey doesn't even exist. And I've asked the most senior confectionery masters. And that confectionery is made with the finest frosting. Master Jiang looked greedy. That is the frosting. Usually only the top officials and nobles can eat some. And this Linjiang West Point can actually come up with so many sales every day. What does it mean? It means that this kid behind the curtain, whose last name is Fong, has the method to be able to make white sugar. This is white sugar. With Master Jiang's sense of smell of many years of business, he could naturally detect that the profits were oceanic, and even their Jiang family couldn't fully eat it. When Lao Jiu's business comes to fruition, with this recipe for making sugar, my Jiang family may become one of Dajin's great merchants. It may even be possible for a great official in the capital or a royal relative to hang on to a relationship. Lao Jiu is the grubber sent by Master Jiang. Has been doing some dirty work for him all these years. His skill in hand and stealing is first class. Helped him deal with a lot of business rivals. Or steal or kidnap. Without fail. Jiang Lao's face reveals the essence of light. His Jiang family has been passed down for so many years. Finally in his hands to rise again. Bang! There was a thumping noise. And the door of the heathered wood was heard to be kicked open and, who? Master Jiang was shocked to hear that. His mouth was open halfway. Then it was sealed by a flowery iron nail in the air. The panic against the sun. Elder Jiang's eyes widened. Blood coming out of his mouth as he watched Fong Wei pace in. Fong Wei was only simply masked, but his young figure was still exceptionally obvious, and was instantly recognized by Elder Jiang. He was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but it was too late. Alas! I have no intention of hurting the tiger, but the tiger is harmful to the heart. Fong Wei sighed and slit Master Jiang's throat with a knife. His identity is still a little sensitive. If he uses his strength, the Five Peaks Whistling Valley palm is not a small inheritance. I'm afraid that he can't hide his identity from Li Hongyu. So all along the way, he is a knife method of concealed weapons to open the way. With his physical quality that has now surpassed the limits of the human body. And in the case of a sneak attack, some of the guards were far from being opponents. And he passed through all the way without making a sound and directly broke into Master Jiang's main house. Seeing the death of the surnamed Jiang, Fong Wei took another look at the concubine on the side, who had fainted when he entered the door, but was a resourceful one. He didn't do much killing either, and went straight to scour the house, actually turning up tens of thousands of taels of silver bills, a gold belt for killing and setting fire. No wonder this Master Jiang has his eye on me. So the business of robbery is this lucrative. I'm a little ticked off. Fong for a sigh of relief. This Jiang family has been passed down for many years. The natural money is more than that. Just Fong for not enough time. And not for this. Take it in passing is enough. However, this kind of business definitely couldn't be done often, or else it would be inconvenient to hide in the east. Moreover, the cultivation of internal energy still can't resist the army's siege, not to mention the hold of experts of the same level. And listen to the sparse footsteps outside the door, as well as the sound of shouting bursts. Fong Fei knew that it was alarmed the crowd. So the silver tickets close to hide, break out, will be the window crashed into the thin, disappeared in the darkness of the night. When the anxious servants arrived at the master's main house, they only saw a trail of blood on the ground and a fainting concubine. Chapter 13, 5 whips in a row. After killing the chicken to warn the monkey, Fong Wei sneaked all the way in the Jiangfu. His body shape is like the wind. The unusual people did not have time to react. They saw a black shadow disappeared. Even if they reacted, they can only be in the same place screaming more than one. They simply cannot keep up with Fong Wei's speed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fong Wei was about to climb over the wall, far away from the Jiang mansion, when suddenly his heart condensed. and a gust of wind swept up beside him. Feng Wei raised his palm to meet him, only to hear a muffled sound in the air, and his figure was knocked down in the air, only to see a man in a long shirt with a ruddy face, staring at Feng Wei with unkind eyes. Daring to cause trouble in the Jiang family. You're too bold. Feng Wei looked at the opposite side with some curiosity. It seemed to be the stream of the Jiang family's envoys and guards, a lot stronger than the ordinary martial artists. Inner strength martial artist? Just a face-to-face exchange of hands. Feng Wei really did not take advantage of the opposite side of the strength is not bad, but feel that there is something wrong. Seems to be an unusual strength, is not a school of thought. Kind of interesting. Again. Feng Wei pressed down the doubts in his heart, and for a while, his intention to fight also rose. He broke through only inner strength, and hadn't formally fought with anyone yet. He did not know that the man across the street had begun to wonder in his heart, catching a move that he had stored up his strength, and still so calmly. Is it a martial artist who has entered the inner strength? When did the Jiang family offend such an expert? He was just subconsciously trying to stop the thieves out of his duty as a yard guard, but he didn't expect to run into a hard fork. Before the man could open his mouth to beg for mercy, he saw Feng Wei bulldozing up, both palms slapped out, like dragons and snakes, and within a few moves, he had suppressed the man opposite him. Feng Wei narrowed his eyes, and secretly said that it was true that this guy's strength was short. There was no deep internal energy accumulation, and after a few moves, his chi began to shorten, obviously not the path of the proper strength martial arts. The man guarding the courtyard opened his arms left and right, flinging his arms in a series of blasts that thundered and thundered, barely keeping Feng Wei out of the attack, followed by a loud roar. Damn it! It's not true that your internal energy is strong, but I'm not easy to bully either. Ha! Feng Wei was about to gaze in response, fearing that this guy would have some extra card, when he saw that the man had his feet on the ground and was turning around to leave. Damn! I'm just an offering guard. Why should I fight and die for the Jiang family? The man's heart secretly bitter. 10,000 regret his blind shot behavior. Now only want to draw away. But with a blink of the eye, he saw Feng Wei's form again. It's a pity. It's not an inner strength martial artist after all, or else there would still be something to fight for. That's just it. Suppressing people with power is what I'm good at, and it's better not to make waves with equal power, striking the strong with the weak, or whatever. Feng Wei was dumbfounded and shook his head. The shock force on his hand erupted, straightaway crushing the man's limbs without the power to resist. Carrying the man in his arms, Feng Wei drilled into a corner of an unoccupied alley, and after some torture, got the answer he wanted. I see. It's true that there are still many capable people in this world. This world's internal martial arts and superior methods are similarly monopolized, with only a few internal martial arts masters whose families have passed on their martial arts, or who have defected to the government, and the vast majority of the rest of the martial artists are not allowed to enter, and part of the martial arts people suffered from the internal energy not allowed, so they spontaneously researched and developed martial arts that can briefly burst out strength, said that it is still difficult to fight against the internal energy masters, but also have their own techniques. It's definitely still stronger than an unusual martial artist. The vast majority of those individual martial arts school owners I've met before are martial artists who are proficient in this kind of explosive martial arts, and internal strength martial artists are still few and far between. Feng Wei nodded slightly and looked at his own panel. A brand new skill bar appeared, the very martial arts that he had just tortured out of the man. 5-link whip divine power, uninitiated. 5 consecutive whip divine power. It's quite a big name to call it. It's still short of the word lightning, so it's able to receive and transform hair. It's just a pity that it's not a superior martial art capable of entering internal energy. 5 consecutive whips. The hands and feet are like the tips of a whip, a shot of several rings. If you can refine to the number of 5 rings, it is no different from the power outbursts of an internal strength martial artist, and it can shatter solid wood with its bare hands. Feng Wei reached out with one hand and casually maneuvered 1 or 2 times, and a crunching sound was heard, exploding in the air with a notable amount of force. Looking at the skill bar on the panel again, it had changed. 5-link whip divine power, introductory. Hands and feet are like whips, hurting people and themselves. With Feng Wei's physical qualities plus his internal energy cultivation, it was very easy to get started with this martial art. Almost effortless. It's just that such a force can be sent out for a long time but not for a long time, and waving the hands and feet as if they were the tips of a whip is itself something that violates physiological structure. So it's only strange if you don't get hurt. If an ordinary person uses it, I'm afraid that after 10 or so moves, his arm muscles will be strained, and if he wants to use it to fight against an internal martial artist, he's still too far off, but not for me as another method of strengthening myself. Feng Wei's heart moved. He had the power of the panel to add, but he was not afraid to be greedy. On the contrary, the more skills, the stronger the enhancement that can be brought to him. Originally, he had the idea of using ordinary martial arts to forcefully superimpose and add to his transcendence. And now, even if he had already entered the inner strength, such a martial art would still be beneficial to him. I'm afraid that truly superior martial arts will have to come with a lot of effort, unless it's at the level of the government. Other than that, these individual martial arts schools at the martial arts school level are not so much of a hindrance. Basically using money to open the way is. Feng Wei casually ended the other party's life, leaving a corpse behind before dodging and disappearing in the same place. Vertical day, Feng Fu, Crackle. Waking up early in the morning, Feng Wei was a bit impatient to start practicing this 5 consecutive whip divine skills too. Under a rehearsal, the progress was rapid, and in just half an hour's work, it advanced from the original 1 ring to 4 rings, 4 consecutive whips. With such a progress, the party will be able to liver it into a great success, and it will only be a matter of these few days. 5-link whip, small success. Hands and feet are like whips, hurting people and themselves. Ha, but I don't just want one more cockamamie kung fu that isn't internal power. Thinking this way, Feng Wei's hands did not stop moving, and he struck out with another palm strike. This time the sound was still 4 in a row, but it was different from the party. The sound was more dull and much less loud. Sure enough, this 5 consecutive whip kung fu can be struck together with might shocking power. Having a 1+1 storm effect, Feng Wei was satisfied with his face. After killing in the middle of the night yesterday, he finally had some unexpected gains. It's that the damage to one's musculoskeletal system is still there, if not greater. Feng Wei carefully sensed the arm muscles and found some traces of strain, but it doesn't matter. With the accumulation of skill words in the middle of the panel, my physique already surpasses the vast majority of martial artists of the same level. And with more and more martial arts being connected, my physique will only get stronger. Slight side effects that don't affect me much. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Feng's figure for practicing martial arts stopped for a moment, his brows slightly frowning, his mind speculating that, could it be that the Zhang family's subsequent troubles have come to our door? Or is it that the rest of the local snakes were scared by the Zhang family's movement yesterday and came to make peace? Feng Wei was more inclined to the latter. After all, if he was coming to look for trouble, at this point, he would definitely be surrounded by a large army or several inner strength experts. Instructing Yuer to open the door, only to see that standing outside the door was a man in a long shirt, with a majestic face and high temples, obviously with a notable cultivation on his body. Chapter 14 1 year. Feng 4, Master Feng, right? Chen Ping was tentative, sizing up Feng Wei. Young, really young. So young can have internal strength cultivation. I am afraid that the teacher at home is not weak. Suddenly, Chen Ping's hand laced forward and struck out as if it were lightning. Feng Wei was not to be outdone and struck out with the same palm strike. A muffled sound exploded in the air. Feng Wei couldn't help but take a few steps back, while Chen Ping didn't move at all. That's right, I am none other than Feng Wei. I wonder if Your Excellency. Feng Wei was not annoyed when he lost in the test, knowing that the other party was more of a test. The so-called hitchhiking between martial artists. If an ordinary martial artist does not have the internal strength cultivation, when the hands are hitched, the person flies out. And there is no qualification to fight, and it is also considered as one of the ways of friendly exchanges between the martial artists in this world. My name is Chen Ping, the city captain of Linjiang City. Chen Ping arched his hand. Little friend Feng has acquired a good martial art at such a young age. It is truly rare. I wonder who the teacher is. Feng Wei was somewhat dazed as he listened to Chen Ping's origin. There was no doubt that there was a murder within Linjiang City yesterday, and the person directly responsible for it must be Linjiang City's Lieutenant Chen. And what Feng Wei had done could be hidden from the people, but it would be difficult to hide it from someone with a heart of gold. And at the same time, Chen Ping was secretly guessing and experiencing what he had felt during the exchange of hands just now. Power bursting like fire, as if it were a cannonball? This internal energy is so domineering. Such a strength. Why does it seem somewhat familiar? It's just a small, unknown sect. I'm just lucky. Feng Wei waved his hand. Surely he would not tell the truth. Instead he began to play dumb. Obviously Chen Ping had no intention of pursuing him, so he was naturally happy to play dumb. It's that I don't know what city Lieutenant Chen is talking about. In person? Chen Ping didn't move either. Since it's because little friend Feng saw the righteousness and courage to capture that swallow thief Wang Zhou for us, it's considered a great merit. Naturally the imperial court is going to honor it. This Wang Zhou in Linjiang province within the theft for many years. Theft and robbery of countless people. People are cautious, but also has a hand of not weak kung fu. The people were deeply victimized. In the official government is listed, there are 500 taels of silver bounty. It's just that I don't know. Little friend Fong. If you want a secret reward or an explicit reward? Fong was clear in his mind. It turns out that yesterday that small grub is a guy with a bounty on the body. But the so-called officials cannot catch people. Fong for also listened to, as a joke to listen to. And the so-called dark reward is the subtle rules under the rule of Dajin. Bright reward is to catch the thief's credit named to you, but the reward money may have to have more than. And the dark reward is to let the credit out. The reward money will be more than the bright reward. But Fong Wei estimates that, with Dajin now at the end of the dynasty's level of governance, even if the secret reward can get half of the bounty on the top of the sky, City Lieutenant Chen is joking. What explicit and implicit reward? This thief can be caught. It's all due to the city lieutenant's good governance. It has nothing to do with me. Fong Wei smiled slightly and directly pushed out the credit. What's the point of him needing this bounty of fame? He might as well do a favor and go out on a limb. Chen Ping also reported a smile. Originally he was worried that this new inner strength martial artist was a prick. Just killed a lot of people or not good to get along with. Now it seems to be designated as the Zhang family side of the first thing to do the leakage of the horse feet. Annoyed Fong Wei. Martial arts practitioners. There will always be some blood. Impulsive. Chen Ping also did not have the idea of holding the injustice for the Zhang family. This Zhang family itself is a horse bandit origin. The descendants are unable to take the imperial examination. There is no official background, where it is worth a city lieutenant for him to do him justice, to offend an internal strength martial artist. Also, meeting for the first time, a little token of appreciation. No honor. I've only been rooted in Linjiang City for a short while. I still need City Lieutenant Chen to take care of me for a bit more. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost the same, Fong Wei took out another silver ticket that he had taken yesterday at Zhang's house, with a share of 5,000 taels. Little friend Fong is a wonderful person. The policing of this city is my part. Little friend Fong is polite. Chen Ping smiled faintly with an appreciative gaze, and also unceremoniously took the silver ticket in his arms. In this world, no matter who or what the official is, they can't live without being greedy. So where is there any purity to speak of? Fong Wei is also satisfied in his heart. A little money is just a bit of money, can be exchanged to let Chen Ping protect one or two, and there will not be such a trouble again. With the business concluded, the two of them exchanged some more pleasantries and politeness, exchanged some martial arts experience, and enjoyed themselves. A year later, time rushes by. Linjiang City still has people coming and going. The prosperity remains the same, and will not be affected by the ups and downs of individual people. If there is any change, this year ago opened the Linjiang West Point. Unknowingly opened 2 branches in the south and west of the city. Business is more and more hot, and even the reputation spread to the field. Many outsiders come to savor this rare dim sum delicacy. He saw a figure sitting on the stall, ordering a pot of tea and carrying a box of Linjiang Western dim sum in his hand, which was delicate and heavy. Ha! You're from out of town, aren't you? And you've come for this pastry? The local man on the side saw his strange figure and asked. The visitor is a high crown and hair, long shirt and robe, horse face and beard, soared eyebrows into the sideburns of the man, 30 years of age, walking between the calm and powerful, with a thunder and lightning momentum. Look at the temperament, seems to be a figure in a high position. Unintentionally, the glimmering light revealed by the narrow eyes was particularly appalling and made people not dare to look directly at it. That's right, it's exactly when I heard that this Linjiang West Point, extra famous, has spread to our city, that I came here in admiration. The man nodded and inquired that. This Linjiang West Point, but opened a year ago? The native was also a talker, and immediately excited at the sight of the conversation, saying, isn't it? I remember, please chew. It happens to be a year ago at this time to open. Then this Linjiang Western Point is on fire. Mainly those who are dignitaries and ladies like to eat, and we people cannot afford to eat, cannot be grabbed, one can only take a copy. I heard that a snack, alone out to sell, inside all have 3 or 4% of the profit. The man took the snack and ate a bite. Sweet but not greasy, there is a clear sweet flavor, no bitterness at all. Approved nodded his head. It does taste good, and I don't know where the mastermind behind it got the recipe. The native's expression changed as he spoke, and he suddenly whispered, but I have to say that this Western-style dim sum, which has what formula? That is, this raw material is rare. Nothing else is rare. Our unusual dim sum practice, I've only heard it said that the ingredient isn't even any of the claimed Western honey, but white sugar derived from the yellow sugar we eat. It's a fundamental craft that won't leak out into the world until someone else holds it in their hands. The man seemed to take an interest at the words. And then there is a lot of profit in this craft of sugar making. Is the master behind the scenes so big that he can hold it? The natives, seeing that the other was aroused, could not but continue to show off their news of the I heard that behind that is our Linjiang City's city lieutenant in the backing it. Ordinary big families do not dare to reach out. It's what makes this Linjiang West Point open so many branches. Where else would there be a profitable store at an unusual time? But for them old masters' hands. The man seemed to come to a realization, nodding his head and saying yes, I see, so there's this relationship. After saying that, the man got up and put down the tea money to leave. By the way, you're well informed, and this treat is for you. The locals froze for a moment, only reacting when they saw the man walk away, and hurriedly lifted the snack box in their hands, saying good luck. He naturally cannot afford to eat this snack to sell out. Our store price is 5 a box, but in fact, there are teeth people in advance to grab to sell out, and even sometimes sold to 6272 are there. This is not a small amount of money for him. It can be considered a windfall, but this man is indeed strange. Where else can you eat a snack? Say it's good, and only take a bite. Chapter 15 Karma. Today just happens to be the time of the month when the books are cleared. Feng Wei has just come back from the dim sum store. Originally formulated is the store steward. Monthly report on the books on the good, but now more stores up. Cannot help but crowded eyes. Feng for also just personally to look after one or two. Of course, there were not immune to the guys who went up and down. But only since one of the stewards had his limbs twisted off by Feng Wei and twisted to the government did they all come to their senses. But this kind of thing there is one. There are two. And Linjiang pastry behind the profits go. With the passage of time, realize that more and more people, even if it is the side of the passers-by know Linjiang pastry with white sugar things, maybe it is the intention of people to spread the word. With the reputation of the city lieutenant, there had also been more and more bulls and demons infesting the city lately, causing Feng Wei to detect a hint of something strange. I'm afraid, only afraid, that the money will move people's hearts. And this city captain surnamed Chen can't be relied upon. Relationships that start because of money end because of profit. Feng Wei secretly said that people's hearts were unpredictable, but it didn't matter in his heart. High and low is just a recipe for making sugar. He was not meant for this, much less this world. The big thing is that he took off his hand and went out, and he was golden. Not to mention, the form of this Dajin is getting worse by the day, with small-scale uprisings popping up all over the place. And just one more lead, the Daijin dynasty itself is about to fight its way out of the dog's brain, with foreign westerners looking on. When the time comes, the anger of hundreds of millions of bottom feeders is like a tidal wave. But these guys are still thinking about making money, so it's really true that a businesswoman doesn't know how to hate her country. Feng Wei's mouth mocked and pushed open the courtyard door. His face instantly sank. Just see a man is sitting calmly in the courtyard. A long robe, calmly drinking tea. The face of the other is the arrival of the eye, as if it is the master of this place in general. This person was the same long-faced man who had been chatting at the entrance of the Linjiang Western Point shop just now. And beside him, Qinger and Yuer were still serving with teapots and fans, but they were shivering and had a timid look on their faces, obviously frightened. Feng Wei for this person naturally recognize. To be precise, the original body Li Hongyu recognize. Senior brother, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to have such a cozy life. Do you know how hard it was for senior brother to find you? With a beautiful maidservant by your side and your own estate. I don't even want to bother you. Senior brother. The man sipped his tea calmly, seemingly in control of the situation. The original Li Hongyu's senior brother named Li Feng, is also the original father Li Cheng's eldest disciple, is adopted halfway through the righteous son, martial arts qualifications first class. Originally Li Feng is high hopes, counting on the inheritance of the mantle, as evidenced by its name, to the 5 peaks of the Tsunami Valley poem for the name. Just did not expect that the hearts of people are unpredictable, ultimately raised a jackal. The daily respect is just a cover. In fact, Li Feng is an ambitious, deceptive goods, through the means of killing their own masters, seized the base, and then to Li Hongyu to cut off the roots of the grass. Let's put it this way, as long as you tie your hands and hand over your recipe for making sugar, senior brother will only waste your strength and not hurt your life. How about it? How nice to be a peaceful rich man afterward and pass on the family name for the master. Feng Wei sighed. I did not expect to still be found by this guy. It seems that the matter of opening a store is still too crazy. Otherwise Feng for the anonymity to go on. With the speed of information dissemination in this era, there is no fear of people looking for. At the beginning, Feng was hiding, but he was not afraid of Li Feng's power and strength. However, Feng Wei did not regret it. The so-called poor literature and rich martial arts. If he hunted in the mountains every day, how could he obtain the sustenance to practice martial arts and cultivation to today? Feng Wei and not the slightest disguise their own traces in martial arts, is not without reliance. A year of submerged liver martial arts, so that he has his own backbone. Senior brother, If you hadn't stopped showing up at my place of your own accord, you might have been able to live for 2 more years. Today's visit to the door is truly a way to take death. Feng Wei waved his hand, signaling the maid on the side to go away and not get involved. It seems that senior brother is very confident. Indeed, senior brother, you have amazing qualifications. In just 1 year you have been initiated with internal energy. If I let you go for a few more years, I'm afraid that you can even become astral energy. It's just a pity that it's still a bit of bad luck that I found the traces. That said, aren't you curious as to how I found you, senior brother? The corners of Feng Wei's mouth hooked and his face was cold. Too much nonsense. If you want to cut off the roots, you'll see it underhand is all. Good. Then let me see how much you've grown. Senior brother. Li Feng's face was scrutinized, but his strikes were like a thunderbolt. As if he was a great eagle hunting for food. His body shape came down from the heights, and his palms came out at the same time. 100 tigers whistling battalion. Feng Wei's face did not move, and he responded with the same stance. The majestic power clashed in the air, stirring up a strong wind. Both of them kept slapping their palms, both internal energy entangled with each other. The air was constantly born and destroyed, and a gust of breeze swirled in the courtyard. The more intense the battle, Li Feng's face began to look ugly, and found that the opposite senior brother, actually the strength and depth of the internal energy, are not inferior to the bitter cultivation for many years of him. Even the strength of his body strength was a step beyond him. The double entangled for half a moment. Li Feng unexpectedly felt a bit overwhelmed, so he suddenly opened his mouth, a tone of begging for mercy. And, senior brother, we were all taught by the same master. We can't break the move. How about we just leave it at that, and I won't bother you anymore? Feng Wei laughed. No matter what the mentality thinks, his mouth is quick to agree. Alright, as long as you withdraw your stance first, senior brother, I will not strike again. Li Feng decisively agreed and actually really took the time to close his palm. It seemed that he really wasn't going to make a move, but in the next second, his figure advanced instead of retreated. And not only that, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. Die for me. Feng Wei's face did not move. His heart was already alert. Facing Li Feng, whose speed had increased dramatically, he pulled out into his pocket and a ball of fine iron exploded in the air. And Li Feng also reacted extremely fast. His right hand protected his vitals. His left hand swung his sleeve in the air. The forceful chi flowed around, blocking all the flowery hidden weapons. This is the means by which you took out my gang, isn't it? Concealed weapons? What a deep hiding. My good senior. It's just a pity that in front of internal strength, concealed weapons are nothing more than a small path. Li Feng lost his sneak attack. Instead he laughed, and looked at Feng Wei with increasingly sinister eyes, and murderous intent. This son is really stoic. Coupled with his extraordinary qualifications, he must not be retained. Each other. Senior brother also hides deep enough. Actually cultivated another tendon strength martial arts, but also 2 kinds of strength to use freely. I'm afraid that under the astral force, senior brother has few enemies. Feng was surprised, but equally confused. Generally speaking, the world's martial artists will only practice one kind of strength. There are also those who feel that they are gifted and want to practice many kinds of strengths, but in the end, they can't take care of 2 kinds of strengths, or even the strengths are in conflict, so their strengths are greatly reduced. Moreover, the difficulty of breaking through the astral power will increase geometrically when practicing multiple powers at the same time, and we have never heard of breaking through the astral power when practicing multiple powers at the same time. Seeing Feng Wei's doubts, Li Feng snorted coldly. It's still not that father of yours, that good master of mine who made a ghost. Obviously I have already cultivated to the peak of the internal energy, but still delayed to give me the secret method of entering the astral power, saying that he wanted something to let me settle down for a while, so that I had to cultivate another power. Originally, this 13 legs of ambush wings was still a bottom card prepared for your father, but in the end, it still had to be used on you. But it doesn't matter, with my qualifications even if I cultivate 2 powers at the same time. So what? I can still enter the astral power. I will prove to your father that I don't need his approval at all. Feng nodded his head for the sake of Ran, and could not help but praise him in his heart. This Li Feng still had some qualifications. At least in this world it was called a genius. If he hadn't met him, he might have really made some achievements, and even broken through the astral power. Enough said. It's time for me to go all out. Feng confirmed that the opposite side should have no more undercards. Full power? Li Feng narrowed his eyes and was a bit puzzled. Could it be that this guy had also practiced 2 disciplines of strength? Chapter 16, The Yellow Bird. Saying that, only Feng Wei swallowed an unknown elixir. The blood flow around his body suddenly accelerated, and his face reddened. Feng for the face with a hint of hideous smile, body crackling. Suddenly rose another cut. Looks especially oppressive. He hadn't spent the past year for nothing. In addition to the 5 consecutive whip divine skills, he had also paid a large sum of money to collect the martial arts skills of the rest of the martial arts schools in Linjiang City. 2 of them were similar to the 5 consecutive whip divine feats, which could explode with effects similar to those of a force. One door can accumulate the strength when fighting against the enemy, so that a one-time outburst of extraordinary strength. The other is to swallow the secret blood dan, able to stimulate the human body's potential for a short period of time. And the nature of the 5 consecutive whips of the divine power is more or less the same. And ordinary people can practice a door are enough to be used. Only Feng Wei has the power of the panel, to be able to practice in a short period of time, but also compatible together, without conflict. Under the 3 secret methods, Feng Wei dared to briefly contend with a Gang Jin martial artist, and this was Feng Wei's backbone to face Li Feng. Just as cultivation, internal strength, skills, throwing, greatest achievement, clear ears, flying flower and leaf, 5 tiger gate breaking sword, great accomplishment, lifting heavy weights, tiger like wind, horse stance, dishang, standing on the ground, strong body, bow and arrow, greatest achievement, 100 paces, no false shot, literacy, SSC, literacy, catch the mountain, minor achievement, know the way and recognize the medicines, Wufeng Shogu Palm, succeeded in small way, externally develop internal energy, internally train the body, 5 link whip divine power, great accomplishment, hands and feet are like whips, hurting people and themselves, Guantong Quan, great success, medicine is used as a guide to energize the chi and blood, 7 injury palm, great accomplishment, builds up strength, defense and counterattack, entering the dream, 3000 worlds, big dream first, eat my palm. Feng Wei gave a cold shout and slapped his palm out with all his might. Its speed was actually faster than Li Feng, who had practiced legwork. With the addition of several secret techniques of strength, Li Feng's face was filled with shock. He did not know what kind of secret technique had been used by the opposite party. Its sound was horrifying. It did not look like an internal strength martial artist. He was about to dodge, when he saw Feng Wei had already bullied his way in. Unable to avoid it, Li Feng could only meet it with both palms. But he heard a click. The powerful chi energy swept away, and Li Feng shot out as if he was a swimming fish, and ruthlessly smashed on the ground in a mess. Ahem! Li Feng was spitting blood from his mouth, looking fearful, and was about to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness. He was clearly lordly in heart, and with all the regicide he had done, he certainly wasn't a heroic figure. Junior brother, go around me. Feng Wei ignored it all and went straight forward to smash Li Feng's brain with a slap. He, chasing and killing me for so long. Actually want to beg for mercy. Really villainous mentality. I'm afraid to hold back and wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Really can't keep you. Feng Wei spat, followed by going up and touching the corpse for a while, turning up a few silver tickets, a Pan Yang Gang's gang leader token, and then, the secret of the 13 legs of the ambidextrous wing. Feng Wei wore a happy face and only felt that the harvest was not small. General martial artists naturally do not carry secret books, in case they die in the hands of the enemy to capitalize on the enemy. It is also too stupid. And Li Feng obviously hadn't been practicing the 13 feet of the Vorpal wing for long, which was why he took the secret book and read it day and night, cheapening Feng Wei. A genuine internal strength martial art. I don't know how Li Feng got it. It's just that a part of the astral strengths method is missing. It's a bit mutilated, but it's worth just as much to me. He did not have the concern of multi-strength co-cultivation. Even if he co-cultivated 10 strengths, it was time to break through the astral power. There was not the slightest obstacle. This was the power of the panel gold finger. More is stronger. But after this incident, this Linjiang city can't stay. Even the identity of Feng Wei can't be used. Coldness spread across Feng Wei's face as he remembered something and, I've always been quite cautious. Killing people or using swords and dark weapons. The only object I've ever exchanged hands with strength. Only that city captain surnamed Chen. I'm afraid that my identity was exposed by his investigation. After all, the original body of this family heirloom of the Five Peaks and Whistling Valley palm is quite famous in the southeast area, and the original body of the father is also a number of internal martial arts. It is not difficult at all for a person with a good intention to know. This thought has just arisen. Just listen to the outside footsteps hurriedly, and some strict discipline, obviously is the arrival of the officials and soldiers, straight to the whole courtyard to surround. We have identified the merchant, Feng Wei, as an accomplice to the swallow thief, Wang Jiao. So put your hands down immediately, or be killed on the spot. A stern shout came. The voice was familiar. Not that Chen Ping or who? Only to see Chen Ping grinning broadly and kicking open the door, looking at the ground with one dead and one injured, looking smug. His move of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf is really wonderful. Just found out Feng Wei's real identity. then quietly told Li Feng, so that he could fish for his own profit. Originally he did not want to wade into this muddy water. How the Pan Yang gang and he has nothing to do. Just this sugar business is still too big a profit. How many people are thinking about this bowl of rice? In the end he is also some cannot bear, can only think of ways to the other side as a hand, and then a share of the cake, and he was the yellow sparrow at the back, never showing up, just to let Li Feng and Feng Wei fight to the death. Then he came to reap the rewards. This was much safer. Otherwise if an inner strength enemy escaped, he would not be able to sleep. Even if Li Feng won, he wouldn't kill Feng Wei rashly. After all, the business of making sugar was on everyone's mind. Ha, trying to play the yellow bird in the back game with me? Do you have such a big mouth? Instead of retreating, Feng Wei advanced, taking advantage of the undiminished strength of the medicine on his body. He once again exploded his strength, and in an instant, he bullied his way to the front of Chen Ping. Humph, it's just a strong crossbow, why don't you tie your hands? For the sake of the candy-making recipe, I can still spare your life. Chen Ping laughed coldly. Having killed Li Feng by a fluke, he was already seriously injured and still dared to make a move against him? When the Five Peaks and Whistling Valley Palm head of the family, that is, Li Cheng former, also when he fought also did not get the benefit. He was a cold like shining ironclothes skin strength kung fu, said it was a knife and gun invulnerable to the exaggeration, the unusual internal strength of the martial arts practitioner to fight. All cannot break his defense. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated after all, thinking that Feng Wei's reddish color was a symptom of being seriously injured and on the verge of death, when in fact it was a burst of medicinal power. Chen Ping pushed his palms flat, and just as he made contact with Feng Wei's strength, he changed his expression. Only to see that the other party's internal energy was not majestic, but it exploded like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, bulldozing his internal energy's defenses without the slightest bit of reasoning, and destroying his arm muscles without any holes. You? Shut up you! Feng Wei struck again, as fast as lightning, slapping on Chen Ping's chest with a muffled explosion, shattering his bones and internal organs into a pile of muck, dead beyond death. This medicinal power of his, coupled with the already exceptional physical qualities, and the whip power of the 5 consecutive whip divine power, even if a Gangjin martial artist came, they couldn't take him for a short period of time, and against an internal power martial artist, they basically had already pulled away from the level of combat power. It's just that this state can't last long. Half a quarter of an hour at the most, it's going to be a break. But against Chen Ping, the time was just right. One could only say that Chen Ping was still not cautious enough, thinking that his peak internal strength martial artist could suppress all situations. In Feng Wei's place, he would not come close to the slightest bit without throwing 3 rounds of arrow rain. With the death of another inner strength martial artist, Feng Wei knew that he had intruded upon trouble, and with the death of a city lieutenant, he was basically going to be on the wanted list, to the point where even Dajin Xianyi guards would come specifically to hunt him down and kill him. But this is something that Merchant Feng did for the sake of doing it, and what does it have to do with me? Li Hongyu. Feng Wei was shameless and brought Li Hongyu's identity to lasso again. It was also Chen Ping who finally did not poke through the window paper and reveal his true identity, but instead came to arrest him in the name of the Merchant Feng Wei. Otherwise he would really have to go incognito again. And after Feng was possessed, he practiced martial arts diligently and developed twice. And Li Hongyu's looks would have been very different, so unless they were close since childhood, they would not be able to recognize them as one person at all. But it's important to go now. Feng Wei took a look to the left and right. It was dozens of officials and soldiers with bows and crossbows. If they were surrounded, it would not be easy, not necessarily able to retreat in one piece, but in reality, the officers and soldiers looked at each other, and it was only when Feng Wei's figure was about to disappear that he shot a few arrows in the air. And there was no intention of striking at Feng Wei at all. A few bucks a month, and you're playing for keeps? Anyway, the officers and soldiers followed whoever was eating rattles. There was no reason to play with the internal ferociousness. Chapter 17, Taking Over. Panyang City, Xinzhou Prefecture, Dajin Dynasty. Compared to Linjiang City, which is a thoroughfare of 8 provinces and close to a large river, Panyang City is not comparable, but it's also an ancient city with walls of several feet. And in ancient times it was a place where soldiers would fight, and compared to Linjiang City, under the Great Jin Dynasty, where the rule of officials is corrupted, only some big cities are barely under the control of the court, and the rest of the small cities and towns have long been divided up by the landlords and land snakes of the families. Li Hongyu's father built the Panyang gang, controlling thousands of gang members, is one of the local snakes, and even in the Panyang city has not weak influence, all walks of life to say. Otherwise how dare to establish a gang in the name of Panyang City? As the saying goes, imperial power does not go to the countryside. And the more the dynasty comes to an end, the more this is the case. Feng Wei's figure quietly appeared. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar ancient city, he secretly sighed, not expecting to come back so soon, and using back the identity of Li Hongyu. As for the identity of the merchant Feng Wei, naturally, with the death of Qin City Lieutenant went up in smoke. And I think Qin City Lieutenant also wanted to privately swallow the benefits of the Fengzi, so that there was no fanfare Feng Wei's true identity. Not to mention that Feng Wei finally deliberately left the formula for making white sugar in the yard, and came up with a cicada. And with the source of interest, those interest groups will not hold on to him. Who are you? Dare to trespass on the Pan Yang gang's place? The gatekeepers were two burly men who looked at Feng Wei and walked straight over, looking unkind, apparently unable to recognize Feng Wei's identity. Li Hongyu's memory also has no impression of these two people. I think it was after the ascendancy that Li Feng cleaned up the Pan Yang gang. Feng Wei didn't mean to talk nonsense. He came this time to take over the family business of Pan Yang gang. With his status and an internal strength cultivation, he was bound to have no half-hearted obstacles. But with people gone, there shouldn't be many people in the gang who know Li Hongyu now. So there's only one fastest way to get acquainted. Hit! Two palms slapped out with a boom, directly knocking the guards at the entrance flying, and incidentally overturning the door panel. Feng Wei grumpily barged in. In a flash, all the gang members reacted. Someone's breaking into the gang. How dare you? Brothers, give me side by side. In the face of these dirt cheap dogs, Feng Wei's face was expressionless as he thundered out his palm once again. Half a quarter of an hour later, there were basically not many people left standing in the huge gang headquarters. There were only wailing sounds all over the place, and the scene of big men all over the place was extremely spectacular. Feng Wei was satisfied with the situation and withdrew his hand, and was about to speak. Young master, is that you, young master? An old voice came out with a joyful color. Uncle Chung? Feng was a little surprised that Uncle Zhong was the housekeeper who followed Li Hongyu's father, loyal and devoted. He had watched Li Hongyu grow up since he was a child. His status in the Li family was not low. He was the one who helped Li Hongyu escape before. I didn't realize that Li Feng still had some conscience and didn't kill off Zhong Bo, who had watched him grow up since he was a child. Perhaps it was also because Zhong Bo was just an ordinary person and wasn't the slightest threat. Young master, you're finally back. I knew that young master was lucky and would be fine. Uncle Zhong looked at the young master's return. His skin darkened and much stronger, and knew that the young master had suffered a lot outside. Young master, while Li Feng hasn't returned, you'd better hide out quickly, marry a good daughter-in-law and live a good life. It's also considered that you haven't made the Li family extinct. With tears in his eyes, Uncle Zhong turned to Feng Wei with old tears in his eyes. It's fine. Li Feng has already been killed by me. Now I'm here to inherit my father's family business. Uncle Zhong stared with wide eyes and an unbelievable face, as if he was a goblin in Journey to the West. And he didn't really believe it until he saw the gang leader's token that Feng Wei threw over. But despite this, Uncle Zhong was still astonished. Although he had never practiced martial arts, he knew that Li Feng's qualifications were absolutely top-notch and he had been practicing martial arts since he was young. Before Li Cheng's previous life, he had said that Li Feng's cultivation was no longer inferior to his, and his qualifications surpassed his. It was not even too much to say that he was a gang gene seed, and Feng Wei had only been practicing for a little over a year at full capacity. So how could he have surpassed Li Feng? Is he really a genius? Uncle Chung, call all the hall masters in the gang. Now, it's time to let them know that the position of gang leader has changed. Feng Wei waved his hand, with no intention of explaining to Uncle Zhong. After all, he had already changed his soul. After showing their fists, as well as their identities, those gang members and hall masters very openly accepted the reason for another top boss. In addition to the reason of Li Hongyu's orthodox identity, there is also the fact that Feng Wei's fist is big enough to directly pick the gang. Even if there are objections, they can only be held in the stomach. Even Li Feng was dead. What was there to dispute? And with Feng Wei being so young, it was a toss-up if he could break through to a higher level in the future. And Feng Wei also smoothly took over the Pan Yang gang's industry. In all walks of life have assets, not to mention, almost the entire Pan Yang city stores have to pay protection fee. Then the scale of the industry of the dim sum store, too much stronger. Not counting these industries, Li Hongyu's father left behind a legacy of hundreds of thousands of taels, is really a social parasite. At this time, Feng Wei was a vested interest and only had a share of enjoyment. So after beating up the martial arts halls in the city and displaying his fists, he entrusted the industry to Uncle Zhong for management and began a new round of seclusion himself. Time is running out. Another year. Stimulate the acupoints around the body with internal energy, and strengthen the skin and bones with drugs, thus stimulating the human potential even more and forming an all-in-one astral energy. This is the secret method of the Big Dipper. Feng Wei's eyes brightened slightly as he thought back to the feats left behind by his predecessor's father. The original Li Hongyu also scoffed, only under Li Chengxian's big stick, only reluctantly memorized, but did not know that this is how many people begged for martial arts techniques. This is also the secret method of astral power that Li Feng has been slow to obtain. The secret method of astral power is different for each superior martial art. No matter if it's the order of stimulating the acupoints or the formula of the medicine used, the slightest mistake will result in half a body, or even outright death. These are the ancestors, who have died an unknown number of times to get the knowledge. It's natural to pass it on with caution. It's all normal to keep your hand in the game. I just didn't expect Li Feng to be so ambitious and so impatient. After Feng Wei finished sighing, he began to pick up the ointment in front of him and smeared it on himself, leaving every inch of his skin untouched. The accumulation of internal energy, as well as the strengthening of the dermal membrane by the medicinal power, often takes years of work. But for Feng Wei, with the support of the power of the panel, and not sparing the medicine, the physical quality of the body is extraordinary. The progress is very amazing. Just 1 year to reach the level of being able to break through the astral power. And this prescription is even more money-burning. With 100 years portion of mountain ginseng as a guide, a medicinal ointment are hundreds of taels of silver to hit the bottom. Not a big rich family cannot afford it at all. And there is a risk to this astral breakthrough. If it doesn't work out, it's good to become a direct invalid. And it's not uncommon to die on the spot by bleeding from the 7 orifices. No wonder within a house, there can be dozens or hundreds of internal strength martial artists. But it's hard to take out a single astral strength martial artist. The key is in the money consumption and success rate. Feng Wei held his breath and stared. Although he had a good plan in the panel's golden finger to add to it, he couldn't help but feel a hint of nervousness. The peak of internal energy. I reached it a long time ago, and my body has been strengthened by the medicinal power to surpass mortals. I have the strength of 1,000 pounds with my bare hands, and stimulating acupoints is a breeze. Feng Wei silently mobilized his internal energy, layer after layer running around his body. His skin seemed to be rolling like waves. It looked appalling. The Big Dipper. Break it for me. Chapter 18, The Big Dipper. A few hours later, Feng Wei shouted harshly. His body's internal energy erupted, and the acupoints around his body were like deflated leather balls, emitting gusts of muffled sounds. Immediately afterward, a wave of power originating from a deeper level, the 5 viscera, 6 bowels and even the bone marrow, came into being, instantly filling Feng Wei's entire body. The power was similar to internal energy, but far different, seemingly more flexible and pure, with some characteristics of the essence of life. The Big Dipper arrived. Essence light erupted in Feng Wei's eyes, and his figure suddenly drew up several inches taller and stronger than ever. This astral power is indeed different. Compared to the strength of the internal power period, the vibration power of the astral power is not even a level stronger. Only to see Feng Wei lifting his hand and grabbing the floor tiles, pulling them up alive, pinching and grabbing them with one hand, and crushing the lapis lazuli floor tiles into pieces when his fingers saw the dust fall. Immediately afterward, Feng Wei shivered, his robes bulged out, and the entire chamber was filled with wind without a center, and countless dust mites were then shaken off from Feng Wei's skin. Not only is it strong enough to pierce gold and crack stone, but it can also be stimulated by flowing from all over the body. Unlike internal energy, which can only flow in the hands and feet in addition to the skin energy. This is also the reason why it is said that the astral power mosquitoes are not stained. More than mosquitoes are not stained. Astral power martial artists can ignore even if the sword and arrows are added to their bodies. Even if they impact the military formation, they can also make a big kill and return in one piece, which can be called a true transcendental martial artist. Transcendent mansion. Thus build the foundation. Feng Wei sighed in his heart. Finally he really had some capital. Instead of always playing around in the mortal circle and having to calculate this and that. Now that we're in the main world, it's just a straight up flat out push. What with 1,000 armies and taking their own heads? Just how light is the Dan gene behind this? Li Cheng former left insights inside, but also to the gang gene until the back of the Dan gene is only a few sentences. In addition to the ancestors, not able to break through to the Dan gene descendants. Even this great gene dynasty with a population of 10,000 people had never heard of any Dan gene martial artists. Perhaps there were, but they were very few and never showed up. Feng Wei speculated darkly, but relieved himself that it's fine if I can't break through Dan gene for the time being. When I collect a few gang gene martial arts, liver them to full level one by one, and superimpose myself, even if I'm a Dan gene martial artist, I'll still have the power to fight. Feng Wei got up and left the chamber. And immediately afterward, he saw the oncoming Zhong Bo. Zhong Bo is even more pale now. After all, the years are up, and not a martial artist with extraordinary physical qualities. Even if the internal strength martial artist and the life expectancy of ordinary people is no difference, only to the astral power can extend the life expectancy of 20 or 30 years. Young master, now that the war is raging outside and the hearts of the people down there are fluctuating, if you don't show up, these old bones of mine won't be able to suppress the gang members down there. Uncle Zhong had a difficult look on his face and complained to Feng Wei. I've heard that Westerner's army has fought its way to Yunzhou Prefecture, and there are hints of rebellion in the rest of the city, and now there are already big families in the city packing up their gifts and running away. Feng Wei also nodded without surprise. Originally this Dajin is already the end of the dynasty. The situation of cooking oil, coupled with the Westerners outside the eye of the tiger, will only accelerate this process more and more. Just last year, the whole of Dajin was already boiling over, and under the organization of people with a heart, there were even more small and large uprisings, and under the brilliant momentum, even the astral martial artists couldn't stop it. After all, astral martial artists were not immortals, and would only be consumed under an army of thousands, not to mention the existence of gunpowder in this world. In this case, those ordinary gang members naturally also floating mind. Facing the insurgent army and Westerners of foreign guns, ordinary people can only be afraid of the war swept away. There's no need to suppress the people below. Just give a severance payment and dismiss all the gang members. They can decide for themselves if they want to escape or stay. And you, Uncle Zhong, also take some old servants and go to the Golden Capital. The Great Jin Dynasty still has some remaining strength, at least for a while. You can't hit the Golden Capital. Feng Wei, who is well aware of the laws of history, will not act against the general trend. And at this time a small Pan Yang gang will not be able to stimulate the slightest spark in the chaotic world. Unless, of course, Feng Wei also wanted to establish a base and reign as king. Ah, what about you, young master? Aren't you coming with us? Uncle Zhong sniffed and looked at Feng Wei with some concern. I'll be right behind you. You guys land in Jinjing first. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong, I have all the martial arts skills. Even if I encounter the Westerners' army, I'll be able to escape. Feng Wei waved his hand. He still had his own purposeful plans and needed to stay in this Pan Yang city for a while longer. Uncle Zhong opened his mouth and finally nodded yes. Since Feng Wei came back, he was like a different person, becoming extremely creative and addicted to practicing martial arts. However, Uncle Zhong didn't think in the direction of taking over the body, but only thought that Feng Wei was stimulated because of his father's death, so his temperament changed drastically. How, Master Fu? As I said last time, 1,000 taels of gold is already enough to feed your family for the rest of your lives. The situation is bad now. The Westerners will soon attack the city, and you won't be able to open this martial arts center. No matter what, you have to think about your family's life afterward. Feng Wei stood in front of a tall middle-aged man and expressed his sincerity. Master Fu was one of the masters of the martial arts school in the city, and unlike the rest of those who ran martial arts schools, Master Fu was an internal strength martial artist with real skills, to the point where he had the same superior martial arts at home as Li Hongyu's family, and the martial art of their Fu family was clearly the 13 feet of the ambush wings that Li Feng later practiced. After arriving at Panyang City, Feng Wei, who preferred Kung Fu, naturally first collected a passel of martial arts from the city's martial arts halls, and Master Fu's family martial arts, which was the most important. Only later, under the tough attitude of Master Fu, it was still unsettled, and Feng Wei was also busy breaking the mirror. Plus the situation was different from today, and did not want to cause trouble. It wasn't until now that the world was in turmoil and war was raging that Feng Wei wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to seek the secret book again. As I said last time, the secret method of our family's astral power has been lost. I said the same thing to Li Feng, even he didn't do anything. What do you, a junior, want? With a sneer, Master Fu stated that he did not eat this. He opened a martial arts school under the numerous disciples, is also considered to be the rich class. Most of his life to save the money, but also enough for the next life of the family to eat and wear, not to mention the old ancestors' secret method whereas the use of money can be exchanged. As for striking, Master Fu was even more unafraid. Even the previously Feng was afraid of his strength, and in the end, he was forced by force and threatened by his family, before he compromised and handed over the 13 feet of the ambidextrous wings of the inner strength level. As for the secret of astral strength, Master Fu said nothing. It has been lost for many years. Li Feng did not dare to push too far. Perhaps he also wanted to take it slowly. Otherwise, even if he killed Master Fu's whole family, he would have to consider the revenge of an internal strength martial artist. Alas, Master Fu, what are you doing? Feng Wei sighed. He wasn't a villain like Li Feng who would resort to sinister tactics at the drop of a hat, but now someone was in the way of his quest for the Tao. Preventing someone from becoming a Taoist is like killing one's parents, and this is no different from killing one's parents. Since you killed my parents, I don't have to be polite to you. Master Fu stared blankly. What killed your parents? The words. Feng Wei's figure exploded and struck out with a palm strike. Bang! The entire wall of the house was collapsed by Master Fu's explosive retreating form, followed by a hard but in place. Master Fu looked incredulous, covering his chest and spitting out blood. Big Dipper martial artist? How is that possible? How old are you? Seeing Feng Wei's expressionless face, defeating his relaxed look, Master Fu knew that he could only admit to this today. Otherwise, it was impossible to really use the lives of the whole family to fill out a secret method of astral energy that could not be used. He was already past 40, past the peak of his bodily functions, and there was no hope of breaking through the astral power, nor did he need to struggle. Behind the courtyard of my martial arts school, count from left to right, under the third tree, don't hurt my family's lives, and, Master Fu closed his eyes and sighed. As promised, 1,000 taels of gold. Feng Wei nodded gently, not caring about some money, as long as it served its purpose. Then thank you, Master Fu. Chapter 19. The Great Jin Dynasty has been in existence for 259 years. After breaking 3 major coastal cities in a row, the Westerners officially declared war on the Dajin Dynasty, and in the name of the immorality of the Dajin Dynasty's commerce, tens of thousands of Western troops, utilizing advanced artillery technology and musketry, began to frantically encroach on the lands of the Dajin Dynasty. This time, the intensity of the Westerners' war was even stronger than the last time, and for a while the Dajin Dynasty was routed and could not be prevented from putting up an effective resistance in a short period of time. At the same time, all the provinces of Dajin were also in flames, and rebel armies calling themselves Generals Chongtian and Beacon Generals continued to emerge, beginning to hold the people hostage and storming the city defenses of the government offices. The Dajin Dynasty has completely entered the chaotic era of the group's domination. 7 days after the demobilization of the Panyang Gang, the Westerners were at the city's doorstep, and the Lord of Panyang City, after organizing resistance for 3 days, eventually could not hold out under the Westerners' heavy artillery and abandoned the city. The Westerner army enters and begins a new round of burning and looting. Help! Help! Don't come over here! Run! The Westerners are coming! Fight them! I should have known I should have run with the big boys. For a time, the people in the city of Panyang fled in panic. Spurred on by the war, these Westerners had long since killed and slaughtered every living thing in sight, looting anything that seemed worthwhile. Hey, there's a big, gorgeous courtyard here. It looks like it should be where rich people live. A red-haired Western soldier looked at the Panyang Gang's compound with high doors and deep courtyards, his face greedy and his mouth speaking unintelligible Western language. Go inside and look around. The general said that half of the loot this time will go to us. If only there were women. The skin of the women of this great gold is so tender. Oh, even if there was, the captain would be the first to go. What are you getting excited about? The squad of Westerners broke in, and without further ado began to scavenge the. Suddenly, a tall figure walked out from the inner courtyard, and it was clearly Feng Wei, who had only just come out of seclusion. Stop, inferior jinns. Get down or I'll shoot. Feng Wei has only been out of customs for a short time, has been practicing the astral part of the fuzzy wing 13 feet, and did not expect this situation to change so quickly. The Westerners actually hit the Panyang city. It seems that the Great Jin Dynasty has become quite rotten. The ability to organize an army is far inferior to what it was more than a decade ago. But it's normal. Every extra year that passes at the end of this dynasty, the organizational ability of the central court will drop in a straight line. And there's only the reason that imperial power doesn't leave Zijing City. But I think this Westerner has also researched and developed a method to deal with power martial artists, in order to be so overwhelming. With a thought, Feng Wei reacted to the current situation and curiously looked at the muskets in the hands of the Westerner soldiers on the opposite side. He hadn't seen the technology tree of this world yet, and didn't know to what extent it had climbed compared to the power martial arts. Bang bang bang! Seeing Feng Wei disobeyed, the Westerner soldiers blatantly fired without a moment's hesitation. But after a few muffled sounds, the bullets flew in and nearly pierced Feng Wei's skin, being stuck dead center by the powerful muscles. As Feng Wei's astral energy revolved around his body, the projectiles clicked and fell to the ground. The power is good. It actually managed to break through my astral defense. Only that the power was shaved off by the astral energy, and the remaining kinetic energy could only break through my skin. Feng Wei felt the power of the muskets in this world and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the threat of muskets to astral martial artists was quite limited. If he couldn't even deal with practicing musketry, he hadn't practiced martial arts hard for nothing. What? Bullets can't even penetrate it. Monster! Monster! It's Dajin's martial artists. Run! The Westerner soldiers changed color, but it was already too late, and they were slapped to death by Feng Wei in 3 strokes. Picking up one of the muskets, Fong began to size it up and, for musket technology, he didn't know much about it in his previous life, and could only judge the degree of technology by experience. It should belong to the category of flintlock rifles. I have not seen the ignition posture, but the continuous fire still cannot do. The power is extremely powerful. Even if the full armor close range can be killed by a shot, an internal strength martial artist can dodge it when they are prepared, but if they are hit, they will be injured badly. Fang Wei judged the threat level of the musket, and likewise was still a bit scornful. After all, it was the equalizer of beings, the most efficient weapon to slaughter humans in the previous life. If I'm surrounded by thousands and thousands of muskets, I'm also at risk of perishing. Fang Wei shook his head and said darkly, it's just that I'm also so stupid that I'll get caught in a ring of thousands of muskets, and basically I'm trying to run, and the world's a big place to go. On the contrary, this Western invasion is not necessarily a bad thing for me. Only with this kind of class shuffling will I be able to take advantage of the opportunity to obtain more high-level martial arts messages. Outside Panyang City, 10 miles away, a large, shiny, oval-shaped iron canister several meters high was stationed in place, surrounded by hundreds of Western soldiers on guard. A tall, blonde Western general stood in front of the tin can, protected by layers of protection, looking grimly at the map of Dakin in front of him. Suddenly, a subordinate came to report in a panic. General, someone is storming our army? Our muskets can't hit him at all. The Westerner general blushed and cursed a Westerner expletive. It's those damnable Dajin martial artists again, trying to assassinate me again? When we take over the whole of Dajin, we must slaughter all these martial artists. Not a single one. Cursing as he did so, the Westerner general was still very sparing of his life, and as soon as he turned around, he got into the iron armor canister, and as the iron door closed, the whole canister became an enclosed space, which looked quite sturdy. On the other side, Fang Wei's figure was like a god or a devil, traveling through the Westerner's army, taking lives away with every move. The reaction speed of ordinary people was completely inferior to that of astral martial artists, and even if they were armed with muskets, there was no way to aim at Fang Wei. Occasionally, if you were unlucky and had sporadic ricochets, you couldn't break through the full-body astral defense. As if cutting melons and vegetables, Fang Wei alone impacted the military formation, directly breaking up the army of hundreds of people and beating them into fleeing. What the hell kind of monster is this? I can't believe a musket team of hundreds of men couldn't do anything to him. From the iron armor canisters, using refracting mirrors to look out of the Westerner generals look ugly. The past martial artists to assassinate are just a hit that is retreated. Do not dare to compete with the musket in the slightest. It wasn't even as if they hadn't used their muskets to set fire to kill martial artists when those martial artists retreated untimely. And this martial artist in front of him seemed different, faster and more powerful. But immediately, the Westerner general composed himself and sneered. This is the latest achievement of the great Western country, the iron armor machine. The defense of the iron armor machine can't penetrate even artillery for a moment, let alone these unarmed martial artists. And the iron armor machine also has the ability to move. Just in case you monster martial artists, said the Westerner general gave the order, and after a burst of complicated mechanical running sounds, the iron armor can actually did move. Fang Wei was also taken aback when he saw this. It doesn't follow Newton's theorem that this tin can even move, does it? Can steam kinetic energy drive a tin can that size and still run it? Forget it, this is an alien world. Newton couldn't care less about this place. If it's been a couple dozen centuries, maybe this great Western country has found another way to pioneer steampunk technology. It's just that I can't wait that long, and something like climbing a tech tree is still too slow compared to greatness returning to itself. Fang Wei surveyed the iron canister in front of him, feeling that indeed the Westerners still have a way. With this iron canister to protect the general, the unusual internal strength martial artists are certainly not able to do anything, not to mention that there are still musket squads stationed around to keep watch, coupled with the fact that the tin cans also had a mobility function, which was no different from the tanks of the previous world. It largely avoided the situation where the senior generals of the Westerners were assassinated. No wonder the Westerners were able to penetrate so many cities so quickly this time. But, I'm a Big Dipper martial artist. Fang Wei slapped his palm onto the iron armor can, and under the agitation of the astral force, the iron can dented down a piece visible to the naked eye, obviously in front of the astral force. This iron shell was still inferior. The Westerner general was also dumbfounded, listening to more than muffled sounds. And only after Fang was born with a pair of fleshy palms that tore the iron shell apart did he realize that he was drenched in cold sweat. Spare your life. I am a Westerner general, and my family is a nobleman of the Great Western Kingdom. Can redeem myself with money? Kill me, and the Great Western Kingdom will surely not spare you. This Westerner was obviously not of low status and knew the official language of Dajin. Sorry, not interested. Feng Wei had no interest in exchanging. This great Western country obviously had no transcendent power, and he directly lords his head with a palm. Might as well lend you your head. Chapter 20, The Golden Capital Martial Arts. The center of the great Jin dynasty, the Jinjing. Compared to other places, the Golden Capital has hundreds of thousands of troops, and is in an easily defensible place. So naturally it is not so easy to be broken by the Westerners and the insurgents. In contrast, the prosperity of the Golden Capital had not diminished, and the population had even skyrocketed more because of the fleeing families coming up from all over the land. But this is only a short period of peace. People who have the heart to know, Dajin Changping long time, these individual soldiers how much combat power, even how many, are doubtful. If the Westerners really attacked to the vicinity of the Golden Capital, with the advantage of Western artillery, this Kyoto's city defense will not last long. Not to mention, this time, the chaotic situation of the last years, far more than just uprisings around the world. Dynasty change is so simple, but there is a Westerner invasion. To put it badly, may even be the death of the country and the destruction of the species. Under the prosperity of the Golden Capital, it is not immune to undercurrents. People from all walks of life, in the face of the situation of the great Jin dynasty, either as a wall, or take the initiative under the sun, or dying to struggle. Among them, there were not infrequently righteous people who wanted to save their country. Golden Autumn House. To be able to be known as Jin in the great Jin dynasty is naturally not an idle place. Golden Autumn building is located in the best section of the Golden Capital. It is said that behind a certain prince backing, weekdays to and from no white men, the main a private, high level, are dignitaries to and from the negotiation of the restaurant. At this time, the Golden Autumn building is rare to be wrapped up, was blocked off with a crossbar, not allowing regular people to observe, and in and out of the coming and going, are tall and tall, with high arched temples of men, at a glance is to cultivate many years of martial artists. The Golden Autumn building had actually gathered hundreds of martial artists in a single moment. The speed of this world's decay is also too shocking. In just a few months, the Westerners have attacked the 4 provinces, and almost all of them are going to point to the Golden Capital. This court also does not react 1 or 2, it is not the Westerners' firearms power is too much. The court which have prepared, that the walls are anti-arrow, where there is anti-artillery, every time to the city at most half a day, the Westerners will be able to blast the walls to pieces. As for those big-headed soldiers, they are all empty paying goods that collapse at the touch of a musket, and I heard that they don't even dare to go into battle at the back. The last time we fought against the Westerners, wasn't it the court that sent quite a few inner-strength martial artists to assassinate the Westerners' generals, which was quite effective, forcing the Westerners to have to truce. And this time the court didn't make a move? How the court has no action. Only this time the Westerners have a response. Somehow invented a large iron shell. Those generals to which a drill can attack and defend. The speed is not inferior to the carriage. The internal strength of the martial arts exhaustion cannot be broken. What about the Astral Master? Can't the Big Dipper do anything about it? You win the Astral Power Master is a cabbage. The whole Big Gold Dynasty explicitly Astral Power Master but double 10 of the number. Are all high-powered seniors? Either leading the army side, is the martial arts celebrity, in your place, you can go to the battlefield to fight and kill, you make the move, and the Astral Masters are not immortals, facing thousands of muskets surrounded, or artillery set fire, there is also the risk of serious injuries and fall, and when the Astral Masters are all dead, then the great Jin will be completely finished. So Yang Wufei, old Patriarch Yang is the one who organized this martial arts meeting, named Martial Arts Exchange, but actually seeking the way to save the country. It is said that if he can propose the way to save the country and the people, old Patriarch Yang is willing to give up all his true teachings, half of his reputation, and half of his family's wealth, to pave the way for him. Indeed, this Dajin is a foreign invasion of the land of Ardashia, relying on the immediate ability to enslave the people of the world, not their own things. Hua up is not over, do not care about our people live and die, and those insurgent army, facing the Dajin dynasty government are each brave and fierce, but met the Westerners' army, there is no sound, even look up to its nose to survive, is also a group of see the wind and make the helm of the rabble. Only we martial artists can be a threat to the Westerners' army. If we can twist together, we might be able to drive the Westerners out of our great Summerland. Elder Patriarch Yang's great righteousness just that this martial arts people also have 1,000 oddities. Seniority ranking, everywhere is a faction. Want to screw martial arts people into a rope. Difficult. Even if it's old Patriarch Yang, who has fought all over the world, I'm afraid there's nothing he can do. Old Patriarch Yang is here. Invincible Yang is here? Good day, old patriarch Yang. Just see a tall old man slowly walked in from the door. A martial artist's strong clothing, thin figure, white face, eyes burning light, very appalling. Even if it is the inner strength of the martial artist cannot look straight for a long time. It was clearly the famous Great Jin dynasty, contemporary recognized as the world's #1 Gang Jin master. Yang Tianyi, Patriarch Yang, taking the seat to the main seat. Yang Tianyi took a sip of tea and cupped his fists to the surroundings. Opening his mouth, his voice echoed throughout the Golden Autumn building, displaying an extremely profound martial arts cultivation. This martial arts conference, all of you can come, is to give me Yang someone face. First of all, thank you all. Also shows that this old bones of mine is still quite famous, can still support the martial arts of this big gold. I'm sure you've all heard when you came here that the purpose of me, Yang, opening this martial arts meeting is, for one thing, to discuss martial arts exchanges, and for martial artists from all regions to share their experiences with each other, as well as to let people look at the outstanding juniors of our Dajin martial arts forest. The second thing, is to seek the way to save the country and the people. Yang Tianyi's face was heavy and his tone was low. Although I, Yang, someone from the military family, did not read a few years, but also know the sage book of the rise and fall of the country. Everyone has the responsibility of the reasoning. This day she holding firearms, set off an unjust war, come on the rampage. Just a few months on the country, broken mountains and rivers. We martial artists or eat the king's salary, or many disciples. We cannot get out of the way. Not to mention that before our internal strength martial artists not less assassinate the Westerners' generals. The Westerners regarded my martial artists as enemies. If we really won the kingdom, there will certainly be no place for us to stand on the ground of the martial artists. This discussion on martial arts. Firstly, I hope that we martial artists will be united in our determination to work together and exchange ideas. And secondly, I hope that we can pool our wisdom and discuss a way to seek survival for the people and for martial artists. If there can be a crowd approved seeking to know, I, Yang, am willing to pass on all my skill savings. Yang, master of these words, the words earnestly, to understand the reasoning and emotion. As long as it is an individual cannot not be moved. Moreover, which interest-related reasoning. Everyone knows, Dajin dynasty has the strength of martial arts. Martial arts style is widespread. They are in the Dajin dynasty under the status of the martial arts is quite high. Casually open a martial arts hall can live a human life. And even the internal strength of the martial arts, as long as they are willing to register for the martial arts section. You can receive a piece of the court food, the status of the respectable. If it is changed to the rule of the Westerners, it is not necessarily the case. Not my kind. Their hearts will be different. Not to mention that this Westerner is not even the same race. If you ask me, we need to organize our inner strength martial artists to collectively assassinate the Westerner generals. Are you deaf? That Westerner has long had the method of protecting his body with an iron shell. You are just tired to death. And an internal martial artist can't break it. Then we'll form an assassination team with the astral martial artists at the head to deal with those Westerners. Then how many astral masters are there? And how many generals can they kill? There is a constant stream of other people from the Great Western. How can they kill them? I think we should collect disciples in a big way. Recruit good sons and daughters into the martial arts school. Then teach them martial arts. Practice their military formations. And use the martial artists as an army in order to deal with the Westerners' musketmen. Your words are even more bull ********. Collecting disciples in a big way. Does that master's inheritance still need to be abandoned? What about the rules of the 3 examinations and 4 tests of the predecessors? Not to mention the practicing of the army formation in the back. Who is going to pay for the consumption of it? You, guys. I'll say one thing. Chapter 21 Appearances. Gentlemen, let me say something. This sound is deafening. Obviously the speaker's strength cultivation is also extremely high. The crowd could not help but look together to see what person was so conspicuous. Only to see a man in his 30s, with a handsome face and elegant temperament, looking like a scholar rather than a martial artist. Yi Wenwu? If it is he who speaks, it is but qualified. The Yi family is also a northern martial arts family. Counting Yi Wenwu as a young generation example can also be the family tradition of the 18 ways to ask for heavenly hands. That hand of listening to the strength of the kung fu was very strange. It is said that the power is out of this world. Has entered the astral force? I do not know if it is true or not. Big Dipper master? Yi Wenwu doesn't look to be more than 30 years old. And he's entered the astral force? What kind of genius? That's no better than old Patriarch Yang when he was young, right? Yi Wenwu stepped out, arching his hand to all sides with a calm demeanor and a hint of confidence. I have a plan to solve old Patriarch Yang's confusion. You all know, we Summerland martial arts since ancient times. There is a difference between the north and the south. The southern martial artists more repair sinews and bones. The northern martial artists more repair skin and flesh. Each other more gateway views. Often open martial arts hall when the northern fist shall not be transmitted southward, nor shall the southern fist be transmitted northward, or else there will be many faults. Yi Wenwu argued calmly, vaguely having the demeanor of a generation of masters. To solve the national scourge, the first thing we must do is to solve the knot between the north and south. I think we should first remove the north and south gateway between the south and north, so that the south fist north transmission, the north fist south to the south, widely open martial arts hall, thus expanding the power of the martial arts people. And then to the old Master Yang as the head of our martial arts people alliance and association, unanimous external, from which the selection of the willingness to serve the country's military people. Thus it will be possible to resist the Western scourge and strengthen the nation and the people. When this statement was made, it was justified, and the martial artists were talking about it, but they were quite agreeable. This Master Ye's words make sense. If we can each open a martial arts school in both the north and south, our martial arts forces will be able to go further before we can deal with those Westerners. That's right, we martial arts people association, but also more able to survive in this chaotic world embracing the group, whether it is under the rule of the Jin people, or the invasion of Westerners, can survive a place. Lifting the distinction between north and south is what makes a martial artist orthodox. On the other hand, old Patriarch Yang on the other side, sniffing at the words, was expressionless and seemed to have no ripples. Yang Tianyi was silent for a long time, seeing that the crowd's discussion became more and more enthusiastic, and more martial artists agreed with Yi Wenwu's statement. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In this world, no matter who is in the world, it's all about the word profit. Yi Wenwu said, it seems reasonable, but it is completely evasive of the words of a family. Only say how the North and South Martial Arts Alliance how to follow up the organization of martial arts against the West said that only a voluntary gently unveiled, no righteousness and temperament. And many martial artists also put themselves first, and those who can put the world first are few and far between, and their speeches are drowned in them. But when the Jin people invaded, all of us martial artists have been cleansed greatly, not to mention this alien Westerners. When the time comes to protect themselves are difficult. Here short-sighted generation how much also. Yang Tianyi was about to speak, but he heard a taunt coming from far away, throwing his voice to the ground. Oh, your Yi family is a big northern martial arts family. Disciples everywhere. Just the martial arts hall is dozens of hundreds. Since the so-called Northern Fist Southern Transmission of Hope, when the time comes to open up the North and South martial arts portals, your Yi family will bear the brunt of it and make a fortune. A figure came from far and near, seemingly slow but actually fast. In an instant it crossed the threshold and stood in the center of the Golden Autumn building, and it was clearly Feng Wei who had come all the way from Panyang City. When the time to collect a wide range of disciples, growing power is true, harvesting money is true, strong country, strong people, resist foreign enemies is false. Westerners hit the door and turn a blind eye, and kneeling as a dog, as when the Jin people hit the door in general. It is the true color of these families of yours. As soon as the words fell, Yi Wenwu's face changed and became unsightly, while the many martial artists were as if they had been poked and prodded, suddenly becoming furious. And who are you, with no hair on your mouth? So young, I'm afraid you haven't reached the crown. Is there a place for you to speak? Let the elders of your family come and speak. Easy for you to say. You have the ability to come up with a successful idea? I think Master Yi is right. We martial artists don't think about ourselves first. Do we work for the Jin's court first? Keep your voice down. This young man has a divine light in his eyes, and his chi energy flows around him. I'm afraid he hasn't entered the gang. Such a young astral power? What kind of joke is this? Could it be that you've been zigzagging since you were born? Feng Wei, faced with many reproaches, smiled faintly and threw out a bundle straight away. The bag exploded in the air and threw down a bloody, pale head in a Taoist bun. In the Panyang Li family, Li Hongyu, elder patriarch Yang. But I had something on the road and delayed for half a moment. A small meet and greet gift. No honor. A curious martial artist came forward to take a closer look and immediately changed color, gulping in shock. This is Ghost Bat Taoist. It's the long-famous gang power master. I know. This Taoist before is in the book Taoist, and then into the evil way. All day long to seek the way of immortality, especially like to use the boy and girl alchemy to eat medicine. Said the heart of the child into the medicine is the most pure. Not only that, as far as I know, I don't know how many of that nosy inner strength martial artists have been killed to make medicine, and it wouldn't be too much to say that they are cruel to the extreme, and that they kill without counting. Not only that, this Ghost Bat Taoist has been in the astral power for half a century. A hand of a 7 turns Ghost Bat power is treacherous and unusual. Said to hit the power can return 7 times out of thin air. Unpredictable. Defensible. The rest of the astral masters, one-on-one, are few opponents. I also heard that there were 3 Gangjin masters who joined hands and set up an ambush. With a hand of God's ghost strength as well as poisoning skills, left and right, were all escaped by it? It is really cunning and unusual, difficult to deal with. The faces of the many martial artists immediately changed, and the eyes that looked at Feng Wei were in awe. Martial artists have always been in awe of the strong, and to be able to kill Ghost Bat Taoist, the difficult old Gangjin master, if it was really one-on-one. This young man was afraid that he would be able to compete even if he wasn't the number 1 in the world. When Feng Wei heard these words, he couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. Indeed, this Ghost Bat Taoist was particularly difficult to deal with, and was the first difficult enemy since he came to this world. Not only a hand of 7-turn ghost strength cannot be defended against, but also proficient in the way of poison, secret medicine. Even the same level of astral strength masters will have to return in defeat, or even be killed on the spot. Feng Fu is also means all out, by virtue of extraordinary physical quality, as well as many secret martial arts skills to add, double astral force, and finally barely to seriously injure it, and then raw with arrows kite hanging. Their own also suffered a lot of injuries. Enough to today, the injuries are only almost better. I remember. Li Hongyu, Pan Yang whistling tiger Li Changqian, should be his father, a rather reputable internal strength martial artist in the south. Right. I heard that this Li Hongyu is also experiencing a legend. I heard that originally was a scholar, not practicing martial arts at all. That Li Changqian was assassinated by his great disciple Li Feng. Seizing a family business, Li Hongyu absconded, and after more than a year of anonymity, he cultivated his family's martial arts, becoming an internal strength expert, and then brazenly struck out, killed Li Feng, and reclaimed his own family's business. In that case, this Li Hongyu is simply a martial arts saint in the world. Didn't he practice martial arts from a young age, and in just less than 3 years, he cultivated into a Gangjin master? To say that it is a heavenly genius is demeaning. There are talented people in the river and mountain. Old me, this body of skills are living to the dogs. It depends on this Li Hongyu and Yi Wenwu, the same astral strength martial artist. Who can be better? I think that Yi Wenwu is hanging by a thread, even though he is also a Gangjin sect master. But someone else killed Ghost Bat Taoist. That Yi Wenwu said he was a sect master, but I'm afraid he doesn't have this kind of ability. Yi Wenwu saw the head of the Ghost Bat Taoist, and even more so, his face changed, his expression became more and more ugly, and his gaze towards Feng Wei was quite complicated, but he did not say anything. I thought that knowing his own ability, he would be fierce against Ghost Bat Taoist, and this Li Hongyu could even claim to be in the Gangjin sect. I'm afraid. I just don't know if it's really this Ghost Bat Taoist who was fighting one-on-one, or if it's just picking up the pieces while they're down. Chapter 22. Yang Tianyi also smiled with admiration, looking at the excessively young Feng Wei in front of him with a measuring gaze. I have long heard that from the south to the north, there is a mysterious astral power master who has been assassinating Westerner generals on the battlefield, and has killed more than a dozen Westerner generals along the way, and has been rewarded by the Westerners in a big way. In that case, that mysterious astral power master should be you, Li Hongyu. Feng Wei similarly sized up Yang Tianyi. The legend said that he had fought all over the world and was recognized as the number 1 in the world. Even Li Hongyu, who had practiced martial arts before, knew of Yang Invincible's reputation. It is said that Yang Tianyi came from a military family, practiced martial arts since childhood, was born with godly strength. At the age of 5 he could hold and play with a big tripod of equal height. At the age of 17 he broke through the internal energy, and at the age of 29 he broke through the astral energy. After that, he began to challenge the martial artists in the world, picking all the 13 provinces of the great golden capital. How many astral martial artists were knocked over under a pair of iron fists? And after beating all the astral masters in the open, some people began to call him as the No. 1 in the world, called Young Invincible. It was thought that to be recognized as the number 1 in the world, even if he hadn't broken through to Danjin, he was at the end of the road of Gangjin. Feng Wei looked at Yang Tianyi in front of him, tall but somewhat thin, looking like the usual hale and hearty old man, not at all like he was born with divine power. I just for this country world, pay a little bit of modest contribution, just, far less than the seniors for our great Summerland, wide collection of disciples to contribute to the big. These mocking words caused the faces of the many martial artists present to blush. But with the example of Taoist Ghostbat in front of them, no one dared to speak in front of a Gang master anymore. Yang Tianyi laughed, holding his own identity and not being afraid of anything. Ho Shengli, you set an example by going to the battlefield yourself. You have more great righteousness than most of the martial artists present, including me. It's just that. Yang Tianyi's tone turned serious. Just this person's power is ultimately limited. Gangjin masters cannot resist the Westerners' firearms. The old man here to discuss the martial arts. The request is to save the country, to save the people's way. Is not the words can be done. I wonder if you have a recipe. Feng Wei smiled faintly and trotted out the words he had long thought of. There is only one way to save the country and the people with the power of a martial artist. Martial arts school. Yang Tianyi's eyes brightened slightly and did not say anything, waiting for Feng Wei to continue speaking. The so-called martial arts school is similar to the form of literati academies and academies of learning, opening martial arts schools, recruiting homeless young and virtuous children from all over the world, with food and shelter, with teaching and management in a semi-military manner, practicing daily the skills of strength martial arts and battlefield fighting and killing, and those with average qualifications among them can be directly merged into the army after a few months of drilling, screening those with excellent qualifications and merging them into the ranks of the martial artists, practicing the martial art of strength, attaching full armor bows and crossbows, and specializing in assassination of Western generals to turn the tide of the battlefield. Not only that, if not for the fact that this world was special and only the Westerners' land had minerals that produced gunpowder, otherwise he would have wanted to equip the martial artists with muskets and use the art of gunfighting. Most importantly, to abandon all gateway views. There will no longer be the threshold of the 3 examinations and 4 tests. As long as good character and qualifications are qualified for a good family, all of them will be able to cultivate internal power martial arts, even to the extent of imparting the astral power secret method. Once this statement came out, even if the party is in the face, many martial artists cannot be suppressed. This is simply digging their roots. This world martial arts gateway is very heavy, as can be seen from what Li Feng did. It is not all because of him. There is also the situation forced by the situation. Li Chengqian delayed to teach the follow-up secret method, which led to the occurrence of the matricide. And without the threshold of martial arts inheritance, where can they martial artists maintain their current status? If everyone is like a dragon, aren't they inconspicuous worms? Not to mention Feng Wei's comment about having a teachable moment and learning martial arts for free, which looks like who else would go to their martial arts school and pay a lot of money to learn the art. This was not only to cut off their financial path, but also to knock the inner strength martial artists down from the altar and turn them into worthless big-headed soldiers. My own family martial arts. Why should I pass it on for free? Even if you are an astral power master, you're still joking, right? There are teachings? What if those who are taught do wrong? Wouldn't it be on my head? Practicing martial arts consumes a lot, and you have to integrate the army. So where does the money and food come from? Do you just make it out of thin air? Originally thought that you are the astral power master. Still can have some insight. Did not expect to say the words or just yellow-mouthed child's opinion. Feng Wei's face was calm in the face of the rebuke from the crowd of martial artists. What he wanted to do was inevitably against the interests of the majority of the martial artists, and naturally, he would be opposed, but it was only to be expected. Even as long as he started to do it, under the brilliant power, these martial artists are nothing more than gangrene on the bone. Feng Wei just looked at young Tianyi with curiosity, wanting to see how much determination this old patriarch with a passionate heart, who could hold the world martial arts discussion and was bound to have the nation's righteousness on his mind, could really make up his mind. Feng Wei originally just wanted to fish in the water in this chaotic world, from which the slow development, the idea of fighting for the king is just a flash, and is not a must-do. After all, this world also had gunpowder technology working against transcendent martial arts, and it wasn't a good match. It just so happened that when he heard about young Tianyi's deeds, this young Wuxi said that he wanted to discuss the world of martial arts and twist the martial artists into a single force to seek a way of survival for all the people. Feng Wei had an additional idea. It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity for him to take the lead and gather his own forces while scavenging the world's martial arts in the name of the nation's righteousness to enrich himself. Obviously, the last practice was Feng Wei's real purpose, and the rest of the practices were just incidental. It was only after that Feng Wei began to slowly build himself up. Whether it was assassinating a Westerner general or taking out Ghostbat Taoist, it was all about adding to his reputation before he could act. Humph, you're saying it so lightly. There's teaching and educating the world. Who do you think you are? A Chiu saint? This is to trample the inheritance and face of martial artists in the whole world on the ground. It's to be a martial sage. Yang Tianyi snorted coldly, seeming to be quite dissatisfied with this young man's wild and paradoxical words as well. Martial saint. Martial saint. You must first have the strength to overpower all martial artists in the world, and then the reputation to overpower all martial artists in the world. Then let me try to see if this shoulder of yours can hold up to the reputation of this martial saint. Yang Tianyi stepped forward with a meaningful expression. If you want to accomplish something, you won't have to think about it if you can't get past the old man. Feng for the heart of the understanding. Know the meaning of Yang Tianyi. Indeed, this old patriarch has a few great righteousness in his heart. This is to block him, but also to achieve him. If he couldn't even beat Yang Tianyi, Feng Wei wouldn't have to do this thing of going against the world's martial artists. And if he could beat young Tianyi, as he said, he would be able to take young Wu Fei's reputation in his stride, and become the world's No. 1 in order to be able to live up to the name of the sage of martial arts. Chapter 23, The Grandmaster. Come give me a hand. Postulant. Young Tianyi lifted his hand lightly, as if he was an old man with no power in his hands. Feng Wei, however, did not dare to underestimate the slightest. Until now, this nearly a year-old man is still the world's first in the world. No one questioned. Can be seen its strength appalling. This martial artist's first isn't blown out of proportion. It's fought out of proportion. Then the postulant will please enlighten me. Feng Wei stepped forward with one hand, and the moment an old man and a young man's hands touched, it was like a thunderous explosion. Boom! A terrifying chi force erupted, and young Tianyi's seemingly thin body erupted with an appalling chi force. The majestic force merged with the astral energy, almost turning into substance, and swept the air away. Just a light hitch. This outburst of chi is feared to be no less than 10,000 pounds. Surrounding martial artists have color change, faced by the strong wind stabbing raw pain. Hastily footsteps even lifted, away from a few feet. Elder Patriarch Yang is no idle figure. He is a rare natural god. It is said that at the age of 15, he had the strength of 1,000 kilograms of power to wield, and later practiced the family's Big Dipper Fist. The flesh strength of the Big Dipper Fist is the most important way to increase chi, and when the two are combined, the strength of chi is rarely seen in the past and present. It has been many years since there was a character who could take 10 moves from Patriarch Yang. I'm afraid this Li Hongyu is hanging by a thread. Still too young. The number 1 in the world is fought out inch by inch. Once upon a time, there was also an evil sect master who didn't believe in evil and had to provoke old sect master Yang, and was later beaten into pieces by punch after punch. Feng Wei only felt that the opposite side of the power is vast and infinite. As if the mountain of Buzhou tumbled down in general, Straight was forced to fall back a few steps. With each step on the verdant ground, his feet sank deep into the ground. What a strong chi! Feng was a little surprised. Really, which world have unreasonable characters? This young Tianyi on pure brute force, then he is still strong. I am afraid that even if you do not cultivate martial arts, this body of the Paranhong vigor, but also can become the top of the history of the martial arts generals. 2 astral deities? 1 bone strength, 1 tendon strength? Yang Tianyi's eyes were equally wide, somewhat incredulous. You're actually able to practice 2 astral power secret techniques that don't conflict with each other? How did that happen? The moment these words came out, the many martial artists were equally shocked and looked towards Feng Wei. Cultivating 2 strengths in the same discipline? Isn't it said that it's still possible to do so in the inner strength realm? But when it comes to the astral strength, the strengths are also rigid and strong that they clash with each other and are completely incompatible? Previously, there were also martial arts geniuses who did not believe in evil and practiced 2 disciplines of strength, but later died when they broke through the astral force. How many geniuses, both ancient and modern, have been killed by this? Without exception. It seems that this Li Hongyu is also a genius of the very reasonable degree. This is going to be good to see. Is the twofold strength better, or is the innate divine power more powerful? Feng Wei laughed. He naturally had a golden finger added to his body. The power of the panel was once and for all compatible with everything. Even if he practiced the same 2 astral powers, he could also utilize them freely, and even superimpose them on each other. During his time in Panyang City, he had cultivated the 13 feet of the ambush wings, and the dual astral energies worked together in order to kill difficult characters like the Ghost Bat Taoist. Maybe I'm just gifted. The party is gently revealed. It's just that under Elder Patriarch Yang's divine power, my twofold astral energy is slightly inferior. It had to be said that this young Tianyi's chi was truly amazing. And under one move, Feng Wei boasted of his strength, but was more than a step behind at the level of pure strength. Your twofold astral energy is also quite stunning. If I let you cultivate for another 10 years or so, old me would not necessarily be a match for you. If you stop here now, it's not a disgrace. And among the astral powers, there are few others like you. Yang Tianyi withdrew his hand and stood, and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, martial saints are not so good to come out. Do we really have to retreat to the second best? North and South unity, and be alone? That's hard to say. Feng Wei laughed. His body's aura rose again, stepping up and striking out with a palm. Yang Tianyi's eyes brightened slightly, and he similarly punched out like a dragon. Boom! The 2 sides' astral energies entangled and exploded in the air. But this time is different. Feng Wei palm power in the air folded several times, got out of nowhere, but bypassed the opposite fist, straight to the chest. 7 turns of Ghost Bat strength. That's right. Before killing the Ghost Bat Taoist, Feng Wei had long ago tortured out the secret books of astral powers, and even all the skills of poisonous arts, and borrowed the astral power cultivation that he already had, and rapidly livered the 7 revolutions of Ghost Bat strength to perfection. At this point, one person cultivating 3 astral powers at the same time was unprecedented. Good. Triple astral power. Old me still underestimated you. Yang Tianyi's face was pleasantly surprised. He had been in a high place for so many years, and when he saw such a talented person, he couldn't help but be happy to see a hunter. After saying that, the astral energy of the Big Dipper fist flowed all over his body, and his body suddenly swelled up. The clothes of his upper body cracked inch by inch, and he actually transformed from a thin old man into a muscular strong man. This Big Dipper's fist was originally a superior flesh strength that grew chi and muscles, and on weekdays Yang Tianyi was able to show his face as an unusual old man because of his merits. When he went all out today, the amount of flesh in his body became overwhelming. What a divine power born. Again, Feng Wei was also soundly beaten by Yang Tian's chi power. His body's chi and blood rolled over and his face flushed. Boom. The entire Golden Autumn building began to vibrate, with dust and debris constantly falling down. And where the chi energy surged, it even lifted the solid wood building structure off the ground. Numerous martial artists were too late to be surprised and could only be lifted off by the chi energy. Only astral martial artists were qualified to watch from close range. The vast majority of them had to retreat outside the Golden Autumn building lest they were accidentally injured by the overflowing astral energy. Boom! Rumble! I don't know how long the fight lasted. Both sides seemed like two savage beasts, both located at the top of Gangjin martial artists, or even the top of this world's martial artists, constantly colliding with each other inside the Golden Autumn building, emitting shocking earthquakes. The Golden Autumn building shook, and finally, after another collision and exchange of hands, there was a rumbling sound. The Golden Autumn building collapsed into ruins. Li Hongyu and Yang Old Patriarch too, practicing martial arts to such a point, the work of creation, divine power self-generated. I'm afraid that has been non-human plant, even if it is the legendary Dan Jin Grand Master, but also so. I'm afraid this encounter will go down in history. In that case, that Li Hongyu's statement is not a delusion. With this body's cultivation of merit, it might really be able to become a martial arts saint. It's just that I don't know. These two are both heavenly geniuses. Who is better in the end? Amidst the ruins, both sides fought until they were in full swing, and then abruptly stopped. It is only to divide the winners and losers, but not to fight to death. And I am afraid that if we continue to fight, we will have to divide life and death. What's more, this is still the golden capital, and then fight on with their strength. With their hands or 10,000 pounds of force, chi stretches can fight for several hours. I'm afraid that the whole Kyoto will be demolished a small half. Lateborn, you cultivate the triple astral power at the same time, and you can still utilize it freely, even firing it at the same time. At some point, Yang Tianyi changed back to his original appearance of a thin old man. His face was rosy with a hint of satisfaction. Besides, this isn't even your limit, is it? The future generations are fearful. Yang Tianyi smiled, arched his hand and bowed his head. But it was the old man who lost. Feng Wei also let out a breath. This old man is really scary. Fighting can also transformed into a devil sinewy man. Really gifted. If there is also a golden finger panel, afraid that there is certainly not born with godly power. Hate the ground without a handle skill bar. If it wasn't for him, he would surely be at the level of the son of Chi of this world. If he didn't take the initiative to admit defeat, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do well in the end. Naturally, the two fought for a short period of time is actually indistinguishable. But Yang Tianyi, for the sake of righteousness in his heart, willing to give the world's best reputation to Feng Wei, to let him after the good deeds of martial arts school to save the country. Not to mention the martial arts cultivation, but just in terms of this spirit, this old patriarch Yang was indeed worthy of respect. However, Yang Tianyi was also right. This was far from his limit. If he was given some more time to cultivate a few astral powers, Yang Tianyi would not be an opponent. Understood. Feng Wei arched his hand and readily accepted it as well. A sort of tacit understanding between the two of them. The old man lost his name of Yang Invincible when he lost to Li Hongyu. Yang Tianyi looked around and suddenly opened his mouth, his voice like a loud bell. Li Hongyu shall be a martial sage. Chapter 24, The Name of the Martial Saint. Time flies like a shuttle. A year has passed in the twinkling of an eye. Yanjing from the Jinjing is only 100 miles. Naturally have dragons and tigers terrain, since ancient times is a place of war. In the beginning after the Jin people into the customs, also when a period of time as the Kyoto, in the move after the capital, also left a large number of heritage, is also always accompanied by the capital of the name, Yanjing suburbs, and a time, suddenly loomed up a gray and white structure of the complex to occupy hundreds of acres of land. The mold seems to be poured into cement. The sword is difficult to injure. Own a solid and simple magnificent temperament. The gate was poured gray all over, several feet high, with the inscription Daxia Martial Arts School. The handwriting was powerful and vigorous. People came and went at the entrance, and the martial arts schools that were in their sights carried a sense of respect and admiration. A tea stall was set up across the street, in which a storyteller tapped. Bang! Today reopened the storytelling. The 3 emperors and 5 emperors. Jin Zhong Renzu has been tired of saying, today we will talk about this contemporary wonders. Li Hongyu Li Wu Saint's experience. To say that the Li family home martial arts, ancestral generations practicing martial arts, passed on 5 peaks Xiugu Palm superior martial arts. His father in Panyang City, entrenched in one side, known as the Tsunami Tiger, has always been anxious to be righteous reputation. Just this Li Wuxing since childhood, but do not like to practice martial arts, but prefer to read. Nian Yu 17, has already had the Shokai merit, if not the family changes, to Li Wuxing omnipotent talent skills, later do a scholar. Also not certain, the so-called change in the family, but Li Wuxing 17 years, his father adopted the righteous son Li Feng, his human nature as a jackal, vicious and ruthless, in order to the Li family astral power inheritance. Not only will the Li father poison to death, but also want to drive to the end of the Li family, will be the Li family extinction. Unconsciously, a group of people listening to the book had gathered around them. In the past, the deeds of the martial saint were all hearsay, only knowing 5 or 6 out of 10, and this complete deed had never been heard before. This Li Feng is really not a human being. Other people adopted him and taught him a martial art by word and deed. He actually wants to kill his father and brother. How cruel. You do not know it. In the martial arts saint to open martial arts school, before the transmission of martial arts, that martial arts people will be their own inheritance is very important. Even if it is a personal disciple, but also have to 3 exams and 4 tests, stay up for decades, to give a person to the end of the old age. There are a few possibilities to peep the true transmission. It's no wonder that Li Wuxing opened up the martial arts path widely and had a teachable moment. It seems that the source of this is here. Li Wuxing also can't bear for this matter to be repeated. The storyteller paused, and followed up with, and the story after that. Everyone should be familiar with it. Li Wuxing Tianzhong Wizards, known as the reincarnation of Wu Xiu Xing, 1 year into the inner strength, 1 year into the astral strength, 3 years to be called the martial sage, and after that, the world is invincible. After Li Wuxing achieved the astral power, he saw that the land of Daxia was in shambles. The Westerners were brutal and unkind. The Jin people hung high, and it was difficult for the people to live. So he made a great wish to save the country and the world, and open up the spread of martial arts to strengthen the country and the people. After the Battle of the Golden Autumn building martial arts discussion, Li Wuxing rose to fame and officially inherited the reputation of Yan Wuhu as the No. 1 in the world, and then opened a martial arts school, created sugar and salt, smelted cement, and plotted commerce. On the one hand, he opened a martial arts school, collected a large number of good children, practiced the people into an army, summarized his own martial arts, created the dragon elephant Vajra strength such as the battlefield martial arts of dual cultivation of flesh and skin, and taught all the people in the school without any reservation, and even compiled one of them into a jingle, which was used to strengthen the people. Even compiled the external strength and body strengthening chapter into a jingle and sent it to the whole country to strengthen the people. On the one hand, the invention of snow sugar and snow salt was distributed throughout the country, and increasingly, gold was being poured into the country. All the gold and silver earned will be used for military training and armaments. In the face of the Westerners' firearms, external, Li Wuxing divided the martial arts school guards into 2 teams. One team named King Kong, practicing dragon elephant King Kong strength. All of them are internal martial arts men, invulnerable to swords and spears, more than 1,000 kilograms of force. Wearing full armor and blunt instruments, they specialize in frontal assaults on the Westerners' musketry. The second team is called Volt Wings, practicing the 13 feet of Volt Wings, fast as lightning, running 100 miles, armed with poison crossbows, specializing in assassinating Westerner generals. Internally, Li Wuxing also invented cement to pour the city wall. After molding, swords and spears are invulnerable, and artillery is difficult to injure, thus making the Westerners' army retreat. 5 years of raising troops, 10 years of fighting. Li Wuxing even went to the Westerner kingdom in person and assassinated the king's relatives and nobles, causing the Westerner kingdom to be in great turmoil, and having to sign an unconditional surrender agreement, and not daring to set foot on the Xia land for half a minute from then on. Thus the Summer land is at peace, and the great Jin dynasty has regained control of the world, and has crowned Li Wuxing as the king of Wushu, with the title of Sage of Wushu, and a cognac of 10,000 households. This Daxia martial arts school, too, has thus far endured and become a place of pilgrimage for many martial artists. The storyteller is concise and detailed, although it is an old story. but it also attracted the crowd to applaud. But I only heard one person beside me suddenly snorting coldly and, "You only say that Lee Han Yu good place, but do not say that he skillfully take others' martial arts heritage. How many martial arts family by his body death clan extinction? Buwo world, the release of martial arts school disciples, and led to the people's style of toughness and courage. Fierce people in all directions. The people do not want to live. Also monopolize commerce, will be the country's sugar and salt profits alone. How many merchants and therefore broken family? These. Why don't you say so?" The storyteller froze, looked aside, and I saw a venerable old man, radiant, coldly glaring at the storyteller. The light in his eyes was appalling and heart-stopping. The storyteller was frozen in fear, but also somehow, a breath of support in his heart. Swallowed. That martial man's family are not used to seeing Li Wu Shangcloth the martial world. Strong populace but weak family, messing up their status inheritance, repeatedly striking out against the martial school and martial saint before being blatantly counterattacked and ending up with the death of their family. As for the cloth martial arts world led to the people's wind brave. This matter is only in the two can be in between. True or false in two theories, is likely to be those martial arts family splash dirty water, and the people's win should not be good or bad the court to educate the people's credit? How can it be counted on the head of the martial sage? Sugar and salt profit is even more unprovoked blame, that eats no sugar and snow salt are officials and nobles, and our people have nothing to do with it. Merchants are inherently risky, and the former monopoly of sugar and salt is not Dajina. That old man was so reasonably said, a time speechless, look more and more difficult to see. Just a burst of anger. A few desire to eat people in general. Master Yi, don't be mesmerized. That sure Master Li is especially good at holding the people hostage with great righteousness, but in reality, he is disturbing the world and practicing the way of the dictator. And these people are just being obscured from view. Suddenly, a bald monk quietly appeared, wearing a gold and silver jeweled monk's robe, and when he looked up, his face seemed to be old and young, ugly and handsome, and his face was white and beardless. As if there were 1,000 people with 1,000 faces, and it seemed that he was supposed to be here in general. Just see, the monk waved his hand. Those storytellers, as well as the surrounding people, actually stared, lost their minds in general, blankly scattered in all directions. Chapter 25. Waiting for the people to almost disperse, an old Taoist likewise appeared, turning his head to look at the monk with some distaste and, "Oh, your Toma Buddhism's change of God power is still so disgusting. Manipulating people's hearts and brainwashing them. Passed down from generation to generation. It seems like I'm not me. And every generation still looks for a spiritual child to imbibe and take over people's minds, not afraid of losing their minds." The monk smiled faintly, not caring about the old Taoist's mockery, only saying, "The Buddha said, I am not myself. Color is emptiness. No matter which generation, it is myself itself. So why bother about who the self is? It is like the saying of reincarnation and reincarnation. After reincarnation and reincarnation, forgetting the predecessor, then how can it be said that the past life is not this life?" The old Taoist snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, "Lao Dao, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I argued with you enough in the last life. In this life, when this martial saint is resolved, then I'll give you a talk to. It would be just as well if you were at peace in your own acreage. But if you dare to come out as a demon and disrupt the workings of the world's people, even if Lao Dao can't survive your demonic spells, our Trinity sect will still be able to make trouble with you for generations." The monk made a Buddhist salute with his hands, still in a bland manner. The Taoist master is still deluded. The change of spirit power is our Buddha's supreme method of becoming a Taoist. Where is it a demonic method? And also the heavenly lunar order originally rises and falls. What this honored one wants to do is merely to shelter my Buddha's legacy. Master Yi, also known as Yi Wenwu after the first Aeon, interrupted the conversation between the two and looked towards the Daxia martial arts school with a bit of impatience in his eyes. After the Battle of Golden Autumn Building, no matter whether it was him or the martial arts family, they were all suppressed by Li Hongyu over the years, and today, they finally had to settle the total score piece by piece. Let him raise his eyebrows for once. The grudge between the two of you. It's better to talk about it afterward. No matter what. After first resolving the scourge that is Li Hongyu, then we'll talk about the rest. Great summer martial school. In the deepest palace. Feng Wei sat in it, slowly opening his eyes. His essence flickered. And for a moment, almost white rooms were alive with light, and armor has passed, but Feng Wei is only 30 or 40 years old, middle-aged appearance, skin like white jade, swaying in the darkness, tall and imposing as an abyss. The astral energy materializing around his body was like a great sun crossing the sky, piercing the eyes to the extreme, and under the superposition of the layers, the quantitative change almost drove the qualitative change. Thanks to the elimination of a sect called the Vacuum Old Mother sect during the first Aeon, he obtained a piece of vacuum soft strength that was suitable for women to practice and had the effect of prolonging youthfulness on the face. Relying on the power of the panel, ignoring the gender restriction of its martial arts, Feng Wei directly levered it to astral power. Thus the youth stretched out and the appearance was suspended. But this world's martial arts life extension effect is limited to this. Even if the Dan Jin masters cannot be more than 150 number, Feng for this, but also at most live 100 years old, then the ordinary Gang Jin martial arts strong sum. Just as cultivation, Big Dipper, skills, throwing, greatest achievement, clear ears, flying flower and leaf, horse stance, Dishang, standing on the ground, strong body, bow and arrow, greatest achievement, 100 paces, no false shot, literacy, Dishang, literacy and understanding, catching up with the mountains, Daesung, recognizing roads and medicines, setting up traps to climb over mountains, pharmacology, Dishang, theory of yin and yang, theory of all herbs, medicine, great accomplishment, superior healer, able to cure the unhealed, battle formation, great success, soldiers are like hands and feet, driven like arms, beast taming, great accomplishment, proficient in beast language, as if driven by arm, 5 peaks saw Gupalm, great accomplishment, external internal strength, internal training and body strengthening, 13 feet of the ambidextrous wings, great accomplishment, walks like the wind, flies and sweeps like wings, 7 revolutions of ghost bat strength, great accomplishment, 7 revolutions of strength, unpredictable, Big Dipper's fist, great accomplishment, internal strengthening of flesh and blood, divine power self-generated, vacuum soft strength, great accomplishment, soft and boneless, resides in the face, cold light shines on iron clothes, great achievement, invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, 6 spinning 9 shadow steps, great accomplishment, split into 2 bodies with the skill to make them look real. Fighting and moving strength, great accomplishment, rolling and moving, borrowing strength to hit strength, the rest of the martial arts. Summarize it. Entering the dream, 3000 worlds, big dream first, a time, Feng Wei while cloth martial world, while the great justice and violence, suppression of the world family, collect the world's astral strength martial arts, basically collected 7 or 8, a full 20 doors, as much as possible to their own, with the power of the golden finger panel, forced to superimpose. And the rest of the relatively useful minor paths, such as medical arts, pharmacology, and battle formations, were also practiced to perfection one after another. By this point, Feng Wei's physical body strength, astral strength, and martial Dao machinations had all reached an unbelievable level. As early as 40 years ago, Feng Wei was able to defeat young Tianyi, who was born with godly strength, within 10 moves, and now he was even more unpredictable, claiming that he was truly a martial artist who pressed the world and could not stand on high. It's just, this qualification of mine is indeed a bit poor. If it wasn't for the panel assisting me, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to achieve the astral power. The corner of Feng Wei's mouth hooked up in a touch of self-deprecation. Although he had practiced 20 astral strength martial arts and had attained an incredible level of strength, it was as if he had sucked in his strength, only accumulating internal strength and strengthening his battle power. But he had never been able to make an inch of progress in his realm. If it wasn't for the unreasonable support of the panel's power, he would have gone off the deep end and died from the clash of the astral forces, just like the power-sucking technique. So until now, he is also still only Gang Jin master. That Dan Jin threshold, Feng Wei explored for a long time, still cannot get the doorway. By relying on his own efforts, he was able to cultivate 20 martial arts, yet he still couldn't step through the rift of qualifications. Feng Wei sighed. It's true, as the old saying goes, that 1% of talent is more important than all the rest. Out of 1,000 external strength martial artists, 1 internal strength martial artist could be produced, and out of thousands of internal strength martial artists, only 1 astral master could be produced, and there were probably only so many Dan Jin in this world, and filtered down layer by layer, at least in this world. The realm of Dan Jin was obviously not mass-produced. It wasn't as if he hadn't pursued the traces of Dan Jin martial artists over the years, and as far as he knew, there really weren't many Dan Jin martial artists in the world. Not that they didn't exist, but roughly, they only maintained a number of around 2 or 3. Just because although he did not enter the Dan Jin, but a body of war power is particularly horrifying. 20 astral strength martial arts, a body of astral strength almost to overflow out, layers and layers of superimposed, as if the waves beat the waves of the general horrifying, and it seemed that Dan Jin martial artists already had some kind of celestial sensing, autumn cicada precognition skills, with an extremely keen sense of danger. Every time Feng Fu to go to people, Danjin martial arts people feel some kind of big terror to come, and hastily wipe their feet and go away, without a trace of hesitation, so it is always empty. So many years always cannot hit the face. This time, finally took the initiative to come to the door. Feng Wei's eyes looked towards the door. 3 figures appeared as if they were pictures, slowly emerging out of thin air, but it was the illusion caused by the speed being too fast and the stance being too refined. Your Highness, a monk, a Dao, and a martial artist, all with unfathomable auras. You guys aren't avoiding me this time? Feng Wei had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at the 3. Who should be the only 3 Danjin Grand Masters in this world? Chapter 26, A Monk and a Man of Letters, Request for Follow-Up Readings. Li Hongyu, you are perverse, massacring the world's martial arts families, jeopardizing the world's benefits for your own personal gain, and then you are spreading martial arts around the world, disrupting the dynasty, holding the son of heaven hostage, and practicing the way of the dictator. Or perhaps you've gotten your comeuppance, with the greatness of your qualifications, but you've been slow to enter the Dan power. Otherwise, with your unfathomable strength, we really wouldn't dare to come. Yi Wenwu coldly hummed, with a hint of pleasure. Hibernation for many years, finally can press the top as a head, really raised eyebrows at time. He, Master Yi, long time no see. I remember that we haven't seen each other since we took a look at the Golden Autumn building. Your Yi family is also able to endure enough, and only today did you spare your time. Let's cut out these crowning scenes. We're all supreme martial artists with a clear mind. We don't need to be like this. This world is bustling, all for the sake of profit. You are indignant at me. It's just that I cloth martial world, suppressed the power of your lineage, and widely opened business. Let your business profit greatly reduced, hindering the way of your promotion. So if you want to kill me and make an enemy of me, I'm quite welcome to do so. To each his own. Feng Wei wore a light smile, his voice subdued. This Yi Wenwu represents not only the martial family, the same literati family for Feng Wei's practice, is also human and God's indignation. After all, the world cloth martial arts, so that the status of the martial arts people to improve. Martial arts style prevails, the corresponding martial arts strong and weak. Go to the study of the imperial examinations of the people are also much less. Most of the rich children are to the martial arts school to come to the Daxia martial arts school as a lifelong goal. Therefore, in the process of Buwa world, the resistance in it is also unimaginable. The open and secret struggle, the fly in the ointment, is really against all the lineages in this world. If it were not for the fact that Feng Wei's force is really invincible and uncontrollable, and that he is using force to forcefully suppress the world, he would have long been revolted by the boiling world families. But Feng is not as hypocritical as these families. What he did is really for their own martial arts, for their own selfishness. As for saving the country and saving the people are just incidental. Even strictly speaking, for this world, martial arts is not a good road. This world does not have heaven and earth spiritual opportunity. Martial arts ceiling is visible. On the contrary, according to Feng, for the observation that the West steam gunpowder science and technology is better than the development potential of martial arts. However, Feng Wei was not a person of this world after all, and it was enough to be blameless. As for after his death, who cares about the flood? Yi Wenwu was silent at his words, which was considered as acquiescence. He is not a person who does not argue right and wrong. Li Hongyu really drove away the Westerners, saved Daxia, the real meaning of the strong country and people. Jinqiu building debate on martial arts. After all, he won, but the ass determines the head, and Yi Wenwu had to take responsibility for his position as well. Feng Wei followed up with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. And it's not because I'm now over the age of 80 years old and senile that you guys are here at this time. After all, if I don't enter the Dan power, it's ultimately a mortal lifespan, and it's hard to get past the 102 mark. At that time, even if you civil and military families simmer, you can still simmer me to death. It's just that even though I'm not allowed to use the method of Danjin, after all, the seeds of the Buwa world have already fallen, and the number of astral masters in this world has already increased exponentially from what it was before. There are always Danjin seeds in them. In case they break through the Danjin one day and inform me of the Danjin know-how, then I'm afraid that your lineage will have to hibernate for another aeon. Feng Wei laughed and picked the facts apart. This was also his young scheme and his bottom card. Even if these Danjin Grand Masters kept avoiding him, he had been in Buwa world for an aeon of time, and waited for another 10 to 20 years, and there would always be geniuses who broke through the Danjin among the students he had taught. At that time, he will find someone to obtain the Danjin essentials, and then extend his life by 1 year, suppressing the world for 60 years. I am afraid that all these families will be unable to sleep. Seeing Yi Wenwu's silence, which was considered as acquiescence, Feng Wei turned to the monk with a scowl on his face. I've always heard that there are reincarnated living Buddhas living in the western region of the tombs, who have the ability to participate in the creation of the world, who are immortal, and who have cultivated the only divine strength martial art of the world, the changing divine strength, which can be spiritually imbued, and who only need to look for a reincarnated spirit child with the right qualifications to be able to reincarnate, can reincarnate, and has already lived for more than 10 lifetimes. I have also admired to see the living Buddha to explore the method of Danjin, but I do not want the living Buddha will turn me away, shunned, enough to hide with me for more than 3 years. Today, I see that the living Buddha's cultivation is profound and really extraordinary, but I don't know why the living Buddha is willing to come to see me today. The living Buddha nodded slightly, but he was much more honest than Master Yi. Martial Sage Current, do not dare to say that the merits of the creation is not a poor monk deliberately avoid the master. Is really a leisure master a body of strength like an abyss like the sea? The battle force is unparalleled. If the poor monk won against, afraid of not more than a few, 10,000 have no way of life to speak of. But leisure master a body of astral energy ultimately did not turn into Danjin. Cannot hold you on Joey? Astral energy martial arts to the AZ. Inevitably chi and blood decline. Force cannot be a long time. And leisure master to the secret art of residing in the face. But the rise and fall of chi and blood is really heavenly. Cannot be hidden from the poor monks. As for why I came, this great golden ancestor had a karmic relationship with the poor monk. And the poor monk owed a favor and had to come to settle it. Living Buddha reincarnation hundreds of years on spiritual cultivation is really the highest in the world. From the front of the other side far away from thousands of miles, are heartbreaking, as if the great difficulties, and now in person, the heart-stopping feeling was still there, but it was much less, at least the three of them, the three Danjin masters, combined. How could they have the power to fight? Feng Wei sniffed in disbelief and turned to the final Taoist. What about the Taoists? You Taoists have always been transcendent, seeking only the way of transcendence and immortality. How come you also interfere in mundane affairs? My Buwa world can't affect you, right? The Taoist sighed and, a jiazi ago, I watched the sky at night. See the Emperor's star wavering, the purple star fell. The world group of male and female. Originally this big gold gas number has been exhausted. It should be the time to change the dynasty. But then the stars changed again, and a demon star hung high above, covering the stars and preventing them from seeing the sky. It was only later that I realized that it was the martial sage who had come out. What the sage Wu has done is indeed more merit than fault. According to the old way of projection, this Westerner's scourge can be 30 years long, almost to smash the land of Daxia, and the sage Wu was just less than 10 years, to eradicate the Westerner's scourge. Just the heavenly Wei Luan Chang, dynasty replacement, is really the reason of reincarnation. Martial saints so act, led to the stagnation of the human way. The heavenly way is impermanent, is really against the sky. The old road had to go out to stop. Feng Wei was a bit surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that he didn't exterminate Dajin, but existed as a mascot, and did something bad instead. In the beginning, it was because he was too lazy to be this emperor and only wanted to collect martial arts and explore the transcendent. So he maintained the status quo, letting Dajin still hold the emperor's throne high, and he himself only became a martial saint human martial king, and he stayed out of the rest of the world, except for the martial arts. And thanks to the invincible force of the world, even if he didn't interfere in political affairs, no one dared to disobey his actions, and it was no different from the actual emperor. I don't want to get it wrong instead and go against the grain of the world. Of course, Feng Wei could likewise open up the human way, directly develop the productive forces of this world, become an ancestor, and become a saint and a king, just the same as before. There is no need. Feng Wei is not a person of this world, and there is no mood to carry the 2 capitals and 13 provinces. There's no point in talking more. This time it's to give you a ride so that there will be human decency and peace in the world. Yi Wenwu was a little impatient, and straight away interrupted the speech, stepping forward, his body's aura bursting forth, his chi and blood seeming to condense into substance. The remaining 2 took a step forward, their chi vaguely encircling Feng Wei. I'm offended. Scholarly. Sage Martial, please. Chapter 27, 80 Years of Fighting, request for follow-up readings. It's just as well that I've seen what Dan power is. Feng Wei laughed. His body was like a dragon, and his residual shadow transformed into 3 people, striking out at the 3 people below almost simultaneously. The 3 of them, Yi Wenwu, were stony-faced, never slacking off just because Feng Wei was a Gangjin master. After all, the opposite side was a martial arts saint who could cultivate multiple astral powers at the same time. After so many years, how many martial arts had he practiced? From the point of view of the accumulation of astral energy, it had already reached an unbelievable level. The heavenly king asks for heaven. Yi Wenwu was the first to strike, asking for a heavenly hand to open up the way. The Yi clan's questioning heavenly hands are known as anticipating the enemy and sending out energy beforehand, and they have a subtle skill of listening to energy, which is able to anticipate the direction of the opponent's energy. And Yi Wenwu all cultivation to Dan Jin, natural hearing power ability to reach the pinnacle of successive generations of Yi family martial artists. Every inch of the power operation are in the ear, on the lower level of the Gang Jin master. Said that it is foretelling the future of the first is not too much. Before Feng Wei's move could come to him, Yi Wenwu slapped his palm on his shoulder. Dan Jin's chi was calm and steady as a mountain, without making a sound. But in the moment it touched the other party, the static pole break, as if a firecracker exploded, blowing Feng Wei's protective astral body energy shaking. The good thing is that the Feng for the Gang seems to be like a big river, like a majestic and unceasing, just being shaken for a moment. An endless source of Gang replenished again, drowning Yi Wenwu's Dan Jin. What an anticipatory listening strength. Again, Feng Wei was not shocked but pleased. His astral energy surged like a river, compared to the opposite side's Dan Jin's silent thunder, steel and iron bones. Feng Wei's astral energy was more like a raging wind and rain, using force to overwhelm people. At this time, the old Taoist also struck out, and his fingers were like swords, and his body was like the wind, and he even condensed his Dan energy into a sharp point, and quietly stabbed at Feng Wei's back spine. Sword chi? Kind of interesting. Feng Wei's figure flowed, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows, and at the same time, he struck out with his fist, clanging against the opposite side of the sword dipper. Looking at the blood spots on his fists, Feng Wei's eyes brightened slightly. This was the first time in so many years that his defense had been broken. This hand of condensing the astral deities into a sword from the opposite side was indeed something. This body protection astral strength, enough to superimpose several leather strength martial arts, and can be adamantine, and can move the strength, even if the artillery added body for a moment cannot be shaken, but can be the opposite sword finger poked through. The infinite life Buddha. Enchanterly, don't be mesmerized, turn back to the shore. The living Buddha on the other side opened his mouth with a melodious Buddhist sound, carrying an inexplicable rhythm and magic, which instantly disappeared into Feng Wei's mind. Living Buddha's changing spirit strength is the highest method of spiritual cultivation in this world, and cultivation as profound as living Buddha's is even capable of imbuing reincarnation and manipulating people's hearts. Even an expert of the same level could be disturbed for a moment or two. In the eyes of a martial artist, even a split second is a matter of victory or defeat, life or death. Feng Wei's eyes became blurry, the flow of his body's strength became stagnant, and he was actually controlled for a breath of air. Strike! Yi Wenwu let out a stern cry and categorically reminded the two of them. The heavenly king asks for heaven. Trinity Excalibur finger. Infinite life Buddha palm. The three of them were bursting with vigor, and their chi was as if a silver bottle had been broken at first, almost striking a vacuum in front of them. The majestic Dan energy poured onto Feng Wei's body as much as it could, sending out a deafening explosion. Boom! Even the cement-irrigated hall was shaken viciously by the impact, and Feng Wei's figure was sent flying, crushing a piece of debris on the cement floor. Feng Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, his face tinged with excitement, and no wind rose up around him, swinging away the dust that had stained him. Feng just a blow. 3 Dan Jin masters. Unprecedented. Is really since this world. The most dangerous degree. If not Feng for a body of astral protection has long been to the day and night turnover, the degree of endless. I'm afraid that blow would have killed him. Feng Wei stood upright with blood at the corner of his mouth, but his expression was calm, and there was no trace of the lassitude of being at a disadvantage. Feng Wei laughed. The way of a martial artist can be glimpsed from exchanging blows. The only reason you guys tried to avoid me before was because you were afraid that I would catch a glimpse of the Dan Jin Dharma in the process of sparring with you. And you guys do worry, right? A word from the true legend is not as intuitive as experiencing some Dan Jin in a light manner, no matter how much one talks about it. The silver bottle breaks at first. Jade liquid and agar. The way of Dan power is all here. Not bad. It's not in vain that I've taken the trouble to draw you out. As soon as Feng Wei's words came out, combined with Feng Wei's actions immediately afterward, Yi Wenwu's 3 people immediately changed color. Not good. He might be breaking through the Dan power. Is he crazy? With his chi and blood decaying, he still wants to make a breakthrough at the age of 80? This guy can't be reasoned with. Stop him. Yi Wenwu's 3 people had been avoiding Feng Wei before, and indeed the main reason was that they were afraid that Feng Wei would get the Dan Jin method, break through again, and cover the world. But he also didn't expect Feng Wei to be so crazy as to forcefully break through Dan Jin even when his chi and blood had decayed, still under the noses of the 3 of them. It's true that I can't use common sense. Who told you that my chi and blood are failing? Feng Wei's mouth smiled. His fingers pointed at his body, and golden needles erupted from his body. His body's chi surged again, and his astral energy was like the rising tide of the sea, surging out endlessly. It was more than twice as strong as before. To be precise, the superposition of 20 astral power martial arts, said to be a quantitative change, had actually caused a qualitative change. Any Danjin martial artist could be killed alive. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have avoided him so much before. Yi Wenwu's face changed drastically. Impossible? Without breaking through the Danjin and condensing the chi and blood into agar, how can one keep the chi and blood from decaying? This world's martial arts do not seek outside. Life level promotion is limited. Astral strength martial artists and normal people's life expectancy is no different. Even after 60 years old will be chi and blood decay, and only to the Danjin. The body of strength melted into agar chi and blood, can hold the yuan to keep one. The golden body does not leak, can pass the 100 mark, but also cannot live up to 105. Yi Wenwu's three people's spiritual sense was also a reminder of why the former Fawn was so terrifying, and in recent years, the spiritual sense of demonstration was far less than before, so they dared to come to ruffle the tiger's whiskers. Ha! How can I fool you guys if I don't act like my chi and blood are failing? Feng Wei sneered more than a little. He is not just practicing martial arts, medical, pharmacology and even poisonous arts. He is omnipotent. He can create some drugs to suppress chi and blood, and then use the method of golden needle acupuncture points. Temporarily suppressing their own chi and blood is not difficult at all. Ordinary disguise alone. I'm afraid that it can't deceive the intuition of a Danjin martial artist, and only with a multi-pronged approach can it be faked. As for the natural decay of chi and blood, that would be easier to solve. This world longevity method does not have. The method of health is still quite a lot. Collect some health art, health martial arts. Panels stacked under the can reach comparable to the life of Danjin martial artists. It's only 80 years old. The old man is still in his prime. As soon as the words fell, disregarding the bursting flash of spiritual awareness between life and death of the three people, and even preparing to wipe out the oil on the bottom of the feet, Fong for two hands to transport. Double palms a push. The astral energy surged out. Unceasingly, the invisible astral energy almost condensing into substance. The radiant light resembling the blazing sun. The condensed momentum, such as the mountains and seas fell. Wherever it passed, all the explosions, the cement slab floor cracked inch by inch. The air whistled with a dragon's roar and tiger's whine, the sound of which was mournful and shocked people's hearts. The entire hall, even the great summer martial arts school was shaken. The terrifying bombardment crushed through. Under the smoke and dust, only 3 traces of blood survived, and gazing at them, all 3 were seriously injured. Spitting out blood. Chapter 28, The road ahead is over, request for catch-up reading. A strong wind flowed through, dispersing the smoke and dust, and Fawn was alone, slowly pacing closer, his face expressionless. Martial Saint, truly a reincarnation of the demon star. I'm afraid this strike has gone beyond the realm of mortals. Where the hell did you come from? The old Taoist stared wide-eyed, revealing the nature of Feng Wei. Not a person of this world, since you know it all. In this world, I have no enemies. Handing over your martial arts skills can spare your lives. Feng Wei's face didn't move and he didn't answer the old Taoist's meaning, but talked about the conditions. Give me a pain in the ass, king or queen. Yi Wenwu was clearly not prepared to compromise and closed his eyes to die. Immeasurable life Buddha. I still ask the martial saint to raise his hand. Living Buddha is a bachelor. Seems to have prepared its own secret books early, directly with both hands. Kneeling is quite fast. The old Taoist sighed and stopped being recalcitrant, similarly throwing out a secret book. I only hope that the martial sage will not make things difficult for the people of my Sandow sect, and that the rest of the karma will be suffered by the old Taoist alone. Yi Wenwu is a bit dumbfounded. Messing around with me being the only honest person? You all have 2 hands? Feng Wei's eyes swept over. With the knowledge of the text skills of the great success of his unforgettable, just flipped once on the whole book to write down. Change of spirit power, uninitiated. Trinity fingers, uninitiated. The way of Danjin. It's finally in my jar. Feng Wei finally had a fluctuation on his face. With the secret method of Danjin running, the majestic astral energy of his body like a mountain suddenly gathered, and slowly condensed into agar like viscous energy in his body. To be precise, it would be more correct to call it the power of chi and blood. As a martial saint with an incomparably deep accumulation, as long as there was a dharma, everything was so easy for Feng Wei. Danjin, in reality, is the strength of Dan and Mercury? Mercury, also known as elixir of immortality, agar jade liquid, with the power of astral energy. Stimulate the great dragon of the spine. Open up the heavenly spirit. Completely liberate the potential of the human body. and condensed the astral energy of the body into the power of Dan Mercury, which is transformed into materialized chi and blood, in order to be called embracing the Dan. Up to this point, the lifespan is over 102, and the mixed elements are as one, and up to the moment before death, one can maintain full combat power, even because of the opening of the human body's great dragon, straight through the spiritual heavenly spirit. The Dan Jin martial artist's perception of danger is extremely keen, and the prophet of life, death, and woe is extremely difficult to kill. In this world, it's not too much to say that seeing God is not bad. This ancestor who pioneered the method of Dan Jin is a genius, and was able to explore a path to longevity in the demonless world. An open-minded mediocrity like me is far from being able to compare. Feng Wei raised his eyes and opened them, his essence flickering and quickly fading away, with a hint of pity. Unfortunately, there is no way forward after this Dan Jin. As a Dan Jin grandmaster and a martial saint who had superimposed countless martial arts disciplines, he clearly perceived that the upper limit of this martial path was limited to this. It's not the fault of the pioneers, it's the fact that the world cap is nothing more than that. A world without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was similar to his previous life, and it was not easy to develop a transcendent martial way, nor should he ask for too much. Feng Wei shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, he slapped Yi Wenwu to death, and with 2 consecutive points, he abolished the martial arts skills of the remaining 2, which was a way to bring this matter to a close. Suddenly, Feng Wei raised his head and opened his eyes, and the inspiration of the Dan Jin that he had just pierced through exploded, and some kind of great terror rose up in his heart, only to see a black spot in the distance, swept through the air, fell straight down in the direction of Feng Wei. A closer look is actually a similar oval-shaped iron shell. Missiles. Feng Wei narrowed his eyes, a little surprised, but not flustered. I don't think so. Even if this world's steam technology had potential, it wouldn't be able to develop so fast, not to mention the fact that I made a big mess in the Great Western Kingdom before, destroying a lot of its infrastructure. It should be something developed in recent years. To be precise, it's used to specifically deal with me. Missiles are certainly not. If it is really that kind of technology, is not a cannon shooting mosquitoes, but according to the degree of spiritual awareness alertness, but also certainly a threat to me is. Feng Wei looked at the approaching warheads in the sky with a calm demeanor. A long-range strike is definitely out of the question, and the technology is far from reaching it. It must be right within Yanjing, or even near the Daxia martial arts school. Without Dajin's support, the Westerners would definitely not be able to enter here. Even the Jinren have colluded with the Westerners? You know that I have prolonged the Jinren court's national fortune, and provided them well, and I don't have the mind of a king in hegemony, and I don't dare to take an interest in the political affairs. Even if the Jinren are jealous of me in any way, they don't have to collude with the Westerners. Not. On the contrary, I think poorly, no matter how the West are only relying on technology to show off a moment, is the way of all the people, in the end, will not be too much influence on the rule, and seriously develop technology, how the decades can keep up, and it's transcendent doppelgangers like me that are the biggest uncertainty for rulers. A thought of life and death. Feng Wei has already figured out the joints, but he does not matter. Being backstabbed by Daijin or something, this is a smooth hand, because the figure is convenient to the matter of endless consequences. There is such a backlash is also expected. He had already achieved Dan Jin, and even if he departed from this world at this time, he had already reaped a full harvest. But, it's still a little upsetting to end it like that. Daxia Martial Arts School, 1,000 paces away, a white-haired, white-faced Westerner was talking to a man dressed as a Jin nobleman. You Westerners promised me that you would help us develop our gunpowder technology after you finished with Li Hongyu, so I hope you're true to your word. Otherwise, it's not like we, Dajin, can't replicate the power of the martial school guards, even to the point of dispatching a Danjin sect master to stir up your Great Western. The Daijin noble snorted coldly, looking at the air currents that exploded in the sky, and threatened under his breath. Before, Dajin certainly couldn't do it. And the former per capita internal strength martial arts school guards had long since been disbanded by Feng Wei and relegated to the private sector. But with the foundation that Feng Wei had struck, the number of martial arts men in Dajin had increased exponentially. Coupled with the spread of cement technology, even Western artillery had trouble getting past their walls. It was all thanks to their martial sage of Dajin. It was just that right now, the Dajin royal family was unhappy with the status quo, and no one wanted another saint above the emperor, or a martial saint. That's natural. Technology is the mainstream of this world. As for your martial arts, it will eventually be eliminated by the times. The Westerner general's face was expressionless, not taking Daijin's threat to heart in the slightest, but instead a hint of scorn flashed in his eyes as he looked toward the sky. That being said, He had seen that man's power with his own eyes, that kind of brutal, almost invincible power. It's a good thing there's only one person like that in this world, and there never will be again. As for the so-called martial artist army, and the concrete moat, the Westerner generals were not worried. These at best allowed Dajin and Dashi to fight back and forth and extend the battle line. And what really broke the backbone of the great Western nation, it was that guy's iron fist. When the Westerner general remembers the previous picture, his heart cannot help but be chilled. Under a pair of iron fists, the Westerners were killed and bloodied. No matter whether it is a musket or an artillery has not had the slightest effect, for the Westerner royal family is also 7 in 7 out, without any concern, as if it were a god or a devil. To say that this fellow, though powerful, is also naive enough to drive us away? But instead of wiping out Eugenians, he disbanded his army and went into seclusion. Is it really what you call a saint? Our philosopher not? The Westerner general, with a mocking, without realizing that disputes in this world, especially disputes of power, are only about you dying and me living? I didn't realize that someone so powerful couldn't see through that. If that man had established a kingdom on his own, where transcendence and technology went hand in hand, then the great Western country would have had to watch, or even split the Beltway party on its own, and all would not have been in the same place as it is today. You have a point. A voice rang out of thin air, causing the Westerner general's face to change so drastically that he was almost about to pee in fear on the spot. Feng Wei looked cold. His body was covered in black smoke. His clothes were broken and somewhat wretched, but he was basically unhindered and still retained his full fighting strength. If he were to have a hard encounter with that missile, he would definitely be less likely to be seriously injured. But with the ability of the Danjin Autumn Cicada First Sense, even if it was an unusual Danjin Grandmaster, he would be able to retreat in one piece, with light injuries at most. So I've decided that it's better to split the difference with you guys. In the year 319 of Dajin, martial arts saintly Han Yu fought with 3 great masters at the top of the summit, broke through the Danjin, and then retreated under the iron armor Wushuicide bullet, slaughtered all the Westerners and the Jin royal family, and subjugated all the 8 parties, opened the Xingwu dynasty, and was known as the Xingwu Ancestor Emperor. 3 years later, he sat down and ascended to the heavens, and was called the Saint of the Martial Arts and the Ancestor of the New Era. Chapter 29, Awakening from a Dream, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Jungkook, the Royal Residence. Fong for the confused open eyes. A hurried dream. The dream has passed 100 years. Is it Zhou Zhuang dreaming of butterflies? Or butterflies dreaming of Zhou Zhuang? Li Hongyu? Feng Wei? The Sage of Martial Arts? The color of vicissitude passed in Feng Wei's eyes, and his entire person suddenly became vicissitudinous and majestic. And in that instant, he was once again the martial saint who had overpowered the world. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wei's complexion cleared. The vicissitudes of the aged feeling on his body swept away, and he changed back to that young guardian again. Dream big before you realize it's me. It's a good thing that the panel's ability is to enter the dream and not actually reincarnate and live another life. I am not who I am, and it is a big dream after all. Although the memories of the dream are still clear, all kinds of emotional experiences will gradually dissolve into nothingness with waking up. Feng Wei breathed a sigh of relief. If it were true that every time he entered a dream it was a reincarnation, not to mention that his mental age would increase by leaps and bounds, his personality memory would be misplaced, and even his soul would age faster. The soul has life, has stepped into the transcendental. Feng Wei is able to vaguely feel. If every time into the dream is consumed soul life, I'm afraid that not a few times into the dream, he is going to die of old age. The main thing this time around is that it's not a big hall. It's kind of all over the place. Just as cultivation, none. Skills, throwing, greatest achievement. Clear ears, flying flower and leaf. Horse stance, dishang. Standing on the ground. Strong body, bow and arrow, greatest achievement. 100 paces, no false shot. Literacy, dishang. Literacy and understanding. Driving to the mountains, dishang. Recognizing roads and medicines. Setting up traps to climb mountains. Pharmacology, dishang. Theory of yin and yang. Theory of all herbs. Medicine, great accomplishment. Superior healer, able to cure the unhealed. Battle formation, great success. Soldiers are like hands and feet, driven like arms. Beast taming, great accomplishment. Proficient in beast language, as if driven by arm. Power martial arts, perfection. Power to the gods, holy in martial arts. Chi and blood like a dragon. Entering the dream, 3,000 worlds. Big dream first. Feng Wei looked at his own panel and nodded in satisfaction. There are quite a few more useful skills in addition to the power martial arts. A skill of the perfection realm. This is the first time I've seen it. It seems that the path of Jin Li has really come to an end. But since I'm still an unusual guardian in the real world, my physical abilities can't keep up. so I can't fill up my Gene martial arts skill. I can only find some great medicines in the real world to supplement and replenish my physique in order to speed up the pace of stepping into Danjin. However, it's not without unexpected gains. When Feng Wei's mind moved, an inexplicable energy surged out of the void and poured straight into his body. His physical qualities continued to climb and his cultivation broke through at a rapid pace. External strength. Inner strength. The Big Dipper. It was only when he had been raised to the Big Dipper that Feng Wei's cultivation enhancement slowed down. Another ability of dream entry, capable of consuming a certain amount of divine soul power so as to transmit things from the dream world to the real world. Feng Wei struck out with his fist, setting off explosions in the air. It was the familiar power of the gang, but his spirit was more than a little tired. He had just consumed a portion of his divine soul power in exchange for the chi and blood for cultivation in the dream world. After all, he had only practiced the power martial way, and he had entered a dream instead of reincarnating, and there was basically little growth in the power of his divine soul, so it was a bit of a struggle to barely raise it to the Big Dipper at best. And it's only the strength of an unusual astral power martial artist, compared to the peak of my dream, 20 gates of astral power superimposed. It's also far from being comparable. After all, it's only after practicing for a year and scavenging the whole of Dajin's great medicines that I was able to exchange for the majestic astral power. But there's no rush. When I find some great medicines, in a year or two, sooner or later, I'll be able to return to the peak strength of the great golden world. Feng Wei was not in a hurry. According to his probing, the main world was most likely a demon-free world, and the astral world was already more than enough to protect itself. Protector Feng. Suddenly, a servant shouted from the door. His lordship has asked you to come. Feng Wei froze for a split second, then reacted that he was still a parasitic guard, not the martial saint who called the shots anymore, but not eating beef in this world. Sooner or later, Feng Wei returned to his senses and echoed, "Got it. I'll be right there." When Feng Wei gathered himself and walked out the door, he looked at the blazing sun hanging high outside the door and couldn't help but sigh. The time difference between this dream world and the real world is actually so big. The Dajin world has passed almost 100 years, while the real world is only half a day's light. Turning the corner out of the gate and into the inner courtyard, Feng Wei met Master Wang. At this time, Master Wan was high up in the first seat, calmly drinking a cup of tea, and in front of him were two servants, who were being executed by the family law and severely beaten with the board. Feng Wei listened to the surrounding discussion. The odds were that it was some kind of petty theft. It was only then that he remembered that the time in this world was still stuck after the night of the bandit invasion, and the odds were that Master Wang was making an example of him and cleaning up his house. After all, there is a bandit invasion of things, is bound to be the result of internal and external collusion. For Master Wang, there are jujube no jujube have to play two shots, otherwise how else can he harness down? Even this scene was still a scene that Master Wang let Feng Wei see on purpose, just to knock Feng Wei, lest this guardian get up in arms and not be easy to manage in the future. But for Feng Wei, there was no more later. Perhaps soon he would have to leave the Wang family to meet the outside world. As for the deed of sale and whatnot, for transcendent martial artists, it was nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. Master Wang. Feng Wei did not salute, nor did he address him with honorifics. He just said lightly, "If not to see in there are a few incense love." Feng for even not willing to come over, directly jump out of the compound. With all the skills, the sky is high, even into the main palace can be. Master Wang frowned at his words, his face a bit ugly. Master Wang and Master, a difference of one word, a world of difference. The latter is a title of respect, while the former is just a title. Obviously this Feng Wei has no respect for his master's house anymore. Looks like he's still too young. I don't know what I'm capable of. Master Wang has some regrets in his heart. Can't even money and beautiful maids not be able to recover his heart? It seems that his previous judgment was wrong. This Feng Wei is not a good person. On the contrary, he is a jackal. Immediately, however, Master Wang loosened his frown and changed back to an amiable look of, in the king's house master for many years, the king's master this point of the city or have. After all, the opposite side of the party for all the skills are not weak. If there is really any mischief, will be his master frame, the scene will be difficult to see. Besides, it's not too late to realize that this person cannot be trusted. Master Wang's eyes slightly closed, collected his emotions and spoke immediately afterward. Feng guard, because of this bandit scourge, our Wang family is also considered to be greatly injured, and there is also that Lu Kuwei behind the person, but also still not clear. We interrogated him for a night. He only said that there is someone in black clothes and masked with him to trade. It seems that Lu Kuwei is really do not know, only know that the opposite force is not weak. The person who came to the martial arts, the number of people is quite a lot. Master Wang narrated the story with a consultative tone. trying not to startle the guards in front of him. The enemy is dark and I'm bright. I'm worried about Missy's safety, so I've decided to let Xingya go to defect to a distant relative of the Wang family. I want you to escort her along the way, and when she comes back, I'll give you another 1,000 taels of silver. How's that? First, I will tell you what is good for you, and when we are on the road. Master Wang said that he has plenty of ways to concoct this disobedient servant. Feng Wei hesitated for a split second, then decided to agree. It just so happens that he wants to travel the world. This escort can go out and officially go out to see Zhang. Looking for the road to transcendence is also considered to be the end of the love of the Wang family in these years. Yes, just listen to Master Wang. Feng Wei nodded his head to indicate that he had no objections. As for Master Wang's little maneuver, he had actually lived for almost 100 more years, and he who had read countless people had naturally seen it in his eyes, and didn't take it to heart. Anyway, he will also be far away from the Wang family, and from the perspective of Master Wang, he is definitely considered to have offended Master Wang. If he doesn't make a move against him, it's fine, but if he annoys him, suddenly, Master Wang, who had taken a sip of hot tea, had some chills on his back for some reason. Looking at Feng Wei's departing back, Master Wang coldly smiled. It's just that. It's just a small role. Compared to Qingya's matter, a small guard is not enough. Chapter 30 Immortal Fate, Request for Follow-Up Reading. 2 months later. Zhang. 100,000 mountains. The so-called 9 is the extreme of number, and the 100,000 Great Mountains actually refers to the nearly endless terrain of mountain ranges. The 100,000 Great Mountains is such a place, located on the eastern border of Zhang, going back to the endless mountain ranges. The sheer breadth of the known mountain range is 10,000 miles, and it is said that those who have explored deeper have never come out. It was also one of the desperate terrains that surrounded Zhang. There is a city on the border of Zhang, close to the 100,000 mountains, and the only one, named End of the Mountain City, meaning that by this point is the end of the border of Zhang, and what lies ahead is the endless 100,000 mountains. Feng Wei and his group had been rushing for more than 2 months before they finally reached the vicinity of the end of the mountain city. As they approached the end of the mountain city, the group walked to a tea stall to rest their feet and take a breather of sorts. 3 or 5 guards in a group, sitting around the tea stall, and the Wang family miss is a deep young lady. It is not convenient to show her face outside, all the way to rest in the carriage. Is the Master Wang's close friend, Wang Fu butler, serving all the way. Finally, we're almost there. My ass is going to break from all this horseback riding. You don't say. I've never traveled so far away from home. I've seen enough personnel along the way to go back and brag for the rest of my life. If it were me, I'd rather not go out. If it weren't for my master's orders and Captain Fang's excellent archery skills, this journey would have been enough to kill us 800 times over. 3 or 5 of the Feng family's guards were gathered around, talking about their pastime with a dusty face, obviously tortured enough by the rush. On the other side, Feng for one person to occupy a tea table alone. Also do not discuss with other people, compared to the road before, or a neat and tidy, the temperament of the calm. For his physique, even if all the way with the feet running, also do not see how tired. Not to mention still riding a horse. The rest of the guards looked at him with obvious awe and respect, and there were even guards who took the initiative to go over and greet him, respectfully asking what he needed. Along the way, it was Feng Wei who repeatedly showed his power. Even the siege of dozens of horse thieves were killed through with his godlike archery, sort of saving their lives several times. These guards obviously knew which the thigh was, and hugged it very dryly. Then again, one of the guards suddenly lowered his voice and voiced the doubts in his heart. What kind of relatives does this Master Wang's family have, to be able to live in this uninhabited hellhole, where Zhang is almost gone? Even if there's an enemy out there who's counting, it's not so bad as to send Missy to this hole of a place, right? Another guard picks up the conversation. Don't tell me. I do wonder. My ancestors have been working as guards for Master Wang's family for generations, and I haven't heard of any distant relatives of Master Wang, but somehow they let us bring Missy here. There must be something fishy going on here. Ahem. Is this something we can talk about? Don't you want to die? Let's just do our job well. Master Wang said that after completing this mission, not only will we be rewarded with 100 taels of silver, but we'll also be given good land and a house, and we'll even be able to work in the countryside as an idle steward to control the tenants. Originally, the topic of conversation to this end, but the beginning of the guard to speak coldly and then opened his mouth. The tone of meaning. This is a strange thing indeed. How I heard a saying on the road. You guys listen to it. The words immediately attracted the attention of the guards. When we rested our feet on the road, I heard a runner say that on the road of this exhaustive mountain city, every few years there are sons and daughters of big families from all over the world rushing to go over there. and even their bosses opened inns specifically on this road to earn this silver. Originally he was also strange about this, but the officer for many years has long gotten used to it, until one day he accidentally listened to the children of that big family talk about the reason why the big families are sending people to go. Because of the exhaustion of the mountain city. There's an immortal's fate. When this statement came out, the rest of the guards had mixed reactions. Most of them were and listened to it as a joke, or even laughed outright. What kind of laborious immortal fate? I've never heard of any immortals in all my life, and I've never even seen any ghosts or monsters. Forget it, it's just a story made up by the runner who wants to earn some reward from you, immortal or not. If there is really an immortal destiny, why don't those emperors and dignitaries go and ask for it? Why don't the emperors and dignitaries go and ask for it? Sending some powerless young lady to ask for it. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Thought you could hold a good fart. But you're shaking us. And the guard who said this followed with a laugh, not taking it to heart, thinking that it was only said as a joke. Of course, in their perspective, the most should seek the fate of the immortal. That is certainly the emperor, followed by those who are dignitaries, sects and Taoists. How can not take the turn of the young lady? These young people to seek the fate of the immortal. Immortal fate. Feng Wei played with the teacup in his hand, looking puzzled. Although these guards spoke with suppressed voices, Feng Wei's five senses were extraordinary, but he heard them clearly. Originally, when Feng Wei saw that the escort road was so long, he was also a bit impatient, and did not have the idea of sending the Buddha to the west, and was ready to run away halfway. Anyway, he was all skillful, and he could be dashing wherever he went. But immediately his mind changed, and like these guards, his mind was curious about the purpose of the trip. This Wang family's eldest young lady went out so far. Surely she wasn't defecting to her relatives, and as Feng Wei observed along the way, it really let him see something unusual. Feng Wei's eyes darted around and quietly stared at butler Wang Fu, who had been silently taking care of Miss Wang all the way. Originally, Feng Wei didn't put it on his mind, but as along the way Feng Wei relied on his skills of driving mountains and pharmacology from time to time, and went outside to pick some ginseng and large medicines to replenish them, his cultivation gradually recovered to Danjin, and his five senses recovered to transcendence. He only found something strange. This Wang Fu, although he doesn't have power cultivation in his body and is over 100 years old, he has a majestic qi in blood, and his qi is beyond normal. I'm afraid that young Tiany's innate divine power is nothing more than that. It's always not a coincidence anymore. Feng Wei never believed in coincidences, and he, who had already achieved transcendence, only believed in his own judgment. This world, I'm afraid there really is something odd in it. On the other side, butler Wang Fu seemed to have sensed Feng Wei's gaze and suddenly raised his eyes, only to see that Feng Wei was resting with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the things around him, before relaxing his guard again. Elder Fu. A light female voice came from within the carriage, causing Wang Fu to hastily bow and stand up. Miss, I'm here. Wang Qingya inquired. Is it coming? End of the hill city? Wang Fu replied. That's right, we're almost there already. Almost a few more hours of travel before we reach the city. Wang Qingya's tone was deep, as if she wanted to say something. Then, on the way back, Baido Fu Lao, you will pass these on to Protector Feng. Give him a message. Just say, the mountain is high and the road is far, so I hope you cherish. Wang Fu sniffed his expression. His face did not see any sadness or joy. He took a wooden box, his eyes deep, and, the old servant knows, I will forward it over. But Miss is a person who wants to achieve great things. She must not have this kind of childish love. That party for, not from the same world as Miss. Wang Qingya's voice droned for a long time and became clear and cold again. I know. Wang Fu did not advise again, but directly ordered the many guards to continue to rush, also afraid of a long night. Chapter 31, The Truth, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Miss, the old man will be sent here, and the road after that will be up to Miss alone. At the entrance of the end of the mountain city, Wang Fu bowed to Wang Qingya and said, wherever you are, the hearts of men are treacherous, so I hope the young lady will be more careful. Wang Qingya nodded, and couldn't help but redden her eyes at the thought of being separated from her father forever afterward in immortality. Elder Fu must take more care of his father. Forgive my child for not being able to fulfill his filial duties in the future. And, Wang Qingya paused, her eyes looking to Feng Wei, who was unblinking and tall, and the disillusionment in her eyes quietly hid. What I command, you do. And then she couldn't resist barking out, don't give him a hard time. Wang Fu nodded in silence and did not speak, the depth in his eyes hidden. Feng Wei's face didn't move on the sidelines, and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, as if he had heard something interesting. Just as planned, after sending Wang Qingya to the end of the mountain city, Butler Wang Fu seemed to be in a bit of a hurry and didn't even enter the city gates and didn't let the crowd rest before taking Fong Wei and his group straight back. If there are no accidents, there shouldn't be any. After Fong Wei and his group had traveled for another hour, away from the end of the mountain city, leading the way ahead, Wang Fu on the carriage suddenly waved his hand, stopping the carriage and stopping it in the middle of the road. It's almost time to rest here. Wang Fu's words immediately caused many of the guards to be dissatisfied. Tired from this journey, the mentality of the many guards had long been out of balance, if not for the fact that they were driven by profit, coupled with the fact that Fong Wei, who was the strongest in terms of force, had not objected and suppressed the crowd by force. It would not be surprising that the guards had turned against each other halfway through the journey, and had directly laid their hands on the eldest Miss Wang. And in the end, Wang Fu didn't even allow the guards to go to the end of the mountain city to rest for a moment or two, and had to rush back again, which made the guards' dissatisfaction reach its peak. Butler Wang Fu, there's no village in front of us here, how can we rest? That is, just now, we were not allowed to go in at the end of the mountain city, but now we are allowed to rest in the middle of nowhere. What exactly do you mean? Even if you're close to the master, you can't toss us around like this, can you? The brothers are all exhausted from this journey, even those made of iron can't stand it. We're still not allowed to take a rest or two at the end of the mountain city. The guards immediately boiled over and looked at the old butler in front of them with a bad expression. If there wasn't an explanation, the crowd of guards who had already completed their tasks might have to turn against them on the spot. Anyway, Missy has already been delivered. A handless housekeeper is just a housekeeper. When the time comes, just say that she was attacked by thieves and accidentally died. Master Wang will have nothing to say. Wang Fu stepped out of the carriage, sighed, and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Don't be in a hurry, guys. That's not what I meant by resting." What's that supposed to mean? The faces of the guards were not good, and some of them even seemed to sense something wrong with the atmosphere, and had already placed their hands on the swords at their waists. Pust! The sound of a hard object entering flesh suddenly rang out, and blood instantly all trickled to the ground. Butler Wang Fu slowly withdrew his red-stained palm from the opposite guard's chest, and the contrast with his hunched figure was so great that it looked appalling to the extreme. When I said rest, I meant for you to die. As soon as Wang Fu's words fell, his originally amiable face instantly became hideous, revealing a horrifying killing intent. At the same time, Wang Fu displayed an explosive power that was completely unsuited to his age, as if he was a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, instantly dodging to the back of another guard, and directly knocking him out with a single punch, spitting blood out of his mouth, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The rest of the guards reacted, wanting to pull out their swords and knives to fight with them, but they were far from being opponents. Their swords and knives were easily slapped off, and they couldn't even keep up with their swift movements, and they could only watch as their companions around them were easily killed by a pair of meat palms. Breaking or snapping. Wang Fu raised the last guard with one hand, and with a slight force from his 5 fingers, he crushed his neck and threw it straight aside like a rag. Finally, Wang Fu raised his eyes to Fong Wei, who was standing at the end, motionless, and opened his mouth to lament. You would have been a talent. Not only is your archery skill amazing, but you have also gained Missy's favor. It's just a pity that you're a bit of a bully. If it wasn't for the master's last instruction to me that I must never let you go back in full, or else I'd still have to listen to Missy's commands, and maybe you'd really be able to escape with your life. Fong Wei's expression was calm, as if he had expected it, and he had no intention of making a move even as he watched the guards around him being killed. Instead, he wore a look of realization. So that's why Zhangguo territory. There is no legend of the immortal fate. Right. Those big families got the immortal fate. We'll send their children to the children, and then we'll be on the way to the guards and servants as much as possible to silence. And even some of the news spread back, but also by your tacit agreement of the joint efforts to erase. It seems that the immortal fate is something that more than just you big families can get, right? If word spreads in Zhang, I'm afraid that by then all the people's servants from all over the country will be able to go and ask for the immortal fate. And who will still be working for you big families at that time? It's not even uncommon for there to be servants with ruthless hearts who have gained the immortal fortune to turn around and devour their masters. Human nature obviously cannot stand the test, and it is thought that the vast majority of servants who have been oppressed are afraid that the first thing they will do once they have gained power is to take revenge on their original masters. One's treatment of servants are considered generous, but once the mistake, a half-dad is also a common thing. Not to mention more big family owners simply did not take the servants as a person to look at, kill and plunder, treated like a dog and pig in general. Fong Wei stroked his chin. There was only one truth, and now that he had seen Wang Fu's athletic and inhuman stance, he was finally certain that this world was definitely a transcendental world. So, I have one more question. What exactly is the so-called immortal fate? What exactly is the secret of the end of the mountain city? And why Wang Qingya? What's so special about her? Wang Fu looked at Feng Wei with some surprise, not realizing that this man could project so many messages just based on hearsay. You're a smart man. You can glimpse the truth just by hearing about it. But the smarter you are, the more you can't stay you. You have too many questions. You'd better go down and ask the king of Hades. Saying that, Wang Fu was like a rock leaping. His body shape was like the wind, a leap of several feet, instantly dodging to Feng Wei's front. To be honest, he is a little afraid of Feng Wei's archery, really out of the ordinary. In the army can also be called a god shot. He is seen even if it is a tiger or leopard in the Feng Wei under an arrow, can only be the head. I'm afraid that if he does get shot, he's at risk of being injured as well. But looking at Feng Wei's figure close to his eyes, the corner of Wang Fu's mouth hooked up in a sardonic smile. Just now I said you were smart, but now you're so stupid. If you had harassed me with your arrows, you could still bring me some trouble. But now that all the guards around are dead and you are the only one, even if you are born with divine power, how can you defeat my tiger and wolf power that has already surpassed that of mortals? Is the secret of the immortal edge something that you servants and guards can know? Give me death. Wang Fu clawed at Feng Wei's neck. Pure physical strength exploded in the air. If he grabbed it solidly, it was the bones that couldn't withstand such a pinch from him. Chapter 32 Counter Kill, Request for Catch-up Reading. Clang! Wang Fu's figure was like the wind, and when he struck Feng Wei with one hand, he even made a resounding sound, as if he had struck on top of gold and iron, shocking his fingers with raw pain. Only Feng Wei looked calm and relaxed. A burst of invisible qi around his body protected his body, so that Wang Fu's vigorous force did not enter the slightest bit. How is it possible? You know immortal techniques? Wang Fu immediately color change. In front of this teenage guard, not to say very understanding, but also he watched grow up with his own eyes, is a native guard. How can contact to get the immortal edge of the immortal law? No, immortal magic is not so bad. It's enough to deal with you. Feng Wei shook his head, a little disappointed, and he predicted the same. The opposite Wang Fu, although the strength is amazing, but it is just a body of brute force. Against ordinary people is okay. With the strength of martial arts to measure, then the internal strength of martial arts people stronger, but then the astral power master or worse. Not to mention that his cultivation had now recovered to Dan Jin. Sure enough, you're nothing more than a regular person who's been given some chance, and you don't have anything to do with immortal fate. Fong for the understanding of the strength of Wang Fu, there is no hesitation. Shot like electricity, a Dan energy unreservedly poured out. Fingers pointing, directly Wang Fu's limbs unloaded. No power of resistance. So come on then, just what exactly is going on with the immortal fate you speak of? Wang Fu faced fear, the whole body paralyzed to the ground, but also did not want to spit out the slightest. He is the Wang family dead soldiers, can be given this extraordinary ability? Must be the family die hard. Even if the torture cannot get what news, you die of this heart. I won't say a single word, and it's useless even if you catch up with the young lady again. Immortal fate, immortal fate. It's not something that anyone can get. Only the chosen one like Miss can receive the immortal fate. Servants like you will always be servants. Wang Fu gritted his teeth and snapped. This person is indeed a diehard, and even wanted to bite his tongue to kill himself, if not for Feng Wei's quick eyes and hands, and removed his jaw. Otherwise it could really be some trouble. You misunderstand, and I don't think you're going to say anything. I have my own way of making you talk. Feng Wei's face did not move as the Dan energy in his hands flowed, transforming into a strange qi and blood fluctuation. Change God power. The secret technique from the great golden world's Dan Jin Grandmaster, living Buddha, is able to influence the minds of others through the power, and even to find children whose qualifications and birthmarks match their own, so that they can practice the art of initiation, and achieve the realm of immortality and long-lasting vision. Of course, how can there be a true path to immortality in a low martial world that? Later, Feng Wei also studied and understood that the so-called dunking reincarnation, but it is to infuse oneself with the essence of a great master to other people, after which the child who is dunked will have some residual memories of the previous life, and the residual character and obsession will affect the reincarnated spirit child, giving the illusion of a similar flower. But in fact, there is no reincarnation, living another life, just the residual memory of obsession. The last life after the dunking has died, is not the same person, and even more of this dunking, all kinds of personality memories will begin to fight, and in the end to become mentally ill is not too far off the mark. However, it is also considered one of the few martial arts in the power martial way that involves the way of the spirit, and it is enough to manipulate the mind and deal with mortals like you. Feng Wei lightly stroked a palm on Wang Fu's forehead, and instantly the opposite party lost his mind and stopped talking tough. After a few moments, Feng Wei nodded in satisfaction, getting the answer he wanted. So it is. In fact, this Wang Fu does not know much, only know that the Wang family ancestors seem to have produced immortals. There are a lot of immortal pills in hand, and the ancestors of the immortals have commanded that if the descendants test out to have immortal destiny, they can go to the end of the city of the mountain, to seek the immortal destiny. But what is certain is that the Wang family's ancestors did produce immortals, and this strange power of Wang Fu is the proof. Wang Fu was also just a mortal, but unlike other servants, he was trained by his master as a dead soldier since childhood, and nearly 60 years old. In the son and daughter, a hang up, even if there is a fairy fate is useless, so not afraid of backfiring on the master, only in the middle of the day was given the immortal pills, and got a strange power. Even if he is over a 100 years old, he also has the power to tear tigers and leopards alive. This Zhang state, like the Wang family ancestors, are not many immortal family, but are also powerful large households, the people together up to blockade the news, but also the immortal edge of the matter will be suppressed. No wonder the bandits invaded that day, all killed to the front. That Master Wang is still old and calm. It turns out that he has his own cards. Even if I don't make a move, this Wang Fu will be able to kill the bandits cleanly. It might even be possible that the Wang family has a more powerful card in their home, and this Zheng Kingdom's senior management also designates that they know about this, or else they wouldn't have specifically built an exhaustive mountain city to facilitate the immortal edge. Feng Wei got a little emotional. Things are unpredictable. It turns out that the transcendent chance I've been longing for is right beside me. Immediately afterward, Feng Wei retrieved a wooden box from Wang Fu, which according to Wang Fu was entrusted to him by Wang Qingya to be given to Feng Wei himself as a parting gift. Feng Wei used the intuitive senses of a Dan Jin master to feel that there should be no problem, so he opened it directly to look at it. The objects in the wooden box were simple, a deed of sale and a porcelain vase. Oh, this Miss Wang is a wonderful person, growing up in a deep room, and she has really moved on me, and wants to let go of my contract of sale. Even knowing that Wang Fu wants to kill and exterminate people, he still speaks for me. He's just a bit naive, but he's not a bad person. Feng Wei is not surprised. Itself his appearance in this life is quite excellent, and to save his life, this long in the deep bosom of the young lady Sinus is also normal. He smiled and picked up the deed of sale and glanced at it. It was indeed his deed of sale before it was casually shattered by Feng Wei with his power. The deed of sale and what not, for him has long been a piece of waste paper. Let Feng for the attention of the other porcelain vase. 3 words were written on the vase. Tiger and Wolf Dan? Feng Wei's eyes lit up and asked Wang Fu who was beside him, only to realize that the immortal Dan that Wang Fu had eaten in the first place was the one named Tiger and Wolf Dan, which was said to be able to fill up the chi and blood of mortals and directly gain the power of a tiger and a wolf after they ate it. Then Feng Wei took out the elixir from it and let Wang Fu identify it, confirming that it was indeed the same elixir that Wang Fu had eaten back then, with exactly the same flavor and color. It seems that before I even set foot on this immortal road, I still owe a favor. Feng Wei blinked. Some did not expect that Miss Wang really considered for him this white moonlight, not only to release his servant status, but also bestowed a bottle of elixir that allows one to obtain transcendent power. The geniuses almost let him eat soft rice. It is a pity that Wang Qingya thought wrong. He Feng Wei is not what the white moonlight, or even to say is the black moonlight is not too much. Cut the heart are black. It seems this favor is one I'll have to return in person. Feng Wei put the elixir away, but he didn't dare to eat it indiscriminately, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared in the same place. Chapter 33, Immortal Cultivation Realm, Request for Catch-Up Reading. At the end of the mountain city, there is an inn. At this time, Wang Qingya temporarily rested his feet in a guest room, spreading out several ancestral items in front of him, and all kinds of objects flashed with a strange luster, obviously not mortal. According to the old ancestors, the brighter the spirit measuring stone is, the better one's qualifications for immortal cultivation. If one can illuminate the spirit measuring stone for 5 points, only then will one be qualified to go to the extraterritorial immortal cultivation land. But the old ancestor urged that if one only has 5 points of qualification, one does not need to force the immortal fate. Even if one embarks on the immortal path, one will be constrained at every turn, and one is bound to not go very far. Previously, my Wang family had no immortal cultivation qualification for all generations, or less than 5 points, and it wasn't until my generation that I came out with a 7-point qualification. It's just that by my generation, the heritage left behind by my old ancestor has consumed most of it, and I only hope that on the side of my ancestor's clan, I will be able to give me more support. Her eyes flashed with a strange color, thinking about the instructions passed down from generation to generation by her ancestors, and she had worries and aspirations for the future path of immortal cultivation. It seems that the key to the so-called immortal fate should be the so-called qualification. No wonder you all want to keep the information under control. It seems that even anyone can have a chance to have immortal cultivation qualification. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind Wang Qingya, causing a shock in her heart. How do you? Wang Qingya's eyes widened as she looked at Feng Wei, who had suddenly appeared, and was somewhat at a loss for words. Feng Wei, however, did not wait for Wang Qingya to speak and slapped his palm straight down, wanting to directly control him with the transformation god strength. Halfway through running his palm, he saw a golden light suddenly light up, blocking the way between the two of them. Ha! Feng Wei's expression was clear, but he was not surprised. Other people whose ancestors were immortal cultivators were able to cultivate a servant like Wang Fu, so they must have more or less left some cards in their hands. Only Wang Qingya's chest suddenly floated out an arcane talisman seal, emitting a shimmering golden light that warded Feng Wei off. Only the bottom card of defense? Feng Wei's face did not move, and several more palms met him. The sound of clanging resounded through the room, striking the golden light on the opposite side of the room and shaking it. It was obvious that this defense shield was not that sturdy either. Slow down. Wang Qingya reacted and knew that Feng Wei was definitely here for the immortal edge, so she forced herself to stabilize her mind and begged for mercy at Feng Wei. What do you want to know? I'll just tell you everything. There's no need to hurt my life. Feng Wei laughed, simply ignoring what Wang Qingya said, still moving his left and right palms in quick succession, striking out gusts of ripples on the golden light, vowing to break through this turtle shell. In front of immortal fate, he wouldn't believe in other people's bull *******. Just like Wang Fu, he would only believe in his own means. Feng Wei didn't have any ill feelings towards this missy who was kind to him, but on the path, anyone was an enemy. Stop! Wang Qingya suddenly snapped, raising a talisman seal high in the air and making a gesture to tear it open. This is the immortal's means left behind for me by my old ancestor. It's incredibly powerful. If you don't want the fish to die, stop. Feng Wei finally stopped, no longer trying to break through the opposite side's defense, and instead looked at the opposite side's missy with interest. This woman was a bit naive, but her heart was not bad. She could react to his threats. If she could develop in the immortal cultivation world, she might really have some achievements. You should have seen that my means are not mortal either. Are you so sure that your means can hurt me? Feng Wei smiled slightly. In reality, as a Danjin martial artist, he had a keen sense of spiritual awareness. The moment the opposite side's talisman came out, it was true that his spiritual sense signaled an alarm, and it was somewhat threatening to him, but it was far from being a threat to his life, and the real reason for him to stop. Apart from not being clear whether Wang Qingya had any other means, what Feng Wei was afraid of was that Wang Qingya's jade was not cost-effective if she used the means on herself and ended up committing suicide. Feng Wei would end up with an empty hand. You can try, and I can also make sure you get nothing. Wang Qingya obviously thought of the jade and stone approach as well, and with a hint of ruthlessness, she did not show any weakness at all as she glared at the past, but there were a few points of the ruthlessness of an immortal cultivator. Feng Wei nodded his head in a non-committal manner and, tell me then, what do you know? I've already gotten a part of the information on Wang Fu. If it doesn't match up with what you said, I won't stop. Wang Qingya saw that Feng Wei did not have the intention to make a move, and also breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Feng Wei with complicated eyes, instantly feeling very strange. This guard who grew up in the Wang family since childhood, the guard's elder brother whom she was quite fond of and saved her life, actually had this kind of means mind. Could it be that lurking for many years was for the sake of their family's immortal destiny? Luckily, she had fallen in love with him before, and even wanted to help him cancel the contract of sale, but just now, she clearly showed no mercy. Thinking so, Wang Qingya's eyes couldn't help but carry a hint of grudge. Let me ask you first, what did you do with Fubar? Feng was very frank, and after the torture, he naturally had no reason to keep his enemy alive. He wants to kill me, so naturally I can't just fold my arms. With these words, Wang Qingya's complexion darkened, obviously also knowing that with the determination and ruthlessness shown by the guy in front of him, Uncle Fu was bound to be gone. For Wang Fu is watched her grow up servant butler, since childhood has been taking care of Wang Qingya, said transcends the master servant feelings some exaggeration, but said that there is no feelings, is certainly false. I clearly instructed Uncle Fu to not embarrass you. Feng Wei nonchalantly broke the sentimental atmosphere and just wanted to get straight to the point. You don't have to blame him or yourself. Even if he didn't strike at me, I would have struck at him for my own purposes. So, Feng Wei stared at the woman in front of him, his tone threatening. Now, say what you have to say. Wang Qingya heard the words, could not help but glare at the man in front of her. At this time she felt the ancestors described the so-called immortal road cruel and bumpy. Everywhere is a thrill and everyone is an enemy. According to the Wang family's ancestors, it starts 2,000 years ago. With Wang Qingya's narration, Feng Wei only gradually and completely uncovered the truth of this world. It turned out that the history of Zhang said that the immortals descended and the heavenly fire burned the world was not a myth or legend, but instead was a real historical event. This world was vast and boundless, with a circle of heaven and earth, with an unknown beginning and an unknown end, with a cultivation system called the Immortal Way, with countless immortal cultivators, and even a number of great magical powers capable of catching the stars and taking the moon, and moving mountains and filling up the seas. The Zhang state was originally a micro-small secret realm controlled by the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, and originally had several spiritual veins, a lot of cultivation resources, and there were cultivators within the Zhang state, but it has always been firmly controlled by the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, and the Zhang state has a lot of cultivation resources. From time to time, they harvested some immortal cultivation resources, or used it as a secret realm of the sect, allowing the disciples within the sect to play against each other. But even so, there were still a good number of immortal cultivators among the natives of the secret realm. But no surprises happen. Zhanggua's secret realm, although the same cultivation world, but the distance from the royal beast spirit sect do not know millions of miles away. Guessing that the ancient sects have a great magical person artificially opened up the secret realm, only by virtue of a teleportation array, the two places to carry on the exchange. One day, that is, 2,000 years ago, there were two great magical beings who fought and killed each other, fighting in the void. A moment was 10,000 miles away, and with no luck, they suddenly passed through the secret realm of Zhang, in front of the great avatar that even the Imperial Beast Spirit sect couldn't afford to mess with. The boundaries of Zhanggua, which was even more vast than even the Huaxiao land in the previous life, only resided for a moment, and then it was destroyed by the aftermath of the powerful exchanges, including several of Zhang's spiritual veins, as well as countless immortal cultivation resources, immortal cultivators, and even mortals. They were all burned to the ground by that heavenly fire that fell from the sky. Since then, Zhang's secret territory, which has no spiritual veins and is in a jaded area, has gradually turned into a real jaded spiritual place. The natives in the secret realm of Zhang also died because of the aftermath, and it took hundreds of years before they gradually recovered and re-established human civilization. Chapter 34, Spirit Measurement, Request for Catch-up Reading. As for the ancestor of the Wang family, naturally, he was not an immortal, but an ordinary immortal cultivator. The Wang family ancestor was originally an outer disciple of the royal spirit beast sect, fighting for many years in the inner volume, and finally entered the late stage of qi cultivation, and barely made it to the stage in the immortal cultivation world, just because along the way offended too many enemies, in the old age or by the enemy retaliation. Life is to save, but because the injury is too heavy, a body cultivation are lost to the 7 or 8, life expectancy is greatly reduced. That's why he applied to the clan to go to the Zhang Jieling land to retire and live in seclusion. Otherwise, any cultivator would not be able to endure the environment of the Zhang Jieling land. Heaven and earth aura, naturally, is the foundation of immortal cultivators. If there is no existence of heaven and earth aura, not only is it difficult for immortal cultivators to advance an inch in their cultivation, even their original cultivation will be gradually lost, and they will eventually turn into mortals. The only cultivators who lost their cultivation on the path of immortal cultivation and aged, with no hope for the road ahead, and whose lifespan is even no different from that of mortals, are forced to go to this Jielingdi to live in seclusion. Because in addition to the many bad things about this extinct spirit land, there is still a good thing about it, that is, there is no fear that the offspring will be retaliated against by their enemies, and even if it is an extinct spirit land, it does not affect the output of the offspring's spirit roots. The qualification for immortal cultivation is called spiritual root. In this world of immortal cultivation, spiritual root is born and bred by nature, randomly appearing, almost impossible to change, and is the biggest difference between immortal cultivators and mortals. It was a legacy to start a branch in Zhang, and the descendants would be able to produce another highly qualified immortal cultivator. Of course, most of the choices of the Wang family's ancestors are the choices of the casual cultivators. If the cultivators who have their backs to the power of the immortal cultivation family, most of the family can shelter their old age, and to stay in the cultivation world to develop, undoubtedly there are more choices to choose from. In comparison, the Wang clan's ancestor had no choice but to do so. Qi practicing, foundation establishment, Jin Dan, Yuanying. One thought turns a Jedi into a spiritual land, and another thought turns a spiritual land into a Jedi. It is said that there are Jin Dan real people sitting within the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, and the great avatar who makes the Imperial Beast Spirit sect all helpless is at least at the Yuanying cultivation level. Feng Wei narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the great magi in this world, I'm afraid that really amazing magical powers. A Yuanying stage cultivator. is to easily destroy tens of thousands of kilometers range of the country. In the eyes of the mortals, even compared to the so-called immortal god is not much worse, and the fate of the weak is decided by the strong. That's the rule of this world. Countless living beings were turned into dust and even spiritual lands were turned into Jedi under the clash of great aptitudes. But to the powerful, it was just the aftermath of an inadvertent encounter that wouldn't even leave an impression in their memories. Such a dangerous and fascinating world. Feng Wei heard the truth about the world, and instead of losing heart, his heart stirred up a sense of grandeur. The only way to live forever in this immortal world is to catch the stars and the moon. So, this is the spirit measuring stone. Feng Wei picked up in front of Wang Qingya, a plain stone. As long as the stone was held tightly, it would emit a certain brightness, thus basically testing a person's spiritual root level. Under 3 points of brightness were all lower-grade spirit roots, 4 to 6 points were middle-grade spirit roots, 7 points of brightness were upper-grade spirit roots, and 8 and 9 points of brightness were earth spirit roots, and the legendary heaven spirit roots. Of course, it is said that there is also full bright super-immortal cultivation physique, called immortal spiritual root. Once you have, basically the road of the immortal road are all the way through. No bottleneck to speak of. More than open-hanged, also open-hanged. However, this is just a rumor. And throughout his life, the Wang family's oldest ancestor had never even heard of a heavenly spiritual root, let alone an immortal spiritual root. Feng Wei held the spirit measuring stone tightly in his hand, and in his heart, he expected that the I'm a traveler, not to mention the immortal spiritual root, even if there is a what the earth spiritual root. Heavenly spiritual root is also a very normal thing, right? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 incense stick. Inside the house, Feng Wei and Wang Qingya, as well as the still non-glowing stone, looked at each other face to face, and for a while, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Wang Qingya also looked at Feng Wei in amazement. This person actually did not have a spiritual root. Then where did the means just now come from? Was it also an immortal means passed down from his ancestors? However, Wang Qingya saw the situation, but also inside a sigh of relief. The spiritual root is born. This Feng Wei is afraid an immortal destiny has no destiny. But immediately, Wang Qingya was alert again, afraid that Feng Wei could not think for a moment and wanted to die with her. Feng Wei, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders and threw the spirit measuring stone back into Wang Qingya's hand with a calm face. Although there were fluctuations in his heart, the experience of 100 years in the dream and the backbone given by the golden finger allowed his heart to be unabated. Originally, this spiritual root is rare. 10,000 mortals do not see a person can have a spiritual root. This is also said to be the lower grade spiritual root, and then up to the middle grade upper grade spiritual root. That is 1,000,000, 10 million, or even 1 billion in the existence of one. It was normal for Feng Wei to reincarnate in this body without a spiritual root, even for descendants of immortal cultivators like the Wang family. There hadn't been a spiritual root with more than a 5-point qualification in their history, and it wasn't until Wang Qingya's appearance that he was considered to be lucky, and a top-grade spiritual root was produced. However, even if you don't have a spiritual root, the immortal cultivation world still has to go, staying in the land of extinct spirits all the time. I'm afraid there's no way out even for martial arts. A skillful woman can't cook without rice. Besides, there are countless chances and wonders in the immortal cultivation realm, and things that can solve the problem of spiritual roots also exist. With the power of the golden finger, it's not impossible for me to seek 1 or 2 things by bringing wealth to the first and using the power of the martial Tao to drive the cultivation of the immortal Tao. As a second best, even if I only develop my martial arts, I'm not necessarily inferior to those immortal cultivators. There are countless paths to transcendence in the heavens, and immortal cultivation is just one of them. Of course, Feng Wei did not intend to easily give up the path of immortal cultivation. Compared to the unknown and complicated transcendental system in his dream, the immortal path in this world was undoubtedly the path that led to immortality, practiced by countless people, and was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than him groping for it alone. Immediately afterward, Feng Wei looked at the remaining things that had been passed down from the Wang family's ancestors. A clan token, a dozen or so shiny spirit stones, they should be lower grade spirit stones, a few bottles of pills, and a storage bag. Feng Wei swept a glance. Originally the Wang family's old ancestor left behind definitely more than this, only that it was consumed quite a lot in the Wang family's long inheritance, and basically not much was left in Wang Qingya's generation. Of course, what's left here refers to the objects on the surface. The real Wang clan ancestors' valuable things should be in that storage bag. It's just that no matter whether it's Wang Qingya or Feng Wei, both of them don't have immortal cultivators' means, and they can't open the storage bag at all. Feng Wei's eyes gently skimmed over the storage bag, and without the intention of rushing to the end, he only picked up 10 of the lower grade spirit stones, as well as the remaining bottle of Tiger Wolf Dan. After all, he still had to rely on Wang Qingya's identity to enter the immortal cultivation world, and with Wang Qingya's qualification of a top-grade spiritual root, he would surely be heavily utilized by the royal spirit beast sect, to the point of being cultivated with all his efforts. If Feng Wei did absolutely nothing, he would undoubtedly be making enemies for himself, and even the moment he stepped out of the Zhang state's secret realm, he might be taken out by the sect. It's sort of what I borrowed from you, and I'll return it when I have the chance when we get to the immortal cultivation world. Feng Wei took away what he found useful and left the room. I'm staying next door, so wait for my message and I'll let you know when to leave. And Wang Qingya was relieved to see that the most precious storage bag was preserved. She went to the immortal cultivation world all alone, and she also had to develop herself with the heritage left by her ancestors. She looked at Feng Wei's departing back, her complex expression, and wondered how this Feng Wei had the courage to break into the immortal cultivation world even if he didn't have a spiritual root. And this person actually treats people with such determination and decisiveness, and drives them away with benefits. Could it be the innate immortal cultivation sacred body mentioned by the old ancestor? Chapter 35, Teleportation Array, Request for Catch-up Reading. Tiger and Wolf Dan. The raw material is the tiger and wolf's whole body's essence blood, plus warming and tonifying medicinal herbs. Regular people can eat it to have unlimited strength, full of chi and blood, and obtain the power of a tiger and a wolf to add to it. But according to Wang Qingya, this tiger and wolf Dan is nothing more than an unclassified elixir in the immortal cultivation world. Given to apprentice alchemists for practice, it's not worth much at all, and is used by most immortal cultivators to send out to mortal servants for some brute strength and to serve themselves conveniently. But despite that, if we put it in a mortal kingdom, forming a tiger and wolf squad of 100 people would be a situation of killing people everywhere. The difference between immortals and mortals is particularly astonishing. Feng Wei held the bottle of elixir in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. The Wang family ancestors left a lot of tiger and wolf Dan to the Wang family, generally used to train dead guards, to protect the safety and survival of their own family. So many years down the line, the tiger and wolf Dan is also very little left. Together with the one in Feng Wei's hand, there were a total of 3 left. With a normal person's physique eating at most one of these, if they eat one more, they will die from the expanding medicinal power. Immortal cultivators are able to eat a few more, but after 2 of these, they will also form a resistance to the medicine and will no longer be useful. How can I say? For an immortal cultivator, some chi should be nothing. After all, immortal cultivators have a wide variety of means. It is indeed tasteless to eat and discard, if it is aimed at immortal cultivators. And then if you want to enhance your physique and work on immortal cultivators, it has to be a great Dan of the entry grade. But for me, it is somewhat useful. I practice martial arts and am in need of replenishing my chi and blood. The Dan gene realm has only recovered not long ago, and the gap between me and the dream martial sage is not small, so it is not a waste to give me this tiger and wolf Dan to eat. Feng Wei looked at the pills in his hand and without any further hesitation, he ate all 3 together, followed by closing his eyes and began to digest the medicinal power. Half a day later, inside the guest room, Feng Wei suddenly opened his eyes, and the turnover of chi and blood power in his body was as thick as jade liquid in agar. Not long after, a large amount of chi and blood surged up within, and the chi and blood once again condensed, almost forming a substance, and a light layer of blood-red chi coalesced all over his skin. The chi and blood are like pillars. The strength is divine. It's done. Feng Wei's essence flashed, and with a smile on his face, opened the panel. Power martial arts, perfection. Power to the gods, holy in martial arts. Chi and blood like a pillar. The words of the power martial Tao had all lit up, once again reaching the level of 100 years of accumulation in the dream world. The strength of chi and blood was more than twice as strong as that of an ordinary Danjin martial artist, and even if 3 Danjin martial artists were in their faces, they could still be beaten to death in a raw manner. This cultivator's elixir is really amazing. According to the unusual progress, he wants to recover to the peak state of the dream. How to also have to 4 or 5 months of light. Just 3 unimpressive elixir, but let him save half a year's work. Really extraordinary. As Feng Wei's thoughts came together, he couldn't help but yearn for the legendary immortal cultivation world even more in his heart. I just don't know if this chi and blood power of mine is stronger or weaker than that of a real immortal cultivator. Vertical day. Wang Qingya also did not have the intention of escaping alone, but obediently waited for Feng Wei, thinking that she was somewhat afraid of Feng Wei's arcane means and did not want to break the net of fish death. After packing up, Feng Wei and his duo officially set out on the road to the immortal cultivation world, by Wang Qingya to lead the way. The transmission array is in the end of the mountain city after the 100,000 mountains. Wang Qingya does not recognize the road, but seems to know some kind of marking code words, intermittently walking for several hours, only to be able to reach the destination. What a search! Feng Wei put Wang Qingya down from his hands and looked at the seemingly flat and level grass in front of him. It also seems that someone intentionally designed it this way, exhausting the mountain city and the teleportation array separated by several hours of footwork, and still being inside the 100,000 mountains, in order to prevent someone from following, or an outsider like me from finding this place. And this journey is not unusual. Encountered several beasts, were killed by Feng Wei casually, and then Wang Qingya, body delicate, rushed to exhaustion, had to be carried in the hands of Feng Wei. Continue to rush. This should be it. Wang Qingya looked around and found that the destination was a model of the claim passed down from her ancestors, before she was relieved. Then he slowly stepped forward and took out the ancestral clan token. Wang Qingya took out a small knife and stretched out her green and jade-like palm, cutting it and letting the blood drip onto the clan token, which was stimulated by the blood and flickered with a burst of white light before annihilating down again. And it's gone? Feng Wei frowned slightly. This woman wouldn't be lying to him. Sure enough, it's still not safe to cooperate with others or something. The key resources and messages. It's best to keep them in your own hands. Wang Qingya looked at Feng Wei's approaching figure and couldn't help but feel a little scared. This man was determined to kill. If he didn't say anything, he might have to take action against her again. What our ancestors said. This teleportation array is a second-grade middle-order spatial array. It is to require a middle-grade spirit stone, and also a cultivator's specific maneuver in order to catalyze it. And we do not have such a means by any means. The only way to teleport us away is to reach the vicinity of the formation and then use the clan token to transmit a message, prompting the immortal cultivator on the opposite side of the guard. Wang Qingya was also a bit nervous as she watched the delay in the teleportation array, so she couldn't help but say a few more words. You don't have to worry that the clan will be unfavorable to you. I told you yesterday, generally speaking the clan token can only be used once, and it costs quite a lot. So the clan has stipulated that only medium-grade spiritual roots and foundation building seeds with more than 6 points of brightness will be eligible to be accepted by the clan. And if your qualifications are not up to par, you might be accepted as well. But the expenses for the teleportation array will have to be credited to you. Feng Wei smiled and touched his chin. Really, this immortal cultivation sect wouldn't do a money-losing business. No wonder this Wang family ancestor instructed to make sure that the qualifications are up to standard, or else before he even started immortal cultivation, he'd be saddled with a debt of a medium-grade spirit stones level, which would simply be a hell of an opening. If it was a 5-point medium-grade spiritual root, there might be room to turn around. But if it was a lower-grade spiritual root, you'll basically have to be treated like a cow or a horse and pay off your debts for the rest of your life. Based on the purchasing power of spirit stones that Feng Wei knew, it was difficult for the average cultivator of cheap practicing cultivation to have access to medium-grade spirit stones, and it was obvious that this teleportation array did not consume a low amount of money. But with a top-grade spirit root like me, I'm sure I'll be heavily utilized by the sect, and the teleportation array loss will definitely be free of charge, and there will also be a large amount of resources tilted towards it, so even if I bring some mortal servants along with me to join the sect, it won't be that big of a deal. Just as Feng Wei and the two of them, chatting over here, the other side, mountain and sea realm, Imperial Beast Spirit Sect. Lin Li yawned, looking boredly at the teleportation array in front of him. I've stuffed that senior brother with spirit crystals. Why is this kind of task still assigned? Even though there's nothing to do safely, there's really no oil and water. Have a lower grade spirit stone and let me keep an eye on it for 3 months. The spirit farmers out there aren't this oppressive, are they? You still have to watch the teleportation array every inch of the way. You can only cultivate and waste time for nothing. Then again, it seems like it's been more than 10 years since this teleportation array has been opened. The descendants of the immortal cultivators over in the little mysterious realm may have all died out, and the clan is wasting its efforts. Lin Li sighed, and was actually simply complaining one way or the other. He also knows that although it may be a waste of effort, but where the opposite secret realm out of a 6-point spirit root foundation seed, for the clan is also a big profit. If you pick up a top quality spirit root, that is no different from being lucky. Upper grade spiritual roots, golden dan seeds. In order to maintain its status, the Imperial Beast Spirit Sect definitely needed to produce Gene Dan real people on a regular basis, so it placed extra emphasis on geniuses with top-grade spiritual roots. Nay, top-quality spiritual roots were rare and not that good to encounter, and it wasn't like there weren't other clans out there vying for competition for this kind of genius. Chapter 36, finally arriving at the mountain and the sea, request for follow-up readings. Ha? No way. There's really a cultivation seed coming over? Lin Li jolted and looked at the token in his hand, echoing the opposite side of the teleportation array, flickering with white light. Although he complained with his mouth, Lin Li didn't dare to delay things, so he hurriedly took out a talisman seal and threw it in the air, burning it out of thin air. Shoo! A sound of breaking air rang out, and an old man with crane hair rode an immortal crane and came flying through the air. Elder. Linley immediately saluted with a respectful expression. He is only a small cultivator in the middle stage of chi cultivation. Naturally he doesn't have the means of spirit stones to open this second-order teleportation array, and his role is only a guard, and if he really encounters something, he still has to notify the Foundation Establishment Elder. There's movement in the little mysterious realm again? Let's just hope it won't be the same as more than a decade ago, with some stupid people with 3 or 4 points of spiritual roots coming. Those old people of the clan who went in, and I don't know how they instructed their descendants, said that non-5 or more points of medium-grade spiritual roots can't be admitted to the clan, yet they still often teleported in some disciples with inferior qualifications. When the time comes, you won't even be able to recover the capital to start the teleportation array. Elder Spirit Crane frowned slightly as he pinched a seal in his hand and threw out a few more rounded spirit stones, and a fluctuation in the aura of the void finally enabled the teleportation array. If it weren't for the fact that it's hard to find Foundation Establishment Dan seeds, and there are the rest of the sects around us pressing us head on to get all the immortal cultivation seeds, I don't think that the sects would be willing to do this kind of money-losing business, waiting for the opposite extinct spirit mystic realm to send us disciples. Elder Spirit Crane grumbled twice and watched as 2 figures slowly emerged from the teleportation array, and it was clearly falling for the 2 of them. Only 2? Elder Spirit Crane was a bit dissatisfied. This second-order teleportation array was capable of teleporting dozens of people easily. Just 2 people came. If they were all poorly qualified, it was obviously another money-losing deal. It's best if there are Foundation Establishment seeds amongst you, or else. Spirit Crane Elder sneered twice. Really think that the clan is a charity knot? Although they cannot draw blood and refine the soul of the righteous clan, but want to concoct 2 disciples, or too easy. Previously, those guys whose spiritual root qualifications were not up to standard and attempted to take a chance had already been sent to the spirit mines under the clan, destined to spend their entire lives digging until they died. As soon as Feng Wei opened his eyes, he saw a spiritual light hitting from the opposite side, and subconsciously wanted to return the favor, but he held back simply because the old man on the opposite side of the room, and the Spirit Crane behind him, were frantically signaling alarms with his martial spiritual sense just by standing there. He is definitely not an opponent. If he made a move, I'm afraid he would die in an instant. Elder Spirit Crane struck a spell to test his spiritual roots and looked at the opposite duo, his expression gradually growing in surprise. It's 6 points. 7 points of spiritual roots. Top grade water and wood spirit root. Golden Dan seed. Elder Spirit Crane's face was overjoyed. He actually really waited and produced a Gene Dan seed in the absolute spirit mysterious realm. The other one. How is it immortal? It seems that the chi and blood are quite abundant. It should be the stream of servants who ate the tiger and wolf Dan. Elder Spirit Crane's divine sense swept a glance at Feng Wei, frowning slightly, feeling that Feng Wei's chi and blood were a bit abnormally strong, but it was only a thought that swept past. A mortal only. Gene Dan seed current. Couldn't care less. No, we have to notify the Patriarch immediately. If it was an unusual Foundation Establishment seed, Elder Spirit Crane would still be able to steal a hand and accept it as a disciple first, but the girl child in front of him was a Gene Dan seed, so it was obviously not for him. An intersect elder. To decide. Elder Spirit Crane pinched another spell to notify the clan's interior from a distance, and immediately after waving his hand and rolling it, a large hand of spiritual energy sent Wang Qingya to the Spirit Crane. Female child, follow me. I'll take you to see the Patriarch. In an instant, Elder Spirit Crane broke through the air with Wang Qingya and flew out of sight. Only Feng Wei was left to stay where he was, but instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and, facing a strong person who could crush him at any time, he couldn't help but be nervous. Despite his unassuming nature, it seemed that the royal beast spirit sect's attention to Wang Qingya was still above his prediction, and didn't care about his existence at all, or, he was so weak that the Foundation Establishment elders didn't even bother to pay attention to him as a mere mortal. However, this is also a good thing for Feng Wei, so that he can steadily live in a stable manner before he does anything to develop. But, I'm no match for a Foundation Establishment powerhouse, and this kid seems to be just as good. Feng Wei looked up at the young immortal cultivator in front of him, a not-so-weak energy fluctuation on his body that was somewhat threatening to him, but not much. Feng Wei had no worries and directly climbed into conversation with Linley across the room. Linley didn't look down on Feng Wei as a mortal, at least superficially, but instead chatted with him very enthusiastically, introducing him to this immortal cultivation world, as well as the message of the Imperial Beast Spirit Sect. After all, even though Feng Wei was a mortal without a spiritual root, the woman who came with him was a top-grade spiritual root and a Gene Dan seed. That is Lin Lei, this barely middle-grade spiritual root of the outer disciple. far from being able to offend the existence. Just now see Feng Wei and Wang Qingya relationship distance, but also some intimacy. If offended Feng Wei was blown some pillow wind, Lin Lei cannot bear the consequences. Feng Wei naturally knew what was on Lin Lei's mind, and was happy to fox around, and hurriedly began to pull Lin Lei around, learning about this world, the mountain and sea realm, eastern domain, beast spirit sect, outer sect, inner sect, Qi practicing minor cultivator, foundation establishment major cultivator, Jindan elder, Yuaning true lord. Feng had set up a conversation, and there were also messages that Lin Lei had deliberately revealed, allowing him to gain a further understanding of this world. This cultivation world is called the Mountain and Sea Realm. The Royal Beast Spirit Sect is located in the Mountain and Sea Realm of the eastern region of the West, is not a weak clan, mainly by virtue of the cultivation, harnessing the means of spirit beasts to dominate, in the area of 1,000,000 miles of the realm, is also considered to be a hegemony. The Patriarch is a great cultivator of the late foundation establishment stage. The supreme elder of the sect is a real person of the Jindan stage, and the sect is suppressed by a Jindan stage spirit beast, under which there are dozens of foundation establishment elders and countless Qi practicing cultivators. In addition to the Royal Beast Spirit sect, there are the rest of the large and small immortal cultivation family, dozens of hundreds, but also look up to its nose and survive. At most 1 or 2 foundation establishment elders to sit in the town, far less than the Royal Beast Spirit sect to the strong. Of course the entire mountain and sea eastern region. There must be more than just the Imperial Beast Spirit sect. The rest of the land has several other Jindan sects, but because the eastern region has limited resources compared to the other regions, the far west, the central region, or the South China Sea, there has not been any Yuaning true monarchs. After knowing the basic situation of the mountain and sea realm, Feng Wei, in the name of curiosity, pulled Lin Lei to cast a few immortal cultivator techniques to further understand the immortal cultivation system of the mountain and sea realm. It seems that the immortal cultivation system of this world is indeed quite powerful, even for the first level of Qi refinement that has just been initiated. If one has practiced a few arts, the means of attacking and attacking can be comparable to that of an astral martial artist, only that the mana is insufficient. If one is in the third level of Qi refining, skilled in offensive techniques, and augmented by magic weapons, talisman seals, and the like, I'm afraid it would be difficult for a Dan Jin Grandmaster to get the better of him. Feng Wei felt the strength of Lin Lei's spells across the room and secretly compared his own systems to each other. And if one were to go further and break through to the middle stage of Qi refining, one would have completely closed the gap with the power martial arts. According to this Lin Lei, he's only broken through the fourth level of Qi refining, and the power of his arts is quite astonishing. He's not a small threat to even me, a martial saint, and I'm afraid that an ordinary Dan Jin is not a match for him. If I add in undercards like talisman seals, magic weapons, pills, and the like, if I really wrestle, I'll have to go first. Chapter 37 Lingshou Mountain, request for follow-up reading. He has been practicing in his dream for nearly 100 years, yet he is still inferior to a yellow-haired brat who has broken through to the middle stage of Qi refining. The so-called heavenly soldiers and generals after ascension have only gained the qualification to stand in front of Sun Monkey. Feng Wei laughed to himself in his heart, but always remained calm. He also has his own dependents, compared to who is the Sun Monkey or to say it. The exchange with Lin Lei didn't last long before Lin Lei's waist token flashed, but it was a clan summons. Let's go, Brother Feng. I think the clan has already arranged Senior Sister Wang properly and is asking me to bring you to Spirit Life Mountain. This Spirit Longevity Mountain is the core residence of the sect, and all of them are at least first-order upper-grade cave dwellings inside. Lin Lei had already inquired about Wang Qingya's name, and very consciously used honorifics. The top-grade spiritual root was destined to be a true disciple of the clan. Even the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder would have to look at the object. Lin Lei naturally had to treat it respectfully. If Feng Wei in front of him could give him a few kind words, it could all be used to his advantage. By the time he had digested the contents of the transmission, Lin Lei's face became a little complicated with a hint of undisguised jealousy. This Spirit Life Mountain is precisely the core residence of the Royal Beast Spirit sect, a place where only inner disciples and inner elders can stay. Not only is there a second-order spirit vein, but there is also a second-order spirit gathering array, and the effect of its cultivation is completely incomparable in comparison to that of the outside world. Even he couldn't enter at unusual times, and only sniffed outside the formation, and felt his cultivation improve. And now this mortal in front of him, who had no cultivation, was easily able to get in, even resident. How could he not let his mind be complicated? However, Lin Lei was also a qualified immortal cultivator, and immediately straightened himself out, hanging a rather warm, even somewhat respectful smile at Feng Wei. When Feng Wei saw Lin Lei's expression, he could see what was going through his mind and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It seems that this immortal cultivator is also class separated, and cannot escape human feelings, the coldness and warmth of the world. It's a pity that if I could really stay in the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, Lin Lei's idea would definitely be a good one. It's just a pity that doesn't stop him from painting the guy though. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Daoist Lin. When I see Missy, I'll definitely put in a good word for you, fellow Daoist Lin. In front of Missy, having obtained what he wanted, Lin Lei was satisfied, only to see Lin Lei pinch a seal, and after a burst of mana fluctuations, a strand of strange clear wind wrapped Feng Wei in. This light body technique is a technique that all chi practicing stage cultivators will practice. With the technique added, even mortal feat strength is comparable to that of a galloping horse. But of course it certainly can't be compared to flying with an imperial weapon. It's just that I have limited magical power right now, so I can only entrust Brother Feng with this, said aggrieved. But Lin Lei also unconsciously exuded some sense of superiority. As an immortal cultivator, transcendent plus, everlasting life, compared to mortals without spiritual roots, is ultimately the superior one. As for the Feng Wei in front of him who was just a mortal servant, even if he lived in a second-order cave all year round, it would be difficult for him to live past 120 years of age unless he obtained a life-extending elixir. Feng Wei had since cooperated with the performance and made a look of surprise, but in fact, what was in his mind was the ability of Elder Spirit Crane's ability to move through the air just now, and he was a little envious. Flying out of the air is a Foundation Establishment great cultivator ability. As for chi practicing cultivators, unless they have a flying magic weapon, they can only use their feet to catch up like me. Feng Wei glanced at Lin Lei. Flying magic weapons were expensive and definitely not something that this kind of outer sect minor cultivator could have. But according to Lin Lei, a flying magic weapon would also have to be a cultivator in the late chi cultivation stage in order to have enough mana to utilize it for a long period of time. There were no words along the way, and as they hurried towards the Spirit Life Mountain, the light around them became extraordinary, green and lush. Everywhere is the verdant color of the bamboo leaves, luscious luster, and accompanied by the white mist surrounded, like a dream-like fantasy, like a real heaven on earth. It was also true that, according to Lin Lei, there were second-order formations that regulated the climate, and the interior of this Spirit Life Mountain was spring-like in all seasons, all of which had the most suitable climate. From time to time, there were the same chi practicing cultivators rushing along, and even the cultivators flying with imperial weapons crossed in the air. Everyone was in a hurry, running for their own life and cultivation. No one cared about the existence of Feng Wei's duo. Feng Wei carefully felt the difference between this place and Zhang. With his Dan Jin Grand Master's spiritual sense, he did feel the presence of the aura of heaven and earth in this place, and between every breath and inhalation, his chi and blood fluctuated and even grew quietly, and the concentration of heaven and earth aura became denser and denser as they got closer to the Spirit Life Mountain. Sure enough, diving where can raise a true dragon. In this earthly realm practicing strength martial arts, I'm afraid that qualifications are not a problem. Dan Jin martial artists have to be as good as leeks generally grow one crop after another. Feng Wei felt the aura sustenance of the real immortal cultivation world and secretly said that he had made the right step after all. Cultivation of immortality 4 to wealth couple lawland, although the ground is the end, but also the most basic factors. If there is no environmental support, let you enlightenment against the sky, but also difficult to cook without rice. Rushing to one of the core caves, Feng Wei was led over there, while Lin Lei was stopped outside, following the servant in front of him who seemed to be at the first or second level of chi practicing into the cave. Feng Wei once again saw Wang Qingya. Like not long ago, Wang Qingya was still wearing a long dress with a delicate face. The only difference was the clan token with a golden luster bubbling at her waist. Feng Wei was not surprised to see this, knowing that with Wang Qingya's qualifications, this must be true disciple-level treatment, or even a Jin Dan big brother personally accepting his disciple. Miss Wang, congratulations. After that, you will surely have an unobstructed path to immortality and achieve the great Tao of eternal life. Feng Wei smiled and opened his mouth to congratulate. Wang Qingya looked at the man with a long body like jade in front of her, always unable to see through it. Although now the offense and defense are different, and the status has also become a world of difference. She has already been valued by the old ancestors' discipleship and become the true lineage of the clan, while Feng Wei is immortal. But the man in front of him does not seem to be worried, and even maintains the calmness he had before. Are you leaving now? Feng nodded his head. Although the Imperial Beast Spirit sect is a treasure, it is ultimately not suitable for me. My immortal path is slim. If I want to seek the path of immortality, I still have to go to the outside world's starry sea. Wang Qingya listened and was also moved by Feng Wei's bravado, hesitated for a moment, seemed to have made some kind of determination, and leisurely opened his mouth and said, "Why don't you consider staying? Even though you're not a nice guy, You've grown up in the same place as me since we were kids. The problem of spiritual roots. I think it's not absolute. After I become a foundation establishment, or even a Jin Dan, it's not impossible to use the power of the clan to help you out again. Feng Wei listened to this. It looked like the soft rice was fed to his mouth, but there was no ripple, even dumbfounded in his heart. It seems that I've also overdosed a bit too much. If this goes on, this Imperial Beast Spirit sect is not a place to stay for long. Spiritual roots are inherently an iron law of immortal cultivation. If it was so easy to solve, many sects would not be struggling to find immortal cultivation seeds with superior spiritual root qualifications. Even if Wang Qingya was willing, the Imperial Beast Spirit sect would not agree to run around in vain for him, a mere mortal, to solve the problem of a nebulous spirit root, not to mention the unpredictability of the human heart. Wang Qingya can say these words, but also just a number of factors due to karma, and even have me to push the envelope. Chapter 38, The Sky is High and the Fish Are Leaping, request for catch-up reading. The so-called push waves to Fong for the prudent, since it will not be their own safety in the hands of others, to bet on the goodwill or good sense of Wang Qingya's heart. In case Wang Qingya arrived at the sect, the offensive and defensive situation was different, and he had a rebellious mind. Wouldn't Fong Wei be a fish on the plate, to be slaughtered? When Fong Wei realized that Wang Qingya had a card left by the ancestor of the Wang family, and could not continue to use force to pin down, and cultivation of immortality qualification is high, then moved to other means of mind. Transformation God strength. Speaking of which, it's really a great harvest from the great golden world, and it's really good. In the world of Dajin, living Buddhas were able to use words as a guide to manipulate the minds of ordinary people, and as the saint of the martial arts, Fong Wei didn't dare to use it blatantly, but it was still quite easy to use it due to the situation and guided with the situation, taking advantage of Wang Qingya's remaining goodwill towards him. He constantly and secretly used the transformation god power to guide his chi, blood, and mind, strengthening Fong Wei's importance in his heart and ultimately achieving his goal. Wang Qingya, although long in the deep bosom, but ultimately received the cultivation of immortal education. How can the love of men and women will be seen as more important than the immortal edge? Before Fong Wei tore her out of hand, wait until her clan gained power. Did not Fong Wei dismantled 8 pieces or good? Obviously, Fong Wei's approach was still successful, and Wang Qingya was now somewhat on top. And even with the promise of solving the way of spiritual roots, he wanted to leave Fong Wei behind and eat this soft meal. In the end, although Wang Qingya's cultivation qualifications are superior, she has not entered the immortal sect after all, and is just a mortal, with little resistance to my martial arts tactics. And Fong Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had traveled unhindered all the way. He shouldn't have been discovered by the higher-ups of the Imperial Beast Spirit sect that he had moved. In this case, it seems that the hidden means of this power marshaled out, or rather the means of a system that is not a system, using qi and blood to induce the mind. No matter if it's a foundation establishment great cultivator or a Jin Dan realist, they have not been able to discover it. In itself, women's qi and blood fluctuations just don't make sense. According to the previous life, it's hormone fluctuation. But even so, the cultivator's means are mysterious. I don't understand it at all, and my actions are not all without traces. Wait until the senior level of the clan reacts to the difference and wants to investigate my roots. Then it's over. That's why this soft meal, which seems to be honey, is still arsenic. The only way for me to live is to stay away from Wang Qingya and the Royal Beast Spirit sect. With this in mind, Fong Wei bid farewell to Wang Qingya and took the talisman seal vouchers given by Wang Qingya. His footsteps became windy, and he left the Royal Beast Spirit sect unimpeded all the way. The Imperial Beast Spirit sect, deep in some secret place. The old man with a deep aura and white hair and beard listened to the report of the middle-aged man in front of him, slowly opened his eyes and spoke. Are you saying that the mortal servant who followed Qingya here, directly bid farewell to Qingya and went on his own to seek a way to live? The middle-aged man was dressed in a Taoist robe, bathed with a high crown, and his aura was also quite astonishing. It was clearly the sect leader of the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, the Golden Snake Superior, a great cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment, elder ancestor. This is what the servant reported. That person is now presumed to have left the Spirit Life Mountain, perhaps knowing that he has no spiritual roots, making it difficult to seek the immortal path. And he's also killed the idea of being by Qingya's side. The Golden Snake Superior respectfully reported, and immediately afterward inquired. Then, old ancestor, do we still have to chase that mortal back and search his soul to try again? If Fong Wei had known this, he would have been afraid that cold sweat would have fallen off his face, glad that he had left early. Obviously this cultivation of immortals is not a good person. Our prophet first, soul searching this kind of thing open mouth. Extremely common, just do not say in the open. The old ancestor hesitated for a split second. but finally shook his head. It's just that. Qingya obviously has a deeper affection for the servant, saying that it's the guards who grew up together since childhood, and it's normal to have male and female feelings, and before that, he even purposely asked me to make it convenient and arrange it properly. Originally, I was worried that this mortal's impure mind and lack of spiritual roots would affect Qingya's Dao-seeking state of mind under the surge of his mind within the sect, to the point where he might be a devilish pawn, secretly destroying my sect's legacy. Since it has gone, Qingya just came not long ago. Don't let her have opinions about the sect. Gone then gone. Should not be a pawn of the devil's door. Also then don't care about him. A mortal only. Let him self-generate is. As for Qingya's side, when she formally embarks on the path of immortality, she will know that there is a difference between the immortal and mortal worlds, so she will naturally slowly converge her mind and seek the way with one heart. If one were to move men and women again, it would have to be a cultivation seed with the same upper-grade spiritual root. The old ancestor, with his profound cultivation and old-fashioned tactics, arranged everything in a few words, and commanded that the Qingya is a top-grade spiritual root, a Jindan seed that the clan has encountered with great difficulty. You must guide it well and not let it go astray. This immortal Dao is impermanent. The competition between the various righteous sects is fierce, and the devil Dao is stirring. If someone within the sect can break through the Jindan early and add to the clan's reserves, the old man will be considered worthy of the ancestors. Upon hearing this, the Golden Snake Superior hurriedly arched his hands and promised to focus on Wang Qingya's cultivation. On the other hand, Feng Wei left the Imperial Beast Spirit sect and ran out another 100 miles at once before resting his breath. It was only when the sense of great horror of life and death, if any, subsided above his head that indeed, I, a mere mortal, am nothing more than a small figure to be held in the sect. Feng Wei breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had judged correctly. From the moment he had left the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, he had actually suddenly martial spiritual awareness signaled an alarm, as if he was about to be in great trouble. That Imperial Beast Spirit sect's clan executives must have had murderous intentions towards him. For the sect, the Jindan seeds within the sect, the people around them must be treated properly, and even no amount of caution is too much. Even if on the surface there is no breakage in my identity, for those great cultivators, eliminating the hidden dangers is just a matter of a single technique. Weakness is the original sin, and there is no justification for it. If I were to do it, I would definitely do the same, or even more desperately, and would not be able to rest assured without searching the souls of all the surrounding servants and manipulating their lifeblood. Feng Wei squinted his eyes, the idea of constantly becoming stronger firmly established in his mind. Otherwise, next time, he would still be at the mercy of a strong man to take life and death, and would not be able to make his own decisions. Putting all this aside, after leaving the Imperial Beast Spirit sect after today, I am truly a sky-high fish, officially making my way in the mountain and sea realm. But Wang Qingya, this network can be kept, and afterward, when I step onto the path of immortality, I might be able to use it as well. Feeling the aura of the immortal cultivation world, Feng Wei was a bit excited since, as for the plan immediately following, he had already planned for it. Feng Wei took out the map that he had gleaned from Lin Lei, and on it was written the topography and distribution of the many forces under the banner of the Imperial Beast Spirit sect. Under the rule of the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, there are 1,000,000 miles of territory, with all kinds of large and small cultivation workshops, cultivation clans, and even mortal kingdoms popping up all over the place. But according to the 28 principle, that Imperial Beast Spirit sect must have monopolized more than 80% of the immortal cultivation resources, and the closer you get to the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, I'm afraid that the more high-level immortal cultivators there will be, and it's not uncommon to see great cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Feng Wei recalled the scene he had seen within the Imperial Beast Spirit sect. There were late Qi practicing cultivators flying around everywhere, and foundation establishment major cultivators. It was obvious that the competition was fierce, and he hastily shook his head. This cultivation world is weak and strong, not the closer to the core the better. Not enough cultivation, when the time comes to be eaten up in the blink of an eye. Near this Imperial Beast Spirit sect, under the rule of the sect, I'm afraid that casual cultivators without backgrounds are unable to move an inch, and even all of them are working cows and horses, without a day to get ahead. For me, I am also considered one of the casual cultivators, so naturally it's best to find a relatively loose, yet safe environment, and use my golden finger to dream big for a few games. So that accumulating strength is the right way to go. It always comes down to one word. Go! Feng Wei browsed through the map, combining the information he knew and judging the situation in this eastern region. This white stone city is not bad. It's said to be the holy land of scattered cultivators in the eastern region, and it's said to have a Jindan scattered cultivator sitting in the town. so it's still relatively friendly to scattered cultivators. It's just that in the crevice between the forces of the Imperial Beast Spirit sect and the forces of the rest of the sects, there's definitely a mix of fish and dragons. And it would be a crisis for a cannon fodder like me who is at best considered to be at the 3rd or 4th level of chi cultivation to go there. My kind would be suitable to find an unusual cultivation family power sitting in the territory, preferably no more than the early stage of foundation building, and there are not too many competing forces around. Chapter 39, Lake Linsien, Treasure Island, request for follow-up reading. Lake Linsien, located in the southern part of the eastern domain of the mountain and sea realm, was a rare large lake. Said to be a lake? It was actually 100,000 miles wide, and about the same size as the inner sea in the previous life. This cultivation world geography and the previous world is completely different. The Earth circle said simply untenable. On the contrary, the sky is round, vast, random size of a geographic location, are comparable to the previous life of the big country, thanks to the many ways cultivators can travel and their long lifespans. Per capita, thousands of miles of horses, and even supersonic fighters, are able to travel around across mountains and oceans. Even so, the vast majority of low-level cultivators were, at best, milling about within a single domain, or even several kingdoms. If it wasn't a great cultivator of Jindan Yuanin, it would be very difficult for an ordinary cultivator to cross the Jedi between the 4 domains of the mountain and sea realm. Between the 4 domains of the Jedi is also vast and boundless, and there are many dangers, and even the powerful Demon King is densely populated. The cultivation is not enough to go in as 10 deaths. Beige City, close to Linsien Lake, is a city under the rule of Baiwei Kingdom, and the people around it make a living by boating and fishing, and rely on Linsien Lake for their meals. Fong was all the way windy and dusty, rushing on foot for thousands of miles, with the enduring chi of a Danjin martial saint. He could not help but be a little tired. There were even quite a few crises on the way, with wild beasts, robber cultivators, and even demonic beasts, all being threats along the way. If not for the fact that he is no different from mortals on the surface, cultivators are too lazy to look for him to loot, and there are autumn cicadas' first sense of martial arts spiritual sense, repeatedly go ahead as a good idea, or whether they can arrive in one piece, or 2 words. Fong Wei raised his eyes and looked, only to see that by the side of the Linsien Lake, 100 barges were competing with each other. The waves were sparkling as if they were jewels glittering with dazzling luster, and countless boats converged and there are many mortal fishermen in straw raincoats ferrying on the boat, and people come and go, a vibrant scene of human life. Even if the mountain and sea realm's spiritual chi is so rich that it can support the existence of Yuaning and even God realization powerhouses, and even if the number of cultivators in the eastern region alone is more than 1 million, but what supports the immortal cultivation ecosystem is still the mortals at the bottom, and the number of mortals can be counted in the billions. Even the number of mortal kingdoms can be much greater than the number of immortal cultivation powers. Fong Wei recalled what he had seen along the way. After leaving the core territory of the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, he basically hadn't encountered any cultivators except for the fixed cultivator forces along the way. The vast majority of those encountered were mortal beasts, which was why Fong Wei's journey had been fairly smooth. It's only logical that it should be so. After all, cultivators have extraordinary physiques and a much lower fertility rate than normal people. To support a large number of immortal cultivators, they still have to find immortal cultivation seeds from mortals. Just as Wang Qingya did, Fong Wei stepped on his feet and lightly crossed a few feet, floating to some boatman's boat. Boatman, are you clear about where there are cultivators in the Linsien Lake? The old man on the boat, clad in a straw raincoat, saw Fong Wei flying over and hurriedly fell to his knees. It's the immortals. Immortals are here. That the depths of the Linsien Lake does have the existence of immortals. Just the depth of the lake is very dangerous, and there is an immortal warning. We mortals, but do not dare to approach. Fong Wei didn't deny his identity as a cultivator. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger or something would be too stupid in front of mortals. However, we also have a connoisseur here who specializes in picking up immortal masters, and immortals can just follow that person. With that said, the surrounding fishing boats also saw the commotion over here and gathered around, kneeling down with their 5 bodies on the ground, mouthing the name immortal. Obviously in this world, immortals and mortals are equally different. And even the high status of cultivators is not something that mortals can disobey at all. Fong Wei nodded and threw out a piece of silver that, this world mortal kingdom, gold and silver is also hard currency, just for cultivators, unless the unusual minerals, unless it is a spirit mine, cannot be exchanged as an equivalent. Then let him come over. The boatman took it with a smile and quickly kowtowed to thank him. Not long after, the sound of snapping sounds rang out, only to see a short-shirt dressed boy stepping on the fishing boat to come, arriving at Fong Wei's heels to hastily salute. Greetings, Lord Immortal Master. Is Lord Immortal Master going to the Immortal Workshop at Lake Linxian? The boy wore a respectful smile, but he was a bit self-conscious, without the boatman's reverence for cultivators, and was clearly a mortal who often dealt with cultivators. It's going to be right, but I see. You're mortal? Feng Wei sized up the boy and realized that the boy had no cultivation in him. Yes, my youngest has no spiritual root qualifications, only that my father is a cultivator of the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, and now I can only rely on the immortal masters who have received me over to make a living. The boy's expression flashed a trace of darkness, immediately changed back to a respectful smile. When we arrive at the marketplace, I can still take Lord Immortal Master on a tour. It only takes 1 spirit crystal. Feng Wei nodded his head. It seems that a person who has won the way of the chickens and dogs, the generation of immortal cultivation, within a few generations can still get some light, or else ordinary mortals who want to use spirit crystals as currency. It also depends on whether the head is hard or not. Naturally, he needed a groundhog to show him the way. Feng Wei thought for a moment and pulled out a bottle of pills and threw it to the boy. I don't have any spirit crystals on hand for now, so use this to offset it. This elixir is Wang Qingya ancestor passed down the rest of the elixir. Feng Wei when he left stuffed him. Feng Wei thought Wang Qingya noble true disciple, also cannot use these edges, but also to undertake this favor. In addition to a few bottles of unusual pills, there were also 2 talisman seals, the same 2 that Wang Qingya kept close to her. A golden light talisman that was not in the middle grade of the rank had already had half of its aura knocked out by Feng Wei, and another blade wind talisman that was not in the middle grade of the rank was able to emit a wind blade technique that was equivalent to the middle stage level of Qi cultivation. Previously, the other party was threatened by this talisman seal, and he didn't expect it to go around in circles, but it still reached him. Other than that, there were only the remaining lower grade spirit stones, a total of 13, which was a considerable asset. This world lower grade spirit stones were not low in value. Most of the time the middle and lower level Qi practicing cultivators, they traded the spirit crystals in the mouths of the boys. Feng Wei had inquired. 20 to 30 spirit crystals could only be worth 1 lower grade spirit stone, and the Yinji Dan he had given to the past, which was able to stop the bleeding and return the Qi to the Qi training stage cultivator in time, was only worth 2 to 3 spirit crystals apiece. The boy obviously recognizes Yunji Dan, saw the smile on his face even more, and hurriedly guided Feng Wei to a boat. This boat is obviously much wider than an ordinary fishing boat, made of good sunken wood, in which the curtains are also densely woven satin. I think that a lot of money has been put down. Along the way, the boy introduced the situation of Linxian Lake to Feng Wei. This Linxian Lake is said to be because there were immortals fighting. The great power fell. The pits sunk hundreds of feet, and then the surrounding snowy mountains melted, and only then did it slowly form into the great lake that it is today. That is why there is the name of Linxian. There are countless islands of all sizes among them. Most of them are unimpressive spirit islands, and there are also island masters with Qi practicing cultivation. The one that I brought with me is Gathering Treasure Island. Gathering Treasure Market, the largest market in the Linxian Lake, a large cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment, and the island under the rule of the Honling Superior, which has a first-order lower-grade spirit vein, and the law and order is considered to be good. You don't need to pay spirit crystals to enter the marketplace, but if you want to spend the night, you must either enter the marketplace cave or pay an overnight fee of 1 spirit crystal to be able to spend the night on a boat building around the marketplace. Chapter 40, The Cave, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Lin Xian again. It seems that this great avatar does have too much influence, easily changing the terrain. How could Jing's secret realm not be like this, merely being affected by the aftershocks? It became a land of extinct spirits. Feng Wei sighed, secretly matching what the boy had said with what he had learned from Linley's map. Cultivators with early foundation establishment cultivation are sitting in the town, and most of them are Qi practicing cultivators are active, so it's really quite in line with my expectations, and the Linxian Lake is relatively remote, far away from clan family strife. Basically there is no major friction or competition for resources. The biggest 2 forces are the Redling Shangren, and the Jia family's patriarch, also the foundation establishment cultivation, each occupying the largest island of the First Order. There is already an abundance of resources in this Linxian Lake, with the distribution of demonic beasts within the lake, numerous islands, and ample spirit veins, basically able to accomplish self-sufficiency. It's kind of a good place for me to live in stability and seclusion. Feng Wei nodded in satisfaction. It was not in vain that he had rushed for many days to reach his destination. The boat traveled for 3 days, or surnamed Shenboi Day and Night Effect. The boy apparently also ate the tiger and wolf dan and so on. Enhanced the mortal physique of the elixir, catalyzing the boat faster than normal people many. Physical strength is also long enough. Lord Immortal Master arrived. Qian Cheng, with an eager smile, led Fong Wei off the boat. As far as the eye could see, a Linlang market was situated in it, with wooden buildings lined up, people coming and going, mostly Qi practicing cultivators with cultivation in their bodies. Some set up stalls in fixed locations to hawk their wares, while others acted in secret with their faces covered, showing the mystery of the immortal cultivators. Around the pier there are also many dozens of feet long large boats, tall buildings full of lights. From time to time there are also slender figures flashing. Bursts of laughter came. I think it is for the cultivators to rest and play in the realm. The talisman seals are packaged and sold. Buy one get one free. Inferior grade crippled magic weapon. Kills like a man. Surely good to use after repairing. Can be used more than 5 times without repairing? Come and take a look now. Pills are in short supply for anyone. They're all here. Fong Wei appreciated the busyness of the bottom cultivators. It was a different kind of fireworks. Unfortunately, for a short period of time, these things are no longer my concern. It is true that no bottom anywhere can escape the fate of running around. If Fong Wei did not have a golden finger, I am afraid that he would have to be in the same stream as these people. No, there's no golden finger, and I don't have a spiritual root. I'm afraid I'll have to be just like Qian Shang, at best, a servant boy. Fong Wei shook his head and turned his eyes to Qian Shang on the side. Let's go. Take me to the place where the cave is rented. Qian Shang answered in a low voice and led Fong Wei to turn left and right in the marketplace. Arriving at a door curtain with a large word rent written on it, Fong Wei dismissed Qian Shang and pushed the door straight in. But you're here to rent a cave? Opposite was a middle-aged cultivator with a small beard, about the same as Linley's mana fluctuations, and should be a cultivator of the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Mo Yen raised his eyes and saw Fong Wei. First he was happy, then he frowned. This person looks like he has an impressive aura, but how come there are no aura fluctuations? Instead, his Qi and blood were unusually strong. Could it be that he was a rare physical cultivator? Just as Mo Yen was speculating about Fong Wei's origins, he only heard Fong Wei's face change slightly as a cold snort came out. Mo Yan's heart palpitated, and he immediately felt his Qi and blood flip several times. His chest was a little hard to bear. Activating his mana and hastily pushing down the discomfort, Mo Yen arched his hand in apology. Fellow Daoist, don't blame me. I was a bit abrupt. Do not blame. Don't blame me. Fong Wei's face did not move. The cultivation world is like this. If you do not show some strength, others will have to pinpoint you, and he was not a cultivator in the first place. Even more so, he had to eliminate the suspicion of the people to do so. Of course, this was also based on his strength. Although Fong Wei was not a cultivator, but the strength of Jin Li Wu Dao perfection was still okay, and could be considered half a cultivator in the middle stage of practicing Qi. Why is it half? If it is a close combat, the mid-Qi cultivator is naturally not his opponent. But the advantage of the cultivator lies in the endless layers of cards and means. If they were to really fight, a mid-Qi cultivator with a little bit of substance, once the defense spells were opened and some talisman seals were thrown, they would be able to beat him up and send him scurrying. This is the limitations of the martial arts. Compared to the body refining practitioners likewise, Fong Wei is also inferior. My name is Mo Yen. I'm the steward of the treasure gathering market. Are you here to rent a cave? Mo Yen introduced himself by saying, that's right. I'm going to go into seclusion and be based on gathering Treasure Island for a while. Fong Wei nodded, not elaborating on the unpleasantness of the party. The security of our gathering treasure market is one of the best. There has been no history of robbing cultivators fighting within the market for more than a decade. It's an excellent choice for retreat cultivation. And the aura is also sufficient. If you want to make a breakthrough, you can completely rent a middle-quality upper-grade cave, capable of reaching a concentration of aura close to the first order, completely supporting the great realm breakthrough of Qi practicing cultivators. Mo Yen was warned and stopped thinking about it, only thinking that the opposite side was a cautious body refining cultivator who habitually used magic weapons to hide his aura fluctuations. Immediately afterward, he began to give Fong Wei a warm introduction. The caves around the marketplace have 4 types of caves like second rate, lower rate, middle rate, and upper rate. The second grade cave is within the workshop market. It's quite close to the island's spirit gathering formation. And there are guard cultivators patrolling at night. Only there are no defense formations, just 1 inferior spirit stone for a month. On the top is the lower grade cave. It has entered the periphery of the island protection array, and the spiritual Qi is also more abundant, closer to the first rank spirit vein, equivalent to the edge of the uninitiated spirit vein. It requires 2 lower grade spirit stones for 1 month. As for the middle and top grade caves, they are all caves in the core area of the Gathering Treasure Island's formations, with perfect formation protection and aura concentrations close to the first order. It's just that the price is quite expensive, needing at least 8 spirit stones a month. But you know, you get what you pay for. Upon hearing this, Fong Wei first ruled out the mid-upper grade caves, which were clearly not something he could afford to consume. As for the second grade cave, obviously is a cheap place to temporarily live here again. Want to shut down? Certainly not possible, even the array is not. The opposite guy's subtext is that, if in the second grade cave what happened to the accident? Their workshop market is not responsible for all. As for the no hijacking of the repair as such, just listen. Give me a lower grade cave. Come for 3 months. Fong Wei naturally had to consider his own safety. He wasn't even a cultivator. He didn't want to be robbed while he was witnessing the Tao in his dreams. Chang Hui. Deposit 1. Pay 3. 8 lower grade spirit stones. Mo Yen smiled as if he had expected it, and seemed to be very familiar with the needs of people like Fong Wei. After Fong Wei signed the spirit contract and paid the spirit stone, he was brought inside the cave by Mo Yen, said to be a cave house. In fact, it is a small courtyard of 3 entries, exquisitely decorated, fully furnished, inside and outside. There are soundproofing formations, as well as warning formations, protective formations. Of course, they are all unimpressive formations. It is fortunate to be able to withstand the tens of seconds of the mid-stage of chi cultivation, and it is fully in line with the standard of the lower grade of the cave house. There was no spirit gathering array, but being located at the edge of the island's spiritual veins, the aura was also sufficient for cultivation. Of course aura and whatnot was dispensable to Fong Wei. The only thing he valued was the warning and defensibility, lest he be disturbed while dreaming. 3 months. Depends on what copies you can get down. Fong Wei's eyes closed and he directly laid down on the bed. Young people, into their dreams just as fast. Chapter 41, 700 Years of the Great Appointment, Request for Catch-Up Reading. The Day in Dynasty. 800 miles of the Blackwater River. Stretching endlessly, along the Blackwater River all the way. The people, counties and counties are densely packed, by virtue of the ecology of the Blackwater River, or the line of transportation, or picking fishing goods, or planting paddy fields. The living people countless. Somewhere in a fishing village by the Blackwater River, along the riverbank. The river is sparkling. The reed poles are jagged. 3 or 5 sampans are docked on the bank, and the sun is in full bloom. So it is a good time for big fishing. There were 3 or 2 fishing men, struggling to get their nets out, looking expectantly at today's catch. Gollum. On the surface of the river, there was a sudden spurt of water bubbles, followed by ripples of fishermen who don't know, think there is a big load out here and are afraid to get their hooks down for it. A few moments later, a teenager did surface with foamy mouth, struggled hard and swam to a sampan not far away. Cough cough. The teenager climbed onto the sampan and coughed up a large amount of aquatic products, his face pale and obviously having walked through a ghostly door. There's something funny about almost drowning as soon as you cross over. Fong Wei drained the water from his abdomen and sat on the sampan, feeling his brand new body. Just now, there was indeed a mess. Who could have known that Fong Wei, who was known as the martial saint of dreams, actually didn't know how to swim? I really don't blame me. It's true that I never learned to swim in my dreams in my previous life. Pure and simple dry duck. Fong looked into the void panel and, swimming, initiation, swimming in the shallows. If it wasn't for the instinctive swimming of this body, and my use of internal energy to stimulate my body's potential, I was able to float up from the water. I'm afraid I'm going to be the first traveler to drown. Fong Wei's face moved slightly. It seemed to be a bad omen. A bad start. Let me see first what the world looks like. Immediately afterward, Fong Wei began to digest the remaining memories of this body. A fisherman's teenager, Ali, in the White River and Black Water, lives with his father in a poor and monotonous life. A fisherman's teenager commits suicide after his father drowns in the water while fishing. The Great Ing Dynasty, 700 years of statehood, and the dynasty of the lineage court on high. Generations of pariahs and oppression. The highcomers and highgoers of martial arts exist. The start was indeed unfavorable. Not crossing over to someone with a certain status, instead it was a generational pariah household. In that case, I'm afraid that contacting the transcendence system will be even more difficult. Fong Wei carefully digested the message of this world. The feudal ancient world is more backward in productivity than the great golden world. This world does have the existence of martial arts, and every now and then you can see martial arts masters flying around on the beams of the room. Very rampant. And I think it is also a world where chivalry is prohibited by martial arts. In that case, it's a bit easier. The big deal is to sneak up on some beamers and then just torture the martial arts. I have a lot of means and I'm not afraid of hardcore bones at all. But, 700 years of court, and no change of family name in between? Could it be that an archmage exists? Even the great Magus has only continued the dynasty for 400 years, but this great should has been able to run smoothly for 700 years, and I'm afraid that the eccentricities in it are not small. According to Ali's memory judgment, The world's martial arts masters did not reach the level of moving mountains and reclaiming the sea. At most, and the level of martial arts novels are no different. Light body lifting, cracking mountains and rocks is still good, far from being able to intervene in the operation of the dynasty level. Feng Wei looked down again at this body named Ali. 15 or 16 years old teenager, but all the injuries and illnesses, essence decline as if 30 or 40 years old people in general. Obviously this bottom of the hardship has reached a fairly bad degree. Otherwise this fishing boy would not have wanted to follow his father directly after the death of his dependent father. 700 years of disparity between the rich and the poor. Class conflict. I'm afraid that it has reached the level of man-eating man. The average life expectancy of the bottom layer is only more than 30 years old, and even the bottom layer is divided into 8 pariah registries, which can only be used as pariah households for generations. Just like this teenager, since more than 200 years ago, his ancestors have been relegated to a pariah household. Until today, there is no room for turning over a new leaf. Feng Wei stared and held his breath. Wanting to refine another trace of internal energy from his body was very difficult. The actions underwater just now had exhausted the chi of this body. The priority now is to get this body well first. Otherwise, all wounded and sick and mortal, it would be impossible to act. Feng Wei looked at the sun, and first drummed up a surge of energy to prop the sampan back up. Otherwise, this body of his was weak and had just walked from the ghost gate. If he didn't eat and rest, he was afraid that he would have to die suddenly on the spot. Back at Ali's house, there is a broken hayloft with 4 walls. There was little furniture except for a bed and some cooking utensils. Feng Wei did not care about the harsh environment. First found some dry food to fill his stomach, and then the last handful of rice to boil water. Swallowed as much as possible into his stomach. Feeling the warmth rise in his body, he slowed down inside. This opening is really a heavenly collapse. The last time the big gold world was hunted down, but also have the money, and even the family secret. This time the fishing boy is all alone. Even this world pariahs are stipulated to do only one trade, or else they will be killed on the spot. The Daijin world can still sell sugar and salt. I can only go fishing now even if I am full of mastery. In fact, if the power of the divine soul is sufficient, one can also transmit some supplies from the main world. It's just that the dream world has just crossed over, and the divine soul is weak and no different from that of a mortal. So even if it's rice, it won't be able to transmit a few dozens of buckets. The dream entry skill had the powerful ability to transform the virtual into the real. Only that this ability also required divine soul consumption to support it. Feng Wei was able to transmit more divine soul power over at the beginning. It is just that there is no fixed number of crossing. If the first crossing is on the verge of danger, direct death, the loss of the soul of the main world is not small. Into the dream is not all risk-free. Then again, no traveler can escape fishing now, can they? The great powers at the end of the long river of destiny have a pair of harpoons in their hands. Feng Wei spat, scavenging the last few coins in the house, preparing to go buy some more food. It can't be helped. This body is too weak. I'm afraid that I'm not strong enough to fish, so I have to nourish my body first. Just as Feng Wei was about to go out, he heard a sound of footsteps outside. 3 petty officials, dressed in red and black official uniforms and carrying belt swords, barged right in and, there's no need to kick in the door at all, because there's no door in this house either. Ah Ali, you have to pay this fall grain tax, right? Of all the pariah households in this Yuban village, your family is the only one that hasn't paid. The leading minor official's face was cold, and he directly opened the door, not putting the teenager in his eyes in the slightest. 2 buckets of roughage and all, or use the copper to cover it. Your choice. Otherwise you know the rules. When the time comes and the taxes don't come in, you'll be sent straight to work as a servitor. The corner of Feng Wei's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless, according to the memories left behind by Ali's predecessor. In general, this autumn grain tax was 1 bucket of coarse grain per person, charged per head. Now he was the only one in his family. How could he still charge a tax of 2 heads? And according to memory, the predecessor father is in order to pay the autumn grain tax, only to choose the middle of the night fishing to earn more tax money, and finally fell into the Black River, drowned alive. This thing these small officials in charge of the fishing pens, there is no way not to know. My father drowned half a month ago, so how can you collect a tax on 2 heads? The lead minor official sneered and spoke as a matter of course. You say your father is dead. Do you have proof? Where is the body? If you haven't seen the body, you're not dead, let alone trying to evade taxes. If you don't have a body, you should pay 2 taxes, said the small official half a step forward. The hand has been stroked to the waist knife. If the party for a word, fear is not going to die on the spot, and as half official bodies, they will not be punished for killing the untouchables, and they are still justified, and at most they will be punished with some coppers to settle the matter. Chapter 42, I don't cross over for nothing, request for catch-up reading. Feng Wei sighed. Somewhat helpless. A corpse? The family is so poor that it is naturally impossible to pay for someone to retrieve the body, and Ali is so young and skinny that she doesn't have the stamina to do so. Sure enough, the 700 years of rule, the bottom has been rotten out of shape. This small official did not treat the lowly households as human beings, killing and plundering at will, not to mention the rest of the upper level. Originally, I also want to endure it. After all, to develop well, go is also normal. Feng Wei spoke slowly, his tone warm. It's just that the thought of me crossing over and having to put up with it. Wouldn't I have crossed over for nothing? The junior official was puzzled. What crossing or not crossing? But also subconsciously felt that something was wrong and was about to immediately draw his sword. Unfortunately, Feng Wei had tested it long ago, and within 7 paces, it was still faster with a concealed weapon. Phew! Borrowing the hint of internal energy that he had just finished eating and squeezed out again, Feng Wei suddenly stormed up and threw out as many copper plates as he could in his hands. De Shang's throwing skill, combined with the power of internal energy, the copper plate exploded in the air, instantly penetrating the eyes of the opposite 3 people. The leader who was close by bore the brunt of it, directly penetrating the eyeballs, and died. The 2 petty officials standing behind them missed the force by some margin, only to be blinded by a pair of eyes each. Feng Wei drew out the opposite waist knife and skillfully slit the throat and let the blood flow with the skill of a martial sage. And a few moments later, there were 3 corpses lying neatly on the ground. Alas, I actually wanted to be a good citizen, but nah, you guys don't give a chance. Feng Wei shook his head. This time he would have to take some risks again. Otherwise it would undoubtedly be more prudent to wait for a few months of development and a certain level of cultivation, and then directly change his face and plan for something else. And now that it's all alone, there's no doubt that killing an officer is risky, and one slip of the tongue and this number will have to be reopened. But in the same vein as what Feng Wei had just said, if he couldn't be quick to anger, wouldn't he have been reborn in vain? I've been coy in the immortal cultivation world, so if I can't strike hard in this dream world, wouldn't my thoughts be all over the place? Touching the corpse cleanly, Feng Wei did not hesitate and directly disappeared into the room. Killing an official was a big deal everywhere, and he was soon expected to be wanted, so he had to go first as a precaution. 7 days later, the Blackwater River remains calm and surging with life. For 700 years, people have come and gone from the fishing village. The fishermen on the shore stepped on sampans and gathered in 2s and 3s, still fishing against the high sun. Only while fishing, they could not help gossiping under their breath. Old Sue, have you heard? South of the village, 3 tax collectors died, saying they were killed while collecting taxes. There's blood all over the place. I know about this. I heard it was that Ali who did it. Other people's fathers are dead, and there's just a little doll there, and they're still collecting taxes. Isn't that pushing people to the brink of extinction? That's right, that tax collector has always been a bully, kicking in a bucket of grain and saying a word about rusty copper plates. I'd say he deserved it. It's a good thing I met a dead father and mother who had no worries, otherwise I would have wanted to fight them with my old bones. Spell it out. What can you old gangster do to fight with others? I tell you, there may not necessarily be any hidden agenda here. You tell me. Ali, that a teenage doll can't even get enough to eat? How can he kill a tax collector who carries a belt knife without leaving his body? Or 3, there must be something fishy going on here. From what I've heard, it's possible that someone high up passed by and couldn't stand the sight of it, so they directly took action to end the tax collector. That Ali, maybe he was picked up by the master and went to learn martial arts. Thanks to the developed martial arts in this world, these fishermen, who have not heard much about the words of the martial arts masters, will so imagine the development of things. It's so that's good, or else you're wanted by the court, and if you get caught, you're going to get your head killed. Which not. The neighbors on both sides of that Ali have already been arrested by the government, and have been implicated in the crime, saying that they will be taken to work as servants, the so-called service household. That is, the tax collector previously threatened Feng Wei words, do not pay taxes to go to work as a service household. Servant households than the pariah household is even more miserable, is specifically responsible for the bottom of the government labor work, basically only care about food and housing, so that you work day and night, but the food is thin chaff rotten food, a few months down let you body and bones bad. Once this word came out, obviously the air was quiet for a few minutes. All know the horror of the service household, the lowly household although hard, bullied, but at least barely have a living. But if you become a serviceman, it's only a matter of time before you are exhausted to death, and it's no different from being on the life and death book in advance. Don't say it, this is not over yet. If our words get out, I'm afraid we'll be implicated as well. Yes, this has nothing to do with us. We all paid our fall taxes. For a while, the atmosphere of the reed swamp became calm and depressing, and the people didn't dare to talk about it anymore. They all just fished for the fish silently. After all, the majesty of the 700 years of the Great Qing dynasty's rule had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, but any rebellious people who had any intention of resisting had long since been wiped out in the 700 years. Old Sutu took a deep drag on his dry cigarette inside as he looked at the empty fishing cargo he had fished up. Come on, old boys, it looks like we're out of stock today, so I'll head back. After saying hello, Old Su head straight to pack up and go home, leaving the smell of dry smoke all the way. The rest of the fishermen looked at Old Sutu's back with envy revealed in their eyes. This Old Sutu's family has a field, so the days are just fine, and he can still rest for a while at noon. Who let his family fall in with a big family and change the household register in order to get a few acres of thin land? I've been craving for that mouthful of dry tobacco for a long time, and the last time I asked him for a puff, he wouldn't have it. Don't talk about it, we don't have enough fishing for today. Fish it out before we go back hungry at night. The condition of Lao Sutu's family is indeed a great deal better than that of other lowly households, although it is also a lowly household, but it is indeed a sharecropper who can cultivate the field. Compared to the fishermen who do not know the next meal, at least from year to year, there is a stable source of income. Of course, the tenant must have a field to rely on. This world of fields are in the hands of large households. They certainly cannot be privately owned fields, and the Old Su head of the family can evening the large households. There is only one reason to be able to birth. Don't underestimate this specialty. This world can give birth to a child to raise, have gone half-life, not to mention a series of 4 or 5 children. The Old Su head had 3 daughters and a son. The daughters are also good posture. Was sold to the big household as a servant girl, although for the slave as a servant girl. Life and death. The days do not see better than the lowly household, but the big household in the hands of the rich oil, if it is served well, randomly leaking out some of the bottom of the lowly household to be inexhaustible. With his daughter's connections in a large household, Old Su head of the day gradually better, and even spent money, took the relationship, will be their own pariah households into tenant households. Old Su too returned home slowly, a 3-room earthenware house. Much better than the straw houses of other fishing families. He came home, but instead of going in the door, he circled around and walked inside the cellar behind the chicken coop. Ali, after I inquired, after those 3 tax collectors died, only a few constables went over to walk the streets, and no one came from the court after that. Even the imperial court thought it was a high-ranking person's hand, and they didn't even place a wanted notice on you. Chapter 43, Fishing and Counterfishing, Request for Catch-Up. Fong Wei's figure was heatedly sitting in the cellar, his body crackling with sound, and his body was visibly stronger, no longer as thin and weak as before. 7 days of adequate recuperation, food without shortage, and borrowed the money left by the tax collector, as well as their own great medical skills, bought some medicinal herbs to warm up the chi and blood. The body has already been healed by 70 to 80%. In terms of cultivation, it's impossible to say that it's a sudden leap forward, but it's also steadily able to quench the internal energy, unlike when he first crossed over, when he was drained all at once. After taking out the tax collectors, Fong Wei didn't go far, or couldn't go far. The 700 years of rule in Deying, for whatever reason, naturally extended the corresponding system. Untouchable households have been untouchable for generations, not moving an inch, and without a road guide household register, entering the city is impossible. Moreover, the popularity of martial arts in this world is even higher than that of the Great Golden World, and there are martial arts masters everywhere, and Fong Wei doesn't want to be chivalrous on the road. As for drilling into the mountains and wilderness to survive as in the opening of the Dakin world, this body had been poor since childhood, and its vital essence was weak, if it was not properly cultivated. In the wilderness where the night dew was deep, it was feared that his body would deteriorate even more, and the only hint of internal energy would have to be used to sustain his life, and it would even affect the time of his development. It would be better to play a black light, still hiding in the fishing village, with the ability to change God's strength compulsion, first live for a while before. The next person who is not a relative is naturally not willing to accept a prisoner. The old Sioux head is willing to privately hide the Fong Wei. Naturally, it is the credit of the change of God's strength. However, given Fong Wei's current situation, that was the extent to which the transformational God power could affect a person's mind and spirit. It would be fine if this Deying dynasty really didn't care, but I'm afraid that there are people who are concerned about this matter and have even guessed where I'm going. Fong Wei shook his head, listening to the good news from Lao Su, but not half as happy. With the cruelty of the laws of the Deying dynasty, dead officials, even if the whole village even sat in jail is normal, how can only sit in jail for the left and right two households? And even the rest of the fishermen's homes are only simply searched. Obviously someone guessed that he did not go far. Do not want to hit the grass to alarm the snake, but I followed your instructions. I've been entrusted to buy herbs and food from the market, and I've been traveling normally on weekdays. I don't think anyone will find out. Old Sutu's face was slightly red. Under the influence of the change of spirit power, he thought that Feng Wei was his hand and foot best friend, but he was really thinking about him. Bang! Suddenly there was a banging on the door, only to see a figure barging straight into the cellar, shouting sternly, "Old Sutu, Fisherman Ali, your business is over. If you surrender, you can still get a whole body." Old Sutu's face changed, obviously recognizing the visitor. "Constable Xing, it's you?" With a steel sword on his side and a constable's uniform, Constable Xing looked at Ali with a cold smile, directly ignoring Old Sutu, who was on the side. Ali, a fisherman, clashed with a tax collector during tax collection 7 days ago, stormed out and killed someone, and then has been hiding in the house of Old Sutu in the same village. Am I right? He. If not for the reaction of some people in the past 2 days, the chickens in the Old Su head's house don't crow anymore. I didn't expect you to still be here, living a comfortable life. I think that chicken was eaten by you. Feng Wei's face didn't move at the words and he didn't panic. Indeed, after he killed that day, he was so hungry that he killed a chicken to eat, not realizing that it would become an opportunity for exposure. As for this Constable Xing, he seemed to have heard of him, a small chief of constables in the county, making a fast sword, and unlike the others, this person is a character who knows martial arts. That's very true, but you came alone and without your subordinates, so I don't think you're here simply to take my life. Constable Xing's expression twitched as he sniffed, suddenly striking out and straightaway knocking the Old Su head on the side out. Sure enough, a lowly household can't have this kind of insight. It seems that I guessed correctly. You really do have another chance. Constable Xing slowly drew his steel sword, reflecting the snow-white light of the blade in the cellar, and slowly spoke. Originally, I wasn't sure that I would be able to find you if you burrowed into the surrounding rivers and mountains, but I didn't expect you to actually make the stupid mistake of staying in the village before I caught you in the pigtail. I looked at the wounds of those 3 tax collectors, and the force of throwing the concealed weapons was followed by a lack of strength, so obviously you've only practiced your chi sense for a short while, and won't be a match for me. So, hand it over. The secret martial arts that you have obtained is simply not something that a pariah like you can grasp. If I am spared, I can still leave a whole body. Sheriff Xing stared at Feng Wei across from him with a feverish look in his eyes. According to his understanding, this Ali has been an ordinary fisherman before. It is only in these few days that he suddenly had a skill, from which he deduced that this Ali practiced the sense of chi. That is, the matter of these few days, to be able to practice chi sense in a few days, even if he is gifted. The secret martial arts book this Ali obtained is certainly not unusual. It must be above second rate, or even a first-class secret book. Constable Xing tightened the hilt of the knife in his hand. Why should a lowly household be able to obtain a chance? He also wanted to change his destiny against the heavens, and was stuck in the third-rate martial artist realm for so many years, just because he didn't have a good origin. If he could obtain a better secret book, he would be able to move up the ladder again. So on that day you knew about me, and instructed your men never to search the village extensively, or even not to put out a wanted notice, lest you startle the snakes and really frighten me away. It seems like you really can't underestimate the world. Feng Wei brought a smile to his face and speculated under his breath. It's too late to know. With a wave of the steel blade in his hand, Sheriff Xing's face grimaced and, "Don't tie your hands yet," only to see Constable Xing's figure flash, his body like the wind, slashing down at Feng Wei face to face. The speed is rather faster than an internal strength martial artist. Or rather, a bit lighter. Can it resist gravity effects? There's a surge of energy added to the blade. It seems to be a martial arts system similar to internal force and internal chi, the chi sense that this man Fawn also mentioned. Overall, it's a bit stronger than an internal strength martial artist, but it's also limited. The bottom tier of martial artists is so. I just don't know how the upper limit of this world's martial arts system is. Feng Wei's eyes lit up slightly as his martial saint level eye power was unleashed, and Constable Xing's martial arts were reflected in every detail. Of course, that's compared to an ordinary internal strength martial artist. I have a martial arts saint word. The moves have already entered the realm of realization. The opposite hand of a fast sword is full of flaws. 30 moves away from defeating him. It's just, Feng Wei's figure did not move, only to see Constable Xing's figure suddenly stop in midair, straight then fall down. You drugged me? Constable Xing's face was unsightly to the extreme. He only felt sore and weak. He didn't expect to be ed by this household. It's just that I've never been a fan of fighting weak against strong, or even evenly matched. If the enemy is strong, I'll cut it down. If the enemy is weak, I'll fight it, and crushing it with great power is the right way. Feng Wei slowly paced up to Sheriff Xing, ignoring his coercive words. and directly shot out to waste his limbs. The pharmacology and poison technique of the great success was not something that an underclass martial artist like Constable Xing could resist. Trying to reel me in without realizing that I'm trying to get off the hook too. This fish is not too big, not too small, just right. Fong for the 5th day. The body will be almost recuperated. Has long been able to go for the best, but deliberately stayed for a while more. Is to see whether the martial arts traces he left behind will attract the attention of the martial artists of this world. Sure enough, this Xing constable took the bait, and with his heart set on coming to rob Fisherman Ali of his martial arts opportunities, he was counterfished in a wave. Chapter 44 Seeing and hearing about Tong City, request for follow-up reading. Fong Wei pressed down on Constable Xing's head, preparing to catalyze some transformation god strength, but he found that the energy within the man's body surged, vaguely resisting. That's kind of funny. Seeing this, Fong Wei subconsciously thought of the statement within the internal power body protection and became more and more interested in the martial arts of this world. Then with a swing of the fist, he was beaten straight to death and then tortured. True Chi martial arts. Sounds like something. Fong Wei nodded, gaining a preliminary understanding of this world's martial arts. The martial arts system of this world was called the True Chi martial arts, which focused on the way of refining essence and transforming Chi to open up the tendons and veins around the body. Jinchi martial arts realms are categorized as third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, top-rate, and innate. According to what Sheriff Xing had said, there seemed to be realms above the innate. It just wouldn't be something he could understand at this level. The third stream is the preliminary refinement of essence and gas, raising the sense of Chi martial artists. This step only need to tie a few years of horse stance, coupled with the basic breathing and exhaling method. Most of the martial artists are able to enter. Constable Xing was a peak third-rate martial artist, with his moves and Chi sense accumulated to the limit. The only thing missing was the method to open up the meridians. Second-rate to first-rate. It is necessary to manipulate the true Chi. Began to open the peripheral meridians. True Chi power began to produce qualitative changes. Flying flowers and leaves, knives and spears are invulnerable to heat and cold. Are this level of martial artists can show the power? Qi Jing 8 veins through most is a first-class martial artist. A first-class martial artist in the great should be Jianghu. The name plus body, where can have a seat, is worshipped as a guest, is the mainstay of the world of the strong. Further up, after the 8 meridians, open the 2 veins of Rin and Dudu, is the top martial artist. The true Qi reached the realm of realization. The power is infinite. The true Qi outwardly several feet. The speed of the return of the Qi is amazing. Almost will not be threatened by the sea of people tactics. Enough to affect the situation of the small battlegrounds. The top martial artists are invariably the heads of major sects, the heads of forces, or super soloists, all of which are a force not to be underestimated. Standing at the top level of the mundane, the last innate realm, Xing Constable, a third-rate martial artist, cannot understand how much. Just heard that the innate martial artist can attract the power of heaven and earth to strengthen the true Qi. Every move seems to be a great power. Destroying cities and fortresses, 1 against 10, 000 are easy, is truly able to sway the world's superhuman momentum. On the surface of the innate martial artists, there are no more than double 10 techniques, each of which is a great expert that covers a party. In that case, a first-class martial artist can be compared to a Dan Jin master. So it seems that the upper limit of martial arts in this world is much stronger than Da Jin, and that so-called innate martial artist. He is actually able to invoke the momentum of heaven and earth. Sure enough, this world should also have the existence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, only to say that it's far inferior to the mountain and sea realm, but it's still enough to support the emergence of some powerful super geniuses. Fong Wei stroked his chin, some anticipation rising. The world was limited, but manpower was infinite, even in Dajin, a world without magic. There could be geniuses who invented the power martial way, while the great Ing world's heaven and earth spiritual opportunity was revealed. Once a genius appeared, it wasn't necessarily possible to develop this world's martial way to any extent, using the power of martial arts to induce the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The road ahead is here. I just don't know if there can be a martial arts powerhouse comparable to the foundation stage of immortal cultivation. In addition to the basic martial arts message, Constable Xing also provided a sword technique, God's Wind Fast Sword. The name is big, but it's just too ribbed. It can only hammer the body to produce a sense of Qi. For life, it can only stagnate at the third-rate realm. Fong Wei shook his head. Even if the power of the panel could accumulate skill phrases, it wasn't like any trash skill could be looked at. At Fong Wei's level, low-level martial arts were also better than nothing. He straightaway slapped Constable Xing to death and looted all his equipment. And old Sutu also disarmed his changing god strength, confirming that there was no backhand, and disappeared into thin air. The village of Fishing Fence is near the county town, Tongchang. Tongchang is located in the middle reaches of the Blackwater River, bearing the upper and lower reaches of the river. With a favorable geographical location and a large population, the village of Fishing Bar is the village of the pariahs under the rule of Tong County, and there are thousands of such villages in Tong County. Fong Wei, who had the Xing sheriff's token, was unhindered all the way through the barriers and went straight into the city. After all, Dayan's measures to restrict the movement of people were aimed at the lowly households and the common people. As the head constable, Constable Xing was already considered half official, so naturally he didn't have so many restrictions. Fong Wei entered the city and first wandered around, getting a rough idea of the city's regional orientation, and incidentally learning more about the news of this world. I heard that the Tiangui Lu's list has been updated again. Which list is it? The Phoenix list? Or the Green Dragon list? It's neither. Could it still be the Fae list? You guys just focus on the first two lists, don't you? That's not true. I only pay attention to the Phoenix ranking. It's the Tiangui ranking that's been updated. I heard that Qin County family, the third son of the Gao family, Gao Tianba, was born with extraordinary strength and outstanding martial arts qualifications. At only 15 years of age, he is already a top expert. But he has a strange power that is extremely appalling. It's known as the Hateful Earth without a handle. This year, he's already killed the third top master of his class. Wouldn't that be invincible at the same level? The ancient evil going is nothing more than that. But even if that's the case, hasn't the Tiangui list always only included the world's innate martial artists? How come a top can still make the list? That must be that Gao Tianba, with his unrivaled battle power, able to shake the innate with the top. Tiangui Lu's list is never wrong. Fong Wei ordered a plate of melon seeds on the side, and also listened with great interest. This Tiangui Lu he knew one or two through Xing Sheriff, is a world-disturbing part, rely on selling intelligence. Give Jianghu martial arts list, is considered the daily martial arts world-stirring, but the power is not small. It is said that there are innate great masters sitting in the town. As for the lineages of this world, as far as Fong Wei knew, in the 700 years of the Great Ing, in addition to the fact that dynasties were not easy to come by, it had even bred monsters like the lineages. Compared to the world of Dajin's lineage, it was nothing compared to the world of Dajin's lineage, which not only held a portion of dynastic government, but also grasped even local jurisdictions and military power, and even held a powerful martial arts power. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's a country within a country. Of course, this is also a result of the 700 years between the court of Daeyang and the lineage, constantly pulling and compromising. After all, the feudal dynasty information is closed. The king's power does not go down to the countryside. The local power to do is the inevitable result. Just Daeyang lived too long, so it has bred the monster of the lineage of the civil and military. It is only good that Daeyang also has some underhanded means, so that the country did not really split, barely maintaining the scene of centralized power. I've even heard that court is going to re-establish the Ying Wu Wei again to monitor the martial artists of the world. Again to re-establish. This should Wu Wei wasted many years, has long been a setup. This new emperor came to power. Drunkenness is not wine. I'm afraid that again want to weaken the local. The rise of imperial power. Hey, the great should be 700 years can have what new things? Before not also have the emperor feel the family in the way. Want to move the knife. And even a few times to make the world boiling rebel. The family coalition army have hit the bottom of the Yingtian city. If not, the great should have the fate of heaven in the body. The dragon energy to protect the country. Perhaps has long been changed the dynasty. This time it's really different. This new emperor is a true dragon killed from the 13 dragons for the first wife. His wrist is high. He has already enacted quite a number of policies that benefit the country and the people. This time he said that he also wants to send an army against the southern barbarians. And the great should solve the trouble of the southwest. UNC. This great should be 700 years. If the problem can be solved early, not to wait until today. Chapter 45, 5 Years in the Greenwood Hall, Request for Catch-up Reading. Fong Wei was silent, and in his heart, he recognized it quite well. Not to mention the 700 years of the Great Appeal. Even under the sun, there is nothing new. There are contradictions between the central and local authorities everywhere. Only by what means the great should circumvent the last hammer of the change of dynasty. And the so-called re-centralization of power can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause of the problem. Dragon Chi protects the body. Heaven's destiny is on the body. Fong Wei laughed coldly. He did not believe in this kind of thing since he did not believe in this kind of thing. If there was, it must be subjective energy, not objective law. It seems that this Great Ying's final card has a limitation, and it can only work if it hits the bottom of Yingtian City. I just don't know what it is anymore. To be able to suppress the world by itself. Fong Wei silently analyzed in his mind. I'm afraid it has to be at least a foundation establishment level battle power. I just don't know if I can turn it to my own use. After collecting messages for a while longer, and feeling that there was nothing nutritious in it, Feng Wei left a piece of broken silver and quietly left the tea house. Coming to another place with 3 words written on it, Greenwood Hall, Feng Wei had inquired about it, and it was quite a famous medical center in the area. Feng walked in calmly in a short shirt and regular clothes. Guest, are you here to see a doctor? Or to get medicine? The boy immediately greeted him and inquired. I'm here to see Dr. Huang. Please find him out and say that a relative has defected to him. Feng Wei opened his mouth, telling lies without changing his face. The boy has some doubts. His time in the Greenwood Hall is not short, and has not heard of any relatives of Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang are already 60 years old. In this world, basically relatives are sent away. However, seeing the opposite side of the visitor's temperament is not bad. The boy did not dare to openly suspect, turned around and went over to ask Dr. Huang. Just see, an old man came hurriedly. Looks like hands and feet. The spirit of Lush. Obviously this yellow physician is some skills. There is no martial arts in the body, but still can live a long life of 60 years old. Some of the art of healthcare. As soon as Dr. Huang saw Feng Wei, he frowned and pointed a finger. Just about to have someone kick him out. In all his years of living, he'd never heard of a relative, and just assumed it was a shrew who wanted to come and dabble in food and drink. You've got some nerve. You don't even ask who's in charge of this Greenwood Hall. But before Dr. Huang could speak, Feng Wei quietly stepped forward and directly held Dr. Huang's shoulders. The changing god power operated quietly, altering the mind of the person across from him. Second Master, can't you remember me? I'm your nephew's grandson. Feng Wei's face shook, and his face was filled with the joy of seeing his elders. Ah, yes, I did forget a bit. You're Sanwachan, aren't you? Dr. Huang's eyes were vacant for a moment. Following Feng Wei's words, the surrounding boys and apprentices looked at each other in disbelief, always feeling that there was a hint of oddity. But Dr. Huang's usual authority in the medicine hall was profound, and no one dared to refute it. Feng Wei had thus far become the son and nephew of Dr. Huang, and the rightful heir to this pharmacy. As for finding a medicine hall, it was a plan that Feng Wei had planned before he came to Tong City. This world road class solidification is particularly serious. The bottom to contact transcendent martial arts, especially not easy. Either your qualifications are not bad, to other people's big power valued as a dog, or can only in Xing Constable expect the same. The skydrop chance, smashed in your head. Feng Wei naturally didn't want to be a dog. As for chance, Feng Wei could ask for some chance through his own force, but the process was undoubtedly dangerous. Not to mention that Feng Wei was not yet developed, at most a third-rate martial artist, and even more unable to ask for chance. That's why Feng Wei thought of the underpinnings in the great golden world other than martial arts, pharmacology and medicine. These were supposed to be survival skills that Feng had purposely collected in addition to the martial arts path, and at certain times, such as the current situation, they could even be a bit more convenient than the martial arts path. After all, in this world, the only people who can come into contact with different martial artists on a regular basis, besides bounty hunters, should be doctors. Those martial artists who come and go, and at the drop of a hat, naturally have more injuries and illnesses. Feng Wei is prepared to be a doctor first, by treating the sick and saving people, in exchange for martial arts secret books. Opening a store is definitely out of the question. How can he open a store when he is a pariah? Perhaps with a wanted notice on his body. He can only take a shortcut and get there in one step. He had already inquired outside. Only this Greenwood Hall of Huang Yakushi alone. Not much relatives, and quite old. Profound medical skills. So the territory is there. The business license is there, and the next step is getting the reputation of the divine doctor out there. Feng Wei smiled slightly and asked Dr. Huang, "Oh, second master, are there any big families, dignitaries, or people in this Tong city who have someone in their family with a strange or difficult disease?" There were definitely such people, and there were quite a few of them, and by curing these people, he would be able to quickly make a name for himself as a divine doctor. With Feng's great medical skill of being able to treat the undiseased, coupled with the pharmacology of knowing the difference between yin and yang, it was basically difficult for mundane ailments to overwhelm him. During the 100 years in the Great Golden World, Feng Wei did not specialize in being a doctor, but he also treated a lot of martial arts schools under the rule of the students as well as their relatives with difficult and complicated illnesses. 5 years have gone by in a hurry, and De Ying has stepped into the 5th year of De Ying's new empire. 5 years is not too long or too short for mortal lifespan, but for the De Ying dynasty, there have been some changes. After the new emperor of De Ying succeeded to the throne, he changed the previous dynasty's appeasement and lukewarm program and suddenly became radicalized. After establishing the Ying Wu Wei, he greatly expanded the influence of the Yingwu Wei, and even gave the right to first decree and register the world's martial arts registers. And while cultivating and accepting martial artists, he continued to crack down on the small and medium-sized forces of the martial artists all over the great Jianghu. For solo martial artists, small and medium-sized forces of martial forces, clean up and take over, control, as long as the martial artists into the three streams, a blanket name martial arts are included in the large should be in the book of martial arts. Disobedient people have their own god soldiers to solve the problem. And externally, the war against the southern barbarians was being conducted at the same time, using the war as an excuse to collect grain taxes from the lineages in a big way, in an attempt to weaken or force the rebellion against a group of lineages. At the same time, it rectified the two intersecting rivers running through Dayang, the Blackwater and White Rivers transportation all the way, destroying countless canal gangs and fishing gangs along the way, and putting the Blackwater and White Rivers transportation back in the hands of the imperial court. And for the great should court so hot cooking oil practice, all over the family but did not have the slightest expression, and even some of the meaning of pushing the wave of the meaning in it. Of course, the rise of the people's suffering, the death of the people's suffering, sandwiched in the middle, the already suppressed to the extreme of the bottom layer has already boiled over, just waiting for a word. A fire can be burned to the whole of the great Ying dynasty. And at this time in Tong City, in the middle of the Greenwood Hall, Fang Wei was lying comfortably on top of a rocking chair, a long shirt, with a maid fanning and serving on the side. Compared to 5 years ago, Fang Wei's body grew open and became strong and well-proportioned, and his cultivation had also recovered to the full strength of Dan Jin, or even further, and he no longer saw the shadow of the fisherman's teenager in the beginning. At this time, Fang Wei officially became the leader of the Greenwood Hall. The original Dr. Huang is dead. Of course, naturally it wasn't Fang Wei's doing. Fang Wei wasn't so far gone as to drive himself to extinction with an old man under his control. Rather, Dr. Huang himself died at the end of his life, and Fang Wei took over the Greenwood Hall in the name of his son and nephew and the divine physician, and also carried it forward, so that Dr. Huang's death can be considered to be at peace. Chapter 46, Seeing God is Not Bad, Request for Follow-Up Reading. In addition to getting the Greenwood Hall's reputation out there, by utilizing his top-notch medical skills, Fang Wei continued to accumulate fame and money, as well as quite a few of this world's martial arts by treating various dignitaries, or martial artists. Fang Wei took a sip of tea and quietly opened the panel that, just as, cultivation level, Dan Jin / first class, skills, throwing, greatest achievement, clear ears, flying flower and leaf, bow and arrow, greatest achievement, 100 paces, no false shot, literacy, Deshang, understanding and forgetting, driving to the mountains, Deshang, recognizing roads and medicines, setting up traps to climb mountains, pharmacology, Deshang, theory of yin and yang, theory of all herbs, battle formation, great success, soldiers are like hands and feet, driven like arms, beast taming, great accomplishment, proficient in beast language, as if driven by arm, swimming in the water, Deshang, teal crossing the river as if walking on the ground, healing arts, perfection, understanding of the human body, unity of medicine and martial arts, and seeing God's invulnerability, power martial arts, perfection, power to the gods, holy in martial arts, chi and blood like a dragon, entering the dream, 3,000 worlds, big dream first, bird fairy kung fu, 3 suns decree, eagle claw iron cloth shirt, fire lion kung fu, small 5 elements pong. Only martial arts above first class are shown. 5 years was naturally enough for him to recover his cultivation to Dan Jin while also practicing several martial arts of this world to a first-class realm, opening up the 8 meridians and chakras, and running his true chi through the circumference of the sky. What a read across the river. Flying flowers picking leaves is easy. The nature of the true chi is much softer than the strength, more flexible and changeable, and even with the nature of yin and yang 5 elements, the top realm is no need to worry. The method of the 2 veins of the Rondu basically nothing secret method can be said. A few secret books also speak much the same. Undoubtedly it is the matter of the water milling power plus their own qualifications. For me, the most unafraid of is the water milling power. Even if it's an iron mortar and pestle, under the power of the panel, I can grind it into a needle. It's this innate secret. Fang Wei stroked his chin, somewhat distressed. As in the world of Dajin, the law cannot be lightly transmitted. The true chi martial arts, compared to the 3rd stream to the top of the step-by-step, one by one to open up the tendons can be, to the first class will be able to match Dan Jin, to the top of the stream, the party for the strength of the martial arts saints realm can be barely a match. The innate realm, however, was the true watershed, the method that allowed martial artists to invoke the aura of the heavens and earth, which was what Fang Wei had in mind. the former path of martial arts leading to immortal cultivation. In response, Feng Wei was somewhat helpless. The experience of the great golden world. Obviously Feng Wei has long realized that he is not the kind of genius who can open his own path, and can only be used as a descendant to multiply the coolness. Feng Wei stared hesitantly. Go 5 years also almost have the power of self-preservation. Maybe really need to go out to take a look. This innate secret is mostly in the world family. Large sects in the hold. If you're not careful, you can't just send it to your door. As for exchanging one's medical skills to fight for it, obviously those families who have practiced martial arts since childhood and have power, the probability of getting sick or injured, whether it's a disease or an injury, is too low. Feng for 5 years handled countless martial artists. The top martial artists are only a few. All of them are the stream of lone warriors, not to mention the innate martial artists. Got out of the way. It is unlikely to come to him. Even those worldly families and great powers had their own top-notch physicians to raise, not necessarily able to use him. 5 years of healing people and saving lives had made Feng Wei famous, but only within a few counties. That's just it. Feng Wei put down his marigold tea and shook his head, sighing. In the end, it was the caution of being a traveler that prevailed. That kind of reckless go-in-is-dry style, after all, is not suitable for him. His gold finger is liver and into the dream, and is not to kill and eat people to increase the experience. The dream lifespan is very long. Why take the risk? It's better to live through another wave, or at least accumulate a few more exceptional top martial arts. And with my Dan Jean martial saint cultivation, I'll talk about other things when I'm strong enough to go through with the innate, or when I'm able to retreat in one piece. The world is in chaos. Oh, wait for him for a few more years. Really chaotic before saying, no matter what those worldly families or Daing Emperor want to do, it has nothing to do with me. I just need to live steadily. Sooner or later, the one who doesn't eat beef will be me. And Feng looked at one of the skills in the panel. The healing arts, perfection, understanding of the human body, unity of medicine and martial arts, and seeing God's invulnerability. The so-called seeing God is not seeing the real gods, but being able to observe the subtleties of the human body, even cellular level observation, and seeing the gods of the human body itself. Feng Wei smiled slightly. With the phrase medical and martial unity, seeing God's immortality, I am able to almost completely grasp the condition of my body and avoid even the slightest dark injury or lesion. With this, I can even live past the 105-year limit for mortals and live to be around 180 years old, close to the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator. Such a long time. What chance martial arts did not. This was Feng Wei's second consummation level skill, which was broken through the combination of the medical arts and martial arts, which allowed Feng Wei to figure out some of the laws that allowed for the consummation of a great skill. Either stack the words to the peak, as in the power martial way, where all the martial arts in the world are practiced to the limit, or combine them with the rest of the skills, as in the medical martial arts unity. Feng Wei profoundly realized that the third phrase of the perfection skill was quite useful, and even at a higher realm, it might have a miraculous effect. For example, seeing that God is not bad, even at the foundation establishment or even higher realms, it can add up to him in no small way. Master, another martial artist has come to heal the sick. A figure hurriedly walked in, a thin teenager, and spoke respectfully to Feng Wei. This young man named Qing Yang is Feng for the Midway disciple. After all, if it is only for the dignitaries to cure, cannot help but lose the low-end market. Of course, if it is really come to the people, Feng for the busy, the light to cure the people to go. So Feng for the Midway to collect a few disciples, to specialize in treating the people, but also to avoid some trouble. Feng Wei nodded and got up without slowing down. Oh, looks like someone sent me the secret book again. Come on, go check it out. Qing Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly at his words. This master of his own was good at everything, no matter if it was his medical skills or his treatment of his own people. It was that he had a bad hobby, collecting secret books of martial arts. For the martial arts people, wasn't that asking for their lifeblood? Even if you are compelled to seek medical treatment and agree to do so at the time, it is easy to back out later, and it is also easy to offend people. That's why they, the apprentices, had to sweat it out every time a martial artist came. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Blocking our Iron Palm gang's path, don't you want to die? Get out of my way. All of you. On the streets of Tongcheng, 4 big men were carrying a sedan chair, on which lay a big man 8 feet tall, with a murderous temperament and gnarled muscles all over his body. The big man's eyes were tightly closed, his face was full of black qi, and his true qi was flowing, so he was obviously poisoned, and he didn't know if he had fainted or not. There were others in front of them to clear the way for them, all burly men as well, driving the crowd away in bad tones and even moving their hands. However, The bystanders didn't dare to say anything when they saw it, and even consciously hid far away from it, just because the Iron Palm Gang had an appalling name, and recently even eliminated the rival Black Wolf Gang, becoming the only big gang in Tong City. Several people carried the sedan chair and headed straight for the Greenwood Hall. The watchers around them huddled together and whispered. Chapter 47, Seeking a Doctor, Request for Follow-Up Reading. That's someone from the Iron Palm Gang, and it looks like the Iron Palm Gang's leader up there. This is going to Aoki Hall, isn't it? It looks very sick. That's not true. I heard that not long ago, the Iron Palm Gang and the Black Wolf Gang had a large-scale conflict, and the Iron Palm Gangmaster, Tai Wao Xie, broke through the first-class realm on the verge of a battle, and a pair of Iron Palms beat the Black Wolf Gangmaster to death, but he was also seriously injured by the wolf poison claw, and has not been able to recover from the poisoning so far. Then this kind of injury can only be found with Divine Dr. Fong of the Greenwood Hall. I've heard that Dr. Fong's wonderful hands are said to be able to cure you of terminal illnesses that are bound to die, or dying injuries, and I've heard that there's no such thing as a disease that can't be cured. It is a pity that this Divine Dr. Fong only treats the dignitaries and martial arts masters. That consultation fee is even more expensive to the extreme. If it is a dignitary, at least 100 taels of gold to start with. If it is a martial arts master, you have to ask for the best martial arts secret books on him. That or else, if you are treating the poor every day, that is also too busy. And the Greenwood Hall is not only the Fong Divine Doctor, the rest of the apprentice medical skills are also good. To cure a headache, but also easy, the charge is also a fair price. Indeed, the Greenwood Hall has indeed grown better and better since Dr. Huang's death. To Aoki Hall, Gangmaster, listening to his subordinate's report, Iron Invincible lay on the sedan chair and slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of tiger eyes. Quickly go and ask Divine Dr. Fong. Within a short while, Fong Wei's figure appeared, surveying Iron Peerless, who was lying on the sedan chair, only to see its robust pectoral muscles. 3 black and purple claw marks are clearly visible. The flow of true chi all over the body is a little unstable. Obviously just broke through the first-class realm not long ago, and was in a hurry to mobilize true chi to suppress the toxins, and did not have time to stabilize the realm at all. Fong Wei nodded and opened his mouth in admiration. This is hit by the Black Wolf Gang leader Wolf 13's Wolf Venom Claws. I have heard that this Wolf Venom Claws practiced, to select the strong and powerful Wolf King, with medicinal herbs and poisonous insects fed daily, cultivate a specific venomous wolves, and then the venomous wolves will be used to claw power, pierced through the cranium and died, so that after killing 49, in order to practice a pair of venomous claws that can split gold and crack stone. Obviously it's a second-rate martial art, but it's a threat to even first-rate martial artists. The claws and poison are combined, and the power is appalling. Now that I look at it, it's really extraordinary. Tai Gang Master, you are now poisonous gas into the body, has passed the heart and lungs, with the true chi suppressed. If you do not treat, you are not the top master of the true chi infinite. The moment the true chi is exhausted, let the poisonous chi into the brain, that is to return to the sky. By then, even if they are saved, they'll just be paralyzed and vegetative. Fong Wei said it was difficult, but with a relaxed face. With Fong Wei's consummate medical skills, this kind of injury didn't have the slightest difficulty. Iron Peerless laughed at his words, only because of the poisonous gas entering his body. His face was stiff and somewhat leathery. Ha ha ha, originally I was a bit worried, but after hearing Dr. Fong say that even poisonous gas into the brain can be saved, I was relieved. Iron Peerless signaled his subordinate, who hurriedly handed over a thin book. Divine Dr. Fong esteems the wolf poison claw technique so highly. It just so happens that I scavenged it from the Black Wolf Gang, and I just happened to offer it as consultation money. In addition to this, there are also 100 taels of gold and 10 stores, sent together with Divine Dr. Fong. I also hope that Divine Dr. Fong will make a move once and save my life, and I will be rewarded in the future. Fong Wei's face was calm at the sight, and he didn't pick up the opposite side of the secret book, but slowly opened his mouth. Iron Gangmaster, I have long heard that the Iron Palm Gang ancestral ancestor is 100 years ago known as the Iron Palm Invincible Iron Chuanja, is the suppression of several counties of martial arts top masters, that a pair of iron palm, knives and guns are invulnerable to fire, water and fire, known as the top of the realm, rigidity of the first, and later realm of the high and deep, but also both rigid and soft, yin and yang unity. It is a numbered technique under the innate. Fong Wei looked at Tai Wao Xie's pair of palms. Unlike his big and thick appearance, his pair of palms, well-proportioned and white as if they were sheep's fat jade, were obviously burdened with superior palm techniques. And Tai Gangmaster, you know the rules of my healing. The consultation fee has to be the best martial art of the person who comes to me, or at least it has to be a first-class secret book. This wolf poison claw is neither iron palm technique nor a first-rate secret, which makes it difficult for me. Feng Wei blushed, indicating that it was a bit difficult. This Tai Xia was obviously prepared and wanted to impress him with reasoning, but obviously, Feng Wei wouldn't do a losing deal. This wolf poison claw technique might have redeeming qualities, but there wasn't much to compare it to a true first-rate secret book. For his part, Tai Wuxia's face was unsightly, and he inexplicably wanted to find a table to lift off and yell, "If it's hard to do, don't do it." But considering that his own little life was at stake, even if it was a family heirloom, I was afraid that he would have to part with it. As for other first-class martial arts, first-class martial arts is not a bad martial arts. Iron Peerless only has one family heirloom martial arts on hand. Ha ha ha. Since Divine Dr. Feng is so interested in my family's mastery, I can't afford to lose interest. It's just that, after all, Divine Dr. Feng's medical skills are superior, so we can only break the ancestral rules once. Iron Invincible laughed, seemed to have prepared for this, and threw out a thin book straight away, decisive in his decision, obviously lordly. Feng Wei quickly skimmed through it after receiving it, and the panel responded that it was indeed the iron palm technique before nodding. Immediately afterward, Feng Wei instructed his disciple to bring the golden needles over, and had Tai Wufei lie down on the bed and take off his shirt, sterilizing and heating the golden needles. Then looking at Iron Invincible's body, the golden needles flew into the body, and in a few moments they were inserted all over half of the body. Then the party will activate the three Yangs Kung Fu, using pure Yang Qi to push the womb and transport blood, destroying the toxins. This pure Yang True Qi was the most suitable for healing injuries and protecting the body among the many True Qi, and it was milder and purer than the rest of the True Qi. However, Feng Wei had only displayed the realm of a second-rate martial artist's True Qi, but it was enough for healing. Iron Invincible let out a muffled grunt, his body bursting with green smoke, the blackness on his face fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye, even as his face began to turn rosy. A moment later, Iron Peerless trembled and opened his mouth to spit out a piece of black blood, which landed on the ground and emitted a hissing corrosive sound, obviously with amazing toxicity. Feng Wei, however, ignored all of this and straightaway withdrew his power, pulling out the golden needles and preparing to turn around and leave. Well, the root of the poison has been eliminated. The remaining residual poison is not enough to worry about. I'll give Master Tai another prescription and use Master Tai's own True Qi to regulate it, and within 3 to 5 days, the residual poison should be cleared as much as it can be. Iron Peerless breathed a sigh of relief, and also felt his own body relaxing for the most part, regaining the ability to move, and his True Qi was no longer stagnant. It seems that this Dr. Feng really has some skills. Then thank you, Divine Dr. Feng, and all the gold stores that were promised before will be presented one point at a time. Feng Wei rose calmly, his face calm. Thank you is not necessary. Iron Gang Master between you and me, just a fair trade. After dismissing Tai Xia, Feng Wei headed towards the backyard of the Greenwood Hall, and was about to test out this iron palm technique, which was known as the No. 1 in rigidity. Can call the iron palm invincible? Visible. This iron palm work of extraordinary, may also be better than the rest of the first-class secret books, stronger than half a grade. Chapter 48 Haunted Rats, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Half a day later, at night, in the backyard of Greenwood Hall. Rigor first, yin and yang. Wonderful. With a hint of excitement, Feng Wei continuously rehearsed the iron palm technique stance mind method in his hands, and his pair of big hands became more and more crystal clear. This iron palm kung fu was indeed profound, cultivating both inside and outside, from the outside into the inside, and also incorporating the principles of rigidity and flexibility, and even elaborating on the true meaning of the martial arts path of bravery and refinement, and being unrivaled and unparalleled. This Tai family's old ancestor, Tai Chuanjia, I'm afraid that he has already glimpsed a hint of the innate realm. It's just a pity. It's still half a step short. Half a step is a heavenly rift. As the mind of the iron palm technique ran, Feng Wei suddenly had a movement in his mind. It was only seen that Feng Wei's invisible True Qi flowed around his body, and then suddenly converged, as if it was a green snake, traveling through the 8 veins of the strange meridians, and as the circumference of the day ran, the accumulation of True Qi then reached some kind of limit, like the great dragon of the spine of Dan Jin. The Ren and Dudu 2 veins of Jinqi Wu Dao are also located above the spine and go straight to the heavenly spirit of the human body, and in a way, they are on the same path. The True Qi rushed sideways, accumulating and overflowing, and rushed straight to the Ren and Dudu veins. The divine light in Feng Wei's eyes was contained within, and the True Qi around his body swelled to bulge up his clothes, then instantly converged again. Immediately afterward, Feng Wei raised his hand, and a stone several feet away was caught by his True Qi and swept in from the air. Run chakra. Passed. The top realm is finally accomplished. Fang Wei regained his composure and casually crushed the stone in his hand into pieces with his true chi. For this realm breakthrough, the iron palm technique could only be considered an opportunity, and the root cause was still due to his accumulation. Feeling the brand new true chi power, Fang Wei was a little excited. Compared to the limitations of the strength martial arts, the chi in blood could only act on the human body itself, and the strength of the punch was at most 2 or 3 inches, which was the limit. But the true chi martial arts is able to refine the essence of chi, true chi outward. The top realm can be outward to a full several zhang away. True chi shape, no doubt greatly improve his strike range, combining the striking ability of the true chi martial arts, as well as the ability to lighten my body. I can now truly match, if not better, the cultivators in the middle stage of chi cultivation. After all, with the light power that truly combats gravity, my mobility is something those mid-chi practicing cultivators can't compare to. And with my true chi martial arts automatically returning my chi, and my Dan Jin martial arts holding the Dan without leaking, my endurance is also much stronger than chi practicing cultivators. In terms of offensive means, it is even more so with both backbone and explosion, enough to break through any defensive talisman seal or even magic weapon in the middle stage of chi cultivation. Fang Wei examined himself, comparing it to the cultivation system of the main world. 2 martial arts systems stacked on top of each other were still able to exert the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. But comparing it to a cultivator in the late chi cultivation stage, it's still too much worse. The late stage of chi cultivation is basically another big metamorphosis in the chi cultivation stage, with abundant mana, powerful techniques, and the ability to harbor a trace of the power of divine sense, and the ability to utilize all types of spells at the same time. And if there are flying spells, it's basically a descending blow to me again. It's true that those who cultivate immortality and those who practice martial arts still can't be compared. Unless, Fang Wei narrowed his eyes, still thinking about those 2 words. Innate. Let's not think about that for now. It's better to take care of some mice first. Fang Wei suddenly looked up with a teasing expression on his face. I wonder what the Iron Gang Master wants by coming late at night. Tai Wu Xie, who was on top of the beam of the room and had seen Fang Wei's appalling cultivation, had an ugly face, even to the point of being stared at by Fang Wei for a split second, and the cold sweat behind his back instantly soaked his clothes. Cam, why are you a doctor with such a high level of martial arts cultivation? Iron Invincible's heart was desperate and drenched in cold sweat, and to hide his clumsiness, it's clear that he's only a second-rate true chi strength in the daytime. How else would I have dared to come alone? He came in the middle of the night. Naturally he didn't come to treat himself to a meal. Originally he was lordly-minded, taking advantage of his danger and forcing him to hand over the family secret. Such a thing he could never lose. Iron Invincible before coming was still excited. Even thought, that surnamed Fang's divine doctor dying. If Kowtow will lick him comfortable, maybe he can still be able to bypass his life. After all, Fang Wei's medical skills are really brilliant. Really want to kill this kind of doctor. Iron Invincible really a little reluctant. After all, walking in the Jianghu, who does not have a bruise time it? However, he did not expect that Iron Peerless had just gone up to the beams of the room when he saw the scene of Fang Wei breaking through the top cultivation level, and was almost appalled. Iron Invincible swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The next second, shoo, Divine Dr. Fang, I've offended you many times before. Please spare my life. Iron Peerless barely hesitated. His body bubbled up with a blood-colored aura, squeezing all the true chi in his body, and his body fled at great speed. Undoubtedly his judgment was correct. If he fled outward it was a life of 9 deaths, but if he stayed to face the other side it would be a life of 10 deaths. The gap between first rate and top rate is definitely much bigger than the gap between first rate to second rate. In order to escape, Iron Peerless also used the secret method of consuming his essence and blood lifespan. I thought you had to at least get rid of the remaining poison and come back fully well, but I didn't realize there was such a rush. Fang Wei naturally expected it. The spiritual sense of a martial arts saint functioned steadily, and some dark thoughts in the heart of Iron Wow enemy could not be hidden from him at all. But, now that I'm here, just better not go. Fang Wei's face was calm as he calmly stepped forward, instantly stopping in front of Iron Peerless. If it was an unusual top-realm true chi martial artist, with the determination of Iron Wrecker's heart, with the secret method of damaging life expectancy to stimulate the potential, there would still be a glimmer of a chance of survival. It's just a shame. I'm open. Fang Wei stood tall, as if the sky was tilting and the ground was sinking as he slapped his palm out, his true chi bulging and affecting the air around him for several feet, all of which became stagnant. The majesty of the true chi, the exuberance of the chi in blood, all fused into one palm. The vigor and ferocity of it, as if it was an iron mountain pressing down on it. This is the last stance of the iron palm technique. Yin and yang returned to one. When Iron Peerless saw this, his heart was horrified, close to going beyond a life and death crisis. Get the secret book in your hands for half a day's light and it's a big success? This allows him to waste half his life to enter the Iron Palm Kung Fu first-class realm. How can he live with himself? Without the slightest resistance, Iron Peerless was slapped to death with a palm and quietly died without a sound. Fong Wei turned the ground over with another palm, skillfully throwing Iron Invincible down and then filling it up again with his hand. The movements are so skillful that it's obviously not the first time he's destroyed a body. It couldn't be helped. Fong had been practicing medicine for so many years, and there were always some medical incidents where it was clear that a deal had been agreed upon, but someone wanted to renege on the deal, and was self-conscious of his martial arts skills, and was misbehaving with him. Then there is no way. Fong Wei can only bury these medical patients in the ground and let them reflect well. Master, what's wrong? Rats again? Xin Yang hurriedly arrived, dressed in pajamas, sleepy eyes looking at Fong Wei not far away. Awakened by the sound in the courtyard just now. I don't know how. Every time soon after the treatment, this King Yudang courtyard, the night will always be haunted by rats. Xin Yang is also somewhat accustomed to it, but he was a heavy sleeper and the master was a light sleeper, and every time he woke up, the rats had been killed by the master. Yes, there was a rattle or two that made a mess, and they've been killed. Fong Wei waved his hand with a look of impatience. Let's go. Go to bed. What are you gawking at? Chapter 49 Unexpected Visitors, Request for Catch-Up Reading. After March, the situation in the world has changed. Not long ago, De Ying's war in the southwestern southern barbarians collapsed. A great defeat. 100,000 generals folded in the southwest of the world was in an uproar. And for a while the people's dissatisfaction with De Ying and the new emperor of De Ying reached its limit. And with the defeat of the war, young men in grain were torched by the war, and people's livelihoods became more and more serious. At the same time, the powers of the great sects began to recruit without any concealment, and there were people who vaguely made the reputation that the world was boiling over and changing the dynasty. Have you heard? The war over in the southwest is getting tight. De Ying has lost 3 games in a row, and 100,000 generals have lost their halberds in the southwest. I've heard that too. It's rumored that that pre-war general was too adventurous and got ambushed. How do I know? It's the fact that the world family is tripping behind the scenes and that the food logistics are not timely that's causing this. Anyway, this world is designated to be in chaos. 100,000 generals folded. How many young and strong grain and grass is gone? The next year is designated to be a disaster, and said that those families out of grain, but in fact still showdown in our people's head. The border tax in the southwest has been received 50 years later, and we can barely afford to live on the few acres of good land we have at home. Alas. Grading for 700 years. Such things are not uncommon, that the emperor's old man and the families fight, but we are the ones who suffer. Let's not talk about this. The big deal is that when the time comes, we'll go work as dogs for the world's families, and those big families have already started recruiting recently. There's another thing, in the Jianghu, I heard that 400 years ago, a high-ranking person of the Dao school, Pure Yangzi's inheritance others have unearthed. It's an inherited martial art that concerns the secrets of the innate. It's more than that. I heard that Pure Yangzi was a supreme master above the innate 400 years ago. His martial arts inheritance not only has the key to breaking through the innate, but also the hidden secrets above the innate. Above the innate? Does that realm exist? Didn't they say that the innate realm is the ultimate in martial arts? Ha! This you don't know. Right. It is said that the realm above the innate is unnameable. Such a hidden expert is extremely rare, and usually doesn't come out of the mountain. You definitely don't know. You're just bragging. You're the only one who knows if others don't. But even if there's no hidden secrets above the innate, that Pure Yangzi's secret book can still cause a storm of bloodshed. I know. That Yingmawai's 4 major Jinfu envoys are out in full force just to fight for this Pure Yang relic, and the imperial court is going to participate in a hand. So it seems that indeed, maybe there is really a hidden secret above the innate in the Pure Yangzi inheritance. This side of the tea stall was abuzz with discussion of the world's situation. But he didn't see that the unusual-looking man on the side had a strange look on his face and tightened the collar on his chest. Ing Wu Wei. Humph. A bunch of traitors are just a bunch of traitors. If it wasn't for my carelessness, how could I be bitten by you guys? When I heal my wounds, I still won't let you guys have no farts to eat. The man murmured under his breath, and again felt the raw pain of the wound in his chest, as if it were burning. Ing Wu Wei Jinfu Envoy Zhu. The blazing sun power is truly overbearing and lives up to its name. This time, I'll keep it in mind. Immediately afterward, the man patiently listened to the tea stall crowd talk for a while, and suddenly his eyes moved, ingesting the key message. Greenwood Hall, Dr. Fong, specializes in treating all kinds of internal injuries. The man flashed a hint of joy. followed by a flash of his figure, disappearing without the slightest sound. Aoki Hall. Master. On the side of the Chu family, a large family in Tong City, they say they still want you to come out and cure his nephew's strange disease, willing to pay 100 taels of gold. Xing Yang stood aside while Feng Wei leaned back in his rocking chair, viewing a newly acquired secret book. As I recall, that Chu family head is an old stingy man who was full of reluctance when he came to me for a cure and I said I wanted 100 taels of gold. Now that I've searched and still found it, it seems that I still haven't found a cheap cure. Feng Wei laughed. If you want 500 taels of his gold, you can have Qinghe make a trip. Otherwise, just wait for his nephew to rot. Shang Yang nodded. As they, the apprentices, refined their skills, the vast majority of the time there was actually no need for a master to make a move. One more thing, Master. A few days ago, the Gao family of Qin County came to look for you, only not disturbing you because you were healing, saying that they wanted to ask you to come out and join them. He said that he will definitely treat you as his guest, and that the conditions are at your disposal. You see. Feng Wei sniffed and was somewhat interested. Of course, it wasn't an interest in pulling the strings on the gauchos. Rather, he remembered that the Gao family was a powerful lineage that had existed since the founding of the Great Qing dynasty, with martial arts being passed down to the family, and the naturally gifted Gao Tianba was out of it. But the Gao family is not a high-profile family. Even in the middle of the Great Qing Civil War during the previous 700 years, we're in a position of relative neutrality, apparently quite smart. And this time, in the face of the new emperor of Di Ying's actions, the Gao family actually made a move. In addition to him, Feng Wei had also heard that the Gao family had recruited a wide range of heroes and recruited a number of Jianghu soloists and other talents. Obviously not a small action. In preparation for the conflict that would follow, it seems that the day when it truly boils over is not long away. I just wonder if this time, the Great Shoulder's civil unrest can be different from the previous times. Feng stroked his chin. As for the Gao family's solicitation, if the situation is suitable and can be exchanged for the secrets of the innate, it's not impossible for me to work for them even if I do, but it's not too late to turn the tables after developing for a while. It's just a pity that if I were to go over there now, with empty words, others would only paint me a picture. And it has to be when the time comes for the Shihua and the Deing to fight for their dog brains, then it's the time for a doctor like me to manifest his powers. That's when it's a seller's market. Feng Wei was as steady as a mountain, stating that it was just a matter of directly dispatching the Gao family side. Xing Yang nodded and was about to go down to do his job, but he didn't take a few steps but suddenly his body slumped and unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. Ha! Feng Wei frowned and swung his long sleeves. The air in front of him suddenly cleared and a white mist vaguely drifted by. Know where I am here? A class act? Feng Wei's face was not good. It seemed that he did not know who had set their eyes on him again, and actually used such tactics as drugging. However, no matter if it was a seeing God unbreakable cultivation, or a great level of pharmacology, it made unusual means of drugging ineffective against him. Ahem. The man who was originally at the tea stall quietly appeared in front of Feng Wei with a somewhat embarrassed expression. But Dr. Feng in person? The man cursed. Those idle chatter can't be trusted. Only focus on saying how Dr. Feng can cure the disease, but do not know that this Dr. Feng is actually a top realm of great masters. Being stared at by Feng Wei, the man only felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and it was even more dangerous than the Yingluwaizhen Fujianji Zhu bird that he had faced earlier. Truth be told, I have a special identity. I just want to come and seek medical treatment. I have no ill intentions. The man hurriedly arched his hand and apologized, fearing that Feng Wei would beat him to death at the drop of a hat. Of course he had an impure mind, thinking of tying up Dr. Feng, to secretly cure him, or even whoring him out for nothing. But I didn't expect to kick the can down the road before making a move, and looking at Feng Wei's murderous appearance, I knew that the divine doctor in front of him might be killing more people than healing them. Chapter 50 Pure Yang Sword Technique, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Oh, so you're here to seek medical attention. Feng Wei looked at the man in front of him with a smile on his face, thinking that the man in the square lifted his weight as if he were a ghost in God's likeness of being, and even he did not notice the arrival of his person. If the man hadn't drugged him and startled him, it would have been difficult for Feng Wei to realize it for a while. God walks like the wind, straight as an eagle arrow, can have this level of lightness, but also come to seek medical treatment. Again, first-class masters. Only that heir to the thief sect on the Green Dragon list, Morong Kong, who is known as the Wonderful Hands Not Empty. Feng Fu recognized the man's origin. He is in the Greenwood Hall. Daily all kinds of patients out. This big should be the news is also absolutely first-class proficient. I saw your chest's true chi churning and vaguely blazing. I'm afraid that you've suffered an injury from the scorching nature of the true chi. As far as I know, the thief sect's lightness is unparalleled, and your cultivation is top-notch. Those who can injure you are only top-notch experts. And the only top-notch expert who has been active lately in practicing scorching true chi is the Yingmawai Jinfu envoy, Shu Bird. Moronkong's face was a bit ugly up, being recognized as a heel. I'm afraid that the form is going to be bad. Not to mention that he's being chased now, and he's also deeply and seriously injured. If you're not careful, you might fall again. Ying Wuwei have all been running around for Pure Yangzi's martial arts inheritance lately. The four Jinfu envoys have come out in unison, and to be able to be hunted down by the vermilion bird, I'm afraid that Pure Yang inheritance is in your hands. Moronkong. Feng Wei narrowed his eyes. Originally he had also heard about this Pure Yang inheritance and was somewhat moved, but he is not reckless. This innate secret book will not appear, favoring this world's chaos at the critical time to appear, obviously behind another push. Feng Wei didn't want to be used as a gun, he just wanted to live well, so he also stopped paying attention. However, it was not expected that the secret book would come crashing to the door on its own. Divine Dr. Feng has amazing eyesight. I am impressed. Moronkong knew that he had missed the mark, and now he could only show his cards and talk about it. Indeed, the Pure Yang inheritance is in my hands, stolen by me with great difficulty, and accidentally bitten by that vermilion bird guy, if not for my carelessness. Cough. Anyway, as long as Divine Dr. Feng is willing to treat my injuries, I am willing to share this Pure Yang legacy with Divine Dr. Feng. I heard before I came here that Divine Dr. Feng is quite interested in all types of martial arts secrets. Truly, in this Pure Yang legacy book, there are indeed innate secrets. There are even hidden secrets above the innate. Upon hearing this, Feng Wei's face held a hint of mockery. Did he look so good to fool? I'd believe a few things if you didn't do your little act. Moronkong's complexion was stagnant, and the hand that was making small movements behind his back couldn't help but stop. As a god thief, naturally, means rich, the most good at what ecstasy-numbing medicine. Even the top experts can be trapped. But apparently the opposite of the god doctor is not only strong martial arts, but also a combination of medical science pharmacology. It seems that this skill of his is no different from playing house in front of others. And the corners of Feng Wei's mouth hooked as the smile on his face widened. Beat you to death. And this Pure Yang inheritance is also mine. Words almost did not fall. Moron empty moved, the body shape of a flash, as if a fluttering stunning, and noiseless, instantaneous is several feet away. Light power has reached an extremely high level of realm. Even for the top experts who had opened the two chakras, it would be difficult to catch their traces if they weren't the type to specialize in light power. Moron empty cursed his own bad luck. Originally their own light power is outstanding. Even if the top masters are difficult to catch him, is the Qinglong list of the pride of the sky, how to wave over the years basically alright. He is greedy for money and sex, gambling and drugs. There are always cracks. The vermilion bird Jinfu envoy that he encountered last time was really a stunning beauty, and under the intentional seduction, he was put in a trance for a moment before he was bitten by that blazing sun power to get a good bite. The top level of true chi already had a trace of raw and unending true meaning, entangling him in his body and causing him a lot of pain, making it much more difficult for his true chi to operate. It's a good thing that I was born with a nasopharyngeal impassibility, and by virtue of my true chi returning to the air every day, the speed of returning to the air is more than twice as fast as a normal person. Light power doesn't rely on true chi much at all. Even if I'm suffering from scorching true chi injuries, I can still make most of the top masters. Eat my ass dust. Moronkong let out a cold snort. His body exploded and, when my injuries are fully healed and I break through the innate, these top experts who have messed with me will be designated to settle the score one by one. But the figure only flew halfway through the flight, and the figure went limp. Drugged? When? Moronkong collapsed in place, his face pale. All day long fighting geese did not expect to still be pecked by geese. What was even more frightening was that he had been hit without even realizing when the other party had drugged him. Just when you came, you drugged me, so you won't let me drug you too? Feng Wei patted the medicinal ash in his hand, his face calm. With his grand achievement level pharmacology in conjunction with his medical skills, no one would be able to react if he wanted to drug someone. And even the psychedelic poisons that he had concocted could take effect through skin contact even if he held his breath. Feng Wei slowly stepped forward, first locking up all of his true chi, then removing his limbs, and then the usual torture session. This Moronkong can be a thief. Naturally, is not what hardcore, not even coercion, spit straight out a clean. It turns out that after this Pure Yang posthumous book was unearthed, after a few turns, it had already reached the hands of the Ying Wuwei, and should have been offered to the new emperor of the Great Ying, only to be stared at by this Moronkong again. With his skillful stealing technique, he stole the Pure Yang legacy book from the hands of the Jinfu Jinjiju bird, although he later lost his hooves and hit the other side of the half-tricks, but it is also considered to be a full-body retreat, not to live up to the name of the divine thief. Fong was first tortured Morongkon's likeness, found that this Morongkon likeness strong is not the reason for the gong method, but he himself will not breathe, can only use the true chi to change chi back to chi, only to get this light as a feather of lightness kung fu. Immediately afterward, Fong Wei confirmed that this Morongkon's arrival at his Greenwood Hall was indeed by chance and not instructed by anyone. Finally, Fong Wei took out the Pure Yang Legacy in Morongkon's arms. The Pure Yang Legacy book was woven with strange materials throughout, as if it were cloth and silk, but it was tougher than gold and iron, and it had two sides, one of which was engraved with the Ing characters. Fong for flipping up to check it out. I originally chin right cloth, then through the Great Ing War chaos, fortunate to be taken in by the Taoist school. The Taoist name Pure Yang, cultivate martial arts, pass the Taoist book, Bujin 100 schools of thought, create their own Pure Yang sword skill, in the day of 60 years old. Enlightenment to the most refined to the pure, to the most holy to the simplest Pure Yang's meaning, and finally into the innate. After the years grow longer, the Pure Yang more deep, keep the Yin Ping Yang secret, the spirit is ruled realm, the Pure Yang royal sword, the divine intent manifestation, the God into the road. The world does not have all the enemy, transcendent innate also, but ultimately belongs to the stream of the innate. The life does not change, so it is known as the great innate. After the great precursor, feeling that the road ahead was exhausted and uninteresting, he traveled the world and died at the age of 145. I have left behind one Pure Yang sword technique and 2 copies of the divine intent, and I hope that future generations will make good use of them to explore the way back. Chapter 51 Vermilion Bird, Request for Catch-up Reading. What a supremely pure and sunny Pure Yang sword technique. Fong Wei cannot help but sigh. This legendary experience. This Pure Yangzi is undoubtedly the protagonist of this world. Can be called Dharma Sanfeng style characters, halfway out of the world can be invincible. Undoubtedly enlightenment qualifications are extremely heaven-defying genius. It's just a pity that the world is tired. Or else if this Pure Yangzi is put into the immortal cultivation world, if he has a spiritual root, he would at least have to be a great power in the Jin Dan Yuanin realm. The divine intent. Great innate. So it is. Fong for the original only in the Greenwood Hall of this acre of land. Many of the secrets of the martial arts naturally not clear. And those patients are also trading relations. Will not make shallow words. Today, Fong Wei realized the hidden secrets of this world's high-level martial arts. In that case, it seems that this divine intent is undoubtedly the key for the descendants to break through to the innate. And even the great innate above the innate requires the assistance of the divine intent of the predecessor. Or, you're a supreme genius like Pure Yangzi, with a counterintuitive enlightenment. Or else don't think about breaking through the innate by yourself. Fong Wei stroked his chin and sighed. So it seems that Iron Palm Kung Fu ancestor Iron Chuanjia later in fact likewise realized a trace of the true meaning of the martial arts of the courageous and refined. Fierce and unparalleled. But why the chess is not good enough? Hard qualifications are not enough. Can only be stopped outside of the innate realm? Can only be called the top of the invincible? Fong Wei put away the Pure Yang legacy and had no intention of appreciating it on the spot. Just confirmed that it was the real thing. Although it seemed to be effortless to get the secret of the innate that he had been longing for. In reality, this kind of hot potato that the Jianghu people were concerned about, and even had a behind-the-scenes pusher, was not so good to take. At least this myriad hands not emptying Morongkon's trail would soon be exposed and found to have appeared in the Greenwood Hall. And even this current identity of Fong Wei's might become a thorn in his side. Although it facilitates the path of true Qi martial arts, there are also many subsequent troubles. So I can only say that blessings and curses come hand in hand. Fong Wei sighed, and was ready to pack up his fine things and just leave. Originally, Fong Wei had planned to keep some backhandedness, even to the point of concealing the past. But, it seems too late. Fong Wei narrowed his eyes and sensed an unusual movement. Speaking of Chow Chow arrived, only to hear a burst of horse hoofbeats ringing intensively around the Greenwood Hall. A vague solemn killing formation had surrounded the entire Greenwood Hall. Ing Wu Wei is on business. Get out of the way. Shoot. Only hearing a command, clattering countless bows and arrows fell from the sky, enveloping the entire Greenwood Hall. What am I saying? And a divine thief, with such an unclean ass. Fong Wei contemptuously slapped Morongkon to death. Then his body flashed and appeared in midair on the roof of the building. Shoo shoo shoo. Arrows were falling like rain in the sky. In the face of the overwhelming rain of arrows, Fong Wei tapped his feet, rolled up his sleeves, and his true chi exploded as if it were a firecracker, striking a vacuum in front of him. The arrows were stirred away by the majestic true chi and reflected back. And the soldiers on the opposite side cried out in pain as they were struck through the ground by the arrows. The moment Fong Wei struck out, a sudden burst of heat rose, and the searing heat coalesced, burning his skin to the bone. Blazing sun in the sky. A clear female voice came out, and even faster than the voice was its overwhelmingly powerful stance. Feng Wei gazed at it, only to see a cold-faced stunning woman with an official robe and a slender figure, suddenly appearing behind her, a vague blazing sun surfacing in the air, and the true chi resembling a sea of fire, setting the air on fire in one piece. What a blazing sun power! Fong for the face of appreciation. This official body of the woman thought to be one of the Yingluwai Jinfu Envoy Zhu bird, the top level of experts. A woman body can be yang attribute of true chi cultivation to such a point. Really gifted. His figure flickered. This kind of sneak attack naturally couldn't hide from his spiritual senses. And with a thought, the true chi in front of his body materialized, as if a flying eagle was taking off into the air, transforming into an iron curtain, easily resisting the scorching true chi outside. Eagle claw iron cloth shirt? Such a stupid kung fu can be cultivated to the top. You're hiding it well enough, you divine doctor. I'm afraid it's not intent on rebellion. Vermilion bird was full of cold color. Some surprise. This eagle claw iron cloth shirt is also considered to be the most widely spread first-class martial arts. A little bit of knowledge can be known. It is said to be transmitted by the high monk of Tianqin Temple. This kung fu from the outside into the inside. The main horizontal training. After the completion of the first-class defense, both offensive and defensive. But the extreme test of the water grinding work, as well as weekdays of hard practice, talent in the middle of the upper no 30 or 40 years of water grinding, is not practiced to the great success. Although there was some surprise, the killing intent in the vermilion bird's pair of beautiful eyes had not been reduced in the slightest, and with her mouth open, it was clear that there was no intention of letting Feng Wei off the hook. The woman's murderous nature was a bit scary. Even if Feng Wei handed over the pure yang legacy, she obviously had to kill to silence her. Hiding Murong Kong, the court's most wanted criminal, is punishable by the same crime. Saying that, the vermilion bird did not hesitate in the slightest and continued to flash an attack as if it was a phoenix in the air. Blazing sun falls. Feng Wei was a bit helpless. So unabashedly? I had thought that there was still room for negotiation. It seems that this Ing Wuwei's stance is really hard enough. This new emperor of Ing is doing this. Is he really not afraid that the whole world will rebel? Or is the ancestral card enough to let the great should be unscrupulous? The people seem very warm, but the words they say don't have the slightest warmth. Xing Ben, it's just that you're a woman who looks like she's murderous and unreasonable. So what kind of a good person can you be? Fong for the right hand launched, as if a random blow, but condensed a body of true chi blood. Body explosion of strength as if leverage. Facing the opposite side of the slender jade hand formed a fiery sun handprint. Collision. A touch. The explosion of Dan Jin and the internalization of true chi formed the power of his unique stance that overpowered his peers. The vermilion bird, as its name suggests, truly transformed into a divine bird of true chi, with a warm fire, while Feng Wei's face did not move. A palm cover down. Vaguely chi energy to form a mountain of iron cover pressure down. The strong wind is like a sharp blade, gusts of clear sound. Iron mountain covered coffin. The opposite divine bird collapsed at the touch of a button and was suppressed alive by iron mountain. The heat of the true chi dispersing in all directions and turning into wisps of steam surrounding it. Vermilion bird's face changed. Her figure transformed from a divine bird into a light wind, and between the twists of her thin waist, she barely missed Feng Wei's subsequent chi. Iron palm kung fu. Vermilion bird was a bit tense. She naturally recognized this martial art, which was also quite famous among the tops. She is self-conscious of her high qualifications. Less than 30 is already a top-level martial artist, but also with a woman's body to harness the violent fiery sun power. The top of the few rivals. How old is the other side? 20? To actually be able to achieve two water-milling martial arts that required cultivation and accumulation? No. There is also a force in it that is not true chi, but seems like external brute force. But the force is more fierce than ordinary external strength. Vermilion bird's complexion clouded up. This time he kicked the iron plate, and was considering whether or not to stop there, waiting for their Jinfu envoys to gather, and then dealing with the demon in front of him. But it was clear that Feng Wei didn't want to let go of Jubilee. Between the two sides, when the chi dazzle, Feng for the figure sprinted out. When the head is another palm. Chapter 52 Red Pink Skeleton, request for catch-up reading. Slow down. Divine Dr. Feng, you helped the court kill a wanted criminal. A great merit. I can help you report to the Emperor. Glory and martial arts at your choice. Vermilion bird's heart chilled. The coldness he hadn't experienced in a long time spread all over his body. A crisis between life and death. Even if it's the pure Yan legacy, I can still say that it was lost in the middle of the journey and was privately hidden by Morong Kong, and that only the two of us know about it. Feng Wei's mouth curled up in mockery, feeling somewhat amused. This woman can only say that she deserves to be an official, more than twice as thick as the skin of an ordinary Jianghu person, and what she says 1 second, she can eat it in her face the next. These ghost words, Feng Wei's senses did not hear. Face hard as iron. The iron palm in the hand without mercy pressure down. A burst of fiery sun true chi on the opposite side exploded on his body. Not a single spark was set off. He had this true chi stacked horizontally, as well as Dan Jin to protect his body, so that his defense had long surpassed the top level. Even the spell talismans of a mid-stage chi cultivator in the mountain and sea realm couldn't break the defense. The white jade-like palm was glistening with a luster of fine iron, and with a momentum like a cracker. Countless fiery sun true chi obliterated, destroying the vermilion bird's true chi defense inch by inch. Shocking bursts of chi exploded in the air, aiming straight for Vermilion Bird's slender figure. Spare me, I have another secret. Vermilion Bird's stunning face is full of despair at this time, completely missing the arrogance of the time of arrival, revealing a woman's weak posture. But the next second, a merciless iron palm descended, directly imprinted on his slender back, and the manic chi energy washed over him without mercy, landing him in pieces. The Vermilion Bird was instantly fragrant and died on the spot. Ugh! Hasty hands. Feng Wei frowned slightly before realizing that he had been a bit quick with his hands. With his intuition, he felt that the Vermilion Bird of the party had not lied, and that the Vermilion Bird should have a very valuable message to tell him. But he had already exhausted his moves, and there was no time to stop, or else he would be the one who got hurt. Of course, Feng Wei had no regrets. After all, Shu Bird was not a good fighter. This woman was highly skilled in martial arts, and also very shameless, a bureaucratic style. If Feng Wei did not go all out to take her down, it would be a real trouble if she escaped. Looking at the body of Vermilion Bird, Feng Fu subconsciously touched the body some. He found at this time, Vermilion Bird, this woman is indeed the top of the posture. Danfang eyes, willow leaf eyebrow, cherry mouth, white skin is like sheep's milky jade general. Facial contour has an unusual woman did not have the British gas, or else it cannot seduce that morong empty. When he thought about it, this Vermilion Bird was still the woman who ranked at the head of the Phoenix ranking in Tianguilu, and probably had a group of licking dogs serving her, which made her so arrogant. It's just a pity that a moment of splendor is not as real as a long life. Feng Wei shook his head. The dream of 100 years has long been honed, his heart hard as iron. The stream of beauty has long been unable to shake its heart. However, Feng Wei also did introspection. Somehow, it seems that when he came to this world, he was in trouble everywhere, especially being targeted by this De Ying court, and everywhere, the official body of De Ying was against him. He wanted to live and a good development are not allowed. After this incident, Feng Wei will have to change his face again. To escape from the court of the great should be hunted down. Moreover, the one who killed this time was still the De Ying Jinfu envoy. Unlike the minions that no one paid attention to that he had killed before, Feng Wei was estimated to have to be seriously hunted down by De Ying this time, even to the point of immortality. This repeated disobedience. Could it be that the heavenly Tao is watching and the human path is rejecting me as a traveler? It shouldn't be. If the mountain and sea realm had such a claim, I could still believe in it. The level of this great Ying world is really limited. To say that there's something like the heavenly Tao being sentient, it's almost impossible. Feng Wei analyzed silently, with some misgivings. I can only say that I am unlucky. Or perhaps, this De Ying's 700 years of light. The people do not have a way out. The family sit and watch the wind and clouds. The court has its own cards to get rid of the cycle of law. It is really rotten to the root. The court family has already not regarded the people as human beings. And even the pigs and dogs are worse than them. It was only later that the town crier, the constable, and even the petty officials treated people as if they were grass. Everyone is an ally, and there is oppression everywhere. It just so happens that the ally after traveling has the ability to fight against it. With this in mind, Feng Wei also stopped internal conflict and first woke up the group of apprentices who had previously been mesmerized and dispatched them to flee for their lives. Then with a flash of his body, he drilled into the tunnels in the backyard of the Greenwood Hall, a cunning rabbit with 3 holes in it, and tunneling in the place where he lived was considered subconsciously prudent on Feng's part. A few hours later, an official figure flashed into existence and surrounded the Greenwood Hall. Lord Green Dragon, Jubilee Sama Shi, confirmed dead. A subordinate reported under his breath to the tall man with a cold face across the room, his expression somewhat shaken. The strength of these 4 Lord Jinfu envoys was known to their insiders. Each one was a figure at the head of the Green Dragon ranking, a genius who could enter the top realm at less than 30 years of age. Even a body of martial arts techniques are each unique, out of the ordinary. Then the old top powerhouse is no less. And now, he saw Lord Vermilion Bird's miserable state of death, clearly being beaten to death alive, without the slightest bit of resistance. Instead of feeling half as sad as a rabbit dying, Xinglong sneered. This Vermilion Bird, relying on her posture and force, acts aggressively, strikes out with death, and makes enemies for the court everywhere. I've long suspected her motives. It's good to be dead. If the emperor hadn't valued her, I would have done the same to her. Saying that, Xinglong arrived at the scene of the fierce battle and saw the messy greenwood hall, which was basically flattened to the ground, as well as the corpse of Vermilion Bird. True Qi is dominant, both internal and external. It is based on hard Qigong and external strength, but also combines rigidity and flexibility. Iron Palm Kung Fu, Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt, and some traces of the Three Sons Decree. It's all warmongering Kung Fu. The Vermilion Bird was barely able to resist, suppressed within a few moves. It seems to have really kicked the bucket. Xinglong couldn't help but frown even when he saw Vermilion Bird's bones and internal organs that were almost crushed into pieces. This one physician who treats the sick and saves people can also practice this kind of power? It is also said to be not very old? A subordinate on the sidelines added that. This surnamed Fong's divine doctor. Name unknown, identity unknown, only know as 5 years ago by the original Greenwood Hall physician considered son and nephew, and then inherited a medical skills, even blue, called the divine doctor. In Tongcheng, even within several counties are quite famous contacts, countless people seeking medical treatment. Only this surnamed Fong physician has a hobby, is to heal martial arts people. Must be the other side of the martial arts secret for the clinic. I think it is the collection of martial arts secrets over the years, from which to practice martial arts. The Green Dragon was even more incredulous at his words. You mean in just 5 years, you have practiced from an ordinary person to a top expert? Even if pure Yangtze was alive, he wouldn't be able to do that, right? The subordinate hesitated for a moment, and added, Lord Vermilion Bird a strong sun power worked to participate in the creation. The most is cool to kill. According to reason, in order to attack hand-to-hand theory, the top of who do not dare to say that a stable victory, but this side of the physician. I'm afraid it's not. Chapter 53 Hunted, request for catch-up reading. Xinglong's eyes stared, instantly understanding his subordinate's meaning, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally shook his head. The innate realm is not such a good way to break through. Even a self-comprehending divine intent master like pure Yangtze has to have decades of accumulation, and if there is no divine intent to guide you, even decades of accumulation won't necessarily make it. This person strikes out explosively, with a great deal of qi, but there is also no martial divine intent, and the innate power that survives is definitely not yet innate. It might just be gifted. After all, that Gao family's 3 sons, who claim to have power to astonish the ghosts and gods, aren't these characters who have become saints in the flesh? After all, Xinglong was still a character who had seen the world and wasn't too surprised, but made a quick decision. Did not enter the innate on the good. After all, is the stream of mundane, even if the top realm, back to the gas extremely fast, there will always be god exhaustion time. This surnamed Fong's guy, no matter what kind of talent, has already been in the court feud, and the court does not have the slightest fear of the heart, dare to kill the high officials of the imperial court, and the natural talent is as horrible as this. Now the pure Yang legacy book is probable in his hands. If he is allowed to enter the realm of the innate, my great should all have to tree a great enemy. So it seems that must be cut off the roots and roots to do so. This is the time when the Holy Spirit wants to make changes. We must not let people look at our Yingwei as a joke. The Green Dragon's complexion shifted, flashing with an appalling murderous aura. He must not be allowed to escape. Unleash the Yingwei's highest ranked pursuit order. Notify the rest of the Jinfu envoys. He must die. And spend some silver and let those Jianghu people be cannon fodder, just so they can go dog eat dog. When the subordinate heard this, he quickly bowed his head with a straight face and said yes. After January, Xin County, Shishan City. Have you guys heard about it? Recently there is a new evil healer sage in the Jianghufang Way. He's only in his early 20s, and as soon as he came out, he made it to the top of the Green Dragon ranking. Number 1 on the Green Dragon ranking? Wouldn't that be unrivaled under the innate? That's not true. It is said that this Fong was originally a medicine hall physician, quite famous, preferring to collect other people's martial arts secret books as consultation fees, in addition to no special. It's just that since the Pure Yang Legacy book came out, containing the secrets of the innate, this evil doctor finally couldn't help but strike, displaying a pure true qi cultivation, as well as being proficient in multiple internal and external kung fu disciplines, and the mellowness of his true qi is considered the top first. First, he killed Morong Kong, the divine thief of the thief sect, and snatched the Pure Yang Legacy. Immediately after that, he beat Zhu Bird, the Yingwei Jinfu envoy, to death. I heard that he was beaten to a pulp. This I know. This Fang Wei is also known as a martial arts doctor, proficient in multiple first-class martial arts at the same time. Simply a demonic natural talent. It's a pity that we have offended the imperial court. This Yingwei is not a vegetarian. I heard that the commanding officer above the Zenfujian of Yingwei is an innate martial artist. Not to mention that the Ing Wu Wei has a deep heritage. Behind the imperial court, even if the top invincible, so what? With people pile up dead you. That Fong For is also powerful. A body of true qi is said to be as deep as the Blackwater White River, but also amazing qi. Raw several times from the imperial court encirclement breakout, and even counter-kill a lot of people. Just certainly have been knotted up in the death of hatred. Just do not know can hold out to when. Just as the inn was in a frenzy of idle talk. A bald figure holding a Buddhist staff and wearing a robe walked in through the doorway, causing the crowd to instantly quiet down. Only the monks of the Tianqin temple, which was the top martial arts power, the same super martial arts power that had existed since the founding of the Great Ing, could be so dressed in this Great Ing. Among them, there is more than one innate martial artist. The believers are millions of people. Even if it is the great should be the court also have to avoid the existence of the three retreats. The Tianqin temple monks who can walk in the Jianghu are even fewer. And none of them are the top great masters. It's the third in the Green Dragon ranking, Shi Kong, the head disciple of the Heavenly Heart Temple, the figure known as the Vajra Buddha Son. This Shi Kong has heard that he is also a heavenly prodigy. Less than 30 has already practiced the Heavenly Heart Temple's Vajra Bright King's body to the point of no advancement, only waiting for the divine intent to pass through and break into the innate. I heard that he has an uncertain trail and travels the world. I don't know why he came to Qin County. Is it to look for frightening ghost god Gao Tianba to have a go at him? Unlikely. That Tiangui building as early as 4 years ago will be Gao Tianba in the position of Tiangui list, although the realm is still at the top. But Gao Tianba's shocking ghosts and God's brute force is not a joke. A godly force is able to shake the heavens and move the earth. Even if the innate martial artist can attract the power of the heavens and the earth is also not afraid of. Unless the release of the empty want to force himself a hand. Using a desperate situation to force himself to break through the innate realm. While this side was whispering, the young monk over there had already approached a man sitting in the corner with an unusual face, only to see Sakan slowly pacing up to the man, suddenly striking out and, with a push of his right palm, his body was surrounded by golden light and strong winds, as if the Ming King had descended to the world, and his true qi transformed into a golden pike, with astonishing power. The opposite man but the face is not moving, and even in the hands of the teacup, to send into the mouth, as if the side of the appalling popularity strength does not exist in general. Bang! The airwave lifted off, only to see the man's surrounding true qi transformed into an iron curtain, automatically protecting his body, resisting the Ming King's power to the death, not entering the slightest bit. Amit Ba. Sakan folded his arms, and a trace of admiration flashed across his face. The Scholar Fong is worthy of being number one on the Green Dragon list. His power is mellow and boundless, like a river. The young monk is not as good as he is. The man sitting in the corner was none other than Fong Wei. After killing the Vermilion Bird and leaving Tong City, he had changed his face along the way, originally preparing to hide somewhere to have a good time comprehending the innate divine intent left behind by Pure Yang. But I didn't expect that along the way. I don't know what kind of tactics the Ying Wu Wei side had applied. No matter how he changed his face, he could accurately trace him. Fong Wei encountered countless assassinations and sieges along the way. There are people in the Jianghu, and there are also court visitors, but all of them, by virtue of a majestic true qi cultivation, coupled with the godly power of Jin Li Wu Dao, have passed through, and are not afraid of any ambushes and killings. Even the remaining 3 Yingwuwei Jinfu envoys surrounded the 3 top experts. He also beheaded 2 Jinfu envoys on the spot, seriously injured 1, the only remaining that Qinglong escaped. Until, Ying Wu Wei commander, innate martial artist, He Zhangyang personally made a move. Fong Wei and he fought 100 moves on the river. The river reversed, the pier collapsed, with appalling martial arts background against the enemy. And finally still unable to defeat the opposite innate divine intent, lightly injured to escape, drilling into the Black River White River. Of course in the eyes of the onlookers, this kind of battle power was already unbelievable, actually retreating in front of an innate martial artist in his entire body. This is an innate martial artist. The martial arts world is recognized. The innate and the rest of the ordinary martial arts, has been 2 species. How many top masters cannot beat the innate martial arts? The innate martial artist a move, can be integrated into the innate divine intention, plus in the true qi, the power is appalling incomparable. One person kill through an army is also easy. The top experts are not an enemy. However, Fong Wei's heart is in his mind, secretly sighing that his own background is still not enough, actually can't cross the realm against the enemy, in front of the innate masters. To save his life is more than enough, but not enough to fight against the enemy. Chapter 54 Pulling Together, continuing to seek catch-up reading. What? This Pure Yang legacy? You Tianqin temple also want to get involved? Fong For the color is not moving, holding the teacup old god. The actual heart has been vigilant. ready to rise up and kill at any time. If the Heavenly Heart Temple came again, then he would definitely not be able to withstand it, and at that time, even if this dream body did not want it, and spelled out all of his potential, he would have to make things bad for these guys. Sure Kong was falling for a cold color sweep. Only feel a shock in the heart, the back of the cold. This person kills the nature of the great, the martial arts talent of the world rare. If it is really life and death combat, he is afraid that not over 10 strokes, but immediately Sakan adjusted his mind. After all, he didn't come to make an enemy of Fong Wei, so he didn't have to worry about being killed. Based on so many days of intelligence gathering, Sure Kong also knew that the Fong Wei in front of him was strictly speaking only a martial arts nerd, not a devil who killed people at will, and before he was hunted down and killed, he was a physician who cured the sick and saved people. Even making an enemy of Ing Wu Wei was somewhat forced. Although the pure Yang legacy is good, my Heavenly Heart Temple has its own subtle martial arts inheritance and doesn't need external items. Sure Kong smiled faintly, showing the bottom line of a large sect. Fong Wei narrowed his eyes and pondered in his mind. To look at the pure Yang legacy so poorly, it seems that the probability is that this Heavenly Heart Temple also has a divine intent inheritance, even to the extent that there is a legendary great innates expert sitting at the bottom of it. It seems that these Jianghu big sects, 700 years of accumulation, cannot be underestimated. After all, is able to accord front fight, even better superpower. It's just that it's not going to be a good time for Scholar Fong. Even though he has a mountain of treasures in his hands, he's being hunted by the Deing court, and not to mention being unable to participate in the divine intentions. Even if Sect Master Fong's martial arts talent is amazing, it would be difficult to cross the innate barrier, so I'm afraid that he will not be ambushed one day. Sure Kong slowly explained his purpose. It turned out that he came to be a lobbyist to get Fong Wei to join their Tianqing temple. And, truth be told, the reason why the Fong Sure Master has been bitten by the court and can't get rid of the slightest bit of it is because the Deing court cultivates a kind of strange insect called the Zimulian Xan worm. Generally speaking, they will place the child worms on the bodies of high-ranking officials and relatives, and once the child worms are killed, they will release strange odors around them, and once the people around them are contaminated with this odor, how can they get rid of it unless the mother worms are dead? Or an innate martial artist steps in and washes the body with innate true qi in order to get rid of it completely. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder these guys have been biting me like a dog's skin plaster. They can't shake it off. Fong Wei put down his teacup with a look of understanding. He was not too surprised. Being hunted for so long, even if it is a little cute, also tasted the flavor. This world and no Skynet. How can track him so quickly? Must be that Ing Wu Wei in his body under the means. It was only with Fong Wei's eyesight means that he actually didn't notice it. And only now after Sure Kong said so, the mystery was revealed. It turned out that the problem was with the vermilion bird that he had killed earlier. This woman was really a scourge. Dying had brought him so much trouble. But as long as the monk is willing to put down the butcher's knife, shave his hair as a monk, I think that the court is also willing to no longer care. This reward in wanted is also like a falsehood. At that time not only the pure Yan legacy, even if it is the divine intent of my Tianqing temple, is also at the mercy of the monk Fan to participate in the enlightenment. How? Sure Kong's figure was very moving under coercion and temptation. If Fong Wei wasn't from this world, he might have agreed to it. After all, now that the situation was dead in the eyes of outsiders, even if Fong Wei was gifted, he couldn't comprehend the pure Yang legacy and break through to the innate and get rid of the Ing Wu Wei's line of sight under the uninterrupted pursuit. As for self-comprehending the innate divine intent, it was even more not something that could be done in a short period of time. And before that, the court's innate experts weren't just eating their words. Rather, it's these Buddhists, in whichever world they go to, even if they're murderous executioners, there's nothing to be afraid of, putting down the butcher's knife when they say so. Countless deaths are not as good as a single epiphany. Fong Wei secretly sneered, but he did not doubt Tianqing Temple's bottom line and sincerity. He just naturally did not have much favor with these hypocritical bald heads. If I didn't obtain the pure Yan legacy, and I've been in this realm for a long time and don't have any other way to find the innate dharma, I might be able to shave my hair for fun. But now, Fong Wei did not intend to easily bring this matter to an end. It was already a situation of immortality. A small Ing Wu Wei could not be resolved. How could he climb to the top and pursue immortality? Fong Wei will refill the tea. The intention to send off the guest is obvious. Thanks for the kind words. It's just that I'm a man who can't stand the commandments, much less a bald head. Therefore, I am not blessed to enjoy the martial arts of the Heavenly Heart Temple. Fong Wei shook his head and refused. Reasons and whatnot, believe it or not, was none of his business. Sure Kong frowned slightly. I do not know whether this party for the cannot see the situation, or bullying, their own backbone. Now this situation, Even if Feng Wei has a master of the innate realm behind him, he can't hold it down. It has to be the Tianqing Temple, which has 1,000 years of inheritance and a big sect with a deep heritage, in order to be able to hold the bottom for him. That's just it. People each have their own destiny, and since Scholar Feng has his own plans, it's inconvenient for the young monk to disturb. Sakan sighed and regained his composure. Although this person's martial arts qualifications are amazing, he doesn't know that manpower will eventually be exhausted, and only the inheritance of power can be passed down through the ages. It seems that this Feng Wei will not be able to escape this calamity. Just a little monk herd, that Ing Wu Wei commanding officer. He Zhang Yang has been on the way to Shishan City. I also hope that the monks are good for it. Seeing that things were not going to work out, Shi Kong did not force the issue, and gave Feng Wei a salute, and a kind reminder, before leaving the place straight away with the Buddha's staff. Later on, there would be an innate martial artist coming after Feng Wei, and although he had a deep background, he was no cutie pie. There was no need to get caught in the waves of an innate battle for no reason. Ing Wu Wei Commander He Zhang Yang. It's true that it's a bit difficult to deal with, but that's about it. Feng Wei did not have much scruples in his expression. With his strength, if he wanted to leave, an innate martial artist could not leave him behind, even if he let go of his hand. The difference between life and death was only a matter of 3 or 7. If I am allowed to accumulate a few more years and cultivate a few top martial arts similar to the Vajra Bright King body, under the power of the panel, quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. Even innate martial artists are not incapable of hard shaking, but it's limited to this. The innate divine intent is ultimately an opportunity to switch from the martial Dao to the immortal Dao, and it can't ignore the realm gap like when the gang abused the Dan power. Or rather, as my cultivation realm gets higher, the gap between realms gets bigger and bigger, and things like relying on the accumulation of the same level of feats, and thus crossing over, become less and less likely. Feng Wei shook his head to return to reality. His most important purpose now, how to get rid of the positioning of the zygote, or perhaps get rid of the uninterrupted pursuit of the great should. Although there were few martial artists who could pose a threat to him, he was not made of iron, and against the deep-rooted De Ying, personal force would be a drop in the bucket unless he reached the level of a major foundation establishment cultivator or an airborne flyer. But fortunately, Feng Wei already had plans, and was not entirely without a response. Just as Feng Wei was pondering, suddenly a loud, mountain-shaking laugh came, shaking the entire restaurant building. Ha 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 ha. What about the current number 1 on the Green Dragon ranking? It's here, isn't it? A furious, sky-high laugh, accompanied by a sound that seemed like an earthquake. Immediately after a rumbling sound, the top of the restaurant was smashed open alive, and a pair of modeled sledgehammers descended from the sky, aiming straight for where Feng Wei was. Chapter 55 Gao Tianba, request for follow-up reading. Bang! The 2 modeled sledgehammers weighing 1,000 pounds came down from the top, wrapped in heavy momentum, as if they were a titanic pressure. Feng Wei's brow furrowed. He couldn't think about who the visitor was. Instinctively defending the enemy, both palms similarly printed on his true chi like a dragon, rushing up to the sky. The 2 sides chi intermingled. Tens of thousands of pounds of force exploded in the void, and the entire restaurant building shook, then began to collapse crazily. The roof of the restaurant shook off a piece of the building. If not the restaurant watchers in the orientation of the identity of the exposure, they have fled clean. Otherwise, it is designated to be dead or wounded. Fong for the body light, backward swept a few feet, the soles of the feet of the green stone plate in the moment of departure into pieces, visible opposite the force of the great, as if the ancient savage elephant, not even his unrivaled true chi was able to neutralize the force. Waiting for the gas to blow away the smoke, Feng Wei only fixed his eyes to see the appearance of the opposite side. Just see the visitor is short, thin like a sick ghost, face bone concave, but the slender arms are holding hundreds of pounds, bigger than the body of the modeled hammer, lifting the weight as if it were light, as if it were nothing. It seems extremely contrasting, even counterintuitive. Gao Tianba? Feng Wei narrowed his eyes and recognized the short man in front of him who looked like a sickly ghost, the third son of the Gao family, the frightening ghost god Gao Tianba, the only character at the top of the realm yet located on the Tiangue ranking. Legend has it that this guy at the age of 5 will be able to carry the tripod. Hands have 4 elephants but the power. Did not practice martial arts when you can fight with first-class masters without losing, and then after practicing martial arts, unarmed death of the top masters have a number of double palms, but also in 5 years ago can be physically forceful enemy of the innate, ascended to the list of heavenly Gue. Fong is heard. This Hai Tianba is not only a martial arts obsessive, but also a fighting maniac, everywhere looking for people to fight, and no mercy, are running to determine the life and death to go, and crazy people look at it and crazy no different, along the way to offend countless people. If not all, the strange power is unparalleled. and backed by the high family of the family. Would have been everyone shouted at, the world's enemies. Good. To be able to take a hammer from me and not die is enough to be number 1 on this green dragon ranking. Let's see how many hammers you can last me. Gao Tianba's face was maniacal and his smile was hideous, not giving Feng Wei a chance to speak at all. It was obvious that he had heard Feng Wei's message and was running to fight. Battle over again. A pair of sledgehammers flew out with a frenzy, and the violent chi energy lifted the floor inches by inches, as powerful as a mountain tipping over. What a lunatic. Feng Wei's brows furrowed. It was obvious that the opposite side was a fighting maniac. He didn't want to fight to death for no reason, not to mention that there was a strong enemy chasing behind him. With a flash of his body, he let the jackhammer hammer the ground to pieces and dashed straight toward the outside of the restaurant. Where to run? Gao Tianba laughed fiercely. His figure leaped, his withered arms suddenly erupted with horrifying chi, and he threw the glistening sledgehammer in his hand out of his hand, whistling in the air with chi, and swept straight towards Feng Wei's back. What a brute! Feeling the heavy weight invading his back, Feng Wei had no choice but to turn around, and with the skillful power of receiving and transforming hair, he printed his hands on the sledgehammer, and then his true chi flowed, transferring the 10,000 pounds of chi attached to the sledgehammer away from him. Bang! It flew to the side of the building, and wherever it landed, it was reduced to rubble. Just as Feng Wei's body stagnated, Gao Tianba was like an eagle arrow shooting straight into Feng Wei's arms. Boom! Feng Wei only felt that he had crashed into an ancient savage elephant in his arms, whose strength was capable of uprooting mountains and tilting the sky. It tore apart his true chi protection and crashed into his main body. Feng Wei's body was swept away by the impact, crushing countless buildings along the way and pushing them away hundreds of meters alive. The impact caused his blood to roll over and his chest to suffocate. Seek death. Mudman also has 3 points of fire, not to mention Feng Wei, only to see its hands like electricity. In order to capture the momentum of holding the opposite wrist, the flow of chi and blood transformed into a force explosion, and ruthlessly pinched down. Eagle claw kung fu. Just saw Gao Tianba clothes flying, as if wearing flowers butterfly, revealing thin but as if fine iron like dark arms. Fong for the claw force that can crush fine iron, exerted on it, actually unharmed. Ha! It was Feng Wei's turn to be surprised. This guy's body, is it made of iron? No wonder he can use his top body to rival an innate martial artist. This savage flesh that looks like an ancient divine beast, is this thing sure it's a human? Or is it a demonic beast in disguise from the immortal cultivation realm? It is true that this kind of world that contains the spirit of heaven and earth is prone to produce this kind of extraordinary talent and weirdness. Compared to the great golden world's Yang Wuhu, the strength can only be said to be a childish doll. The strength is good. It's the greatest strength this lord has ever encountered. Come. Have a good time and compete with me in terms of strength. Those so-and-so innate martial artists, who only know how to use their divine intent cultivation to oppress people, are no good at all in a fight. Gao Tianba was so stimulated that he in turn became more and more excited and directly collided with Feng Wei. Fighting in close quarters. Are really afraid of you. Feng Wei face cold and hard. Cold snort. The same bullying up. With iron palm hard qigong cultivation power enemy, together with Dan Jin chi and blood power. Even if you were born into the saint of the flesh, who is stronger and who is weaker is still not certain. Both sides are capable of rivaling the innate monsters, both internal and external cultivation. Fight is even more destructive amazing. Flying over the moves between, within a radius of 100 meters, the objects that can be seen are basically reduced to pieces. From afar, it looked as if a pair of ancient ferocious beasts were fighting to the death. These two guys, monsters. The distant Shirkong watched this horrifyingly loud exchange of blows, huffed, and sighed somewhat helplessly. This world is really like what the master said, a world of great struggles, the rise of a group of heroes, all kinds of unheard of geniuses come out one after another. He boasted that he was also a genius, and that he was not weak in his life, but compared to these two monsters in front of him, he was no match at all. It's just a shame. Sakan narrowed his eyes. Although he was not an opponent, he still had basic eyesight. Between the two of them exchanging blows with chi explosions in all directions, Feng Wei was vaguely losing ground. Although this party for is also extremely strong in external cultivation, and has tempered his physical body to be flawless, even my Vajra Bright King body of great completion is not as good as it is, but compared to Gao Tianba, this savage monster, it's still a step behind. After all, Gao Tianba is a barbarian that even an innate martial artist can tough it out and not even lose. Not to mention, Sakan looked around quietly, and it seemed to be empty. That commanding officer He Zhang Yang just slow me for a moment and a half. With the footwork of an innate martial artist, it should have arrived long ago that is, and now I'm afraid it's not sitting on the mountain, trying to collect the benefits of fishing. After all, whether it's Gao Tianba or Feng Wei, Both are thorns in the imperial court side and potential rivals. If both sides can fight to the death, it's a situation the court can't wait to see. Even this Gao Tianba's appearance was also fueled by He Zhangyang. Shi Kong nonchalantly speculated about the mind of this Yingluowei commanding envoy. After all, the other party could be a commanding envoy, not something that could be done with a high level of cultivation alone. Gao Tianba himself, although the battle strength is unparalleled, but apparently is a naked naive goods. Weekdays only know to find people to fight and kill, by the people to stimulate what is really easy. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that not long after Feng Wei appeared in Xishan City, Gao Tianba came to his door? I can only say that the hearts of the officials are dirty. Chapter 56, Eating My Sword Chi. Requesting for follow-up reading. Bang! Under another collision, the airwaves rolled over as if waves were exploding. Feng Wei's figure followed the vigorous force from the opposite side and flew back, about to break away from the battlefield. Opposite this guy, all is not afraid of death is not afraid to hurt the rolling knife meat. Feng Fu is not afraid, but a short time cannot take this barbarian. More do not want to fight with people for nothing. Don't run! Gao Tianba at this time the face of madness, eyes red, a head of messy hair, as if the evil spirit, obviously already immersed in the killing, unwilling to let go of Feng Wei, the same as the shadow, the body like an arrow to follow. This guy is full of steel and iron bones. I'm afraid it's not the immortal cultivation world is also a good seedling for body refining. It's a waste to cultivate martial arts in this world. Feng Wei's body flowed and dodged another powerful blow. His body met the airwaves and pranced around, narrowly escaping. Good thing, this guy is not a seamless egg despite his strength. Drink! Feng Wei opened his mouth at first, letting out a stern cry, and under the drumming of his chi and blood, strange rhythms flowed, as if they were great sounds and elephants, drilling directly into Gao Tianba's mind. Gao Tianba's sanity was already unclear and full of killing intent, but at this time, when he was interfered with by the divine energy, he immediately became sluggish and abnormal, and his entire figure slowed down. Feng Wei took advantage of this opportunity. Both palms stored power to print on. The Pei Ran strike directly hit his chest, will be sent flying dozens of feet, buried in the ruins, a time no sound. In this battle of the first person under the innate, after all, Feng Wei had won by a single point. Accurately, Feng Wei is tricky. If it is hard to go on, the opposite side of the steel, innate martial artists cannot fight. The final loss is bound to be Feng Wei. However, Feng Wei had abundant means to disrupt its spirit with the change of spirit power, which could be considered as one thing to another. Suddenly, a burst of amazing chi appeared. True chi than the party for not thick, but amazing power. Own a heaven and earth might, paved the way directly blocked this piece of emptiness. It's an innate martial artist, a strike that mobilizes the aura of heaven and earth. I'm afraid that an ordinary martial artist wouldn't be able to move under this kind of heaven and earth pressure, let alone resist. And the opposite innate martial artist quite do not want to skin. Taking advantage of Feng Wei's old force has been exhausted. New force has not yet been born at the time. Horrified shot, directly to Feng Wei's lifeblood. The visitor was naturally the Yingluowei commander He Zhangyang, who had been chasing Feng Wei for a long time. He Zhangyang was dressed in official robes. His face was narrow and long, tall and thin, full of majesty. A middle-aged high-ranking official who was well-bred, but the shadowy murderous aura in his eyes was much thicker than even an ordinary martial artist. Only to see his figure flashing, his hand moves antelope, forming hand seals similar to the previous Shinfu envoy vermilion bird. Heaven and earth blazing sun ashes. The vermilion bird that Feng Wei had killed earlier was this He Zhangyang's disciple, and his hand of fiery sun strength was considered colorful among the top ranks. In contrast, He Zhangyang's fiery sun strength was more like the 10 suns crossing the sky, spreading across the sky and making it unavoidable. The strength of the flames could instantly turn a top martial artist into ashes. He Zhangyang saw that Feng Wei's true chi protector was easily torn apart and was surrounded by all of the innate blazing sun power, and he couldn't help but have a smug look in his eyes. Feng Wei, you offended the court, killed my disciple, and hid the pure Yang legacy. I caught you this time. Let's see how you can still run this time. It was he who, after the last fierce battle with Feng Wei, knew that he did not have full certainty of leaving Feng Wei behind, so he used the Yingluowei's means to secretly reveal Feng Wei's trail to the extremely warlike Gao Tianba. Taking advantage of the time when Gao Tianba was fighting with Feng Wei, he looked for an opportunity to strike, striving to kill Feng Wei, the heart of the court, with one blow. Seeing that the berserk flame chi was like a bamboo, breaking through Feng Wei's true chi defense and about to devour his entire body, only a clang was heard. A burst of golden light suddenly rose, a thin layer, but the innate true chi was dead against the outside. What the hell? He Zhangyang's complexion tightened, seeing this never-before-seen golden light shield, which did not resemble a true chi martial art at all. some sort of ominous premonition arose. What is it? Naturally, is the innate indestructible astral chi I'm practicing automatically protecting my body? Finally, let me catch you. Do you really think that I don't know that this Gao Tianba fellow is the one you made trip? Feng Wei's face was teasing. Even if he couldn't detect the trace of the innate martial artist, the spiritual sense of the martial saint was constantly signaling that there were bad guys in the neighborhood. Innate? Impossible. You've been chased and held back all the way. How could you have the chance to comprehend divine intent? And your true chi doesn't have divine intent embedded in it at all. How it's so thick to the core. It's only top tier. Saying impossibility in his mouth? He Zhangyang's figure suddenly exploded back. There is a disciple and there is a master. This commanding envoy lord in vermilion bird of virtue, cherish life very much, even if there is a hint of possibility, is not willing to take risks. This can be seen from the fact that he makes intrigue tactics. An innate martial artist also want to sneak attack Feng Wei. However, He Zhangyang's caution was not without reason. The opposite party was able to fight against him as an innate martial artist with the body of an innate martial artist. It was already an unbelievable genius that could not be speculated with common sense. There was another point. That protective golden light was extremely strange, as if it had appeared out of nowhere, making He Zhangyang smell a hint of danger. Want to run? It's too late. Lord Commander. Feng Wei sighed and joined his fingers as a sword, pointing remotely. Eat my innate invisible sword chi. He Zhangyang was full of shocked color. Actually really a wave of invisible sword chi from Feng Wei's hands to inspire. And the power is appalling. Let his martial intuition crazy warning. How is that possible? He Zhangyang was incomparably shocked, drumming up his true chi to resist, but the invisible sword chi on the opposite side easily cut off his true chi. The sword chi became silk, and his body was simply cut in two. Now that he was directly cut down at the waist, even if he was an innate martial artist, he had no power to resist. Feng for taking advantage of his illness. Want to kill him? See He Zhangyang no ability to resist. Directly on the head of a palm to kill. Will be crushed his head. No sound. It's a pity. After spending so many spirit stones on a sword chi talisman seal, I didn't get anything extra. Feng Wei had some pity. Looking at He Zhangyang's corpse, if there was enough time, he could still take this upper body away and torture it well. Maybe he could get another innate martial art. Anyway, innate martial artists were tenacious in their vitality and could live for a long time even without their lower body. With the death of an innate expert, I'm afraid that De Ying's side will simply go crazy. And if I can't leave as soon as possible, I'm afraid that there will be more than plural innate experts to deal with it. And that would be a call to heaven. With this thought, Feng Wei did not hesitate. He could not even wait for the daily touching of the corpse, and directly dodged and disappeared in the same place. Amen to that. He Zhangyang is actually dead. The distant Shirkong watched the entire battle dumbfounded. The bipolar reversal made his heart beat faster. And the final result felt even more unbelievable. Feng Wei really broke through the innate realm? He had been hiding his clumsiness before? Then again, is Pure Yangzi's Pure Yang sword technique really that strong? Just broke through and was able to kill a veteran innate martial artist with a single sword? This is something that can only be done by a great innate, isn't it? Shirkong couldn't figure out how to think about it, and couldn't imagine Feng Wei using means that weren't from this world at all, so he could only explain it according to the most reasonable logic. It can only be said that Feng Wei himself is too gifted to use common sense anymore. Amit Ba Buddha. So it seems that the situation of this great Ing is going to change again. The Ing Wuwei has been dealt such a blow. The prestige of the imperial court is 10-1. I'm afraid that this great chaos is going to be advanced again. I have to hurry back so that Master Abbot can make early preparations. As for this party, I'm afraid I can only befriend, not offend. The future is another pure Yangzi level martial grandmaster. Sakan was just about to walk away when he heard a low voice behind him that sent a chill down his spine. Hey, bald head, have you seen that what's her name? Feng Wei? At some point, Gao Tianba appeared beside Shirkong, but looking at Gao Tianba, who was a head shorter than him, Shirkong couldn't laugh at all. Ahem. Senior monk. This. Shirkong was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. How did he know where Feng Wei was going? And he was now more than willing to be as unaware of where he was going as Feng Wei was. If you don't know, forget it. I'll just find him later anyway. But I didn't get a good fight this time. Gao Tianba was a little impatient, uttering a mouthful of white breath and raising the spotted sledgehammer in his hand. You seem to be on the Green Dragon ranking as well, right? Chapter 57 opened, request for catch-up reading. Outside the city of Shishan, Feng Wei's figure appeared inside under his breath as he looked at the talisman seal in his hand, which was split in two and dimmed in divine light. This great Ing world is still really thrilling everywhere, and it's gone bad luck. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm just entering a dream, I could consume the power of my divine soul, intercommunicate, and teleport the bottom of the immortal cultivation world over. I'm afraid this one is really thrilling. Well, it's not that thrilling. The big deal is to reopen a life. Re-enter the dream. Give up this life's soul. Hide the pure Yang legacy book. And after reopening it, lie for a while, and then beat it to death through and through. But this great should be the world is indeed too much oppression of the bottom. Reopen if not cast a good birth. To my not to suffer nature. I'm afraid that again today's situation. The so-called into the dream. Naturally can wake up. The original Daijin world 100 years of experience is but a dream of yellow sorghum. But the turn of the great should be the world. The passage of time is greatly slowed down. I think it is the cause of the world level difference. The main world dream was almost half a year's time and the great should world. Halfway through Feng Wei woke up a few times. And after discovering the pattern, he continued to enter the dream. It wasn't until he was hunted down by the Ying Wei as if they were dogskin, that Feng Wei wanted to do something in the main world. It's a good thing that when I left the Imperial Beast Spirit sect, Wang Qingyao left me some spirit stone talismans. I didn't expect that in the end this soft meal would still be eaten. It's just a pity that my wind blade talisman, with 4 spirit stones added to it, was only exchanged for a first-rank medium-grade sword chi talisman. Feng Wei flashed a trace of flesh pain. In order to finish off He Zhang Yang, it had consumed 2 talisman seals, the golden light talisman and the sword chi talisman. He basically didn't lack possessions in the dream world, but in the main world he was a pure paupera. Just in case, he was afraid that the first order mid-grade wind blade talisman wouldn't be able to kill an innate martial artist in one hit. After all, the innate martial artist was already able to mobilize the aura of heaven and earth, and was not inferior against a fully armed mid-stage chi cultivator. Unless the mid-stage chi cultivator was holding a magic weapon in order to press on. So he found a stall in the marketplace, used the first order medium-grade wind blade talisman left behind by Wang Qingya, and added 4 lower-grade spirit stones to exchange it for this first order medium-grade sword chi talisman in his hand, and then consumed a certain amount of divine soul power to teleport the talisman to the great Ying world. In the mountain and sea realm, the sword cultivator was the #1 occupation in the same level of offense and attack. The sharpness was unparalleled. The sword chi emitted by a sword cultivator in the middle stage of chi cultivation. Even the late stage of chi cultivation would have to avoid its sharpness. Naturally, the talisman seal that sealed the sword chi of the middle stage of chi cultivation was much more expensive than the unusual first-rank mid-grade talisman seal, and it was close to catching up with the first-rank upper-grade talisman seal. Of course, every penny counts. Sword cultivators are worthy of being an advantageous profession in the immortal cultivation world as well. And He Zhang Yang was almost defenseless under his invisible kryptonite sword chi. In that case, it seems that it's still the immortal cultivator's career advantage that comes more. After all, there are many means, if one is kryptonite enough, or well prepared, with the piling up of all sorts of magic treasures and talismanic seals of the base cards. Even if one fights across a large realm, it's not an impossible thing. Chi practicing cultivators can walk sideways when they have so many undercurrents against Foundation establishment great cultivators. Feng Wei couldn't help but sigh. Kryptonite players were scary as hell. On the contrary, martial artists have just a few moves, and when they get angry, they will do a heavenly demon unraveling technique, which also injures people and themselves. This side is still arranging the occupation of the martial artist. Feng Wei suddenly brow jumping, spiritual sense of warning, far away from the feeling of life and death crisis. Its inspiration tingling, more than facing He Zhang Yang. It was feared that the court's innate experts had not reacted and were ready to retaliate, to forcefully surround him here and strangle him as a future enemy. Zimu Lian Xin worm. Without achieving innate, this tactic is indeed a bit troublesome. Fortunately, I have another preparation. I'm hanging on. Kryptonite is not as good as open. Feng Wei drew out another talisman seal from his pocket, hidden trace talisman. This talisman seal is not of a popular grade, not worth much money, and is considered to be an addition to the deal. But it is just right to deal with this situation. To be able to conceal one's own aura for a period of time, while eliminating all means of odor tracking on one's body. The effect of this talismanic seal was struggling to face the perception of early chi cultivators, but it was extremely useful against mundane means. Basically, the low-level cultivators of the mountain and sea realm had a few of them in their hands. Feng Wei had inquired, and it was said that it was because some immortal cultivators had once been caught up in mundane means like the Zima Lian Xianwu, that they had invented these talismanic seals, which were specifically used to isolate mundane means of scent tracking. To really deal with cultivators of the same level, the rest of the high-level similar talisman seals, such as the breath-converting talisman and the invisibility talisman, were obviously better to use. Compared to immortal cultivators, the means of martial artists are too scarce, and a maneuver such as the Zimu bug, which is seemingly insurmountable to martial artists, would be somewhat child's play for cultivators. The corners of Feng Wei's mouth hooked up as he tore open the hidden trace talisman. his figure becoming vaguely transparent before flashing and disappearing in place. A few moments later, two old men with astonishing auras flashed into this place. They were clearly two innate martial artists. The two suddenly stopped and looked around. What's going on? The mother bug isn't responding? One of the old men frowned tightly as he watched the red bugbear in his hand suddenly stop, no longer guiding the direction, only circling in place. According to the nature of the zygote insect, the only way to completely remove the flavor of the zygote insect was to use the innate true chi to catch the power of heaven and earth to wash itself. There are indeed traces of lightness here, but the traces disappear when they are far away. I'm afraid this kind of lightness is still above you and me. This Feng Wei has indeed broken through the innate, and was able to disarm the mother worm's tracking. Obviously under such pressure from the imperial court to hunt him down, he was actually able to break through the innate realm as well, and even counter-killed that He Zhangyang fellow. At that thought, the other old man's complexion also turned ugly. The amazing martial talent of this Feng Fu was simply unheard of. In the Hotian realm he was able to fight with the innate, and after breaking through to the innate, he even directly took out an old innate martial artist. I'm afraid it's not a great master like Pure Yangzi, who suppressed an era. I've seen He Xingyang's corpse, is indeed an innate level sword chi, a few similarities with that Pure Yang sword chi, but sharper. It cannot be ruled out that this party has additionally comprehended some innate divine intent from Pure Yangzi's divine intent, self-cognized divine intent. This kind of character cannot be measured by common sense. Speaking of which, the two of them looked at each other, their intention to retreat very obvious. They were just court offerings, not court dead soldiers. There was no need to fight a dangerous guy like Feng Wei to death for the sake of the court. In the event that this Feng Wei was the same as targeting He Zhangyang and laid a killing game against them, wouldn't they have a life and death crisis? Innate masters life up to more than 2A, naturally very all cherish life. Ahem. Now that the villainous Feng is on an uncertain trail, and the mother worm has no guidance, I feel that things cannot be done. It is better to report it to the emperor and then make another plan. I think it is very much so. Why don't we first retain the strength of the imperial court before saying anything else? As for He Zhangyang, he sacrificed his life working for the court. I think the court should treat his family well and give him a posthumous title after his death. Yes, extremely, yes, extremely. Chapter 58, Killed for Me, Request for Catch-up Reading. Day Young, Ingjing. Inside the palace, a majestic figure was seated on top of a high position, dressed in bright yellow robes. His martial aura was not bad. Emperor Ing was actually a martial artist as well. Ingdi's face was gloomy to the extreme as he listened to the reports from his subordinates below. To be heard, direct anger to the extreme. Click. A palm of a big hand raw solid wood with gold dragon chair armrests crushed down. You mean He Zhangyang is dead? All three Jinfu ambassadors are dead? Died at the hands of a Jianghu physician in his early 20s? Are you joking? Ing, have had no one for 700 years? Ingdi's face was so gloomy that it dripped water. And when the emperor's might was in full fury, the might of the superior was all over the place, as if he wanted to eat people. Rebels. All of them are traitors. Those Jianghu people, or those lineages, they are all the same. It's the rebels who don't submit to the great Ing or to me. Emperor Ing should indeed be angry. Since his rise to power, he has been inspiring and decisive, enacting and implementing policies that benefit the country and the people, restricting the lineage on the top, managing the jungle people on the bottom, and trying to break up the untouchable household system to give the untouchables more ways to live. But knowing to do and being able to do are two completely different things. Under the 700 years of accumulated evils of the Great Ing, no matter what policies will receive heavy obstacles. The path of Emperor Ying's recovery of imperial power is obviously difficult to the extreme. Regardless of whether it was the war in the southwest or the establishment of Yingmoai, it was basically able to be declared a failure up to this point. At the same time, because of the Ing Emperor's actions, the Ing contradictions were intensified to the extreme. Coupled with the deliberate promotion of the world family, the world is now boiling over. Since the death of He Zhangyang, the Ing Emperor's reputation is even more to the bottom. The Ing has already risen against the voice of the four, to set up a mountain, slogans, and vanguard of the ranks of countless. And that Feng for that matter, martial arts prodigy. Oh, how is it that such a genius is not one of my Ing? The talent of the chaotic world will not be used by me, but will be killed by me. So what if it's a genius? There's more than one great innate dead under the Xingjing city. If it weren't for the scruples of those lineages, monopolizing divine intent, my great should would have also produced an unknown number of great innocents long ago. Pure Yang legacy? Do you really think that I don't know what you guys are planning? Using a great innate inheritance that I don't know the truth about. You want me to reveal my flaws, even to the point of entangling with the people of the Jianghu with each other. Ingdi's tiger eyes flashed. His aura was collected, and he reappeared to be happy and angry. Changing back to the emperor with iron blood wrist, He for the bad situation in front of him. Seems to have predicted, at least pure Yang posthumous book matter. Should Emperor have a number in mind? And even to go along with the situation, will be the martial arts guards sent to cooperate with this Jianghu people? Play this drama. The only variable, Ying Wuwei being crushed so quickly by Feng Wei, a surprise army, was something that Emperor Ying did not expect, but it was good to see that the situation was not completely out of control. Ying Di waved his big hand and commanded straight away, "Let Qinglong come back. Don't disgrace yourself outside. He doesn't need to do the obvious things. Come back and figure out the movements of those great families and sects for me, and all the rest of the darkies move, so they can keep the noise up. Make a scene. Make as much noise as you can." Emperor Ying converged his gloomy face, and a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. "Wait until it's all down. Then it's time for me to close the net. At that time, no matter what Feng Wei, or Tian Gui Lu, or the Gao family, all will have to be killed for me." Fishguard Village. It's back to square one. It's just that things seem to be different. Feng Wei paced in, recalling the fishing village that Ali remembered, now in name only. The sampans and fish cages originally cherished by fishermen are all rotting in the water, and the rows of thatched huts situated beside the black water are all deserted and empty. It is also true that in the past 5 or 6 years, according to the extent of the imperial court's levy of the Southwest war tax, these lowly households could not withstand it by any means. The grain tax twice a year was already killing half of them, and one more Southwest tax was undoubtedly the last straw. Those pariah fishermen, naturally, couldn't make ends meet, and either presumably enlisted directly into banditry, intending to whoop it up and win a sliver of a chance to change the sun and the moon, or were conscripted by the imperial court and died serving the Southwest Labor Service. Feng Wei walked to old Sutu's earthen tile house, pushed open the door, and found that there were quite a few traces of life in this house. Old Su had as the village of rich households, some surplus wealth at home, naturally can support the longest, just under the great power topple. How can there be no egg? To the end still cannot support. Had to go out of the fishing bar village. That's good. This place is remote and uninhabited, and there are fishing and water resources, just for me to shut down and break through the innate. Feng Wei pulled himself out of his emotional state and sat down in the cellar, taking out the pure Yang suicide note that had made the rivers and lakes bloody. On one side is the heart secret that Feng has read, while spreading out the other side of the suicide note, only to see the word pure Yang written on it. The force of the brush penetrated the back of the paper, and a sharp sword chi of utmost purity pierced straight to the brain from it. Divine intent, on the other hand, is the materialization of a martial artist's understanding of his or her own martial way, and can be described as the power of belief, transforming from the virtual to the real. It allows the martial artist to interfere with the world with their will. From this, martial artists will be able to forge ahead and truly have the capital to fight against immortal cultivators. Divine intent. Innate martial artists manifest their own divine intent in the form of words and paintings, seal engraved on special materials, undamaged and unbreakable silk paper, making it convenient for their descendants to comprehend, greatly reducing the difficulty for their descendants to break through to the innate. Otherwise, using one's own enlightenment to comprehend the nebulous divine intent of martial arts, I'm afraid that the number of innates in this world would still have to be chopped off by half. Feng was appreciating the pure Yang sword intent that had traveled through the centuries. In addition to using the Dao into martial arts and warming up his pure Yang true Qi cultivation, pure Yang Zi has also raised his sharp sword intent in the midst of the chaotic world. This pure Yang sword intent has its own a most pure and refined, sharp and unrivaled offensive and attacking aura. Just like a sword cultivator's dominance amongst cultivators, the pure Yang sword intent is a first-class existence even amongst the many innate divine intentions. For example, what is the fiery sun divine intent? It is by no means a rival to the pure Yang sword intent. It's just that it's also several times more difficult to comprehend. But for me, what I'm most afraid of is that there's no door in front of me. And what I'm most unafraid of is difficulty. Feng Wei suddenly frowned, noticing a hint of something strange. This pure Yang sword intent divine intent seems to have a flaw. The follow-up, the divine intent content of the great innate realm, is missing. Feng Wei saw the torn break at the edge of the suicide note and his brows stretched again. This was not a surprise. I knew no one was so kind. This mutilated pure Yang legacy book is perfect for fishing, and can pinpoint others, and I'm lucky to have a panel to test. This pure Yang sword intent innate part, and can't be fake, no matter what else. It's better to break through the innate first. Feng Wei sat down in place and began a wasted shutdown of divine intent enlightenment. Chapter 59 Innate, Request for Catch-up Reading. Time passes and June rushes by. Is this your home? Such a desolate village has been raided 800 times, and Old Man Su was a pariah household before. Right. So are you sure there's still food? A group of men in short shirts and dark faces walked into the village of Fishing Fence. They were holding rough harpoons and wood knives. Their faces were yellow and skinny, and they did not have enough food to eat, but there was a vicious color between their looks. And they were obviously bandits who had seen blood. The group smelled of blood mixed with the smell of fish. It was clearly a group of water bandits. The so-called water bandits are the bandits that roam around the Blackwater White River, mostly making a living by roaming and robbing the villages along the coast, and many of them are the lowly households that can't make a living, or are taken hostage, or fall into the grass and form a force. But in the past 2 years, the imperial court, in order to use the river transportation to transport the southwest grain and grass, sent officials and soldiers have cracked down on these water bandits, and now the world's counterinsurgency in all directions. The water bandits were either integrated by the insurgent army or cleaned up, and the remnants of the water bandits have had a hard time. The one who led the way with these people was actually Old Su too. Old Su had then 5 or 6 years ago become a little older, but the spirit is still quite full, apparently living well. Only to see Old Su head with a hint of coquettishness in his expression, he hurriedly returned. "Boss, can I lie to you? I used to be a tenant, the kind who had a field to farm, and my life was better than that of a fisherman. My family's sons and daughters sold their bodies, and they all relied on the big families, so the family had food to spare. I had to leave when the village was empty and there was no one left. After the fishing bar village is empty, the Old Su had originally intended to go to join the city's sons and daughters, but in the middle of the robbed by bandits, belongings were ransacked. Without a road guide cannot enter the city. Turn around, to the hands of this group of water bandits, followed the mixed life. This group of water bandits originally in the neighborhood of the waters of one side of the authority. Quite dashing, but the sky does not meet the wishes of man. Meet the chivalrous martial arts warrior. To them without explanation a mess of killing, so that only 2 or 3 of these big cats and small cats were left, without any territory, and fled to the village of Fishing Fence, and even starved for several days, and did not dare to go back. I've got a cellar behind that house, and in it I've got a stash of grain, enough to feed us for days. Lao Su had with memories. Head, my family, this cellar is not ordinary. Originally was exposed to the outside, and then died inside, only to be sealed up by me. And then there are soldiers and bandits went over to search. Cannot be found. The leader of the water bandits looked at Old Su head with some impatience, indicating that if you have a fart, quickly release it. Now the brothers are hungry. In the beginning, there was a young fisherman in our village called Ali, who used to fish every day just like us, but after his father's death, he got a chance and practiced kung fu from somewhere, killing people like chickens. First, he killed 3 tax collectors in a row who collected the fall tax, and after killing the tax collectors, he also hid in my family's cellar for several days and ate 5 or 6 of my chickens in a row. Then the head constable found out and killed the constable again to escape. If nothing else, I'm afraid that Ali is now also a high-coming and going martial arts expert. The leader of the water bandits also sneered at his words. This is not coincidental. I also killed the tax collector, fell into the grass for the bandits. At that time the tax collector pushed too far, kicked the grain bucket 2 feet, then said that I paid the autumn grain portion is not enough, had to let me make up for it. I was angry in the boat, pushed that tax collector in the water. With this harpoon a fork, he pressed him to the water, drowned alive. These officials deserve to die. If I hadn't learned that martial arts true chi, I could have killed more. Without getting into that, you said that the fisherman stayed in your cellar and didn't leave any martial arts secrets or anything? The old sheriff shook his head and, this is not clear. I was too late to hide, and did not dare to report to the police, only disposed of the body, sealed the cellar, and left it alone. And I'm these old bones. I still don't recognize words. Where can I learn martial arts? The water bandit leader's eyes turned, revealing greed. If that fishing Ari really left anything behind, a move that he could learn, he could also be that high-coming and going master. Go, Old Su head, take me to your house quickly. Seeing that the boss issued an order, the Old Su head did not dare to delay, and hurriedly led the way to the tile house, first pushing the door into the house, ready to find the cellar key first. As soon as he pushed open the door, Old Su suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why was the house so clean? The harpoon fishing net stained with water, clearly been moved. There's something going on. Someone's been in my house. As soon as Old Su head's words fell, he didn't wait for the crowd to react. Suddenly there was a rumble, only to see that behind the earthen tiled room, a burst of skyrocketing sword chi rose up from the ground, as if a thunderbolt from a clear sky, directly bisecting the entire ground, revealing the entire cellar. Countless amounts of dirt seemed to fall like rain, from which gales of laughter were revealed. Ha 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 ha, innate, I've become one. Fong Wei's figure rose up into the sky, the white near colorless innate true chi flowing around his body, containing the slightest hint of pure young sword chi, twisting the dirt that shook off his body. into smithereens. In the raindrop-like mud spots, Fong for the inch of soil slowly walked out, the divine light shrouded the sleeves of the coat without wind, as if the drop of the immortal descended to the earth. Pure yang sword chi is contained in the dantian. Who knows that I am an immortal in martial arts? Fong Wei wore a joyful expression on his face, and after half a full year of dedicatedly comprehending the pure yang divine intent, isolating himself from the world and wasting his sleep and food, he finally realized a trace of the pure yang sword intent, and succeeded in communicating with heaven and earth and reversing the innate nature. Feeling the fluctuations of the aura between heaven and earth, Fong Wei had never perceived it more clearly, and could even harness the aura with his divine intent to strengthen the power of his own moves. A single strike was enough to be comparable to a mid-stage chi cultivator's technique. Even with Fong Wei's deep true chi underpinnings, combined with the indestructible sword intent, the divine intent strike was able to catch up with the power of late-stage chi cultivation techniques. It was only after this that I was officially able to fight against the immortal cultivators, becoming a profession based on the aura of heaven and earth. And the so-called confrontation before that was only by virtue of the deep underpinnings superimposed by the power of the panel. Taking it a step further and reaching the martial Dao realm of the great innate of this world should be enough to rival the late chi practitioner stage. Except for not being able to utilize magic weapons, one can also have basic self-preservation in the immortal cultivation realm. As for the road after that, it's just a matter of time. Fong Wei shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to think about so much first. At least the innate in the great Ing world basically had the capital to make waves, and the innate at the same level was definitely not his opponent. When the time comes, the karma with De Ing will naturally be settled one by one. Fong said that he was very vindictive, and that the grudge between the great should have to come to an end, regardless of whether it was coincidental or deliberate. But De Ing can exist for 700 years. The bottom card behind it is unknown. Maybe it's some kind of super specialized existence. Still, we can't be that prodigal. At least we have to find a way to stabilize a hand. With that thought, Fong Wei looked around at the guys who had intruded into his territory. From these people into the fishing bar village, he has sensed, but it is just some mortals. No threat to him at all. Did not care. If it really disturbed his practice, the big deal is to give the death well. At this moment, these mortals were all shocked by the shocking sword aura just now, and they were kneeling in place, trembling. Having just experienced a massacre of martial arts masters, these water bandits also knew that the person in front of them was frighteningly strong, even stronger than the masters they had encountered before who had slaughtered them, and that life and death were just a matter of this person's thoughts. Chapter 60, Burying the Chess, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Ali, you're alive. Old Su too was suddenly startled and looked up to recognize Fong for this world. Although Fong Wei's appearance has changed greatly, but in the end, he has not changed his appearance. The old Su head is considered to have watched Ali grow up since childhood, and the impression is deep, so he recognized it. Fong Wei was a bit surprised, and likewise noticed the figure of the old Su head. In this chaotic world, the fishing village no longer exists. The old Su head actually not dead, and also re-encountered him. It seems to be not bad. This old man is still a bit of luck in the body. Ali, no, my lord, we are just hungry and want to find something to eat in my house. We have no intention of impinging on your lordship at all. Old Su head and old man can be in the water bandit mix well. Naturally is also a person elite. At first was controlled by Fong Wei as two words, but now obviously knew very thoroughly. He didn't even dare to say that he had helped Fong Wei before, and just kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. Yes, my lord, this is where we fell. By mistake. The leader of the leader where there is still any idea of finding the chance. Just want to save a life is good. Oh, Fong Wei was non-committal. He detected the murderous aura on this group of people. Obviously not a good fight. Looking at the way they were dressed, they should be water bandits roaming the Blackwater River. However, Fong Wei didn't care. It was impossible for people at the bottom of this world to live without getting a little blood on their hands. Moreover, Fong Wei noticed that these people were dusty and injured, with a look of being in distress. Obviously either being struck by the government or being chivalrous by the martial arts practitioners who had suffered heavy casualties. Water bandits. Fong Wei's heart stirred as he inquired about these people. What is the situation of this Blackwater White River now? The opposite side was incredibly powerful, and the leader of the water bandits clenched his teeth, stepped forward and replied. It turns out that the Blackwater and White River are all roving water bandits like us. All of them are stray good children. Most of them do not have power to dozens of people to roam around and commit crimes. The few big water bandits who can do martial arts, but also because of the power of the Chow gang deterrent, the shape of the climate is not. Since the war in the southwest began, the government not only beat up the canal gangs along the coast, but also eliminated all of us water bandits one by one. and then the government manipulated the river transportation for a period of time, and it was quite peaceful. But recently suddenly a few more water bandit forces have risen. And it seems that the bandit leaders are all martial arts experts with money and people, and they have quickly assembled a group of forces in the water that are enemies of the government. Now it's almost like there are two big water bandits who have formed a climate and cut off the Blackwater River, while the White River, because it leads straight to Ingtian City, is still held by the government and no one dares to touch it. Feng Wei nodded. It seemed that the situation had changed again in his absence. At least now De Ing should have made a name for himself everywhere, each going his own way and cutting off a side, depending on when he could fight his way to the bottom of Ingtian City for a showdown. The situation from the water can be seen from the end of the situation. The two big water bandit forces without a doubt is the family cultivated puppets. As for the White River should of course the court will not let go, before the Black Water connected to the southwest, and the source of the White River is Ingtian. If the White River was occupied by water bandits, affecting the transportation of food, I'm afraid that Ingtian City would have to be in a big mess, a scene that De Ing didn't want to see, so he kept the river under firm control. Of course, not moving by Jiang for the time being doesn't mean we won't move in the future, it's just that I'm afraid it's not time yet. In that case, why don't I add to the fire? Feng Wei's mind moved with a decision. What's your name? The leader of the water bandits froze for a split second and hurriedly replied. My name is Ho Si, the fourth in my family. After I fell into the grass and became a water bandit, I was good at kung fu in the water, and the others gave me a gag name. Water Monkey. Water monkeys? Feng Wei's face became a bit strange. That's a good name. It's just that a weakling like you can't hold up to it. Then let me grant you a creation. Saying that, Feng Wei slapped on Ho Si's body, and his true chi surged out. The pure innate true chi was like a bamboo, rushing roughly across his body, and in a moment, he was about to open up all of Ho San's strange meridians. Hold your breath and concentrate. Memorize this chi line. Ho Si also immediately focused his mind, realizing that this was a heavenly creation. Eagle claw iron cloth shirt, inside and outside the first-class method, although some of the masses, but also a first-class martial arts. In addition to defense is not colorful, but the good thing is that the line of work is steady, will not go off the deep end. I consumed my innate true chi to open up the odd meridians for you, and you have no bottlenecks up to the realm before first class. Feng Wei spoke under his breath, the true chi in his body depleting rapidly while Ho Si's chi gradually grew stronger, stepping into the threshold of a third-rate martial artist. It was just that Feng Wei's true chi was deep. In exchange for an innate martial artist, it would have to be consumed. As for further helping to open up the second chakra, such a price is generally not affordable. Innate martial artists have the risk of regression in cultivation. Feng Wei naturally couldn't do anything to sacrifice himself for others, and a first-class realm martial artist was enough to be able to dominate a party and do something in the Ying. Passing on the power to the end, Feng Wei left a second-rate realm of true chi in his body. It's not that Feng is stingy. After all, this is not Ho Si's own true chi, but Feng for the, if it is retained more. Ho Si instead cannot make the body's true chi, but everywhere constraints. Thank you for passing on the power, my lord, and please, my lord, I will do as I am told. Ho Si felt the strong power within his body and immediately threw himself on the ground. His head knocked bonbons, his voice was loud and clear, and he immediately expressed his loyalty. He had been at the bottom for so many years and had fallen into the grass, so he naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and to be able to grant him all his skills at the drop of a hat, there was no difference between this kind of character and a god to him. Naturally, it's the big man at the top of this world. His heart is also a hot, buried ambition surging. This time Ho Si leaned on the big man. A fly can really make some achievements. To be the man of the hour. Who wouldn't? When you are a lowly household, you naturally curse those at the top, but the day it is really your turn, no one will let go of the opportunity. You're still moving around the Blackwater White River, recruiting more troops and horses, hoarding grain and grass, and forming forces. Feng Wei nodded his head in satisfaction. It looked like this person was still relatively sensible. There was no need for him to say anything more. You see what other forces in the water do, and you just follow. I'll give you the appropriate monetary support, and you don't have to do much. So when the day comes that I use you, I'll naturally come to you. Ho Si's eyes glittered with excitement. Sure enough, His Excellency is someone who wants to do great things. Yes. Feng Wei naturally knew what Ho Si had in mind and did not comment on it. He naturally did not have the idea of claiming the throne. After all, this world is not the same as Dajin. There is already some greatness attributed to their own mold. Even if it is an innate expert, there is already no mortal army can check and balance. Not to mention the great innate in the back. He alone is a nation if he has a hard enough fist. mainly by the way to bury the chess pieces. In case of emergency, sometimes the collective power, but also the individual cannot be compared. On the other hand, He-Daing relationship is really not good, but also to add to the Daing court. Chapter 61 Tianguelu, 2-1, Tong Chang. At this time, Tong City was even more tightly guarded than before, but it had already been taken over by the lineage, or rather, the official government here had long been infiltrated into a sieve by the lineage. Fong Wei's figure appeared at this place, and without waiting for the petty officials at the city gates to question him, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and the visitor disappeared. What the hell? The junior official blinked, thinking only that he had been working too long and was seeing things. Tong City was the closest to Fishing Fence Village, and Fong Wei had stayed here for 5 years, so he had some feelings. So after he left the customs, he came to Tong City at the first time. However, these 5 years Fong Wei were meticulously practicing martial arts, or treating people, and hardly went out, so the times when he wandered around inside the city gates were extremely rare. Fong Wei walked around, collecting the messages from the great Shud in the past 6 months, and synthesizing his judgment. It was generally the same as what he had guessed. The Delayan's lowly households and the lower class were basically taken hostage, and under the banner of all kinds of righteous armies, they ravaged and robbed all over the place and roamed everywhere, and the local government was not a single enemy. The scenery seems to be unmatched, but that's about it. Fong Wei knew in his heart that these guys basically couldn't become a climate, because the lineage in this world was not a flimsy group of civil officials, but a clan, and it was a clan that controlled transcendent power, under the control of the lineage. It is basically impossible for these righteous armies to establish themselves. It's just that now, in order to accomplish their own purposes, the families let them act, and even guide them to do it on purpose, to make the Daing situation a little bit worse so that the court can cope with it. In a big city like Tong City, those righteous armies would basically start automatically navigating their way around, only wreaking havoc in the countryside and counties, and when they actually ran into territory controlled by the big families and factions, it would be too late for them to run away. It's like Ho Si and the others. Once they encountered a martial artist, these untrained and equipped insurgents, it was a one-sided situation with no resistance at all. It is precisely because of the transcendent power controlled in the hands of the lineage that this ancient spectacle has been formed. The insurgents only roam the countryside, but do not commit any offense against the big cities, and only dare to take over the mountains. And to say that they are green forest bandits would be lifting them up. The transcendental world is such a despairing place, where greatness is vested in itself, and the people at the bottom gather, and are just a rabble, unable to overthrow the top. Fong Wei narrowed his eyes, digesting the news. The interesting thing is that this Daing court, however, is still sitting still, letting you guys wreak havoc on the place, all sitting steadily on a high pedestal, and even taking the initiative to shrink their forces, just waiting for you to fight him in Yingtian City. There are a few Zhou Tianzi and the vassal states cut off the form of the Zhou Tianzi. Only the Zhou Tianzi is now a target of the crowd. Depending on those vassals, how can deal with the great should be 700 years rely on the bottom of the card. And as for me, you guys beat the dog's brains out. How else am I going to fish in the middle of it? Fong Wei wandered along the way, passing by the original Greenwood Hall, arriving only to find that the Greenwood Hall was actually still open, and refurbished the building, a little more luxurious than before. Fong Wei stepped in with great strides, only to see his good disciple Qin Yang lying in his original rocking chair, looking very relaxed. Ahem. Qin Yang opened his eyes, thinking that it was an apprentice subordinate, and was about to frown and prepare to reprimand when he saw a familiar figure. Master? Qin Yang's eyes widened and he got up with a stunned expression. You're still alive? Fong Wei's face darkened, and he kicked him in the ass. And what else? Can you be so relaxed if I'm dead? Qin Yang also reacted and hurriedly served Fong Wei tea and water, telling him about the changes in Qingmu Hall. Originally, after the Greenwood Hall was demolished in the fight between Fong Wei and Vermilion Bird, Qin Yang and his line of apprentices strayed out, all hiding, well before Fong Wei did not give them a lot of silver, coupled with a handful of medical skills learned, but also not to starve themselves. After Fong Wei killed He Zhengyang, the commander of Yingmowai, escaped from the imperial court siege, and became completely famous, the situation changed. A large and wealthy family took the initiative to contact Qin Yang's group of apprentices to pay for the rebuilding of the Greenwood Hall, saying that they were doing good deeds and good deeds, hoping that Qin Yang and his group would continue to hang around to help the world. And to this, the government has turned a blind eye and seems to be turning a blind eye. In these 6 months, Qin Yang's group of apprentices had rerun the Greenwood Hall, and the business of the medicine hall was even better than before. Let's just say that when you're strong yourself, you'll meet a bunch of good people wherever you go. Fong was a little surprised, but not surprisingly so. That's the way the world is. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right. June not C. After judging Fong for breaking through the innate, the court have given up the pursuit of bounty. After all, the innate is already the world's top fighting force. One person to break 10,000 troops is not just talk. If they were bent on playing guerrilla, 2 or 3 experts of the same level wouldn't necessarily be able to leave their opponent behind. And Fong Wei is even able to fight across the level, and even take out the same level of experts of the innate martial artist. Then the ordinary innate is only strong not weak. Not to mention that Fong Wei is alone. Alone. If this kind of person is completely unattached, only really can not afford to offend. Master, I would feel more comfortable serving at your side, if I may. This Greenwood Hall treats people daily, and it's not much fun to stay. Xing Yang was worried that Fong Wei wouldn't meet up with him again, but now that he had seen him, he immediately said that he wanted to hug his thigh. Xing Yang is not stupid, knows what the content of the innate master is and why the Greenwood Hall has reopened again, so following this master closely is the key. Fong Wei waved his hand. He could no longer use the Greenwood Hall, nor did he have the habit of carrying a drag around. It was better to act alone. What's more, Fong Wei was not a person of this world, and only wanted to make a profit and leave, without the will to pass on all his skills. However, Fong Wei was not completely heartless, and likewise gave Qing Yang a chance to open up the Qi Jing in 8 veins, leaving behind a book of the 3 Sons Decree, so that he could become a martial artist, and in the future have a family heirloom, which could be considered as a master and disciple. After leaving the Greenwood Hall and settling his past, Fong Wei went straight to the largest attic in Tong City, Tiangui Building. To be precise, it's a branch of Tiangui Lu, a Jianghu sect organization, and basically in every big city, there's a branch, also named Tiangui Lu. Tiangui Lu was the most famous intelligence organization. Apart from ranking lists for martial artists in the Jianghu, it likewise sold all kinds of information, weapons, secret books, and even strange objects. Its power and influence is one of the largest among the many great sects, and only the Heavenly Heart Temple is able to arm wrestle with it. And Fong Wei had also heard that Tiangui Lu was also the organization with the most number of casual innate martial artists joining. After all, innate martial artists had basically reached the peak of martial artists, and it was unrealistic to want to go further, behind closed doors, without interacting with each other. That's why most of the innate martial artists are willing to list their names in the Tiangui building to exchange ideas. Fong Wei walked to the heel of the attic, and there was a huge list, the most famous ranking list of Tiangui Lu. The list is not regularly updated, but it will only include the top 10 names in the ranking. And furthermore, if you want to know the other rankings, or detailed descriptions, you will have to buy their publication book, the Green Dragon List, Phoenix List, Weapons List. Fong Wei directly skimmed over the parts that had changed too much to be of interest and looked at the header list. Tiangui List. There is no ranking. As long as one breaks through the innate realm, one can be on the list. And there are only about 20 people at the moment. I guess it's true. Martial artists who can cultivate to the innate are not rash. They can't go to fight to the death because of a ranking. Except, of course, for stupid barbarians like Gao Tianba. Fong nodded. Seeing his name, the evil medical sage, Fong Wei, both medical and martial arts, practicing many first-class martial arts, the true chi of the bottom of the unprecedented. After getting the Pure Yang Legacy book, Breakthrough Innate, a blow to kill should be the martial arts guard's commanding officer He Zhangyang. Who picked this nickname? It's so unpleasant, far inferior to the martial sage of the previous life. Fong stroked his chin. Then again, this Tiangui list shouldn't have included martial artists of the great innate realm. It seems that I'm afraid that there are only a handful of great innates in this world, or else they wouldn't be so mysterious. Fong Wei continued to browse, suddenly stopping slightly at a list of names. The Fey list. No. One on the list of exotic beasts. The heavenly mountain god bird, whose trail is hidden, and which can produce a strange thing on the ground, the blood Ganoderma lucidum, which can be taken to wash the scriptures and marrow, and which is unhindered under the innate. Second on the list of exotic beasts, Monkey King Valley, where monkeys live. There is a Monkey King, who has the strength of 10,000 pounds, and is good at stick fighting, and brews monkey wine, which is the best of the best in the wine. Taking it gives you an aura, doubles your spirit, and is good for comprehending the divine intent of martial arts. Fifth on the list of foreign beasts, Mountain Kuei, Fey list. Eighth, Human Bear. Its body shape resembles a human, cunning in nature, more attacks on villages, luring martial artists, feeding on people, infinite strength, thick skin, swords and arrows can't be added to. Fong Wei had heard of this beast list before. Unlike the Great Golden World, this world had auras that existed. There were martial artists who communicated with the aura of heaven and earth. And naturally there were beasts that relied on the aura to grow. In the immortal cultivation world, they were known as demonic beasts, and the overall strength of their race was not even inferior to human immortal cultivators. But unlike the immortal cultivation realm, where demonic beasts are fought by everyone, the foreign beasts of the Great Shoulder world are basically located in the wild mountains where the aura is plentiful. Their numbers are sparse, and they rarely clash with humans, plus their strength is not bad, so no one pays attention to them, and they just look at them as a story. The most important thing is that the martial profession does not rely on external objects, and there is no half benefit from fighting with foreign beasts to the death and obtaining no resources. According to the introduction of the Fey Beast list, these last 7 Fey Beasts are almost the strength of an innate martial artist, while the top 3 Fey Beasts, I'm afraid, can compare to a great innate. And in the immortal cultivation world, there are also great demonic beasts at the late stage of chi cultivation. Feng Wei, however, hung up a smile. He had long wanted to hit these foreign beasts. Before he was not strong enough, but now that he had broken through the innate, he always had some backbone. Even if these foreign beasts were useless to him, selling them to the immortal cultivation world would be a fortune in spirit stones. Silently memorizing the messages of the foreign beasts on the list, Feng Wei stepped into the Tiangui building. Inside the Tiangui building, the first floor is not much different from the rest of the tea house restaurant. 3 or 5 people sitting around, eating tea and chatting, looks very leisurely. If there was any difference, it would be that there were no ordinary people in this Tiangui building. All of them were martial artists with cultivation in place. All of them were at least second-rate martial artists, obviously almost 2 circles from ordinary people. When Feng Wei stepped in, there were immediately people gazing over, with a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. These have cultivation of martial arts attention, not to look at you 2 eyes on the end, are true chi outward, with spiritual oppression. No cultivation in the body of the ordinary people if the body, almost all can not walk the road. I think this is the screening mechanism of the circle of martial artists, isolating ordinary people from themselves. After all, martial artists and ordinary people in this world are indeed 2 circles. If any cat or dog comes to Tiangui Lu to join in the fun, wouldn't it be a mess? Feng Wei was aware of this in his heart, and ignored these attentions, even staring back at him with innate divine intent within, causing the other party to break out into a cold sweat of shock. What's more, when they saw Feng Wei's face, they seemed to remember something and immediately lowered their heads and shut their mouths, itching to shrink themselves into a pile of quails. This, sir, actually returned to Tong City again. Didn't he disappear for half a year, saying he was hiding from the imperial court? The martial artist who had previously fought with Feng Wei and was a local martial artist of Tong City recognized Feng Wei and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This evil doctor is not what good with the character. In the name of fame, have the heart to investigate out. In the evil doctor in Tongcheng medical practice, the hands of the treatment of martial artists, there are 5 or 6, almost all the whereabouts of the unknown. Later, when someone funded the remodeling of the Greenwood Hall, someone dug up more than 20 corpses and bones in the backyard, the truth of which was chilling. Otherwise, the root of how Feng Wei came to be known as an evil doctor later on. If Feng Wei knew what was in this person's mind, he would definitely cry out in vain. Although he was not a good person, but the basic spirit of contract was still there. Who made those martial artists have to break the contract, obviously curing them, but also come to ask for back the secret books that were traded out? For this kind of medical incident, the good medical ethics of Feng Wei expressed great sadness at this, and could only take back the life he saved before. In order to make up for the trauma of his heart, Feng Wei paced to the front desk. The boy inside immediately greeted him. His footsteps were calm and soundless, obviously with kung fu in his body. This lord, I don't know if you want to stay at the hotel, or inquire about a deal. Feng Wei was a little surprised that there was still a place to stay here. This was different from the intelligence organization he remembered. The boy had excellent eyesight, and seemed to see that Feng was coming back for the first time, and immediately explained. The houses in our Tiangui house are all made of soundproof wood, which can completely isolate the sound, so even the top experts can't probe. And, in Tiangui Lu, basically no one dares to make trouble. Even innate martial artists have to give us some face. The boy spoke with a hint of triumph, obviously very confident about the energy of his own Tiangui Lu. Feng Wei's heart was clear. So that's how it is. This Tiangui Lu is good at doing business. Whether it is to hide from the Jianghu killings, or to do unseemly things, preventing the 5 senses of supernormal martial artists from eavesdropping is obviously a hard pass need for martial artists. No wonder it was able to spread its power all over Daying. It really had 2 skills. I'm here to trade information, find objects, or if you have them, I'll buy them outright. Just. Feng Wei paused, glanced obliquely at the boy and, can you make a deal at the innate level? Chapter 62, Inquiring about a person, request for readers. The boy who heard the word innate immediately changed his expression. First, he carefully surveyed Feng Wei. Seeing that his divine light was contained within, he could not see his depth, so he looked respectful and brought Feng Wei to the elegant room upstairs. Feng Wei sat down and took a sip of tea. His lips and teeth smelled good. It was obviously a good tea. Not long after, a middle-aged man who engaged in long beards came over with steady footsteps, and the moment he saw Feng Wei, his face changed. So it's Senior Feng in person. Please forgive me for making Senior wait for a long time. My hospitality is not good. The middle-aged man immediately arched his hand respectfully, clearly recognizing Feng Wei's identity. Feng Wei was not surprised. After all, if those who engage in intelligence do not have this kind of insight, they will only die quickly. And now he was confident that no one in the world could leave him behind, and he didn't need to disguise himself to hide it. You're the head of Tiangue Lu? The cultivation is good. Feng Wei could see that the middle-aged man in front of him had first-class martial arts cultivation. A branch head could have such cultivation, so it was evident that the depth of Tiangue Lu was indeed unfathomable. Elder's praise is too much. Compared to elder, it's far too poor. My name is Lin Yuan. I don't know what senior needs. Lin Yuan was several rounds older than Feng Wei, but in the world of martial artists strength was honored. Even if Feng Wei was only his son's age, he had to hand over seniors. Feng Wei didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. I've heard that your Tiangue house specializes in selling martial artist-related objects. Then the innate divine intent. Do you have it in Tiangue Lu? Lin Yuan was still a bit smug, but when he heard Feng Wei's demand, he couldn't help but look stagnant. If it's a top-secret book, our Tiangue Lu is considered to have quite a collection. But the divine intent. Lin Yuan hung up a bitter smile. Elder Feng, truth be told, divine intentions are about the secrets of the innate. They are scarce in quantity, and they are all monopolized by the great sects of the world, so they will hardly circulate on the market. Even if there is an occasional outflow, such as the Pure Yang legacy, it will also be fought over one after another. Speaking of the Pure Yang legacy, Lin Yuan left no trace of a glance at Feng Wei. This one could be the one who captured the Pure Yang legacy, and the process could not be described as not a bloody one. And with my authority, I can't mobilize the innate level objects in the building. I have to report it. However, innate masters also need to make progress. We have enough 8 loose innate masters joining us in Tiangue Lu to communicate and exchange ideas with each other. If Senior Feng has a need, he can join us at Tiangue House and interact with strong people of his level. Lin Yuan obviously wanted to get some performance for himself as well, and pulled at Feng for a while. Of course, your joining Tiangue Lu will only be acting titularly, and there will be no mandatory requirements. Only that you will be asked to step in when necessary, and you will be paid accordingly. On weekdays you can enjoy the topmost privileges of our Tiangue house. Whether it's in terms of lodging or intelligence, you'll be able to do so without being charged. You can also have the highest level of incentives when you spend money on transactions at Tengue house. Lin Yuan had almost said all the benefits, and it sounded very enticing. Feng Wei, however, had a calm face and a sneer in his heart. All benefits and no costs. Obviously, it's not that good. Moreover, now that the situation in Deing was so tense, a stirring force in top intelligence organization like Tiangue Lu was bound to be a thorn in Deing's side, and at some point, he might have to be sent to fight with Deing. On the other hand, Feng Wei guessed that for this Tiangue Lu to be able to open up so big and rampant, or to be the force with the highest number of innate experts in the open, it wasn't an unusual innate expert that could hold down the fort. Maybe, Tiangue Lu behind the scenes, is the big innate level of the great masters in the stage. Feng For, although confident from the hands of late Qi cultivation to escape, but not fully grasped before, or not willing to fight with this level of masters face to face. As the saying goes, if you can't run over it, you're risking your life. It's better to live first. As for the secret of the great innate realm, I still have close to 200 years to live in this life, so I'm still afraid of not having a way out? Feng Wei's face was unmoved, only saying that he would think about it for a moment or two. Keep an eye out for news of divine intent for me. If there is any, it should be easy to find me. How to find me? Your Tiangue Lu. Feng Wei waved his hand and was about to get up and leave. If there was any power that might trade divine intentions, other than the Deing court, it should only be Tiangue Lu. The courtside he had already offended to death. It was impossible to trade, and if Tiangue Lu didn't have it, then he would have to find another way. However, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, his years were still long, and it was easy to simmer to death 1 or 2 great factions of the world, and then pick up the pieces when the time came. Organize a copy of all the phase messages for me. It shouldn't be too hard. Feng For the straight talk deal. I can make the call on this. It's just some Fey Beast messages. Consider it as a gift for seniors. Lin Yuan sniffed with some disappointment. but still respectfully said. Feng Wei waited for a while, waiting for Lin Yuan to hand over a book with information about foreign beasts to his hand. Then he was ready to get up and leave. Right. Feng Wei walked to the door and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Elder, please speak. Lin Yuan said he was all ears. About the Great Ing Court. How much do you know about that thing in Ingtian City? The whole atmosphere of the room changed at these words. Only to see Feng Wei's gaze burning. His eyes were like swords, containing a searing divine intent that pushed straight into the opposite side's mind. Almost instantly, Lin Yuan's cold sweat ran over his entire back, feeling that if he told a lie or didn't know, it could be the end of his life on the spot. Facing Feng Wei, who was showing his killing intent, Lin Yuan's little cultivation, or the background of Tian Gui Lu, was almost useless. This, truth be told, I've only vaguely heard of it. Lin Yuan forcibly stabilized his mind and answered as best as he could. I only know that every 200 years or so, the world boils over in rebellion, and either the great factions of the world's families or the rebels and righteous armies will attempt to overthrow the great should. It's just that at the end of the day, after hitting the bottom of Ingtian City, regardless of whether it's an innate martial artist or an army of 100,000 people, they will all be killed by De Ying's last resort. As for what the last resort is, at the end of the day, the great shall all block the news, and even the great sects of the world are all secretive, far beyond what people at our level can know. Feng Wei glanced obliquely at Lin Yuan, confirming that this guy wasn't lying. He wasn't surprised. After all, Lin Yuan looked like he was only a mid-level in Tian Gui Lu, with limited access to hidden secrets. On a sudden whim, he mentioned, partly out of curiosity, a hidden secret that he had vaguely speculated about since crossing over, to see if there was an answer in Tian Gui Lu. On the other hand, since he had already made an enemy of the great, Feng Wei had no covetousness for the hidden secrets therein. To be able to suppress a realm and maintain a dynasty for 700 years, it must be a hidden secret above practicing qi. But I'm very curious. But it's fine if we don't know for the time being. According to the situation in Deying, it's only a matter of time before the lineages and the imperial court fight each other to death. And after going through this so many times, Deying's cards aren't nearly as well figured out. I just don't know what the world family side will do in response. At least for this situation, the great factions of the world should be united like never before. And it's a million times too late to tolerate the existence of the great should. Is there not a dynasty of 700 years in this world? With this in mind, Feng Wei did not have the intention of making things difficult for Lin Yuan and turned around and left straight away. Only when Feng Wei left did Lin Yuan let out a long breath and realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. The evil healer sage really lives up to his name. It's really evil enough to say that it's changing its face. It's killing me that the higher-ups are asking me to keep an eye on this kind of character. Lin Yuan's complexion was cloudy for a while. Anyone who had gone through a life and death situation would not be happy. But he, a small person, really didn't have the slightest say in front of such characters. A few moments later, he suddenly turned around and entered a secret room next to the. When he came out, he had in his hand an extra piece of cloth and silk with a cryptic message written on it. Lin Yuan summoned the boy, handed the cloth and silk to the boy with a serious look, and then waved his hand and drove him out. It's an eventful day. Lin Yuan let out a long sigh. What does the great should, lineage or whatever concern him? The hidden secrets of which he does not know and does not want to know. I just hope that all of this doesn't spill over to me. The Little Guy. Chapter 63, The Warrior Mountain Ritual, Request for Catch-Up Reading. 7 days later, the Warrior Mountain. The so-called brown bear means bear, and this place is named for the beastman bear. Some village at the foot of a mountain. The campfire is lit and the moon is a star. Many villagers with strange masks gathered around the bonfire, in groups of 3 or 5, chanting words of blessing and, blessed be the mountain gods, only for the departed, not for others. While praying, there were shamans dancing and humming, vomiting and mocking, in a chaotic manner, as if they were performing some kind of sacrificial ritual. A moment later, the village chief coughed lightly twice, and the crowd instantly quieted down, seemingly extremely majestic. Ahem, bring the men up. With the village chief's order, the crowd dispersed in an orderly manner and pressed up a large and a small village girl, whose hands and feet were bound, like a small piglet being presented up. Every year our village has good weather thanks to the blessing of the mountain god. If the mountain god is displeased, the whole village is afraid of a bad time. Is there any objection to the fact that it is your family's turn for this year's sacrifice? The village headman walked up to the village girl and inquired with an expressionless face and a cold look in his eyes. No. The older woman was the first to speak, but as soon as she heard about the sacrifice, she seemed to have thought of something extremely horrible, trembling all over and still unable to hide the fear in the bottom of her eyes. The smaller maidens were even more frightened and unable to speak, only crying silently. That's good. The village chief nodded in satisfaction, his tone inadvertently carrying a hint of threat. It's no one's fault but your man's bad luck that he got sick and died. You don't worry about going. Your family's second. The village will take good care of it. Private schools don't even have to spend money. You can rest assured. Listening to the village headman, thinking of her own penis, the woman calmed down a little and bowed her head silently, accepting her next fate. The village chief nodded in satisfaction at the sight. With his prestige, he would naturally be able to force the villagers to sacrifice, but the accumulation of people's discontent would undoubtedly be a threat to his rule. After so many years as a village chief, he knew deep down the truth that fear was the best tool to manipulate people's hearts, with the fear that each person would be sacrificed hanging over him, and with his village chief having the ability to designate someone to be sacrificed at any time, the hearts and minds of the people and the general public would make his words holy writ. Wash it, then bring it up and put it in the old place. With a wave of the village chief's hand, 3 or 5 big men lifted the 2 women up, perhaps with intolerance and sympathy, but in the face of the village chief's orders, they all had to obey. For a single foreign beast to make people offer it up as a god and sacrifice human lives to it. I just don't know if it's really a gap in the level of life or if it's just the human heart that's at work. A voice suddenly rang out with a hint of mockery. The well-built man with a calm demeanor watched the show from the sidelines at some point with a teasing expression. Who are you? The village chief's face changed, and before he could give orders, the many villagers surrounded them with unfavorable faces, and were clearly hostile to the outsiders. Whatever you are, this is an internal matter within my village, and it has nothing to do with you. Once he saw that it was an outsider who didn't know the depths of the village chief was instead relieved and looked calm, telling the villagers not to act rashly. Even if you want to mind your own business, it's not like there weren't people like this once upon a time. That is, people like you who have some skills. The martial arts chivalry as they say in the Jianghu outside. The mayor of the village is to persuade the man. A kind face look, is really some inverted the Big Dipper. It's just that when they face the mountain god, they all just give their lives away for nothing. And there's no shortage of reputable experts among them. The mountain gods are invincible. Instead, as long as we make good sacrifices, we can have good weather and good food and drink every year. The village chief was calm, not panicking at all in the face of a man who apparently had martial arts training in his possession. He's lived long enough to have experienced everything. In earlier years, almost every year, some capable people who boasted of their abilities came to the village, saying that they wanted to help deal with the mountain god. And such a person is also the most good to pin down, as long as he provoked a few words, the goodness of the heart, no matter what to go against the god of the mountain. And in the end, all dead body, to the god of the mountain swallowed clean. Back then, the village in turn didn't have to do much sacrificing yet, because these little cuties, the former and the latter were able to feed the mountain god. If this person is the same kind of cutie from before, on the contrary, it would be good to not have to make a sacrifice this year. The mayor narrowed his eyes, calculating in his mind, though the sacrifice would secure his position as village chief, even for generations. But the village population was already small, and for the village population is supposed to be an important resource, and this is something that the village chief needs to consider. In recent years there have also been fewer outsiders to the village, and fewer people can be tricked into making sacrifices, before having to use more of the village's population to make sacrifices. You're overthinking it. The man, naturally, was Feng Wei, who had come to Warrior Mountain to prepare for hunting. Naturally I'm going to deal with the man-bear, but all this with you guys is none of my business either. I just need pointers and some bait. Feng Wei's eyes went cold. Sacrificing a human bear with a living person's life in exchange for a moment of peace in the village. This kind of thing naturally can't say who is right and who is wrong. But Feng Wei also doesn't have the idea of breaking it up. He wasn't some righteous chivalrous man who had the heart to meddle in such matters. What do you mean? The village chief sensed a hint of something wrong. How this guy is different from those cuties. Chivalry is different. Why doesn't he follow the rules? Feng Wei raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The power martial arts Tao Change God power was unleashed. The invisible influence of qi and blood fluctuations instantly dazed the eyes of all the villagers present. The power martial arts were really a bit stretched out when put into the Great Ing world. The changing god power was still a bit of a struggle to control true qi martial artists, but it was still very easy to control a group of ordinary people. Come on man, arrest him quickly. The village chief's complexion changed greatly, sensing that something was wrong, and hastily rebuked, but the surrounding area was dead silent, and no one answered at all. Tie him up. With a wave of Feng Wei's hand, the villagers around him moved silently and, what do you want? I'm the village chief. What are you doing? In front of the many big and thick villagers, the village head, who was over 50 years old, obviously had little resistance and was directly tied up with 5 flowers. Feng Wei nodded his head in satisfaction, then took out a bunch of psychedelic anesthetics and poured as much as he could into the village chief's stomach regardless. Although with my martial arts background, as long as the demonic beasts do not exceed the innate realm, I am confident that I will be able to kill them. But the biggest difference between human beings and demonic beasts is the use of tools. So it would be too stupid to go up there directly and recklessly. Feng Wei's purpose of coming here was precisely to find some bait to weaken a wave of foreign beasts first, but he didn't expect to bump into the scene of the village's sacrifice. Originally, Feng Wei only intended to find some wild beasts, but it is obvious that people are better to use, and this human bear is originally fond of eating people. Sacrifice this good or bad, and not to mention, this village chief is obviously not a good person. See his deep heart, in addition to the village people, must have also coaxed a lot of outsiders to feed the human bears, using him as a bait just right. Let's go. Since the village chief worships the mountain god so much, let's sacrifice the village chief to the mountain god he honors the most. With a hint of teasing, Feng Wei looked at the village chief in front of him with eyes full of fear. The village headman wanted to struggle, but Feng's specially formulated ecstasy had kicked in, already making him unable to move a muscle, and he could only look at his eyes in horror. Chapter 64, The Death of the Human Bear. Request for catch-up reading. The bright moon hangs high. The moonlight is lush and the forest is deep and the trees are tall. Feng Wei lurked to the side, his body's chi converging. Not far away, the village chief, who had already been completely paralyzed, stared with wide eyes, desperately waiting for death to come. Knock, knock. Suddenly dull footsteps sounded. A figure close to 2 feet tall in the darkness, the body wide enough to have the thickness of a large tree that several people embrace. The huge figure is very oppressive. 8th on the list of exotic beasts, the human bear that likes to eat people. What a big bear monster. The opposite side is said to be a bear type, but extremely strong, and is not the same as the unusual bear type, but like a human being, walking upright on both legs, as if it has become a demon. Feng Wei was a bit surprised, seeing such a beast for the first time, but he was not nervous, because from the chi perception, although this human bear was strong, it did not exceed the degree of the innate realm. At most the skin was thick and the blood strip was longer. Only the human bear stared at the village chief, who was motionless on the ground, with the slightest hint of greed in his spectral green bear eyes. These humans were really weak and stupid. As long as they were scared a little, they would immediately come to the door by themselves. No wonder they could only be used as its food. Giggle. The human bear took in the appearance of the village chief, and some resentment rose in his heart. What's going on? An old man delivered this time? Human bears are very experienced in eating people, with the best taste of young children and women, fresh and sweet, followed by young and strong men. Some of them have good chi and can fly around the most complimentary men, eating full of satiety. And it's men like these who are old and decrepit that have the most raw texture and poor taste. But nevertheless, the man-bear was not prepared to waste it. After all, in recent years the number of two-legged sheep in this neighborhood had declined, and the man-bear had been obliged to eat sparingly. It had also tried to hunt humans elsewhere. But one time it had broken into a human city and met an extremely powerful human who beat its skin raw and injured it badly before running away. This was an unprecedented experience since it had its own memories, making it scrupulous and abnormal since then, only daring to hunt humans in the vicinity, and knowing that humans were not all weak fellows, and that there were still some existences that it could not mess with. It's just a big deal. If you eat it all and then go back to the human gathering place to hunt, if you don't eat more than one, just 3 or 4, it shouldn't affect the sustainable hunting afterward. With this in mind, the human bear no longer thought much about it and immediately began to feast. Click, click, click. The toothsome sound of chewing echoed through the empty mountains. An adult male was 100 or so pounds, which seemed like a lot, but in front of this human bear that weighed 1,000 pounds, it really wasn't enough. In just less than half a quarter of an hour, even people with bones, they all entered this stomach. Even the hardest skull was easily chewed by the human bear's teeth, which were like gold and iron. Immediately afterward, under Feng Wei's astonished gaze, the human bear actually sat on the ground, and towards the distant moonlight, he exhaled and inhaled, and began to exhale and cultivate. Good guy. It really is a demonic beast that has opened its spirit and become a demonic beast. Look at it this way. There's a reason why this human bear eats humans. Humans are the spirit of heaven and earth, and eating them definitely helps with cultivation. In exchange for the immortal cultivation realm, it must also be a demonic beast in the middle stage of chi cultivation, and all of its skin, flesh, bones, and blood are all valuable objects. Feng Wei squinted his eyes and quietly waited for the medicine to kick in. This psychedelic drug is carefully configured by him, with his great achievement of pharmacological medical skills. Together with this measurement and medicinal properties, even the innate martial artists have to work. There is no reason to have no reaction to this. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the man-bear to start fighting with his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Feng Wei didn't dare to delay and directly prepared to strike. After all, this demonic beast often had an amazing physique. And even if the medicinal properties worked, they might be metabolized and digested quickly. Feng Wei struck out horrifyingly. A shocking sword chi that drew the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, chopping away like a bamboo. Pure yang infinite sword chi. This time, however, it wasn't a sword chi rune seal anymore, but the martial pure sun sword chi that Feng Wei had cultivated, which was no better than a strike from a sword cultivator in the middle stage of chi cultivation. A flash of golden thunder suddenly flashed, heading straight for the human bear. Even if the human bear was slow, such a big commotion was also awakened, hissing and wanting to move to counterattack, but being affected by the medicine deposited in his body, his huge body slowed down a beat. Jabla! The sword chi cut across the human bear's abdomen, cutting out a wound as thick as an arm, and as the human bear hissed in pain, locks of intestines flowed out from the wound. Roar! The human bear let out a cry of pain, and even turned around and ran, while running also stuffed back the intestines that flowed out. Not the slightest idea of staying to fight, obviously has become a refined. Where can Feng Wei let it escape? His body, like the wind, followed closely, and slapped down a palm in the air. The pure yang sword chi in the palm wind was dense, transforming into a densely woven sword net that enveloped towards the human bear. Rip rip rip. Being enveloped by the sword net, even if the human bears had thick skin and flesh, Feng Wei's sword chi was not a vegetarian. This time, he was prepared, but he was also cut by the sword chi to see the blood and flesh. The human bear ate the pain, but also up ferocious, the body like a mountain to the ground ruthlessly slumped. Boom! Earthquake-like commotion set off, the ground inch broken, mountainous impact toward the direction of the impact of the Feng Wei. This is bloodline demon technique? Feng Wei had long heard that demonic beasts in the immortal cultivation world could awaken bloodline demonic arts if they had a deep bloodline, or even gifted aptitude, which was extremely powerful, even more so than the power of the immortal cultivator's arts. It shouldn't be far off, after all, it's just a demonic beast from a low-level martial world, but it's also got similar power to an earth spell of the same level. Similar to earthquake technique? Feng Wei assessed while his body flew back. His true chi shield flickered for a while, and was shattered apart by the invisible shockwave, followed by the power protection that flowed around his body in blood and flesh. Fortunately, Feng was a dual martial arts practitioner with amazing physical qualities, and he ate the remaining power of the spells alive. One drum, one drum, one drum. Feng Wei wore a cold expression on his face and struck again. Pure yang infinite sword chi. The innate true chi in his body was substantially drained, and he condensed a materialized golden sword shape towards the front, as if it was divine punishment, and openly chopped down at the original wound of the human bear. The human bear was ultimately poorly skilled, and did not have time to resist again. The sword chi pierced through his chest and back, and his vitality gradually faded away. Let's just say the guy across the street is still too meticulous. Originally, the human bears are all powerful and powerful. There are also demonic techniques. Can be hard to shake the innate martial artist, and even the skin and flesh of the innate martial artist is also difficult to break the defense. Such a body of work is what allowed it to get away with it for so long. But I didn't expect to meet Feng Wei. Not only the martial sword chi attack power is amazing, can easily break its defense, but also give it a drug sneak attack. Really was eaten to death. Snap! The 1,000-pound corpse fell down with a booming sound, and the 8th foreign beast on the foreign beast list perished. Chapter 65, The Mountain and Sea Deal, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Mountain and Sea Realm, Gathering Treasure Island. In the cave, Feng Wei stretched and woke up leisurely. Who first realized the great dream? I know myself in my ordinary life, looking at the sky which was but a mere sunrise. This sense of time and space dislocation caused Feng Wei to be somewhat disoriented. At the same time, this difference in strength between the dream world and the main body made him a bit uncomfortable. After all, Feng Wei was a true Chi martial Dao innate level martial artist in his dream, while Feng Wei's principal true Chi martial Dao aspect had not yet begun. Compared to the time ratio of 1 dream to 1 year, the body really doesn't have the time to practice, or else it would die of old age over there after a few months of practice over here. It's just a matter of teleporting the Fae out of the dream and filling up the hand first. Money is the bottom of the barrel for people, or it would be funny to get kicked out after March. Feng Wei's mind moved. The power of his divine soul was consumed by the naked eye, and the 1,000-pound human bear corpse in front of him slowly transformed into reality. And the corpse was still steaming, with the martial Dao divine intent. It's rather that the power of the divine soul is on another level, and it's not too much of a burden to teleport such a massive object from the world of dreams. Immediately afterward, Feng Wei greeted the cave's headmaster Mo Yen through the cave token. saying that he had a big business to do. This token was what was given when renting the cave. It was considered a key, and the bearer was able to freely enter and exit the cave formation as well as contact Master Mo. Although a body cultivation dream and reality cannot be common, but the divine will or brought over, other cannot do. Attract a trace of heaven and earth aura is easy. Can use the communication function of this token, otherwise all have to show. Perhaps because of the big business Fong Wei was talking about. The shopkeeper Mo Yen came quite actively. In just less than half an incense stick of time, he arrived at the entrance of Fong Wei's cave. Fellow Daoist Fong, after not seeing you for half a month, it seems like your cultivation has improved again. Mo Yen chilling and saying pretty things. He still couldn't see the depths of Fong Wei, and those who didn't know thought that Fong Wei was immortal, but he did feel it, and Fong Wei's aura seemed to be a little stronger. It's just a slight gain. Fong Wei blurred past the matter of cultivation and changed the subject. Master Mo thought that all of them are working for the island master. I went to that spirit treasure pavilion to do business as well, and since we know each other, then naturally I'm not willing to cheapen it for someone else. I don't know about demonic beast corpses. Does Master Mo's side accept them? Mo Yan's eyes brightened slightly as he sniffed, becoming more and more active. I wonder what grade the demonic beast corpses that you are selling? Fong Wei smiled slightly and opened his mouth to reply. It should be a mid-first rank demonic beast. Mo Yan had a smile on his face. A first-rank mid-grade demonic beast was more than not a small deal. Rarity is precious. Demonic beasts are born and raised. All are treasures. For martial artists are worthless, but for cultivators who have many cultivation sub-professions are extremely valuable. No matter it is the skin, flesh, bone and blood can be turned into cultivation resources. The skin and fur were used to compose talismans. Flesh and blood were used to make pills, and bones were used to make magic weapons. Basically all of which could not be separated from the consumables of demonic beasts. But demonic beasts tend to have thick skin and flesh. For cultivators of the same level, and the same level of demonic beasts circling or escaping easily, but want to kill the same level of demonic beasts single-handedly, it will be much more difficult. The cultivator in the middle stage of chi cultivation is not enough mana. Facing the same level of demonic beasts to break the defense or struggling to prevent others from escaping is even more difficult. If with the many talismanic seals and magic weapons and pills, it is 7 or 8 points of certainty. However, after using more talismanic seals and magic weapons, the cost of this spirit stone will have to come up again, and when the time comes to fight with the demonic beasts, they may not be able to make ends meet, and there is also the risk of the demonic beasts escaping and gaining nothing. Therefore, often the demonic beasts of the first order of the middle grade, often have to several cultivators of the same level to cooperate, various types of spells with each other, and preferably there is a certain tacit understanding, in order to have a full grasp of the kill. Of course, if several people divided a demonic beast in this way, the harvest would naturally be much less, and a complete demonic beast corpse, far from being comparable. Since fellow Daoist trusts, I naturally won't let down fellow Daoist Fong's trust and give a reasonable price. Mo Yan since no cannot. Every cultivator has a way, especially his kind in the workshop under the master titled, certainly secretly more or less do some small business. At the same time, Mo Yan also secretly labeled Fong Wei as valued. To have this kind of combat power in the same class, to be able to fight and kill a first-order mid-grade demonic beast, I'm afraid that it's really a body-refining cultivator. I wonder if this demonic beast corpse, Mo Yan naturally wanted to inspect the goods before making a bid. Fong Wei had prepared for this and guided Mo Yan into the cave, the front yard of the compound he was staying in. Mo Yan was a bit surprised to see the corpse of a 1,000-pound bear-type demonic beast as soon as he entered the door. Truth be told, I suddenly had some problems with this storage bag. So I could only release the body first and dispose of it as soon as possible. Otherwise if it's left to rot, the body won't be worth much. Fong lied roundly. In fact, he didn't have a storage bag at all. Mo Yan heard this half-believe half-doubt, but also did not look deeper. After all, the cultivation of immortals where there is not a little secret, as long as it can make money, he is naturally not interested. A bear-type demonic beast of the Earth system, its blood and flesh is very abundant. It's enough to weigh 1,000 pounds. And even after removing the internal organs and fur, the amount of meat can still be 700 to 800 pounds. The demon bones are also strong enough. It's really rare. Mo Yan inspected the human bear's corpse, and his heart trembled when he saw the sharp sword chi in the human bear's corpse's chest. This Taoist friend surnamed Fong. Could it be that he is still a sword cultivator? Body refinement plus sword cultivation. What a ruthless man is this? Two of the most difficult cultivation professions, and he's actually going to cultivate them together? Body refining cultivators were already quite difficult to deal with at the same level, and sword cultivators were even more invincible at the same level. This offense and defense. I'm afraid that not even late-stage chi cultivators could deal with it. Immediately, Mo Yan labeled Feng Wei as someone who couldn't be messed with. The most important thing in the immortal cultivation world was to have an eye for the world, to know what people could be offended and what people couldn't be offended. With this thought, Mo Yan was ready to open his mouth with an opening price of 40 spirit stones, so much so that the idea of haggling was gone. Just want to make a good connection first. This bear-type demonic beast is large enough and full of chi and blood. An unusual first-order mid-grade demonic beast corpse in good condition can be given up to 30 spirit stones or less. I can offer 45 for this one. Let's see what fellow Taoist Fong thinks. Mo Yan couldn't help but look with a hint of ingratiating meaning. That's how it is in the immortal cultivation world where strength is honored. Feng Wei nodded. He is not a pure white. Also went to the marketplace quite a few times. To understand the market price, this Mo Yan gave the price is quite pertinent. Even the middle profit is pressed very low. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist. Discount the middle spirit stone into a storage bag, and the remaining. Trouble fellow Taoist to inquire for a moment or two. Are there any pills for sale in this workshop market for cultivators of the middle grade of body refining? Mo Yan is not self-evident. For him, there are many contacts in this treasure-gathering place. It's all smooth sailing. After the two agreed, Mo Yan first retire. After all, this human bear body size so large. Do not do the division. Unusual 1 square meter storage bag cannot put at least 4 square meters of storage bag in order to put down the whole body. Although Mo Yan has some savings, he doesn't have this kind of high-level storage bag, so he has to find someone to borrow it. After all, the lowest level 1 square meter storage bag all have to be 10 spirit stones for square meter storage bag. Afraid to have 70 to 80 spirit stones in order to take down ordinary cultivators in the chi practicing stage. Often do not use such a large storage bag. The big thing is to hang a few more bags. More cost-effective. Chapter 66 Exposed, request for follow-up reading. A first-rank middle-grade demonic beast, sold for 45 spirit stones. It's not a small amount of income. It's just that this will only make a fortune. The Great Shoulder world has a limited number of foreign beasts. Just a few. And the mountain and sea realm. I wouldn't dare to wave around much. Without a cultivation comparable to the late chi practicing stage, I wouldn't lay my hands on a demonic beast of the mid-chi practicing stage. Feng Wei took the storage bag that had just arrived in his hand, and with a thought, a crystal-clear spirit stone was held in his hand, and with another movement, the spirit stone was gone again. Feng Wei, who had gotten a storage bag for the first time, was having fun. After playing with it a few times, Feng was familiar with how to use it, and then took out a bottle of elixir from it, a first-order middle-grade body forging elixir. For body refining cultivators of the middle grade of body refining, an elixir to aid in the usual cultivation, made from the blood of a first-order middle-grade demonic beast with abundant chi and blood, a single elixir that requires me to have half a spirit stone. Feng Wei's teeth sink a little at the thought of consuming. It was not without reason that body refining cultivators were slowly being discarded, due to the slow decrease in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the resources required by body refining cultivators were far greater than those of chi practicing cultivators, which even cultivators with considerable assets at home could not afford. That's why body refining is so cost-effective. In comparison, the chi gathering pill in the middle stage of chi cultivation can buy a bottle of 10 for a single spirit stone. There's also the blood prana dan, an elixir used to assist body refining cultivators in breaking through small realms, boiled down into the essence of the entire body of a demonic beast at the late stage of chi cultivation. It's even as high as 50 spirit stones. I can't afford to buy it even if I sell the current one. Feng was a bit thankful that. Also, I'm not a traditional body refining cultivator, but one who practices martial arts. If I had to measure it, I'm not far off from chi practicing cultivators in terms of strength at the same level, but my cultivation style is more similar to that of a body refining cultivator, somewhere in between the two. Hammering the flesh body in chi and blood, combined with the cultivation of the divine intent of martial arts, and drawing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, is not the same as a body refining practitioner's complete greatness attributed to his own superiority, but the resources consumed, martial arts preaching self-sufficiency, but instead less than chi cultivators. Of course, such a martial path also abandons the many resources that chi practitioners have to add, not to mention the inability to alchemize and write talismans, especially the most important magical weapons, without mana, simply can't be refined and used. Otherwise, if I buy a first-order upper-grade magic weapon here and teleport to the Great Shoulder world, wouldn't it still be a crunchy mess to kill? In the immortal cultivator profession, the combat power of those with unarmored weapons was completely incomparable, and the same level of having a magic weapon versus those without was almost a crushing advantage. Even a good magic weapon that often crossed levels was easy. Feng Wei was getting a little greedy, holding the elixir in his hand and making up his mind. So it's still necessary to cultivate immortality. A sort of cold light in 19 states. Elegant. Really elegant. At least it's much more elegant than a martial artist's rough sparring. For me, the immortal cultivation resources are second to none. But rather the issue of spiritual roots has to be resolved as soon as possible. When the resources of the grading world are scavenged, I'll have some strength capital before I can resolve the issue of the main world's spiritual roots. The cultivation system of the mountain and sea realm had developed for countless years. Even true immortal gods had existed, and there were countless various magical abilities and techniques. And there were not many methods to solve the problem of spiritual roots, but they should exist. After all, the probability of those high-level cultivators combining and giving birth to a cultivation cripple like me, it's low, but it's not zero either. Feng Wei flirted, then swallowed the body-forging pill straight away. The aura around his body immediately boiled, slowly converging within Feng Wei's body and transforming into a Tao of true qi. A few moments later, Feng Wei opened his eyes and radiated martial divine light, slashing the ground in front of him, cutting out inches of sword marks. The innate has become, with a martial arts backroad. Recovering cultivation in the mountain and sea realm is just fast. After all, it's a high-level immortal cultivation world. A few body-forging pills, along with the concentration of aura. It's just like hanging on. It's the equivalent of a big number with a small number, and an economy and experience package. The current version of my essence can also be comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the middle stage of qi cultivation. Feng Wei wasn't satisfied, and his expression was unrelenting. But it's not enough. Set a small goal, late qi practicing stage. After all, it's only at the late stage of qi cultivation that one can have some say in what to do when foundation establishment isn't out of the way, and be able to have the most basic ability to save one's life. The great response to the world. Somewhere in an extremely luxurious and hidden realm, the old man sitting on the stage looked at the secret order in his hand and fell into deep thought. Fong 4. I thought it was a small fish caught unintentionally, but I didn't expect it to surprise me every time. Even He Zhangyang is dead. And Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird was the pawn I planned to replace He Zhangyang with, and was going to backstab that new emperor for a time. A fishing boy. Mediocre. Just a few years. Where did he get all his medical and martial arts talent? It really makes me curious. This old man spoke shockingly, and actually knew, through some unknown means, Feng's initial true identity for this world. At the same time, he also realized that Feng Wei's body was not normal, as if he was suddenly born to know. If it wasn't for the fact that martial arts were rampant in this world, there was no such thing as reincarnation and taking over, or the old man might have been able to discover the truth. At this moment, the old man was still thinking about which old man's inheritance Feng Wei had obtained. It hasn't been long since you broke through the innate, and you're in a hurry to seek a new divine intent. Don't you know that every martial artist's divine intent is unique? It's hard not to. The old man has white hair and white beard. His face is like a peach, and he is wearing a Taoist robe, as if he has attained true cultivation, and his narrow eyes show a glint of essence. Interesting. Haven't met such an interesting guy in how many years? An idle hand of chess is still working. In that case, let me see what secrets you are carrying. The old man's face showed curiosity, and a deep shade. He wouldn't allow an element of surprise in his plan. The innate realm wasn't a threat for the time being, but what if it went further? Let's try one or two first. The courtside is calm. That Ding new emperor is a bit of a skill, and can still stabilize the basic plate does not move, and even push the waves. True or false? Unfortunately, nothing can stop me in a big way. Not even that thing. Dayan. Kobayama. Pure Yang infinite sword chi. A golden thunder flashed by, cutting through the air, and almost instantly blood splattered, splitting the huge wolf with a dark body not far away into two, spilling its internal organs all over the place. Sixth on the list of fey beasts, the ghost wolf. It's true to its name. It's really ghostly. Feng Wei let out a long breath. His body was actually a bit woeful looking. Gray. After being surprised by the trap that was set and injured by my sneak attack, they began to run for their lives. I chased after him for 3 days and 3 nights before I caught up with him, and in the end, he was decapitated by me. Feng Wei sighed a little. This ghost wolf was indeed quite cunning. The key was that its body was sensitive. Unlike the human bears that were clumsy, and it had its own bloodline demonic art that added speed to its body. It was only then that the demonic beast escaped with its life. But fortunately, Feng Wei was also prepared, dabbing the special medicinal odor on the ghost wolf, easily unable to shake him off. Enough to chase and kill 3 days and 3 nights, will be its physical exhaustion, and halfway during the exchange of hands, constantly paralyzed with psychedelic drugs, only to be cut down to the horse. No wonder cultivators in the immortal cultivation realm wouldn't dare to easily deal with demonic beasts of the same level if they weren't in groups of 3 or 5 and well prepared. In other words, in the mountain and sea realm, once this demon wolf drills into the demon mountain and demon forest, even foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't dare to chase after it rashly, or else if they meet a higher level demon beast, they would be afraid of risking their lives. I can eat it alive like this, and it's also mostly because I don't have any worries. There are only a few demonic beasts in the Daing world. They don't form a herd, and their hard power overpowers this old wolf by one step. Chapter 67, Overturning the Car, Request for Catch-up Reading. Feng Wei went up and took care of the demon wolf's corpse first, then collected it. Otherwise, this body split in two and drained of demonic blood. The value of this demonic beast corpse was going to be greatly reduced. With a thought, he teleported it to the mountain and sea realm before Feng Wei put his heart down. Then looking at his somewhat wretched and tattered clothing, Feng Wei decided to find a human gathering place and fix it up. This chasing down the alien beasts all the way around took most of the month to finish off almost 3 of them, which was considered to be some primitive accumulation in the main world. The rest of the foreign beasts are either too far away, in deep forests, or above the innate level of strength. I'm afraid it won't be resolved anytime soon. Feng shook his head. It's still the right thing to do to improve your strength first. As for Feng Wei, if he wanted to raise his strength, he would either have to find the second half of the Pure Yang Legacy Book's diagram and raise himself to the Great Innate Realm. Either it's the same as before, or it's looking for other martial divine intentions. In terms of boosting the accumulation of quantity, with several martial divine intentions coming down in unison, if the yin and yang are in harmony and complement each other, even a great innate martial artist can be hardened. Feng Wei narrowed his eyes. Compared to the former, the destination of the second half of the Pure Yang Legacy is unknown, and this Pure Yang Legacy was already a bit fishy, and as a veteran fishing man with a glance at a fishhook, he was not willing to take the risk of exploring the story behind it. In comparison, it was still cost-effective to look for other martial divine intentions. The big deal is to find a few old and decrepit innate dispersed martial artists. Sneak attack plus drug. The probability is that you can attack and kill successfully, just can't do it more than once. It's best to call it a day right away, otherwise it's easy to become a target. But the divine intent inheritance is unique, and if it's not in their possession, in case the person dies without finding the diagram, it would be a bit embarrassing. Feng for a body lightweight power added. Day traveling thousands of miles is also unusual. Randomly find a direction. Less than half a day between. Saw the people. A great city, no less than Tong City, was located here. Yu City. It's also a big city, located in the prefecture downstream of the Black Water. And the lineages over here have some conscience. The territory was governed well, and there was no deliberate attempt to allow the righteous to wreak havoc or anything. After all, this kind of lineage operates its territory as if it were its own, and I'm afraid that the one who was most distressed by the ravages of the righteous army is itself. Feng Wei observed what he saw along the way and secretly analyzed it. In a way, it's no different from a country within a country, and that's not even to the border of Dayan. It's just far enough away that it's such a sight. Putting it farther to the border, I'm afraid it's not just the big families and factions who don't know about the imperial power of the court. No wonder that the new emperor of Dayan wants to centralize power. Otherwise it's quite difficult for this Zhou Tianzi to exist in name only, and it's quite difficult to develop. Sooner or later it's a mascot, and it's useless to hold the bottom card. As soon as Feng Wei entered the city, he went straight to the Tiangue Lu branch within the city. No need to swipe his card or identify himself. His face was the biggest pass. Experiencing the last Tiangue Lu, Feng Wei knew that all these people must know the vast majority of the innate martial artists with full eyesight, so there was no need to be polite and just enjoy the services belonging to innate martial artists. Immediately, under the respectful arrangement of the shopkeeper, the upper room, the new clothes, the maidservant were all arranged, and only a cost price was charged. Of course, if Feng Wei were to join Tiangue Lu, all of this would still be free of charge. It was just that Feng Wei wasn't short of money either, and wasn't in the habit of joining these troublesome forces. Feng for washing all the dirt, is lying in the house, ready to combine labor and rest, under the service of a side supposedly next door 100 Flowers house head honcho. Just then I heard a respectful voice from outside the door. It was the shopkeeper himself, Lord Feng. Feng was not angry. Let aside a beautiful maidservant retreat. Can this time to disturb him? Must be relatively important things, or this shopkeeper is too afraid of death some. What is it? The shopkeeper entered, and cautiously remarked that as the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. This innate master in the circle of martial artists, it's not bad to say that it's an emperor. The last time you mentioned the deal in the Tianji building, there's a reply from above. Do you want to know about it? Feng Wei was a bit surprised that the matter of divine intent was settled so quickly. Tell me how it was replied to. Instead of opening his mouth, the shopkeeper handed over a sealed letter. Feng Wei glanced at the shopkeeper. At this time, the shopkeeper had already left in a sensible manner. Obviously Tiangue Lu has strict rules. This side of the shopkeeper cannot know the full content of the information. After Feng Wei sensed a bit and confirmed that there was no means on the letter, he opened it straight away. Divine intent. Innate master. Trading. Feng Wei read the letter and nodded his head. The letter indicated that there was a titular innate expert of Tiangue Lu who was willing to take out his divine intent to trade with Feng Wei, only that he needed a chance for Feng Wei to make a move and help him take out another enemy in order to complete the deal. The divine intent of the transaction is sunflower water divine intent. Rather, it is not very compatible with the pure young sword intent, but there are willing to trade is good. After all, it is the other party's martial divine intent, the thing that settles down, and the upper levels also tacitly monopolize. In case you take it to be targeted by the opponent, it will be more than worth it. Feng Wei crushed the letter into pieces and made a decision in his mind. Tiani Kuaishu Wei Pom. Innate martial artist disperser Qi Wei's mastery. I heard that this person is a small faction origin, and then obtained the opportunity to break through the innate. Just don't know where the enemy, but also specialize in finding people to surround and kill. It can't be an expert of the great innate. It's just a good start. I'll go myself and see what might be hidden in the deal. On the second day, after a night's restoration, Feng Wei departed for the city where the trading innate martial artist was located. This time Feng Wei took the water route, which was faster than the land route. Crossing the river with a reed, like walking on a flat surface, was not a myth for martial artists at Feng Wei's level. A day later, when he arrived at his destination city, Feng Wei went straight to Tiangue Lu. Elder Feng, the adults inside have been waiting for a long time. The shopkeeper of this place was receiving at the door, and when he saw Feng Wei coming, he immediately came forward respectfully, seemingly waiting for a long time. Feng Wei narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of something wrong. There seemed to be something strange about this shopkeeper's attitude. It didn't seem to be an attitude towards the offerings within the gate. Instead it was somewhat awe. However, his qi and blood spiritual senses hadn't signaled the alarm yet, so he thought that even if there were changes, they should be under control. Feng for stepping into the first floor of the Tiangue building, found that this floor actually was empty. Empty. Do not see Feng for often see the martial artist's chatting screen, the first floor of the Tiangue building. Instead, a crane-haired old man sat in it, old and calm, with a curious look on his face as he surveyed Feng Wei, who had walked in. What the hell? Feng Wei's face immediately changed drastically, not only because the old man on the opposite side was not Kuaishu Wei divine Pom Qi Wei at all, but also in the moment he was sized up by the old man, his spiritual organism frantically signaled an alarm. Clearly he had met an unprecedented enemy. It's a great innate supermaster. Feng Wei was suddenly filled with questions and crises. Who this person was for the time being. The main thing was how this person avoided his qi and blood spiritual senses by barely concealing his malice towards him. In itself, martial artists have the ability to have a heartbeat and avoid harm, while Feng practiced another world strength martial arts, with his body's qi and blood penetrating through the spine's great dragons, and even the heavenly spirit heavenly palace. Then the unusual martial artist inspiration, but also many sensitive. This is also Feng for and before Go Dao is not the same, but instead of some weekdays arrogant, unabashedly the cause. With his cultivation level, even if someone surrounded him, he would be able to sense it in advance and escape with ease. I didn't realize that this time it flopped. Feng Wei cursed in his heart while striking out horribly. Chapter 68 Tiangue Z, request for follow-up reading. The invisible pure young sword chi instantly exploded inside the Tiangue building. Dense sword chi flew through the air, crisscrossing and filling the entire space. Such a large amount of real gas? Just how many techniques have you practiced? Interesting. The old man's face was searching, and instead of retreating, he actually went straight through the roiling sword chi, and his body was like a ghost, arriving at the top of Feng Wei's head. The speed of his stance was so fast that it was intimidating to look at, but it's still tender. Leave it for the old man. The old man raised his hand and pushed. The true chi materialized into substance, actually condensed a roadstar falling from the air, as if the stars fell, with the power of a thunderbolt. Tiangue 7-star pendant. Compared to the unusual innate martial artist's true chi where there was a divine intent manifestation, the old man knew it was extraordinary as soon as he struck. Far beyond the innate level, its martial divine intent actually manifested into substance, and the influence of its massive spiritual foreign power almost crushed the entire Tiangue building. The aura around Feng Wei was crushed at the touch of a button, making a creaking sound. Great innate martial artist. Feng Wei's face was grave. He knew that the visitor was not good. It was really the legendary great innate expert. Actually, the will of the martial arts was manifested. It could affect the mind and spirit. If he was an unusual innate martial artist, he was afraid that he would not lose his concentration in an instant and be taken away by a wave. But Feng Wei is not a vegetarian. Even if he is captured and killed, he will tear a piece of your meat down. Secret art exploding Dan. Feng Wei roared. His veins were exposed all around his body. His energy was bursting as if a volcano was boiling. The power of Dan Jin and true Qi exploded at the same time, transforming into threads of blood-colored Qi. A bottom-up punch is thrown. Its blood-colored true Qi intersected with the great innate divine intent on the opposite side, rubbing out sparks. The Qi and true intent tore each other apart, and for a while, they were actually evenly matched. Boom! The air between the two exploded, and Qi energy swept around, lifting the top beams off the ground. Want my life? Let's see how many lives you have. Feng Wei does not retreat. Fearless. Anyway, he is in this world. Life is certainly more than one. It depends on the opposite side of the end of how big the belly can eat without holding up. The two sides exchanged a few more moves, directly toppling the Tiangui building and clearing out tens of meters in every direction. After a few moves, the old man's originally relaxed face gradually became grave. Looking at the opposite side of the blood-colored Qi became more and more obvious. Qi exuberant. But instead, the more they fought, obviously using the secret technique of consuming the potential of life. Why is this young man so angry? Does he want to play with his life if he doesn't move? The old man was a bit scornful. Even though he was a great innate martial artist, there was no difference between him and an innate martial artist in terms of lifespan. He was now old and weak and had limited Qi. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to take down an innate martial artist. And the opposite side of the young very. A burst of outbreaks. There is a trend of more and more courage. A short period of time cannot take him, even if by then it will be consumed to death. But also do not say fixed to pay what price. The old man didn't want a life for a life. Phew! The old man's body suddenly flew back, about to leave the battlefield. Feng Wei was unforgiving in his power, and likewise followed him like a shadow, and would not rest until he had bitten off a piece of flesh. Seeing that Feng Wei is not relenting, now the panic is instead the old man. His status is honored, and the 1,000-year plan, even if he is injured, it will affect his plan. After all, one is barefoot and the other wears shoes, and the barefoot one is obviously not afraid of the one who wears shoes. It doesn't matter to Feng. The big deal is to reopen a dream and give up this three-part soul. Slow down. Slow down. The old man flew back while hastily opening his mouth to soften. Little friend, there is no deep hatred between you and me, so there is no need to fight to the death. Instead, we can work together for a win-win situation. And this time, I'm in the wrong. Let's stop here. I promise I won't make a move against you, and I'll even compensate you for the divine intent. How about that? In just one breath, the old man was able to say a whole bunch of words, which was considered to be amazingly eloquent. When Feng Wei heard this, he didn't really have the intention to die together, and seeing the good in the world, he stopped the exploding Dan secret technique he was performing, and the blood-colored Qi around his body was also hidden. But Feng Wei didn't let his guard down. His eyes narrowed, emitting a dense and dangerous aura, all his Qi leading but not firing. Obviously, if the opposite old man backtracked, he would inevitably continue to rise up in a violent fight for his life. Seeing that Feng Wei indeed had no intention of continuing to fight for his life, the old man let out a sigh of relief before walking forward and introducing himself with a calm demeanor. Old man Tiangui Z. You can also call me Taoist Tiangui. This Tiangui Lu is considered to be a force that I created. Speaking of which, the two of us were mistaken just now, and I had no intention of harming you by inviting you here. Old me just wanted to make a friend. I didn't expect young friend to react so violently. Feng Wei had a cold smile on his face and didn't even bother to open his mouth to pay attention to this old deng. You see, he can believe half a punctuation mark. This Tiangui Z old cunning, thick skin are practiced into the realm of realization. If there was truly no malice, not to mention coaxing him to come in the name of trading, Feng Wei's materialized spiritual sense of warning as soon as he entered the door also showed that this old man did not have good intentions. But where Feng Wei hadn't shown the ability to destroy jade in stone, his fate at this time must not be much better. Seeing that Feng Wei ignored him, Tiangui Z didn't feel embarrassed, cultivating to his realm, not only martial arts, but his face skin was also at least at the innate level. Since the force cannot be pinned down, do not become an enemy, become a friend is also good. All things in this world to profit first, other things are nothing. Anyway, this party was not going to be pushed to the side of the Daing court after having offended them early on. Ha. Truth be told, young friend is so young and his martial cultivation is so astonishing, and I've been a godly friend for a long time. Tiangui Z did not panic and opened his mouth. As the person behind Tiangui Lu, he naturally had his backbone. In just a few years, from a small fisherman, he became a martial arts lord who fought against the imperial court. He is also gifted. Feng Wei's face was unchanged. There was nothing fluctuating about his identity being exposed. A fisherman's identity is just a fisherman's identity. It doesn't mean anything. At most, it counts as a good intelligence work of Tiangui Lu. In this world where there was only martial arts, no matter how much you thought about it, you wouldn't be able to think that he was an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. If you're saying this is useless, there's no point in me wasting my time with you here. Tiangui smiled a little. Young people are just in a hurry. I just want to say that my little friend is gifted, and within a few years he has exchanged many of the secret books of the sex through the medical arts, and he is still proficient in them one by one, and after breaking through to the innate, but also anxious to seek other innate divine intentions, without the slightest regard for the purity of one's own martial divine intention. I guess, little friend should have extraordinary talent in practicing multiple martial arts at the same time, and even be able to practice multiple divine intentions at the same time. As soon as the words fell, Feng Wei did change his face this time, and his face turned ugly, as if he had been poked and prodded with some great secret. What exactly are you trying to say? Tiangui had a face of confidence in holding his opponent at this time. Little friend, don't worry. This talent is said to be amazing, but throughout the ages how many capable people, gifted people, use such a pass, the ability to learn from all, put into the history of the should be the earth. Also not to see strange, I don't have any malicious intent. On the contrary, we have a common enemy. We can work together. Chapter 69, 700 Years of Hidden Secrets, Request for Follow-up Readings. Cooperation? Feng Wei glanced at Tiangui. This man was old and cunning. He had made such a large intelligence organization, and behind the scenes he didn't know how to stir up the wind and rain, how to cooperate with him. The situation of this great should be so designated that there is this Tiangui building in the back to promote, and no longer in this old man is also a big innate martial artist. Even he can't solve the matter. What is the benefit of cooperating with him, an innate martial artist? That's right, it's reasonable to say that in this world, other than those 2 or 3 martial artists who are also great innate, the rest can't get into my eyes. Tiangui's expression was flat and his tone was proud. With his cultivation status, he was indeed qualified to say this. Even that Emperor Daing, I'm afraid that in front of Tiangui, he was all but a yellow mouth. But little friend is considered an exception. With little friend Feng's talent qualifications, even without a subsequent divine intent, achieving a great innate before the age of 40 is still within reach. Even, Tiangui gave Feng Wei a scornful look. If little friend can cultivate a few more martial divine intentions to complement each other, coupled with little friend's true chi underpinnings, it is not impossible for an innate body to be able to defeat a great innate. In fact, Feng Wei had already done part of it. His battle power had already surpassed the category of innate martial artists. Just now, even if Feng Wei didn't use his secret techniques to fight for his life, the chances of escaping from Tiangui's hands were not small. Instead of dismissing this, Feng asked the key point that, so old, elder, when you talk about cooperation, how exactly do you cooperate? Tiangui smiled mysteriously and asked rhetorically, little friend Feng, I've heard that you're quite interested in foreign beasts and seem to be collecting information and traces of them. Then do you know that number 1 on the Fey list? Feng Wei frowned, somewhat puzzled. You're talking about the heavenly mountain divine bird that's number 1 on the list of foreign beasts? You want to cooperate with others and kill the heavenly mountain divine bird together? That would be heavenly. Your great innate martial artist is no more powerful, but also cannot withstand other people can fly. In the world of martial artists, can fly is a descending blow. If not for the conditions, if Feng Wei had brought a flying magic weapon from the mountain and sea realm, wouldn't he have killed a bunch of people? That big bird is indeed difficult to deal with. Its movements are secretive. Flying up to travel 10,000 miles in a day is idle. But to count seriously, the number 1 on the list of foreign beasts is not that big bird. After all, this list of foreign beasts is the list that I personally ranked. The number 1 on the list of foreign beasts is rather Ying Long. Tiangui spoke the truth of this world with a disdainful face. Ying Long? Feng Wei frowned. He had heard of this name, and to be precise, he had also seen it. On the roads within this city, there were Ying Long totems everywhere. Daing, since ancient legend, said that this should be the dragon is a divine dragon descended to the earth. Protect all beings' national fortune. Is the totem beast of Daing? The status is not bad. There are special temples. Every time the sacrifice of heaven and earth, there is no shortage of should be sacrificed to the dragon. But this Ying Long should not be an illusory creature, like the unicorn of a previous life, the ancient incarnation of the worship of heaven and earth and the beasts. What? This martial arts world is turning to God's way too? That's right. You should also be curious as to what the hidden secret is about the 700 years of the De Ying's national fortune, which has already far surpassed the previous ancient dynasties in years. In fact, underneath this great Ying palace, there is a dragon-shaped beast hidden, with a mouth that spits out gold watches, capable of voiding in the air, and with an extraordinary spirit, said to be a foreign beast, but in fact it is no different from even the divine beasts. Its strength is so strong that the stream of the so-called heavenly mountain god bird is far from being able to match it. Tian Guizi looked complicated, his eyes looking into the distance, as if recalling certain unpleasant memories. This Ying Long somehow, and the great Ying court chi collusion. Every time the great Ying fell, this Ying Long will strike, crossing the void to come. Facing the evil dragon is powerful, whether it is 100,000 army, or dozens of innate masters gathered together, are not its opponent, was killed in pieces. Feng Wei's eyes dawned on him. It turns out that this De Ying's so-called bottom card is actually a foreign beast. In that case, this foreign beast must have the strength of a foundation establishment level. No wonder it was able to crush the world and suppress Great Ying's national fortune for 700 years. With that thought, Feng Wei couldn't help but look at Tian Guizi with some hesitation. This guy wouldn't be trying to go against the heavens, would he? To build a foundation against the odds with his chi practicing body? Even in the immortal cultivation realm this kind of reverse fall across a large realm rarely happens. Moreover, the chi practitioner cultivators who could rebound and build the foundation were all not heavenly wizards, with foreign spirit roots at the bottom, spells with extraordinary power, and holding super conventional spells and talismanic seals at the bottom of their hands, in order to be able to do so barely. This martial arts world. You a martial artist is penniless, foolishly rushing out to fight with the foundation establishment demon. You can't even break other people's defense. Seemingly seeing the deep skepticism in Feng Wei's eyes, Tian Guizi lightly coughed twice and spoke his bottom line. I am not unprepared for this dragon slaying. If we count you, we are traveling with a full 4 great innate masters. The dragon slaying teams of all generations have never had such a number of great innate martial artists. With these words, Feng Wei wanted to run away even more. What's the use of having one more of him? Wanting to give Ying Long a hold up? Moreover, I received news that Ying Long has lived for 700 years. It's already dying of old age. Essence exploded in Tian Guizi's eyes, his gaze burning towards Feng Wei. Feng Wei's heart stirred at the words. This statement has some credibility, even if the life expectancy of demonic beasts far exceeds that of humans. But 700 years of time, the life expectancy has come to an end. Like humans, old age can affect combat effectiveness just as drastically. But despite this, Feng Wei's face remained unchanged. Because of the huge gap between foundation building and chi practice, the opposite side is still a demonic beast. If you don't have a top magic weapon or even a magic treasure in hand, you can't even break the defense. And it doesn't matter if the foundation building demonic beast is old or not. Unless that Ying Long died of old age, Feng Wei would not try. Seeing Feng Wei still towering, Tian Guizi secretly cursed a small fox. Small age so deep heart, do not see the coffin without tears. Originally, the great innate in this world was the end of the martial arts path, but there was a deviant Ying Long, whose cultivation far exceeded that of the great innate. After so many years of fighting against the Ying, I finally found a flaw. That Ying Long, as a De Ying totem, is connected to De Ying's chi. If the people of De Ying are not happy, and the world boils over, then the old dragon's strength will also decline, and will not be as strong as it was before. As long as we let the world rot, and then wait for the old dragon to be on the verge of dying of old age, the 4 of us great innate warriors will be able to strike, and we'll be able to get 9 out of 10. Tian Guizi uttered his last card, with a very honest look. Ha! If that's the case, why not wait for that old dragon to die of old age directly? It's not more insured, so why take this risk? Feng Wei did not deny this kind of statement. In fact, the value of a foundation establishment demon beast, he was naturally very greedy. It was a benefit of thousands of spirit stones, but it could not be used as a tool man cannon fodder. Tian Guizi sighed with a look of necessity. Truth be told, I'm already 136 years old, not far from the end of my days. Whether or not I can survive that old dragon is still a toss-up, and we don't dare to gamble that the old dragon won't come out of Yingtian City at the last moment and cleanse the whole bunch of us. Chapter 70, Cooperation, Request for Follow-Up Reading. You're right about all that, but what does that have to do with me? Feng Wei waved his hand to interrupt, his face smiling, quietly watching this guy act, putting aside for the moment how much of what Tian Guizi said was true and how much was false. These say the sky, but also has nothing to do with him, and even the party for this world-long life will be that Ying Long boiled to death, is also easy. There was simply no need to play with this group of old guys, looking for foundation establishment demon beasts. Tian Guizi no. This is to find him to benefit it. This kid is a do not see the coffin, do not shed tears of the Lord. There is no benefit, will not let go. The innate divine intent you're asking for is hidden extremely deeply by all the great sects and families, and it's difficult for non-directed descendants to take a look at it at all. There won't be a few people who will take care of you even if you beg for it and trade with someone. And my Tian Gui Lu, established for hundreds of years, happens to hold quite a few innate divine intentions in its collection. Feng Wei's eyes moved slightly and he didn't open his mouth. If it was just these, it wasn't enough to move him. With a hint of a meaningful smile, Tian Gui Z, even the second half of the pure Yang legacy, the divine intent of the great innate, I can give you that as well. Feng Wei's eyes flickered with essence, secretly saying that indeed, the guy behind this pure Yang relic stirring up the storm was Tian Gui Lu. No wonder the pure Yang legacy book didn't even have any innate experts to compete for it. It was originally thought that a tacit agreement had been reached or that the pure Yang legacy book didn't have enough appeal to them. Knowing that now, it is estimated that the rest of the world's great sects all know that this pure Yang legacy is a hook and is missing the second half of the book. Otherwise, when the great innate's inheritance came out, how come those innate experts wouldn't make a move? Originally, by borrowing the pure Yang legacy, I planned to make the Jianghu situation in Daying even more chaotic, and even take the opportunity to let Zhu Bird ascend to the throne, replacing He Zhang Yang, so that it would be convenient for us to act in the end at that time. It's just a shame that you ended up stepping in and getting mixed up. Tian Gui Z will be one of the hidden secrets also not to avoid. Will be some painless message used to get the letter of the party for. That stupid woman Jubilee is one of yours too? That's not surprising. Feng Wei nodded with a look of understanding. No wonder Vermilion Bird has a radical attitude towards Jianghu martial artists. Killing people everywhere? Afraid not to set up an enemy for Daying. It turns out that it is also this old man who makes ghosts. Tian Gui Lu, this kind of power is really the existence of a stir. The corners of Tian Gui Z's mouth twitched, deciding that it would be better to pretend that he hadn't heard. There's also that Ing Long is a divine beast above the innate. Its dragon blood is said to prolong life and even help us break through the limits of martial arts. Feng Wei's face didn't move, secretly sneering. This last point is the most crucial, isn't it? Prolonging life and breaking through the realm is the fundamental reason why you great innate masters at the limit of the martial arts path have united. In short, a merger is good for both sides, and since you've already offended Oyen to death, I don't think you have any reason to refuse. Tian Guizi looked at Feng Wei confidently, feeling that Feng Wei would definitely agree. Obviously this guy was a qualified lobbyist, and no matter what angle he took, Feng Wei had no reason to refuse. What you say about cooperation is fine, but I have to see the divine intent first. All the divine intents of the Tian Gui building. I'll take a piece of the final Inglong corpse. Feng has no qualms about being a lion's advocate. It didn't matter what pie this Tian Guizi's mouth drew, but first he had to eat some benefits to do so. No problem, but the great innate's inheritance is the only one I have on hand. Pure Yangzi. The follow-up to the pure Yang inheritance needs to be given to you after things are over. Tian Guizi naturally wanted to hold Feng Wei, and the second half of the pure Yang inheritance was his base to hold Feng Wei. Without the follow-up of the pure Yang inheritance, Feng Wei's desire to break through to the great innate was not something that would happen overnight, and as long as Feng Wei did not break through to the great innate, Tian Guizi would be able to press him in terms of cultivation without fear of Feng Wei losing control. As for what little friend Feng has to do, you can weaken the Ying as much as possible. Weaken that old dragon's strength, and when the final moment comes, we will have much less resistance. When the final moment comes, I will contact my little friend and attack the dragon together. Feng Wei nodded, thinking that there was no problem with the content of the deal, and that it would be unrealistic to have Tian Guizi take out everything at once. There's another question he's a little confused about, though. One last question I'd like to ask you. I'm quite sensitive to crises, and my whims are very accurate, but this time you designed to trap me, and I didn't expect it. Why exactly? Half a day later, Feng Wei's figure appeared dozens of miles outside the city, and after looking around and confirming that no one was there, his strong aura instantly fell down. The original rosy color of his face was tinged with a pallor that, obviously the party with Tian Guizi, a great innate realm expert to fight for his life, for him is not all costless. The party did not show, mainly in the hard. In front of the Tian Guizi this kind of old fox, cannot show cowardice. The secret technique called Exploding Dan was to maximize the attraction of one's own chi and blood, stimulating the potential of the human body to achieve the purpose of exploding the seed for a short period of time. However, if this state lasted for more than half a quarter of an hour, the life potential of his own body would be too much depleted. This time, the time of bursting the Dan was fortunately maintained within a controllable range. And also this Tian Gui Taoist was sparing enough of his life that he shouted to stop before I could exert any force. With my seeing God's unbreakable repairing ability, I'll be able to recuperate for a certain amount of time before I'm completely fine, or else it'll be more trouble than it's worth if it affects the realm breakthroughs that come afterward. Feng Wei silently utilized his true chi to begin healing his wounds while recalling Tian Guizi's words. To the last question from Feng Wei, Tian Guizi gave the answer. Great innate, divine intent manifestation, spiritual alien force. This is the unique ability of a great innate martial artist, to further develop the divine intent of the martial Tao, to produce spiritual foreign power, to influence one's mind, and martial artists under the great innate will be shocked directly between hand-to-hand combat, and become powerless. In the face of mortals, the divine intent of the martial arts manifests and can even shock the living to death. Extraordinary psychic powers. No wonder it was able to fool my spiritual senses. I couldn't notice the crisis beforehand. There really are no invincible abilities, only invincible people. Feng Wei took a deep breath. This almost overturning also taught him a lesson. Don't rely too much on a certain ability, or there will always be a day that will restrain you. Luckily, this time it turned out to be not unproductive. The pie drawn by Tian Guizi, not to mention the great innate inheritance portion of the Pure Yan legacy. This old man would not necessarily keep his word. As for that Yinglong's corpse, the blood of a Foundation establishment demon beast can prolong one's life? Break through realms? The corner of Feng Wei's mouth hooked up with a hint of disdain. This kind of words would be good to fool the people of the Great Shed world. It would be hilarious to use it to fool him. Even in the immortal cultivation realm, one would have to refine a demonic beast into a potion before it could have the effect of prolonging one's life and breaking through the realm. And in between, one would need all sorts of spiritual medicines, as well as the power of the alchemist to add to it. If it was as simple as prolonging one's life, those old and decrepit cultivators would not have spent a great deal of money begging for a life extension pill. But the value of the corpse of a Foundation establishment demon beast is still extremely high, and it's definitely impossible for me to let go of it like that. Now let's see this Tian Guizi. What kind of cards are hidden? So confident that he can deal with the Foundation establishment demon beasts. Don't be a slippery shovel over by then. That's just pure and simple clowning. These have nothing to do with me. The big deal is that when the time comes, I'll break my word and run. And the odds are that Tian Guizi doesn't want to keep his word anyway. Feng shook his head, ready to focus on the present. Those innate divine intentions are the only things that can really be eaten. But now that I know the hidden secrets, it's not like I can't save for a rainy day somehow. Chapter 71, Disobedience, Request for Follow-Up Reading. On the Blackwater River, boats lined up in strips across the river. Crowds of people surging on the boats, holding all kinds of weapons. The ferociousness of their bodies is strong, and they seem to be the water bandits of the past years. My lord, I see the water monkey's boat across the street. The subordinate came to report, and the tall, bearded, burly man threw the bowl of wine in his hand away, his tone unkind. Humph. This water monkey is also a character from somewhere. Even beating the autumn wind has come to me. Trying to nibble a piece of meat in the Blackwater River without a greeting? After practicing some shallow kung fu, you think you're the Dragon King, and you don't inquire about this Blackwater River, most of which is my watercourse god's territory. The Dayin army rose up in all directions, and most of these leaders gave themselves some gag names, and very few used their real names. On the one hand, it is to appear imposing and majestic, and on the other hand, it is to conceal one's identity. With a wave of his hand, the watercourse god commanded loudly that shoot me arrows, shoot those guys. Opposite the water monkeys do not know where what comes from, but look at it's but gathered a group of lowly households as henchmen. Obviously not a background stand guys, just a bunch of rabble-rousers. So without the slightest concern, the watercourse god was about to press this group of bugbears to death here. With a command, the archers under his command strung their bows and drew arrows, drawing arcs in the air and shooting toward the opposite side. Hosei's side also began to counterattack, but compared to the opposite side's strong soldiers and horses, this side can bow an arrow or very few. A time have been hit by arrows and injured, fell into the wind. Stop it! Hosei let out a stern cry. His body shape was like an ape and monkey, stepping on various sampans, speedily advancing towards the opposite ship. Looking at the strength of his true chi, he had already reached the realm of a first-class martial artist. When the arrow attacked in front of him, Hosei shattered it with a stir of his hands, and his figure fell into one of the big boats, and he began to slaughter the water bandits in it. Eagle Claw Kung Fu is powerful and ancient. Together with the first-class real chi cultivation, these sword-wielding water bandits are not a one-to-one enemy. How dare you? As the leader of this side, Watercourse God naturally would not sit back and watch. Similarly, his body shape was like the wind, swept through the air, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Hosei, pulled out a thin long sword from his waist, and exchanged hands with Hosei. Two first-rate martial artists exchanged blows. Chi energy was flying. and there were stumps of hands and feet everywhere. Even the water current couldn't splash in. Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt? Such a crude first-rate gongfu. What a lucky pariah. The watercourse god sneered, his face filled with disdain. Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt is the most widely circulated of the many first-class feats, and is mediocre, without the slightest advantage except for better defense. As long as it was a high family, it would basically have a collection, and most of it was rewarded to the guard's men. Watch my 13 styles of heavenly sword. Watercourse god was tall, but he danced a handful of delicate long swords in his hands. His sword chi was like silk, gorgeous as rain, piercing through Hosei's defense. Rip. After all, Hosei's time in martial arts was still short, and whether it was in terms of stances or true chi, it was not as good as that of a seasoned martial artist who had been practicing since he was a child. For a moment, he was caught in a breach, and was directly attacked through the defense, with a few more bloody sword marks on his body. The wind is tight and tugging and whirring. Hosei's face changed, knowing that the opposite side sword technique was profound and powerful, not something he was able to fight against, and he was afraid that he would be beheaded on the spot if he continued to exchange blows. The watercourse god followed close behind, but was in no hurry, instead quietly looking at the water not far away. Puff! A figure suddenly leapt up from under the water, stirring up a splash. Coming up head-on, a punch was thrown in Hosei's direction, and the air set off a gust of cold ice. What? Hunting Heavenly King? Hosei's face changed as he recognized the sudden appearance of the visitor and, it is another water bandit leader who divided and ruled the Blackwater River together with the watercourse god, and it is said that he has a powerful background behind him, and he has a handful of cold and icy techniques, which are difficult for experts of the same level to defend against. Hosei reacted to the fact that these two had long been in cahoots. The Blackwater River is completely divided and ruled by the upper levels, each colluding with the other. A lowly family like him, with no background, and having to stir up the world to get a piece of the pie, was completely targeted. Ha! I let you get away last time. This time, I'm going to attack together with the watercourse god. Let's see where you're going to run to. The Hun Heavenly King had a sardonic smile on his face. Last time, he and Hosei had a beef over the ownership of a merchant ship. It was only because he was the only first-class martial artist last time that Hosei got away, and this time, he secretly contacted the watercourse god and was about to strangle Hosei in the cradle. Although this Hosei has no background, halfway practicing martial arts can break through the first-class realm. Obviously the qualification is not extraordinary. If they really let this water monkey squeeze them away from the Blackwater River, then how can they explain to the above? Die for me. With that said, the three of them fought in a chaotic battle. Hosei as a Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt is good at defense, but facing two first-class masters of the same level, or force has not yet attempted. In particular, the cold ice chi energy of the Hun Heavenly King was the most restraining to his Iron Cloth Shirt, being able to bypass the chi protection and directly freeze his internal organs. Could it be? I, Hosei, have only just gotten my chance, and I haven't even had 2 days of good times and a chance to be a man of honor, and I'm going to be planted here? Hosei has a look of despair on his face. He had thought that with a martial arts skill, he would be able to make some achievements, but he didn't realize that in this world, the deepness of the collusion of the world's great families and factions was far beyond the ability of a first-class martial artist to break through. I have to say, you water monkeys really do have some luck, and it also met me again. A voice rang out, causing Hosei to instantly get refreshed. It's that lord, the Hun Heavenly King duo, on the other hand, changed their complexion and looked around with a wary expression. Who? We have people above us, so please ask Senior to look at the face of the elders in the family. Bang! The airborne chi energy turned into substance, as if it was the might of the heavens, and pressed straight down, sending the Hun Heavenly King duo flying directly out of the room. A tall figure appeared out of thin air. His innate true chi was undisguised. It was indeed Feng Wei who was lurking nearby to recuperate from his injuries. Since the battle with Tian Guizi, Feng Wei had gone into hiding and used his ability to see God's invulnerability to repair his injuries, preparing to contact and cooperate with Tian Guizi when his injuries were healed. Otherwise, in case this old guy flipped out and wasn't at full strength, Feng Wei would not have enough energy after all. The original retreat of the fishing bar village since cannot go, so Feng for a randomly selected a fishing village retreat. After all, such a fishing village, the Blackwater River along the endless number. Feng Wei healed his wounds and only came out of the gate a short while ago, when he saw this water bandit battle, and Hosei, whom he had casually invested in before. My lord, Hosei hurriedly saluted, his face ashamed. I have failed your trust and have not been able to fulfill your command. Since the party for the granting of a martial arts, and left some money, they do not care about Hosei. Hosei also rely on a martial arts, and gradually have some men to rely on. However, Whenever Hoshi wanted to make something of himself and form his own turf power, he would encounter all sorts of resistance and could hardly move an inch. It's not your fault. These people are backed by high families. You come from the bottom. Naturally you can't fight them. As Feng Wei spoke, he captured with one hand, his true chi transforming into substance, and with a move to capture the crane and grab the dragon, he grabbed the two who were about to escape with serious injuries. Regardless of whether it was the Hun Heavenly King or the Watercourse God, both of them fell down on the ship's board in a sorry state, without the slightest bit of the might they had just now. Which power are you all from? Feng Wei opened his mouth and inquired. The Hun Heavenly King opened his mouth, and his tone actually carried a hint of rawness. This senior, let's be forgiving. I'm a descendant of the Gao family sideline, and there are innate experts within my clan, and the division of this Blackwater River is all set in stone. It's not in order for senior to intervene like this. Chapter 72, Encountering the Gao family again, request for follow-up readings. Feng Wei smiled at his words. The Gao family, that's a familiar surname. Seeing that the name of the Gao family seemed to have worked, the Hun Heavenly King was about to continue speaking with a smug look on his face, but suddenly a golden light flashed by and the world in his eyes suddenly turned upside down and his vision dropped down to see his own body, a corpse to be exact. Killing intent flickered in Feng Wei's eyes as he withdrew his true chi-inspired hand. The Gao family. The score from last time hasn't been settled yet, and you actually dare to run wild in front of me. He could still remember that Gao Tianba shot at him for no reason. If not for his diverse means in keeping his cards, he was afraid that he would have been killed before he met He Zhenyang. Immediately afterward, the party turned to the Watercourse God. What about you? The Watercourse God looked nervous as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his cold sweat and the icy river water all mixing into one. Where did this innate master come from, with such a killing nature? It couldn't be a chivalrous disperser who hated their high family. I am a collateral son of the Zhong family. My real name is Zhong Wu, and I was arranged to form a force in the Blackwater River to gather grain and draft troops to fight against the Daing court. Elder, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know that this water monkey was one of yours. Obviously, after seeing what happened to the Hun Heavenly King, the Watercourse God pulled full of desire for survival and directly spilled the name of his background. Spilling the beans. The Zhong family of Ling County, especially good at swordsmanship. I've heard of it. Feng Wei nodded. It was true that behind these grassheads were all high families. He thought poorly before. This great should be 700 years of heavy exploitation. This upper level will almost divide the interests of the clean. There is no room for the rest of the people to intervene. Now think carefully, even if you get the chance of martial arts, but also at most when a Jianghu scattered, or rely on which family sects, want to set up forces, even if you are the top masters, but also have to worship the mountain. Looking for dependence. It had to be an innate level expert like Feng Wei to have the chance to form his own force. Go back and tell the Zhong clan that the Blackwater River peace will not need to be meddled with in the future. Otherwise, kill as many as come. Feng Wei had a calm face. Since there was no upward channel, it would be the same to just pluck a piece out of someone's mouth and eat it. With his cultivation and battle power, even if the Zhong clan's experts were in front of him, he could still slap the table and say, who's in favor? Who's against? How could Zhong Wu dare to say a single word of no? After hastily nodding his head, he disappeared in place. Hoshi was dumbfounded at the sight. The two experts who had whisked him into a dog were now more like dogs than him. Was this the power of an innate expert? You go and take their forces under your wing. From now on, the Blackwater River is all ours to say. Pick a nice place and I'll be based here afterward. Feng Wei hadn't intended to form a force, but now that he had been pulled into the situation by Tian Guizi, he might as well take action himself to stir up the water a bit more. Moreover, he would need a place to land afterward to participate in the divine intent, or to interact with Tian Guilu. Yes. Hoshi immediately arched his hand and said yes, his eyes on fire. Before, he had acted woefully and been targeted, but now that the adults were staying, that would undoubtedly be a great support for him. After saying that, Feng Wei once again flashed and disappeared. He was very vindictive, and the appearance of that Gao family sidekick directly reminded him that he still had such a thorn in his side. West Hills City. In the tavern and tea house, there was a lot of talk. Now this Daing is more and more chaotic. I heard that in the South Jili near Yingtian City, there have been tens of thousands of grasshead army assembled and besieged. The fight is dark. Well, South Jili are almost broken. If it wasn't for the high walls and deep walls of Nantian City, the many piles of grain and grass, and the fact that there were several innate masters sitting in the town, it was only able to hold on. Or else once this Nantian City was broken, Yingtian City would be a lone city. If you ask me, to break through Nanjili, the most important thing is actually to control the Baishui River. Once the grain routes are cleared, southern Jili, including Yingtian City itself, will have to become restless. Easy for you to say. The imperial court has long predicted. First of all the forces will be contracted in the Whitewater River and South Gili. Not to mention, this Whitewater River has long been iron cable chain, day and night patrol. There are 100 large ships, 100,000 troops across the river. Even if the innate martial artist cannot be attacked, how do you control? In fact, it has nothing to do with us. This rebellion has happened several times in the 700 years of the Great Ing, and each time, they were stopped under Ing Tian City, and if you ask me, this time is no exception. A lot of thunder, a lot of rain. There is also a Jianghu matter. Have you heard of that holy-handed evil Dr. Fong for not? Is to defeat Gao Tianba, kill the commanding officer He Zhanyang, in January to break into the innate martial arts wizard. Recently there has been another news. Has joined Tiangue Lu as a loose innate martial artist, and has directly become the vice master. I drop good boy. It is said that the Tiangue Lu's owner is the innate above the absolute martial artist. So this Fong Wei is not far away from it. How old is he? He's not even over 30. Deputy building owner? Fong Wei, who had just arrived at Shishan City and first went to the restaurant to spy on the news, was a bit surprised to hear the crowd talking about it. This Tiangue old Taoist is really old and cunning. Cooperating with his mouth isn't enough. Using this means to tie me up completely with no way back. Fong Wei had become the vice master of Tiangue Lu, and with the previous offense against De Ing, if De Ing were to win this fight, he would surely not end up any better. Tiangue acted in such a way because he was afraid that Fong Wei, this little fox, would accept his favors and not be willing to contribute. It's just a shame. My true retreat is that I don't belong in this world, and these tactics don't hurt me. Fong filtered this information and prepared to find someone to ask for information about the Gao family. Immediately afterward, one hears these teetotalers continue to say that. You say that this Fong Wei and Gao Tianba are both heavenly wizards, one born with extraordinary strength and the other with amazing martial arts qualifications. Who is actually a bit stronger than the other? Didn't we split the winners and losers last time? Gao Tianba lost a move and is considered slightly inferior. I've heard that it was Fong who made a sly maneuver to win a move that didn't count. But the evil doctor was no match for Gao Tianba before he broke through the innate. And now that he has broken through the innate and has become the vice master of Tiangue Lu, how can that Gao Tianba be a match? Not to mention, the speaker suddenly became a whisper. And I heard that breaking through the innate enlightenment is especially important. With Gao Tianba's brain, he won't be able to break through the innate in this lifetime. Once the words fell, the crowd could not help but all whispered and laughed out. Indeed, this Gao Tianba is notoriously bad in the head. Only knows to find people to fight. I heard that before the family intends to let him leave an heir, arranged for the maid to accompany the bed. At night they all cried out unwillingly to sleep with the weak woman piece. Pop! Suddenly a crisp whipping sound came, whipping the speaker hard directly. The speaker was directly jerked over, screaming and rolling on the ground. A bright, slender figure approached from the door, a long whip in her hand, but her voice was tinged with malice and, "How dare you pariahs speak ill of my third brother?" Gao Tianjiao's tone was morose, and the whip in her hand kept falling, hitting the man lying on the ground. Pariahs are pariahs. You all deserve to die. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the man was killed, but the people around him were silent, not daring to make the slightest sound, even burying their heads for fear of being affected in the slightest. This was because the woman across the street was the fourth miss of the high family of Qin County. The Gao family, Gao Tianjiao, is arrogant and domineering, depending on human life as grass, especially like to abuse the people weak. The biggest hobby is the weekdays on the street horse, and then the life of the people will be hit dead on the spot. Chapter 73, finished. Request for follow-up reading. Suddenly a figure appeared and with a single hand, he clutched Gao Tianjiao's long whip in his hand. You're a Gao? Fong Wei looked up and down at this Gao Tianjiao. Her appearance was superior, but this character, it can be said to be a ghost who hates people. However, Fong Wei was not surprised, putting aside Gao Tianba, who had a bad brain. From the words of the Gao family's side children that he had just met, it could be seen that this Gao family's arrogance wasn't just for a day or two. Relying on force and power, they rampaged everywhere. Even if they were innate masters in person, they would have to give a third of their face. How dare you? When Gao Tianjiao saw this, she was not angry but pleased. She preferred creatures that could resist to pariahs that had no power to resist. The more she resisted, the more excited she became. In an instant, Gao Tianjiao's jade hand fired. Her true chi was transmitted through the long whip, and a gust of coldness came from it, and the temperature around her chilled by several points. It was none other than the Gao family's handed-down martial art, Xian Ice Strength. Its meaning is icy cold, and it hurts your lungs. Gao Tianjia cultivation is not weak. also has a first-class cultivation, obviously since childhood to practice martial arts. The famous teacher Big Medicine is not lacking. It's just a pity that she met Feng Wei. Feng Wei sighed, and didn't say he was going to let you go. Why are you in such a hurry? Look, another rush? Saying that, the innate true qi poured out from his hands, and the opposite side of the Xian ice strength was dispersed in an instant. Bang! Gao Tianjiao stifled a grunt and took several raw steps back, spitting out blood. Bold! Protect the fourth miss. Seeing this, the guards on the side of the road, they all lunged at Feng Wei with a stern cry, but falling back at a much faster speed. They were all wiped out by a fatal move, their sword qi wiping out their necks. What's an expert like you bullying a woman like me? You're capable of waiting for my third brother to come and be able to beat you to death alive. Gao Tianjiao was really spoiled in the brain, and in the face of a great enemy, the first thing she actually thought of was to threaten someone. Even if you beat me to death, the Gao family won't let you go. Of course, Gao Tianjiao's arrogance is also justified. After all, the Gao family has a huge power, even if it is a casual innate master idol is not willing to provoke. It was a pity that Gao Tianjiao had looked at the wrong person this time. Isn't that a coincidence? Feng Wei wiped his neck with his sword qi with no expression on his face. Blood slowly flowed out of its neck, setting off the alabaster skin and the incredulous expression. I happen to not want to spare your Gao family either. The Gao family compound. The courtyard was deep and the walls were high, and it actually covered an area of tens of thousands of square meters, in which carved beams and painted buildings and palaces towered over one another. So it was not too much to say that it was a palace. Where's the fourth young lady? The second son of the Gao family, Gao Tianfeng, inquired of his subordinate. The Gao Tianfeng's status in the Gao family is extraordinary. In today's Gao family, the eldest son does not practice martial arts and only reads holy books. The third son Gao Tianbai is a demented child who only knows how to fight. And the fourth daughter Gao Tianjiao is a complete and utter bossy woman. There is also an old fifth young son, but at the age of 7 or 8 years old, he can't speak at all. In contrast, Gao Tianfeng is both a scholar and a martial artist, with a steady character and a burning vision, and is already the leader of the new generation of the Gao family, with a full voice in the family. Fourth miss, the subordinate swallowed, with a bottomless look on his face. Out! Gao Tianfeng's face instantly sank. Last time she hurt someone with her horse and ran over the only son of a wealthy family in the city. I locked her up for a month, and it's only the third day, and she's running out to cause trouble again? How many times have I said that the situation is complicated now? De Ying is faltering, but it just won't fall, and the Gao family is currently placing bets on the Shihua family, wanting to stand on their own, and their future is also uncertain. If we keep making enemies everywhere for my Gao family, will our Gao family still be alive? Gao Tianfeng had a face of hatred. How come these brothers are all a bunch of straw men? Last time, Gao Tianba just went and got into a fight for no reason and offended that party for. It's already a big trouble. It might strike at some point. If you remain unscrupulous now, sooner or later the Gao family's ancestry will be lost to you. Gao Tianfeng's face was cold, looking extra majestic. Hurry up and fetch the fourth young miss back to me. If it doesn't work out, then you are the ones to ask. The subordinate's face was like a bitter melon, secretly saying that you still let us outsiders do things in your family affairs. According to the temper of the fourth young miss, if someone were to go and advise her, she would surely be given another good beating. It's no good. Second Duke, a subordinate, with a panicked face, came running at speed, holding some object in his arms. Someone's beating down the door, saying they're here to settle old scores with the Gao family, and throughout this, with trembling hands, the subordinate presented the object in his arms. The Gao Tianfeng opened the package, and her face instantly turned pale. It was clearly the head of the dead Gao Tianjiao. I knew it. I knew it. These idiots will kick the bucket one day. This visitor was undisguised and so provocative that he was clearly running towards exterminating the clan. Gao Tianfeng's face was pale, but after all, he had seen the world and gave the first order. Quickly call the shut-in second elder to come out. The Gao family is in danger of extinction. Pass on my command. Have the black armored guards all gather. And Gao Tianfeng gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Send big brother and sister-in-law out through the secret passage. And Xiao Wu. If it's not possible to do so, we must hide them even if we change our names. The subordinate trembled. Were things so serious? The Gao family is in danger of extinction? This was the Gao family that had stood tall and practically ruled Qin County for hundreds of years. But the subordinate, after all, was a family man, and enduring his doubts and fears, nodded and went down to do his work. Gao Tianfeng is different from the rest of the Gao family. He is more far-sighted. He is clear about the reasoning of the blazing fire. The Gao family is so domineering and offends people everywhere. Now it can still be suppressed with its underpinnings. Wait until one day it boils back to the heavens, and the drasticness of the repercussions will definitely not be able to withstand it. It was just that when Gao Tianfeng took over the Gao family had already been acting as a bully for 700 years, and it was hard to return. But Gao Tianfeng didn't expect the backlash to come so quickly. The front yard of the Gao family. Who are you? Daring? Do you know where this place is? Dare to break into the Gao family? Why don't you kneel down and wait for death? Spare me. Fong for a long drive. His figure swept through the air like the wind. The guards that intercepted on the road were not his one-sided enemy, and were chopped down one after another. The color of blood seemed to rain down, soaking the entire compound. The rest of the unresisting servants screamed and ran away in panic, and it was a mess. Fong Wei turned a blind eye to this. His purpose was naturally the core personnel of the Gao family. Only this Gao family was too big. Fong Wei actually had some trouble finding his way. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed that Gao Tianzhou in the first place. At least it would have shown me the way. This Gao family is like a palace, covering an extensive area. I'm afraid it's not tens of thousands of square meters. It's not too much to say it's a land emperor. It's all the people's money. A delighted childlike voice rang out, causing Fong Wei to withdraw his mind. It's you! Great! Come fight me again. It's all boring at home these days. It just so happens that we didn't have a good fight last time. Gao Tianba followed the commotion and saw Fong Wei, who appeared in the Gao family, at a glance, his eyes full of excitement, completely oblivious to the corpses of the guard servants that littered the ground. For Gao Tianba, there were only two kinds of people in this world: those who could beat him and those who couldn't. Weak people who couldn't beat him. Gao Tianba ignored all of them, and the only ones who could be treated as equals in his eyes were the strong ones who could go through the motions with him, only to see Gao Tianba not even greeted, directly come up to Fong Wei a leap of several feet. Head is a punch. Chapter 74 1 against 2, request for follow-up reading. Bang! With a loud bang, the airwaves lifted off, as if the waves were lapping at the shore. Good lord! This brute's strength has risen again. Is it some kind of special physique? Fong Wei felt the slightly numb fist. Compared to the last time, this Gao Tianba also did not stay put, although not break through the innate, but take a different path. A strange force, as if there is no upper limit in general. Constantly growing. Good. You're a lot stronger too. Again. Gao Tianba's eyes were crimson. His veins rippled, and he directly used his body as a weapon, setting off bursts of chi explosions, as if he was charging across the room like a savage bear. If it were in the immortal cultivation world, it might really be a good seedling for body refining. It's just a pity. Fong Wei let out a cold snort as invisible fluctuations of power instantly invaded his mind, causing Gao Tianba's figure to stall. Pure Yang Infinite Sword Chi. The majestic innate true Chi condensed into a golden pure Yang sword deity, thunderously chopping down like lightning, receiving a hint of resistance on Gao Tianba's body before the sharp sword Chi broke through his chest, splattering blood. Gao Tianba was filled with shock, as if he had not expected to be defeated in a single glance. Cultivating sex but not life. It's just a brainless brute after all. Fong Wei watched coldly as Gao Tianba collapsed, his heavy body smashing a stone slab on the ground. Gao Tianba but rely on a body of brute force. Can an innate expert's hard fight? But ultimately is the body of flesh mortal body. Face each other as can cut through the defense of foreign beasts, and the great innate hard fight of the profound pure Yang sword Chi. There is not much resistance at all. Coupled with the sanity interference of the transformation god strength, it was expected that Gao Tianba would be killed in seconds. But Fong Wei looked at Gao Tianba's corpse in front of him and pondered. This Gao Tianba's physique was so special. Keeping it in the mountain and sea realm, it might have other uses. Black Armor Army. Assemble. Suddenly a command was heard, followed by a slightly disorganized, but very dense pace resounding all around. The tall figures dressed in black battle armor sprinted out, on the scale of thousands of people, surrounding the boundary where Fong Wei was. Upon closer inspection, these black-armored soldiers were actually all martial artists with internal energy stored in their bodies. The Gao family's background is really not bad. It can actually pull out a transcendent army of thousands of people. It really is called a family, but it's actually a clan. When he was in the Great Golden World, he had scattered his family's wealth, and Fong Wei had personally taught him by hand, but he had only raised a transcendent army of 200 people or less, and a single Gao family can pull out a transcendent team of thousands of people, so it's really a deep foundation. Embracing the military. However, Fong Wei was not too surprised. The Gao family could rule Qin County for hundreds of years. Without this heritage, how could they be so arrogant and domineering? Immediately afterward, under Fong's astonished gaze, actually these black-armored soldiers arranged themselves in combinations and formed some kind of military formation according to a specific pattern. A military formation formed by thousands of third-rate martial artists, dozens of second-rate martial artists, and 10 first-rate martial artists had a majestic military momentum, and their true chi was vaguely connected. If they were to face the enemy head-on in battle, they would be a threat even to innate experts. The sound of breaking air rang out, and 2 gorgeous dressed figures flashed into existence, their faces with white whiskers and crane hair. Their auras were amazing. Both of them were innate experts that the Gao family used as their base cards. Tianba. When the Gao family head saw Gao Tianba's corpse, his face instantly changed and was filled with killing intent. Vice Master of Tian Gui Lu, Evil Dr. Sage, Feng Wei. On the side, the previous generation of the Gao family's family head was much calmer. Facing the other side, his expression flashed with a trace of scorn. Tianba offended you before. Now that the man is dead and you've vented your anger, this matter ends here. How about my Gao family promises to forget the past and never retaliate? The Gao family head, however, changed his face and hurriedly interjected. Father, Tianba and Tianjiao are both dead. How can this just be forgotten? The previous generation Gao family head waved his hand, his face cold. They wouldn't have died if you hadn't spoiled them. A little cutie, and a madman. All of them are just children who don't work, and as long as I live in the Gao family, I'm still in charge. The previous generation of the Gao family head actually didn't want to be such a shrinking violet, but the Gao family was so big that he had to think about the big picture as well. Compared to Feng Wei in front of him, what he was more afraid of was Tian Gui Lu's owner, Tian Guizi. As a person of the same generation who was about the same age as Tian Guizi, he deeply knew how powerful and insidious this old man was, and now that Feng Wei had joined Tian Gui Lu, there was no guarantee that this Tian Guizi would protect his shortcomings and make a move. Feng Wei looked at this drama with a somewhat playful expression. This last generation of Gao family head is a ruthless man. Even blood relatives can swallow the hatred, afraid that it is not a ninja, or just temporary patience. There is no guarantee to stab him in the back. Such a risk or dare not take. You old dang, you're so patient. I'm afraid you're not going to be in trouble, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. I really can't let you stay, and you've been acting bossy for more than a day or two. You should have seen this coming. The Gao family has already taken the way of death. Feng Wei let out a cold smile. His true chi flowed all over his body, obviously wanting to share both the highs and lows with the Gao family, as well as deciding life and death. Just in time, to let you know that our Gao family is not one to be messed with. There is also a gap between the innates. The Gao family head had long been unable to wait. After all, the ones Feng Wei had killed could be his children, and had long been angered to the extreme, frozen for 100 miles. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Compared to Gao Tianjiao's painless ice power, the Gao family head had been immersed in the Xian Ice divine intent for many years, and his Xian Ice strength was strong to the extreme, and with a single punch, this spring day was in the sky, but it was suddenly chilled to sub-zero all around, and Feng for the direct attack, but also feel the ice force from all sides approaching. The flow of true chi are stagnant for a few minutes. What a Xian Ice divine intent! Feng Wei advanced instead of retreating, and his true chi transformed into sword chi bursting out with a blazing temperature. Wherever the pure yang sword chi passed through, it was like a hot knife cutting butter, melting away the cold air around him. This cold and ice attribute true chi, the most restraining, just happens to be the pure yang chi, pure yang without limit. The Xian Ice true chi that the Gao family head had poured out was melted into nothing in the blink of an eye under the pure yang divine intent, instantly leaving the empty door wide open and exposed to the sword chi. Feng Wei suddenly frowned, hearing the sound of wind coming from behind him. It was the previous generation of the Gao family master quietly flashed to the back of Feng Wei, suddenly shot, wanting to carry out that Wei Wei rescue Zhao's strategy. Sneaking up on a 23-year-old man like me? Feng Wei's face evoked a hint of mockery. Good thing I was prepared. Only a clanging sound was heard, and a golden light suddenly rose up behind Feng Wei's back, deadening the innate true chi of the previous generation's family head and preventing it from entering in the slightest bit. True chi body protection? Nope. Where can true chi be this sturdy? The face of the previous generation of Gao family's head was ugly, and he felt a great sense of misfortune in his heart. On the other hand, Feng Wei waved his sword chi and chopped down horribly. It was like a shocking wave of sword chi flying, and it melted away the Xian Ice Power's body protection true chi like a crackerjack. Rip! The sound of sword chi slicing through flesh rang out, and that Gao family head froze in place, blood staining his long lapel, only to feel that his strength had been instantly drained. Chapter 75, Hidden Trouble, Request for Catch-Up Reading. As if the previous generation of the Gao family had said, the true chi is not that sturdy. Martial arts is close to practicing chi, rather than refining the body. Weekdays innate masters fight. The true chi defense is never be able to defeat the full force of an expert at the same level. In the place of a body refining cultivator, attacks of the same level basically couldn't break the defense. As for Feng Wei, naturally, he was open, and Feng had used a first order. mid-grade golden light talisman. Since the last time he was pitted by Tian Guizi, Feng Wei had alerted his mind that he must not underestimate the top experts of this world, and had exchanged a batch of talisman seals in the mountain and sea realm for defense against the enemy. After all, Feng Wei is here to exterminate the clan. He boasts that he has the Qi blood martial arts saint. See the god is not bad, two big words to add body. And practice attack the first sword Dao divine intent. Naturally in the innate realm of the battle power invincible, one against one can kill any of the same class at a fast pace. But after all, it was still an innate level range, and if there were plural innate experts joining forces, he wouldn't be able to stop the other party from escaping, and with the Qi practitioner's talismanic seal to rely on, even Tian Guizi could have a battle in person, let alone these innate experts. It was simply a descending blow. Son. Seeing his son's death, the previous generation Gao family had directly let out a cry of pain. His whiskers and hair were all agape, and his body's true Qi skyrocketed, as if he wanted to die with Feng Wei. It was a pity that strength was not subject to one's will, and even if this previous generation of family heads screamed louder, it could not change the established gap in strength. Without any hesitation, Feng Wei started with his sword Qi, even exchanging wounds with the opposite side, and in a split second, he forced out the opposite side's break, and under one sword, the human head was separated. After doing everything, Feng Wei, still looking calm, dropped down from midair and looked at the black armored army that surrounded him on the side. Alas, the Gao family deserved this. Gao Tianfeng was dressed in black and gold full armor, sitting on a horse, commanding the black armor army, seeing that his aura was not bad, with top martial arts cultivation, and was one of the few Gao family members who knew about soldiers. Originally, he had cultivated the black armor army and prepared for many years, precisely to participate in this world strife and seize the position of the Grand Ing. It was a pity that he had met such an enemy, and there was no place for him to utilize all his aspirations and skills. Gao Tianfeng sighed. He was also lordly in nature, immediately accepting the fact that the Gao family's two major innate experts had been decapitated in front of them, and that it was difficult for the Gao family to escape this. Now I just hope that Xiao Wu and the others can go faster, so that the Gao family won't be cut off. I'll stall as long as I can. As for revenge and whatnot, Gao Tianfeng didn't want to think about it, and even wanted to remind Xiao Wu and the others that they should never think about revenge. This Feng Wei was so young that breaking through the great innate afterward was almost a nail in the coffin, and it would be difficult for the descendants of the Gao family to be able to defeat them in any way. Black Armor Army. Charge! Gao Tianfeng, with a face like death, led the Black Armor Army and launched an attack on Feng Wei without any hesitation. The black armored soldiers, who were all Gao family dead soldiers, followed without the slightest hesitation. Feng Wei, on the other hand, was calm. His body was bursting with true Qi, which was still strong after he had consecutively beheaded two innate experts. Anyone who knew him knew that he never liked to fulfill when someone came to die. On the outskirts of the city of Western Hills, several figures crawled out of the secret passageway hunched over, dressed in fancy clothes, but rather all in some sort of a state of disarray. But it's the direct line of the Gao family that managed to escape from the city. The Gao family is a big family. How could this happen? It collapsed in a moment. What kind of enemies did you make? I had told that old 4 and old 3 not to act so badly. Now, alas, destiny is a cruelty to people. Fate has made a fool of us. One of the older, bookish-looking man is the older brother of the Gao family. Gao Tiancheng did not expect the descendants of the Gao family, each of which is a ruthless character inside, out of a rambling reader. The truth of the matter is that there are 9 sons of the dragon, and they are all different. Grand Duke, stop talking. Hurry up and change these clothes. You can't wear your noble clothes or it'll be too obvious and that person will be catching up. The servant who followed was naturally a die-hard loyalist and hurriedly reminded Gao Tiancheng. On the other side, a short figure was extra conspicuous, and had actually long ago exchanged his flashy clothes for rags, and his tiny face was quite composed, obviously a child with early wisdom. Gao Tianzhua opened his mouth. His voice was childish, but his words had their own ideas. Big brother, it's better for us to escape separately. Just let one servant follow me, otherwise we're too numerous and conspicuous, and we'll still be caught up by our enemies. Gao Tiancheng thought for a while and nodded, feeling that this fifth brother had a point. If they ran separately, naturally both he and his fifth brother would have one more way to live. Seeing that his elder brother had no opinion, Gao Tianzhua didn't hesitate, and straight away, he let his servant lead and fled towards the distance, walking with a hint of resentment on his boyish face. The shame of today's broken family will be washed away in the future. Tian Gui Lu, Fong 4. I remember. Gao Tianzhua in the Gao family has been known as a child prodigy. Not only since childhood has early wisdom, martial arts qualification is also very extraordinary. at a young age to develop a sense of qi into the third stream, and he proposed to run separately, mainly because he wanted to save himself. As for his big brother, Gao Tianjue felt that this waste of a big brother wasn't useful in the slightest, so it would be better to draw some firepower for him. At such a young age, this kind of mind is really scary. If it develops for a few decades, maybe it can really bring some trouble to Feng Wei. Some branch of Tengguolu. Tian Guizi looked at the secret order in his hand and couldn't help but feel amused. The Blackwater River dispute. Feng made a move. The Gao family was destroyed. This kid really doesn't eat any losses. Tian Guizi naturally can see Feng Wei's small mind. The extermination of the Gao family is not afraid of just a passing thing. The main thing is still revenge Tian Guizi himself. It was nothing more than the fact that he had spread the news of Feng Wei becoming the deputy floormaster without his consent, tying him completely into his boat. Because he didn't give Feng a heads up, Feng inflicted some minor retaliation. Using the identity of the Tian Guilu's vice master, he made a big deal of exterminating the Gao family, and now Tian Guilu had to get involved. Otherwise, with Feng Wei's means of mind, a little meticulous, quietly assassinate all the Gao family's direct lineage. It is not too difficult. Fame and so on is secondary. The disadvantage of extermination fanfare is easy to run away from some remnants, such as lurking for a generation or two, come out to retaliate back. For so many years, it wasn't as if Tian Guizi hadn't seen such examples of stoic revenge before. That's just it. I'll take a loss and help him wrap it up. Count on me to give you a hand. Tian Guizi's face was a bit unsightly. If he didn't make a move, this Gao family descendant would simultaneously hold a grudge against Tian Guilu, and he would make additional enemies for nothing. But things have come to this point. There is no explanation. Can only be the high family descendants as much as possible to eliminate the roots, in order to have no worries. Come on man. Tian Guizi beckoned his subordinates to him and commanded, send these things over to Deputy Building Master Feng. Send him a message to stay well in Blackwater River. I'll supply as much money, food and weapons as I can. Don't make enemies everywhere, or else he won't be able to get the benefits behind him if he breaks things. And then unleash the intelligence network of the Tengui house. As I recall, the only ones left in the Gao family should be the eldest and youngest sons. Chapter 76, God's Intentions, Requests for Follow-up Readings. Half a month later, on the Blackwater continent. This place is one of the largest islands in the Blackwater River, and at the same time is located in the center of the waters, surrounded by dark tides and surrounded by many small islands, making it an easily defensible and difficult to attack territory. Often it is where the water bandits gather in trade, a sort of unregulated zone. After the Great should be the Great Chaos. This place was instead ruled by the power of the family. The water bandits were cleared out, as the power rear base exists. It's very chaotic in times of peace, but order after chaos, which is sort of black humor. After the death of the Gao family, the Zhong family was also very sensible and contracted their forces, not daring to set foot in the Blackwater River in the slightest, and even gave Feng Wei the initiative to send the territory of the Blackwater continent, emphasizing that this was a misunderstanding. Ho Si, on the other hand, gathered the remnants of his forces and led a group of subordinates to occupy the Blackwater continent, completely becoming the sitting dragon of the Blackwater River. Didn't eat? Ha? So little strength for martial arts practice? Those big fish and meat didn't feed you? I think it might as well be fed to the dogs. Keep going, keep going. With Lord Feng spending so much money and food to provide for you, what reason do you have to slack off? Ho Si, with his hands behind his back, was supervising the group of soldiers drilling at the edge of the island with a stern look, and if anyone was lazy, he went up and punched and kicked them. In conjunction with the old Su head serving tea on the side, there was a lot of the air of a superior person. Old Su too. What kind of chance do you think this Lord Feng got in the first place? How come he knows everything about astronomy and geography? Hosi struck up a conversation with old Su too with a reverent look on his face. Not only is he a martial artist through and through, but he also knows how to practice military warfare and cultivate the fields. I see that this Lord Feng was born knowing, and I'm afraid that he's not the Wu Tzu Xing descending from the heavens. Just can't stand to watch from heaven. In order to save the millions of pariahs in Day Young, old Su Tu smiled curtly. As more and more people came under Hosi's command, his status rose, and with his relationship with Feng Wei and his quick-wittedness, he was basically considered a staff member. That's that. Lord Feng is the star of Wu Tzu, and you, Boss Ho, are surely the general star next to the star of Wu Tzu, and are destined to be a person who will be crowned and worshipped in the future as well. Hosi smiled smugly, also very agreeable. Since he met Feng Wei, he rose all the way to the top, and is now the leader of a party force, cutting off the entire Blackwater River. Now he drills his soldiers and hoards grain and grass, just waiting for Feng Wei's order. He can attack Yingtian, seal his title and worship his generals, and live the life of a human being. Suddenly, someone jogged over and reported to Ho Si, "Boss Ho, someone has come to the island, saying they want to see Lord Fong." Ho Si frowned and asked his subordinate to bring himself over. Only on the pier, a figure was shrouded under black clothes, with a sullen aura and a vaguely bloody aura. Seeing Ho Si walking towards him, the man in black slowly took out a sign with 3 large characters, Tian Gui Lu. Ho Si's face changed slightly, knowing that Fong Wei still had the identity of the vice master of Tian Gui Lu, and also knowing that Tian Gui Lu's power was huge, to the point where most of the island's supplies were supplied by Tian Gui Lu. He didn't dare to block the way, and personally led the way for the black-clothed man. Deep within the Blackwater continent, in a magnificent compound, Fong Wei's figure was erect, with a sectarian demeanor, not the slightest trace of the bloody atmosphere that had slaughtered the entire clan a few days before. He was seen sitting in it, with the scrolls that still had blood stains on them in front of him, quietly comprehending them. This Gao family's Xian ice strength is somewhat of a gateway. Its chi is icy cold and has been like solid ice, taking the extreme path that both Xinggong and Divine Intent take, and its power is amazing. Facing a martial artist of the same level, being able to stagnate the opposite side's true chi operation, and being able to injure their lungs through the air, there is undoubtedly an advantage in offense. It's just that with such an extreme route of performing gong, it's inevitably easy to turn off your chi during the process of performing chi, or even go off the deep end and be revolted by one's own cold ice true chi. However, there's naturally no such thing as a backlash for me. It's just borrowing the divine intent from it to strengthen my own martial Dao. Fong Wei pointed with one hand. Inches of ice crystals coalesced at the fingertips, spreading rapidly to the entire palm, bubbling coldly in the air, clearly having gained the Xian ice strength amongst the 3 senses. The Gao family's Xian ice strength is considered one of Fong Wei's few harvests in the Gao family. After all, there is no shortage of gold, silver, treasures and whatnot Fong Wei. Of course, it can't be ruled out that it is the Gao family's intentional outflow, attracting Fong Wei's attention, so as to allow the lurking first family to escape. Fong Wei collected his true chi and suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze leveled ahead. A man in black quietly appeared, noiselessly, obviously with a not bad light skill base. Fong Wei knew that this was Tian Gui Lu's secret sons. All of them were at least first-class cultivation martial artists. Some of them were explicit Jianghu martial artists, and some of them were unheard of dead soldiers like the one in front of him. And there are at least dozens or hundreds of such secret agents. So it can be seen that Tian Gui Lu has deep roots and is afraid that it is far above the Gao family. The man in black gave a respectful salute to Fong Wei, then silently took out a package, as well as a delicate wooden box. Immediately afterward, it disappeared into thin air, as if it had never come. Fong Wei flipped open the parcel and dropped out a bloodstained sign with a crystal-clear body that looked to be worth a lot of money, inscribed with the word Gao in an ancient style. Ha! This Tian Gui Lu's power is just extraordinary. I exterminated the Gao family in just half a month's light, and then I found out the remaining members of the Gao family. Although Fong Wei did not recognize the sign, he guessed that it was an object such as the identification of the direct line of the Gao family, which had obviously been decimated. Saying that it's for me to take care of the aftermath, isn't it also working for your Tian Gui Lu itself? Fong Wei's smile widened. This was also the reason why he wasn't in a hurry to cut down the roots after he exterminated the Gao family. As the vice master of Tian Gui Lu, he naturally had his subordinates to help him do things, and he did everything himself. Like what words? Fong did this on purpose to make things difficult for Tian Guizi, and Tian Guizi sending it to me is undoubtedly conveying a signal. I will give you a good aftermath for the Gao family matter, and this is the end of it, so don't give me any more trouble. Otherwise, if Fong Weizhen was carrying the name of Tian Gui Lu and killing people everywhere, then even if Tian Gui Lu was strong, it wouldn't be able to withstand the situation of having enemies all over the world. Of course Fong Wei was prepared to stop here. After all, there was still a deal between him and Tian Guizi. For the time being, they were on the same side, and Fong Wei would have to borrow Tian Gui Lu's power to do things. Immediately after that, Fong Wei opened another wooden box, whose wooden box was made of some unknown material and was quite hard, even to the extent that Fong Wei took some effort to mobilize his true chi to open it. After opening it, lying within it were clearly several divine intent scrolls. Fong Wei was overjoyed. He was worried that there was no divine intention to participate in the progress. This came to the pillow. It seems that this Tian Guizi is still quite faithful. Did not give him the line of procrastination? Otherwise do not blame him for turning the other cheek. Dragon and Tiger Xingyi Quan, Dragon and Tiger Divine Intent, is known for its fierce and unparalleled, rigid and flexible punching power, and is the legacy of the boxing masters of 100 years ago. Sunflower Water Divine Palm, Sunflower Water Divine Intent. It is the famous technique of Qi Wei, an innate scattered martial artist and one who has the reputation of being an anxious public servant. So it seems that this Chi Wei is also a member of Tiangue Lu, and is bound to Tiangue Z very deeply. The last book. Feng Wei's gaze froze slightly. Yin Yang Divine Intent. This name is extremely intentional. But when Feng Wei looked down, his face was a bit strange. Yin Yang Harmony Kung Fu. The Kung Fu of Flower Picker Harmony Z 50 years ago, advocating the martial arts way of picking Yin to complement Yang, or even Yin and Yang. The purpose of this harmonizing gong is not very pure, but the intention is really extremely high, containing the heaven and earth's supreme principle of the harmony of Yin and Yang, and by entering the Tao through the affairs of men and women. This harmonizing Z is also considered to be a wizard. Feng Wei nodded his head in satisfaction. These divine intentions, along with the Gao family's Xian eye strength, were enough to serve as a reference to allow him to take a step further on the path of the innate, even to the point of creating his own martial divine intention. I'm at least a martial saint, so it wouldn't make sense if I only picked up the legacy wisdom of others. Feng Wei's eyes flashed with brilliance. With all types of words accumulated, his qualifications were rising. Not always a poor student, at least in the martial arts. Borrowing the power of the panel, he was confident that he could start a top-notch martial divine intent. Chapter 77, Another Year, Catch Up. Rushing through another year. Blackwater Chow Tao. A flatboat was standing across the river, breaking the river above the gushing waters. Fixing his eyes on the flatboat was a not too big and not too small sampan, on which stood two middle-aged people, with general appearance, seemed to be twins. The two of them stood on the sampan one after the other, relying only on the profound and extremely deep true chi to propel the sampan as if it were a 1,000-mile horse, speeding towards its destination. If someone who knew about the Jianghu was here, they would definitely be able to recognize that these were the twin innate martial artists, the Su brothers, who were quite famous on the Jianghu Tiangui list. The two of them have the same mind, cooperate with each other, but also are practicing martial arts wizards. Less than 50 years will break through the innate realm. A hand of voodoo Vajralok of the divine intention of the Gongfu, quite domineering, good at the defense of the siege, can be said to be the same level of few enemies. I heard that the two even have in the big first day under the support of more than 10 strokes of the battle record. Coupled with the character of both good and evil, is really a hegemon of the Jianghu, no one to be messed with. This time, he was in a hurry, and he did not know why he had come within this Blackwater River. Big brother, it should have arrived at the Blackwater continent. Su Lao saw the pier not far away and hurriedly said. Boss Su nodded his head silently, and there was more light in his eyes. The two of their brothers were working so hard as innate martial artists, yet they didn't hesitate to trek and run for thousands of miles just to come to this Blackwater Island continent in exchange for a deal. Opposite the pier, people also saw the Su family two traces. Originally the shore of the soldiers are wearing armor patrol. See, the coming people are quite vigilant, even set up a crossbow, but saw the Su family brothers' figure. Will relax. Seems to be someone in advance to greet. But the Su brothers in person? The head of the opposite soldier inquired aloud. And it is the brothers of the Su family, who have come to pay their respects, to trade with the evil healer sage, the Su brothers responded. And when the ship docked, the two figures drifted down from the sampan. I've already gone to inform Lord Fong, so please take a moment to rest. The soldier head was not humble in the face of the two innate martial artists, and did not show much respect, but just seemed to make light of the situation, and arranged for people straight away, carrying out the things to be traded on their sampan. Lifting the curtain, on the sampan was actually the corpse of a giant tiger with white forehead and dangling eyes, more than 5 meters long, lying down on the sampan, looking like a white mountain. Enough 10 soldiers Han will barely tiger body lifting, smashed on the ground. A rumble, listen to its sound, is afraid not thousands of pounds. Its head 10 feet wide, eyes as big as copper bells, obviously already dead for a long time, but still staring at the hideous round. Own a tiger death is not down the ferocity of the gas. It made the surrounding soldiers look at it with fear in their hearts. Not much will be. Fong for the figure from a distance pacing break the air. The figure of floating, seems to be slow and fast, a blink of an eye time to the front. Obviously power compared to a year ago, and a higher level. When he saw the Su family brothers, and the giant tiger corpse behind them, his face was delighted, and he greeted them with a straight smile. Ha ha ha, it's you two brothers again. It seems that this Vajra-Volt slot formation of yours is truly amazing. This Tiger King, the fourth on the list of foreign beasts, didn't even manage to escape from it. The Su family brothers arched their hands and returned, with a palpitating look on their faces, thinking that this hunting process was quite thrilling. This Tiger King is really difficult to deal with. My brothers set up an ambush, and hundreds of pounds of heavy voodoo magic Vajralok entanglement, consumed a day and a night, only to grind it to death, belonging to the cost of my brothers half a life. Feng Wei went up to check some, found that this Tiger King's body is basically intact, except for the internal organs of the head some damage. Satisfied nodded. This foreign beast corpse? The most valuable spirit stones were the bones, blood, skin and flesh. As for the internal organs, they were worse. This year, he used the Tiangue loose pathway to distribute bounties for quests to hunt and kill foreign beasts, and the bounty rewards were the mountain and sea realms forging body pills. Compared to the backward alchemy standard of the Great Ing world, this body forging pill was given to cultivators of the middle grade of body refining to aid in their cultivation, while the effect on innate martial artists was much more obvious. The innate martial artists of this world would not have had many paths of ascent, and apart from comprehending the divine intent, they would have had to be single-minded and hard-working, accumulating their true chi, which was inefficient. Once this Dan was released, not only could it accumulate true chi, but it also had the effect of quenching the body, and for a while, all the innate martial artists were rushing to get their hands on the foreign beasts all over the grating like crazy. Although the foreign beasts are strong, but after all, it is the stream of wild beasts. Before it was the martial artists who were lazy and let it go, but now it is profitable. In front of the terrifying upright ape, the foreign beasts basically do not have much resistance. It was like the demonic beasts of the mountain and sea realm, being harvested in droves and transported to Feng Wei's side in exchange for body forging pills. The size of this Tiger King's body is really rare amongst the foreign beasts. A normal innate level foreign beast can be exchanged for 6 body forging pills, so this one tiger corpse will give you the price of 10. Feng Wei opened his mouth indifferently and threw out a bottle of elixir. This first-order mid-grade demonic beast sold in the mountain and sea world are 40 spirit stones at the bottom. Feng Wei on this side of the use of a few forging Dan dispatched, is really a treacherous businessman and the treacherous businessman. But the Su family brothers received, not only happy, but also even thanked. The last time they tried a forging Dan, they immediately willingly, cultivation rubbing upwards. These 10 body forging pills they brothers divided. The strength designated can be a step closer. Maybe the great innate are expected. Seeing that the deal was completed, the Su brothers also bid farewell to Feng Wei, stepping on the sampan and leaving with their true chi drumming. Feng, on his side, ordered the soldier Han to carry the tiger corpse back to his yard. Seeing this huge tiger carcass, put into the mountain and sea realm, I'm afraid that it could be sold for more than 50 spirit stones, but Feng Wei sighed with some pity. The wool of this two-world deal is good, but ultimately not long-lasting. It wasn't that Feng Wei was unwilling, but Di Ying was ultimately a low martial world with limited resources. This big should of wool belonging to me gripped almost. To want to use the forging Dan to exchange the corpse of foreign beasts, this kind of business, it is estimated that it can't be done. Those innate martial artists have captured all the unknown foreign beasts in the deep mountains and old forests for the sake of the body forging pills, and now that the Tiger King, who is the fourth in the list of foreign beasts, has been targeted, it is estimated that all the foreign beasts in the Great Du are about to be exterminated. Feng Wei stroked his chin. After such a round of massacre, I'm afraid that the alien beast group in this grating world wouldn't be able to recover without 100 years. The only remaining Fey beasts now were the top 3 Fey beasts on the Fey beast list, comparable to demonic beasts at the Great Innate Realm. But that is the big should be the world saying. In fact, the same level. The demonic beast than the naked chi cultivator is also stronger than the naked chi cultivator. The first order of the upper grade of the demonic beast of the difficult to deal with. It is necessary to be fully armed with late chi cultivator to fight. Those 3 big demons are extraordinary. The sky mountain bird can't be found. The monkey king still has a bunch of minions. The last third of the beast is a 1,000-year-old turtle with amazing defense. Great innate martial artist. I also make the immobilization. Can only wait for after I break through the great innate, and then make plans. Feng Wei had gathered the strengths of 100 schools of thought this year, and had already reached the end of the road of martial arts innocence, and was only one opportunity away from breaking through to the great innocence. If one were to follow a step-by-step approach and self-enlighten the manifestation of divine intent, it is estimated that one would have to calculate it over 10 years. That's why the chance of a breakthrough still best has to be placed on pure Yangtze's subsequent divine intent. Chapter 78, The Final Battle, 2-in-1 for follow-up. Big brother, you said that this party is selling body forging pills, saying that it uses the corpses of foreign beasts as ingredients. Then he must have eaten a lot of the difference. I feel like it has to be at least half. On the way, the Su clan's elder brother suddenly opened his mouth, his expression inexplicable. He can't have all this cheapness, and we have already eaten a round of body forging pills. The true chi cultivation further. The 2 brothers join hands, confident that the great innate henchman can also escape, that the party for a lone man, not necessarily make us rivals. Rather, the Su family boss frowned and interrupted. Shut up, have you forgotten about the Gao family? The Gao family head and the previous generation family head, both of whom are also veteran innate martial artists. Or the particularly difficult Xian ice power? Didn't even have time to escape in front of Feng Wei? Do you have the confidence to speedily kill the two of them in conjunction? Don't drag me with you if you're going to die. The Su family boss paused and followed up. Not to mention that this Feng Wei also carries the name of Tian Gui Lu. Tian Gui Z you can't afford to mess with? Now that this Ingtian neighborhood is going to be smashed, it's at a critical time. If it's still like the old days, the great should suppress the great sects of the world, and then we'll plan for the rest. It won't be too late. The second Su family member's face moved. And what if Dae-young loses? The Su family boss sniffed with a complicated expression. That's a real change in the sky. 700 years of the great Ing. If we lose, even more people will die, and the great sects of the world will have to do over at least one more time. And with Feng Wei's natural strength, maybe we'll all have to bow down by then. Su family boss watched. That Blackwater Island soldier's order. Killing, but also have external cultivation in the body. If there are such tens of thousands of soldiers in armor, are able to bulldoze the big should. Coupled with Feng Wei's background in Tian Gui Lu, there was no shortage of innate high-end combatants, and even Feng Wei himself was a great innate seed. On second thought, the Su family boss took a deep breath and, go, let's go back. The Su clan's second oldest man's face perked up. What, boss, going on a killing spree? The Su family's boss slapped his head and hated it. Idiot. Feng talked to you for nothing. Go back to Blackwater Prefecture and we'll join Feng Wei. The Su family's oldest two were a bit unintelligent and indignant. Boss, didn't you just say that we should wait for the dust to settle before we look for someone to defect? Otherwise, in case Da-ing wins, he'll definitely target us Lucinates again. The Su family boss shook his head. It is such reasoning, but the same icing on the cake. Not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. While the party for the present has not yet started, first defected on to occupy a position, otherwise you and I this life. Where is expected to enter the great innate? With this Feng Wei skill, he might be able to have something better than the forging body pill. And this time, Da-ing is far less strong than hundreds of years ago, only struggling to hold on. I'm afraid it's not that the bottom card has had some kind of accident. The Tianqing Temple and the Gao family, who were not involved before, are all involved too. The second Su family member nodded thoughtfully. It seems like such a good idea. Blackwater Island backyard. Feng Wei was in the process of disposing of the Tiger King's corpse when he saw a man in black quietly appear. It's a secret agent of Tengwalu. The man in black handed Feng Wei a piece of secret letter. Feng Wei opened it, but it was a message from Tian Gui Z. It was said that the fight had reached its present extent, that the great Ing had been riddled with holes, and that Ing Long's strength had declined to a low ebb, allowing Feng Wei to begin to act. After fighting for so long, this is finally the day. Feng Wei narrowed his eyes and looked puzzled. It's just that I don't know how strong this Ing Long really is. It's best if it's the same as what Tian Gizi said, that its strength is greatly reduced, so it can have a chance of more than 30%, or else I'll be the first one to run away. And incidentally, I'll have to give Tian Gui Z a hard time. After all, if I were to boil up the old man, any Tian Gui Z or Ing Long would have to be boiled to death by me, so there's no need to take such a risk at all. Feng Wei decided to see what happened. That Tian Gui Z did not necessarily make any bad things, but also had to anticipate the worst-case scenario. I'm afraid I'll have to make some preparations as well. Suddenly, Ho Si walked over. His aura was not weak. He had already stepped into the top ranks, and was now a great general under Feng. Ho Si went up and knocked respectfully on the door, reporting to Feng Wei. Lord Feng, that Su family brother is back again. Said to defect to you, my lord. Feng Wei was a bit surprised, not realizing that he also had the time to raise his arms and bow his head. But he wasn't much surprised. After all, nowadays he had a strong army and a deep base, and there were quite a few martial artists who had come to join him. It was just that it was the first time that he had an innate martial artist like the Su family brothers. Feng Wei didn't have any thoughts of refusing. Innate martial artists could already sway the battlefield to a certain extent, and being able to come and enhance his power base was a good thing in itself. Just in time. There's a time to use them now. Baishuijiang. Baishuishing. Baishui City is a key city located in the upper reaches of the Baishui River and is under the control of the Da-ing court. It is also a place where soldiers must fight. The reason why the big should be able to support so long in Yingtianfu. It is reasonable to say that the grain and grass has been consumed long ago, but grasping the grain road of Baishui City, the big should be able to maintain the operation of the food. Tens of thousands of land forces were also stationed here, making it a military town second only to the Baishui River's Da-ing naval forces. Boss, do you think that this Feng Wei, is he screwing us over? To actually ask us to lure out the innate martial artists of Whitewater City. I've heard that there are tens of thousands of troops stationed in this Whitewater City, as well as 3 innate martial artists from the Imperial Court. I'm afraid that if we're not careful, we're going to fall into it. The Su family's second elder looked at the heavily guarded Whitewater City and couldn't help but hesitate a bit. I said, be called Lord Fong. Since we're joining each other, I'm sure I'll have to pay my dues. Otherwise, how can people trust us if we have no proof? The Su family's boss was more than clear about his position. Since ancient times, when joining a force halfway, one has to pay a letter of surrender. Knowing that there was no turning back now, he gritted his teeth and led the charge toward Whitewater City. Whitewater City's walls were 10 or so feet high, but for the innate martial artists, it was no more than that, and with a light body vertical, innate experts were already able to do a short period of time lagging in the air. In an instant, there was a clanging alarm in Whitewater City, accompanied by a beacon of wolf smoke. There's been an attack on the city. It's an innate expert. Quickly go and invite the army's offerings. Hurry! The Su family brothers did not cover their tracks at all, and barged straight into Whitewater City, going high in the air, and for a while there was some panic in the city, but after all, it was the Imperial Army, and they immediately responded. First, a strong crossbow saved arrows shot towards the air. The arrows were deep and sharp. They were military weapons specially used to target true Chi martial artists. They were said to be able to break through the true Chi defenses of top martial artists, but when faced with vigilant innate martial artists, they could basically only serve as a hold. The Su brothers each took out a lengthy iron lock, weighing 100 pounds, and waved it away to splash ink around, bouncing the arrows away and reflecting them back to the surrounding soldiers, killing them with a single blow. This was the duo's famous stance, the rare feat of using tens of meters of iron locks as weapons, the Vajra Voodoo lock. Just as the Su family duo was busy clearing out the minions, the three figures appeared back and forth with an appalling aura. Voodoo lock Su brothers, are you guys going to rebel? Bold, how dare you storm a military-heavy city? Do you really think that there is no one to rule over you if you are innate martial artists? The three court innate experts struck out at the same time, their divine intent flying and their sound amazing, enveloping the Su brothers. Unchained Break, Blazing Sun Ashes, Heaven and Earth Hegemony Fist, Vajra Voodoo, and the Su brothers' profound strength and cooperation, between the two iron locks flying, actually held up the attack of three innate experts, and even had a tendency to fight against each other. But after all, it was someone else's territory, and in addition to the enemy in front of them, the Su brothers also had to be distracted by the surrounding Chi-breaking arrows. Even if he couldn't break the true Chi defense, under the endless rain of arrows wasting away, the true Chi heart energy consumption was much more than the opposite side. This is the way of fighting with the power of many. In the Great Shoulder world, the innate experts are not able to completely ignore the number. Once trapped for a long time, it is not unheard of for them to be dragged to death alive with multiple experts of the same level holding them back. After half a quarter of an hour of intense fighting, the Su brothers' status slipped and they were gradually controlled by the opposite side. So when did Fong come? Don't care about the two of us brothers? We can't hold out much longer. The Su brothers couldn't help but curse in their hearts, and they were afraid that if they continued any further, they would all be trapped here. The Su brothers glanced at each other and made a decision in their hearts. If Fong Wei's support didn't come in half a quarter of an hour, they would have to prioritize running away. Gentlemen, it's very lively. A voice rang out leisurely, and the backs of the innate experts on the courtside cooled, taking the lead in interrupting the battle. Seeing the visitor, the court's innate experts changed their complexion. Fong 4, is Tian Gui Lu going to officially declare war? The depths of the Imperial Court are beyond your imagination. Even if your martial arts talent is amazing, we still have three innate martial artists here. Fong Wei sniffed with some amusement. That's a nice way of putting it. So don't back off, guys. The three court ancestors' mouths were loud and clear, but when they saw Fong Wei lie, they were still weak. After all, Fong Wei had the horrendous battle record of killing the Gao family with 1 against 2 speeds, so he obviously couldn't be viewed with common sense. What's more, there were also the Su brothers on the opposite side, equally difficult goods that the three of them joined forces to barely suppress. At that thought, the three court ancestors glanced at each other. Go! Before the words fell, Fong Wei took the lead. A sword chi several feet wide chopped down. Yin and Yang rotated, transforming all the 5 elements. The black and white sword chi chanted in the air, chopping the sky and destroying the earth as if chopping towards the opposite side. But it was a brand new sword chi martial arts divine intent that was comprehended by using the Yin and Yang divine intent as the foundation and superimposing several divine intents. Yin and Yang great sword fu. The sword energy was like a dragon, extremely powerful. The opposite party, faced with such an appalling divine intent, could not even speak, and struggled to drum up their innate true chi to resist, but in vain. The sword chi was like a red-hot knife that burned red, splitting the opposite side into two even with the real chi with the body, blood staining the sky and spilling dense pieces of corpses all over the place. Seeing this, The Su family brothers on the side looked at each other with chills. It was fortunate that he hadn't really gone to rob Feng Wei before, or else would he be alive now? I'm afraid that this strike can rival the Great Innate. This party's qualifications for martial arts were unheard of, and he was actually able to defeat a Great Innate with the realm of an innate. It's time to wrap up. You guys follow up and dock with Hoshi. Occupy Whitewater City as soon as possible. The rest is for you to discuss among yourselves. Fong for the voice interrupted the duo's surprised mood and ordered straight away. After saying that, he drifted away. Feng Wei had only come to test the results of a year's cultivation. As for letting the Su brothers come to test the waters, on the one hand it was to get these two to hand in their caste, and on the other hand it was prudence, fearing that the courtside had some underhanded cards that he didn't know about. With this matter out of the way, Fong has to go see a bigger scene. In the 8th year of the new Emperor Daing, since the world has been in turmoil, and 2 years since the world's families have been divided, Tiangue Lu's deputy building master Feng Wei made a move to break into Whitewater City, and with one move, he even killed 3 innate martial artists, suspected to have entered the Great Innate Realm. The city of Baishui was broken. The Blackwater and White River were all controlled by Feng Wei's volunteer army, and the food route to Yingtian City was cut off. Without food supplies, 3 days later, the Battle of Southern Jili, which had been fought for a full year and a half, ended. Nantian City, the capital of Southern Jili, as the closest large city to Yingtian City, this South Heavenly City was almost the last line of defense to attack Yingtian City. Yingtian City was not an easily defensible terrain, and if South Heavenly City was breached, then Yingtian City would almost be a Jedi. At this time, the various allied armies were staged underneath the Southern Heavenly City for a nominally final showdown. The wind and sand are blowing, and the sun is in the sky. Under the South Heavenly City, nearly 100,000 righteous troops, lined up in a vast array, holding neatly varied weapons, with a solemn bloody aura, surrounded the city. And the strange thing was that these righteous armies erected all kinds of banners and assumed the name of such straw-headed kings, but when they converged under Nantian City, they were silent. So many grasshead kings converged. There was no meeting and alliance, not to mention infighting. They actually all behaved themselves and stayed in place, waiting for orders, as if there was a big invisible hand, manipulating these armies, as well as their leaders. Obviously, these straw kings know that their words don't count, and they can't even decide the course of this war, but rather it depends on the exchanges at the very top. On the outskirts not far from the battlefield, 3 figures appeared with different temperaments. One of them, with crane hair and the air of a worldly superior, wearing an unorthodox Taoist robe, was clearly Tian Guizi, and the other two, a person with a bald head and white beard, wearing a monk's robe. Between the opening and closing of the eyes, the essence of the light is appalling. Only the face is a little old, the whole person vaguely permeated with a dead air. The other was shrouded in black robes, tall and wearing a mask with a painting of a red lotus, and looked to be in a high position, age unknown. And what the 3 had in common was that they were all surrounded by an almost materialized spiritual foreign power, affecting the surroundings, and the air was vaguely vibrating. The regular people passing through this place were afraid that they would all be robbed of their minds and shocked into a vegetable. Obviously, all 3 of them were great innate patriarchs who had manifested the divine intent of the martial Tao. It seems there's still one little friend missing. The black-robed man opened his mouth with a hint of a smile, and his voice seemed to be male or female, so he couldn't really hear it. That kid is good at putting up a show, making us 3 great innate experts wait for him together. Tian Guizi coldly grunted with some dissatisfaction. Amit Bab Buddha. This time, the timing is not urgent as the old lineage has waited for decades. The old monk opened his mouth to relieve himself and seemed to have a better temper. Chapter 79, The Black Sword, 2-in-1 requests for catch-up reading. The 3 waited for a while and a young figure flashed out. Although it didn't have a powerful spiritual foreign power, but it had a strong aura, and its martial divine intent carried a sharpness, and it very smoothly broke through the 3 people's spiritual foreign power field. Seniors, latecomers are late. Feng Wei arched his hand and curiously surveyed the remaining 2, including Tian Guizi. This should be the top martial arts experts in the Great Should world. This monk was obviously a senior monk of a certain generation of the Tianqing Temple, a major martial arts sect, and it seemed that the Tianqing Temple was deeply rooted, and was truly the #1 sect in the Jianghu Lake. It was just that this monk was so old that he was afraid that he wasn't nearing the end of his lifespan, and he thought that the strike against Ying wasn't all for the sake of the Heavenly Heart Temple, but also for the function of the legend that Ying Long's blood prolonged his life. It's just a shame to be taken for a cutie. Fooled. If the life extension pill from the mountain and sea realm can still extend one's life by a few years. Feng Wei secretly shook his head. No matter how strong this Foundation establishment demon beast is, its blood doesn't have this kind of strange function. The other man in black, still wearing a mask. Feng Wei could not recognize him. I don't know where he was lurking as a great innate expert. All of his chi was eerie, obviously not a decent character. This is the current sect master of the Red Lotus sect. Just call him Red Lotus. As for the other one, just call the old monk. Tian Guizi saw Feng Wei's doubts and took the initiative to introduce Feng Wei. Feng Wei was somewhat dazed. He had heard of the reputation of the Red Lotus sect. It was said to have been built by the remnants of the former dynasty, and De Ying had been active in earlier years, attempting to rebel. However, because of the depth of the De Ying, the subsequent Red Lotus sect has been hitting a wall. The power is constantly suppressed, and then gradually no news. Now it seems that there is not no news, but from the light to the dark, in the dark development, but also developed well, out of a great innate level of the sect master. So it seems that the revolt is expected. Feng Wei met them one by one and considered them greetings. The old monk has not seen the Feng Shi master, but also God's friend for a long time, but it is the junior of the temple and the Feng Shi master have met. At that time, the invitation to the Feng Shi master did not work, but also suffered a loss on the road. The old monk's tone was calm, his bright eyes sizing up the gifted young man in front of him. He was truly extraordinary, actually able to not be disturbed by their spiritual foreign power in the slightest. The sharpness of his body was so evident that it even brought a hint of threat to him. I think that the rumor circulating outside that one sword battles three innates is a big difference. There is no moisture. Junior? Feng Wei pondered, presumably referring to the monk Shi Kong, who was still watching the show from the sidelines after he was rejected last time, and as a result was targeted by Gao Tianba, giving him a good beating and almost making the Tianqin temple extinct. But now that Gao Tianba had died early, Sakan had gotten his revenge. Ha! This old monk just likes to talk in riddles. This honored one appreciates you. The Red Lotus sect master didn't hide his appreciation for Feng's behavior at all, and a dull voice came from behind his mask. Why don't you join our Red Lotus sect? And it's not like I can't give you the sect leader position. Feng Wei politely refused. He didn't have the idea of joining a cult organization without the slightest benefit. Alright, time is running out. Let's stick to the plan. Tian Guizi opened his mouth to interrupt, bringing the topic to the point. First, we'll take down the southern heavenly city and weaken the Great Ying's chi luck most drastically, and then we'll fight Long. As for what each of you wants, let's talk about it beforehand so we don't start another fight. The Red Lotus sect master was the first to speak. Great should be the number of gas has been exhausted. 700 years since the people do not have enough to live on. Strong to continue the country's fortunes, is really against the heavens. I Red Lotus sect to comply with the righteousness of the world. Into the world, is common sense. Tian Gui Lu should be fully assisted by this father. The old monk also said Ba Buddha, and his words were honest. Poor monks don't have much longevity left, and if the blood of the Yinglong can really prolong life, they would like to live for a few more years. Furthermore, no matter who rules the world, our Buddha should also spread his teachings widely and without restriction. Feng Wei's eyes flickered. It was true that great innate martial artists were also human beings, unable to escape their 7 emotions and human feelings. One had his eye on the throne and the other on the right to preach, each for the development of his own power. It's just that I don't know if these two will fight after the success. After all, both the royal power and the religious power still have some contradictions. It depends on how these two harmonize afterwards. I only hope that when the time comes, old Taoist Tian Gui, you won't go back on your word, and that the second half of the Pure Yang legacy will be handed over to me. Feng Wei had stated his request, and if he could use it to successfully break through the great innate, it wasn't impossible to take some risks. Good. What I am asking for is that Yinglong Dragon Pearl, as long as you make a good effort. Little friend Feng, I will certainly not go back on my word. As for the rest of the Yinglong corpses, we will split them evenly amongst ourselves. Tian Guizi nodded, indicating that cooperation was established. Feng Wei's complexion moved. The Dragon Pearl. It should be the inner Dan of the foundation building demonic beast. According to the value, the inner Dan of the foundation building demonic beast is indeed the highest value. It is the important main material of the foundation building Dan. If Tian Guizi had a doorway, he might really be able to peek into a higher realm of martial arts with this inner elixir. More importantly, this inner elixir, he, Feng Wei, also wanted it. After the southern heavenly city is broken, we will go to Yingtian together, slaughter the dragon. Having said that, the 4 were then arranged to be stationed in the barracks, with the 4 men who stood at the topmost level of the Great Do in agreement. The final battle was fought. All of a sudden, the gongs and drums were clamoring and the shouts and killings shook the sky. With 100,000 people moving in unison, it was as if an earth dragon was turning over, constantly impacting the not-too-distant southern heavenly city. Although the heads of the righteous army were all infiltrated by the big factions of the world's families, Most of the many soldiers were from the bottom of the hierarchy and had experienced the war for several years, and had considerable battlefield experience, and were considered veterans. The city gates were stormed, brazenly, wave after wave, without the slightest intention of retreating. This siege was fought from daylight to night, and it was not stopped until nightfall. At night, the moon and stars are thin. There was blood around the battlefield, and even the moans of those who would die drifted overhead. On the outskirts of southern Sky City, in a hidden forest, a figure quietly appeared and Tianguizi was dressed in black at this time. His movements were treacherous, and he had somehow arrived here. So close, so close. Tianguizi murmured with his head bowed, and at his feet, there was a strange long sword inserted. The whole body is basically black. A little rough, said it was a long sword. In fact, more like a long black stick, just vaguely have the appearance of a sword. The black sword's aura was obscure and inexplicable, and the blood-devouring aura was so dense that the slightest hint of it that leaked out inadvertently caused people to be chilled. It was densely covered with blood-colored lines, sticking straight into the ground, and vaguely the majestic blood chi in the air condensed and slowly seeped into it. This black sword was actually absorbing the bloodshedding chi produced after the deaths on the battlefield, just waiting for some more deaths in the Battle of Nantian City. Thousands and thousands? That should be about right. Tianguizi was a little glad that it took 2 full years of great battles and hundreds of thousands of deaths to make the black sword sacrifice almost complete. If I were to drag it out for some more time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to support it anymore. After all, the war is not 2 mouths one is to fight, but to fight the money and food in human life. Human life is good to say. This big should be everywhere. This money and food cannot be changed out of thin air. Tiangui Lu has a deep heritage. Even if he lied to the great sects of the world and said that he had to smash the Ing in order to weaken Ing Long, he also had to pay money and food to support the battlefield. 2 years of war, almost to empty the Tiangui Lu's hundreds of years of heritage. But it doesn't matter. Just wait for the black sword to be refined, slaughter the Ing Long, and borrow the power of the Dragon Pearl to break through to a higher realm of martial arts. When that time comes, with the black sword in hand, no one will be able to defeat me, and I'll be the contemporary immortal god. It's worth it if more people die. As for those great ascended ones who cooperated as well as the lineages, Tianguizi sneered twice, depending on whether they knew what they were doing or not. With that thought, Tianguizi looked around vigilantly, his senses fully open, and after confirming that no one was following, he quickly disappeared in place. Those great ascended ones were all old foxes. If they sensed something wrong, I'm afraid that he would have lost all his efforts. In this last scene, Tenjizi was still ready to finish his act in the raw. Only the black sword was left in place, still greedily sucking the bloodbath chi of the battlefield, issuing soft chants from time to time, seeming to enjoy it very much. And a few moments later, under the eerie moonlight, a figure loomed up, cupping a talisman in its hand. It was clearly a first-order mid-grade concealment talisman. Fang Wei's eyes shook at the sight. There was dawning realization, surprise, and even more shock. He had suspected that Tianguizi that old Deng's purpose was not pure, and had been vigilant in his heart. After all, Tianguizi's various claims were fine to fool the locals. Trying to fool Fang Wei from the mountain and sea realm was full of loopholes and basically impossible. Fang Wei had been secretly observing Tianguizi's movements, and when he saw that he had left the barracks in the middle of the night, he immediately followed him, in order not to be discovered. Also pinched a first-order medium-grade concealment talisman. Good thing that the perception of the martial artist is still worse than that of the chi cultivator. The party was not found by the old Tiangui Dao, who was 1 level higher. Where did this Tiangui old Taoist get the weapon blood refining method? No wonder he had to lie to the crowd, saying that Ing Long was colluding with De Ying's chi, and that he had to keep fighting to weaken De Ying, so that he could drag out the war, keep dying, and generate a lot of bloodbath chi. Looking at the black sword, I'm afraid the thickness of the bloodbath isn't going to be close to the grade of a magic treasure. Fang Wei, who had always held himself in high esteem, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The method of blood refining is not rare in the mountain and sea realm, which is to use the blood and residual souls of mortals after death as materials for refining weapons. And the more the number of people who die, the higher the grade of the refining weapon will be. Basically, the advantage of refining weapons in this way was that it was convenient to take materials, while the disadvantage was that it was easy to backfire on the owner and would be branded as a demon cultivator, with everyone shouting at them. But in the mountain and sea realm, cultivators basically have their own secret methods to actively collect the remnant souls and bloodbaths, and even use the rest of the materials to replenish their magic weapons. And in the De Ying world, there is obviously no such secret method to speak of. So Tianguizi's way is to let the sword embryo naturally absorb the mortal blood fury, which is extremely inefficient, and consumes tens, if not 100 times more human lives. Feng Wei also had some toothache at the thought. He boasted of killing people without counting. Not really a good person. But he wouldn't go and slaughter hundreds of thousands of lives for the sake of refining weapons. Even for demonic cultivators, there was rarely this kind of exhaustive behavior. After all, it took time for mortals to die and recover. And if there were no more mortals, the demonic sects would have no fresh blood to add in. How to say? Or small workshop under the material hard The great should be world level is low. Then use the number to make up. Hundreds of thousands of people. Swap to the mountain and see world can refine a set of devil Dao magic treasures. Right. This Tian Guizi is also considered a ruthless person. Feng Wei carefully surveyed the black sword across from him, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. A magic weapon that was close to the level of a magic treasure was also something worthwhile when exchanged to the mountain and sea realm. Even a foundation establishment major cultivator would be moved. Now there's a bad news. That Yinglong's chi luck is connected to the saying. The probability is false. This Yinglong is at most a little old. The strength will not drop too much. But there's good news. This Tian Guizi is a werewolf who secretly blood-refined a longsword that is close to the level of a magic treasure. If handled properly, it's not as if there's no chance of slaying a dragon. Feng Wei stroked his chin. There was no harm for him in comparing the two, so he decided that it would be better to let it go and wait for an opportunity. After all, now the offensive and defensive situation is different. Feng Wei is in the dark. Tian Guizi is in the light. Knowing Tian Guizi's bottom card, Feng Wei has more room to maneuver. It remains to be seen who the deer will die in the end. Feng Wei's eyes were dark, and he looked deeply at the black sword not far away and disappeared in place. Next day, the various volunteer armies continued to attack the city, but Nantian City, as a lone city, was clearly much weaker in its resistance. In just less than half a day's time, Nantian City was overrun and the city surrendered. Obviously, it didn't meet the requirements of the black sword blood refinement. Just one step away from success. Tian Guizi naturally would not give up halfway. In order to gather enough blood-bane qi, he gave the order to slaughter the city in a smooth manner. Pitting and killing 10,000 people outside of South Heavenly City. Blood flowed into rivers for a time. The soil was soaked through. The moat was turned into a pool of blood. And the aura of killing and bloodshed was about to coalesce into substance in the Madeira of South Heavenly City. After this battle, in the years to come, no living thing survived in Nantian City, turning it into a dead land. 3 days later, deep inside the Daywing Palace. This is it, isn't it? Fong for the survey of the surrounding area. Surrounded by the golden Wang painting columns of the palace, only this piece of flat, take a closer look, actually is a dungeon. Dungeon doorway deep and dark. Seems to be deep, not the bottom. Tian Guizi nodded and looked into the abyss of the Earth Palace. That's right. According to my scout's report, this is the only place in the palace where people are not allowed to go in and out. And it's so deep that this Yinglong is in it on weekdays. The remaining two were silent, but they both looked grave and the might of Yinglong's strength in suppressing the world for 700 years. Even if the 4 great and 8-level martial artists hugged the group, their hearts were all a bit balked. Even though they knew about the news of Yinglong's decline, when it came to the final step, the 4 of them were still afraid in their hearts. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Old Tao. Tian Guizi was positive and took the lead to speak up, followed by walking forward in the lead. He wasn't unprepared, and took out a few night pearls, and threw them toward the inner dungeon with a true chi maneuver. The glow of the night pearl was vague, and with the eyesight of the 4, it was enough to be able to see everything clearly. The 4 of them had excellent lightness, and in a few moments they had traveled several miles, but they all seemed to be unable to see the end of the road. Feng Wei, however, tasted something different and silently surveyed his surroundings. The aura of this place has increased in concentration as far as the naked eye can see. I'm afraid it's not a spirit vein. It's at least a first-order upper-grade spirit vein. No wonder it can spawn foundation establishment-level demonic beasts. Feng Wei narrowed his eyes. If a demonic beast with sufficient qualifications had exclusive access to a first-rank upper-grade spirit vein, there was indeed a chance that it would be able to advance to the second rank.